the Geeky Gardener, best known as @GeekyBeaner on Twitter. Geeky, how are you doing this evening, sir?
Doing pretty well. I mean, it's been a really great day. Tony Hawk just dropped today, and I got my Kobe edition of 2K. So that's fun.
Your Kobe edition of 2K.
Yeah, they made a Kobe edition.
So it's like
a
Kobe tribute version is what they've got.
Yeah, it's got a water painted color. It's like, you remember this? Did you watch Dear Basketball?
Did I watch what basketball?
Dear Basketball, Kobe's little small independent
I did
project.
not, but it was like animated.
Yeah, it's actually really good, but it shows one of the scene that's the cover of it instead of getting, I think, Damian Lillard or Zion Williamson.
Did they also not want to wait for like a car ride and take a helicopter instead? I know, I'm at 666 followers, Punch Tango. Thanks for being here. The Unmasked Singer. What's up, man? How you doing? I am, of course, the Ghost, better known as the Dark Butters, a caller into the kill stream. Thanks for coming by. This is my Friday night show, Coast to Ghost, where we talk about politics, news, sports, ball, anime, whatever the fuck I feel like. We will be joined by our guest, Andy fucking Worski, after he's done with Twisted Mind of Andy Worski and his kill stream duties. He will join us instead of his video game segment. Sorry. So, Tony Hawk. Tell me about Tony Hawk, Geeky Gardener.
I have not played it yet, but it does have minus one song, the original soundtrack. So if you grew up in the late 90s.
Wait. Does it at least have the only song I remember? Oh, the Unmasked Singer. Thank you for the ice cream, sir. Does it have the song that goes like suffocation, no breathing, don't get...
I believe it does have Papa Roach's song.
Okay. And is it the uncensored or censored version?
I'm guessing it's, I don't know, I have to boot it up, but it does have new skaters. It is in 4K, so they did update it. They did update the roster.
So your PS4 Pro can play it in 4K.
Yeah,
nice.
Except I don't think my
thank you for the
TV
lemon
can handle 4K.
Dang, that's pretty cool. I mean, me, it's like it's a skateboard game. You know, like it's not my cup of tea, really.
Yeah. Hey, but it's to each to their own. But I think most people will enjoy it. They were excited for it. I know if they remaster Tony Hawk Underground, which was one of their more story-based games that they did later on.
I remember those. Those are the ones that, like... I can't remember. Actually, I don't remember that one too well.
Basically, you're a created skater. You're basically on the world tour with Tony and the gang, and that was pretty fun. It even had a good soundtrack as well. That made me like... Who did I find out there that was actually really good? I think the Ramones. That's how I got exposed to the Ramones when I was like 8.
The Ramones. You'll have to excuse me, but I'm musically retarded. Who
what
are the Ramones?
The Ramones were like basically like one of the founders of punk music. They basically like talked about like they have a song literally called Rock and Roll High School where they talk about like how they're rock
The only
stars
punk
in high
bands
school.
I know are Rise Against or Negative XP. And Negative XP is infinitely more based.
Yeah, Rise Against is like super leftist speaking thing.
Oh yeah, that's why my buddy SC, who was on last week, you know, the guy who was kind of soying out over Jacob Blake, who, by the way, actually, that's a good segment. Did everyone go read Jacob Blake Sr.'s Twitter feed?
I thought it was his Facebook feed.
Well, you're right, Facebook. Did everyone read about Jacob Blake Sr.'s views on a certain group of people?
I think he was really good friend. I think he loved Captain Cesariak.
Yeah.
But Captain Cesariak, if you're listening to the show, we love you, and please come on.
We would love to have Captain Cesariak on. He's certainly welcome on the show. I mean, like, I don't really have a blood sports for you. That's not really what I do. Mostly, I just spur at my audience and yell at them. But you're certainly welcome, Captain Cesariak. If this ever somehow reaches your ear, you are welcome here, Captain Cesariak.
Exactly.
You know what? I have a prediction. Okay, now that touchy-feely Mr. Joe Biden has gotten his hooks into Jacob Blake Sr. Blitzkrieg Bop. I think Jacob Blake Sr. is going to be on the kill stream.
You think so?
I think so. I
that
think
would be one of the greatest episodes of all time if Ralph's able to book it. I know he just announced he's booking Richard Spencer, and I'm just like, great.
Oh, Ralph got Richard back on, that glowy fed?
Yeah, I fucking hate him.
Oh, he's such a fed. Well, listen, Geeky, I used to own people like you. I win, you lose.
Yeah, isn't your girlfriend also super leftist?
He was dating like a super like feminist lefty.
Yeah.
But like that recording that Milo released.
Oh my gosh, the one that they put Andy State back over it.
Yeah.
So like
Such a classic. Like, what kind of adult talks like that?
Yeah, I'm so fucking angry.
What kind of adult talks like that in front of anyone? I win, you lose.
And yes, the
Absolutely.
Unmasked Singer. I guess you could say the Ramones are like the seminal
The
punk
seminal
rock.
punk track? Oh, that's what the Unmasked Singer says. Okay.
Yeah, or
Wait,
I think
Fed
a
jumped
class-
out of the AFK room, which is good. Maybe he's.
Yeah, I think another punk rock band. I think Black Flag is also. I think to me the best punk rock band is probably going to be Minor Threat. Even though they're all like super straight edge leftist, I think they're actually pretty
Negative
good.
XP. That's the best punk rock group out there.
Well, I'm going more classic, old school, like 80s and 80s.
Well, I'm
and
just
70s.
saying, as far as like being talented and like actual counterculture, I'd
That
say
is
Negative
true.
XP 100% wins that race.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
yes, so Jacob Blake Sr. has an issue with us focusing
With the
on
Halseys.
on the. He has a big problem with us focusing on old Uncle H over Leopold.
Yeah. I mean,
He's like, one killed 15 million, the other killed 10 million. Why do they only talk about one?
I think they're just. It's so weird how like people are digging it. I mean, they did dig up that Kyle kid who supposedly punched a female. Do you know about that video?
Fucking based. Sorry, no, do not attack women. Okay, they're
not-
basic.
we're
It's
not-
like it's basically like attacking a child. Don't do it.
Yeah, we're not Chris Brown here. Come on. We're not
We're not Chris Brown. Oh no, he's the guy that beat up Rihanna, right?
Yes.
Okay. That one I did know.
I always bring it up whenever it's like, I love Chris Brown. So you like women beaters?
I mean, to be fair, he only beat up Rihanna. I'm kidding.
No, but he. You see? Have you seen the pictures? How bad he beat her? It was.
Oh no,
it
I have
was-
not.
She looked like hamburger meat. That's how bad she looked.
You're saying that just wasn't just her pussy?
No,
Well,
I'm
sorry,
talking
that'd
about
be
her
roast
face.
beef.
Yeah, like her face is all like swollen up. It's like it's pretty much disturbing.
You know what's kind of awesome? I'm having a new overlay get drawn by Kuya.
Oh, nice.
So I'm gonna have my character, like my little dude in like a suit with like my anime girls like in like a bunny suit,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna have like swappable like males and females on like the couch. Hey, Johnny Medieval, what's going on, sir? Uh-oh, what's Bob Ross doing? How you doing, Johnny Medieval? Oh shit! Oh shit! What the hell? Big Mech Kid with a $10 donation. Thank you so much, Big Mech Kid, for the contribution over on Streamlabs. Thank you so much, man. All right, now if I can. Oh god, now I have to figure out how to find the message.
Hey, Fed, what's up, man? Are you awake?
Yeah.
Fed,
I'm
talk
pretty good.
amongst yourselves while I figure out how to read this fucking message on Streamlabs.
Oh,
I
that's
fucking hate
wonderful.
it. I mean, I love it, but I hate it.
Yeah. Give Ghost money. Keep giving him money
Yeah,
so he
no.
learns how to
There you
read.
Thank you so much for the support, Big
Ugh.
Mac. Oh, where is it? This is probably timely too. This is why it pisses me off so much when it's like I'm logged into Streamlabs and like I can't yet. Sorry. How you doing tonight, Fed Zeppelin, my co-host, the normal sleeping man, the gets drunk and falls over man himself, Fed Zeppelin. What's going on, Fed Zeppelin?
I have incredible feet when I'm drunk as fuck. I don't fall over for shit. I go to sleep. I'll
Listen.
admit that one.
Oh, Tuesday
These are the-
is celebrating a 1-month subscription streak. Thank you so much, Tuesday. How are you doing? Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for all the support. Oh, for the Ghost Gang. Thank you so much, Tuesday. All right, let me see if I can find this goddamn Streamlabs
Our
message.
Tuesdays
Now,
here.
now, Fed, are you going to sleep by like a knee to the face, or are you just going to sleep because you're too passed out?
It could
Well,
be
I mean,
both.
I guess it would be too passed out. I'm not sure what that one necessarily means, but
Oh,
it's
is that
usually
the
I'm
girl
tired
from
as fuck.
Persona 3?
Knee to the facing?
They just posted. Let me see. Okay.
Big Get Mac. Oh.
Yeah, Big
how
Mac
you
it. Don't fucking dare you, Ghost. You'll fucking do it again. No, Big Mac. How will I ever survive?
You won't.
Hey,
How will I
mean,
survive
hey,
all this support? Okay, let me see. How fucking goddamn Streamlabs.
Hey, yeah, totally. You don't need money for that house or new car you need to buy or something.
I'm not getting a new car. I own my car. Okay, like I happily own my car.
Yeah.
All right.
Pat,
It's Persona 4. Okay. You think you can stream without me noticing, you son of a bitch? Take my money. Stop choking on it. Oh God! $10. Oh God! $10. What will I do? Thank you, Big Mac, for the $10 Streamlabs donation and all your support, sir. And next Thursday, let's play some board games, bro, with Flam. That'll be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
But thank you so much for the Streamlabs, Big Mac, as always.
Oh shit, that's loud.
Oh, what's up?
I was actually gonna debate. I was gonna pop in my Tony Hawk disc to get it downloaded already because you gotta love the PS4 for lagging it on your disc space.
I fucking hate
Tony
disk
Hawk?
space on the PS4. Yeah, the Tony
On
Hawk's Pro
PS4?
Skater's out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I picked up Tony Hawk. I pre-ordered that, and I got the 2K21 Kobe edition. So I'm like, you know what? I'll play Tony Hawk.
Basketball games. Oh boy.
Hey, it's better than watching the NBA right now.
Oh God, yeah, you're right. God,
Watch the NBA right
oh
now?
shit! Big Mac with another $10 donation says, "I'll told you fucking again." Thank you so much for the $10 donation again, Big Mac. Thank you for the support, sir. Jeez, I'm drowning in fucking donos. No, how will I ever dig my way out of this?
Dang, you really are turning into ghost politics.
No, we are a melting pot of friendship here.
You get what you fucking deserve.
Yeah. No, I mean, but it's like, okay, like I'm very pro anime girl, and ghost politics is like anti anime girl. Okay, that's the difference.
If anything, Flamenco's turning into ghosts.
Well, like, okay, like, Flamenco's finally learning the way of the shekel, right? Like, it's like, oh, people like to see goals and like to, have contributions toward it. It's like, yes, Flamenco, people like to be working towards goals.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Once I get like settled in streaming, I'm telling you right now, if you guys are paying for my WrestleMania ticket next year.
Oh no, Big Mac, no, you must stay awake. You don't have to be sober, but stay awake. The Emperor needs you. The Emperor protects. Well, actually, wait, you're Big Mac kid. I mean, you're kind of. I mean, you're not really counter the Emperor. You just like you're orcs. You're the biggest and the strongest. You're either brutal and cunning or cunning and brutal.
Not bad. It's actually you only need 25 gigs minimum to play Tony Hawk.
Really? You bought it, I assume, on the store.
Yeah, I bought it physically, and then speaking of video games, what are you guys? Do you guys want to talk about this direct? To open it up, since we are kind of like in the gaming section.
We are kind of in the game. You're not sober. Why you think you got the Skittles? You zogging git. Listen here, you zogging git. I am the biggest, the baddest, and the crumpiest of all the orcs. All right. I was literally born yesterday. Okay. I came over on the spores to Armageddon, and I'm here to win glory, alright? Sorry. Yes, let's talk about video games. Let's talk about this Nintendo Direct. Oh, shit. Yellow Lantern 15149, thank you for the follow. What's going on, Regular Butters? Thank you so much for the follow over on D-Live. Thank you so much, man. How you doing tonight?
Hey, jump on here, Butters.
Yeah, you are free. If you want, jump in the green room, Yellow Lantern. If you'd like. But okay, so this Nintendo Direct, they announced that there are three 3D Mario games coming to the Switch, correct?
Yeah,
which three are those? Oh, let me get Yellow Lantern on first.
Yeah.
Yellow Lantern Butters, how are you doing tonight? How are you feeling? You've sounded kind of down lately, but I hope you're feeling better. What's up, Yellow Lantern?
Oh, well, not much. I guess we can get right into the head of this topic you talked about with Nintendo Direct.
Right. Yeah, let's talk. Did you guys all see the Direct, or you guys need a recap?
I think we all saw it.
I actually didn't see the Direct, unfortunately, so I will need a recap.
I would say, just for the sake of anyone that's listening, probably best.
All right, then. So it was a 16-minute Direct, and it started off.
That's rather direct of them.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll stop.
Like always, they announce it. They always announce the whole, "Oh, we're sorry for COVID. We stand with your workers and everything." But luckily, Nintendo only just does a statement, and that's it.
Well, they didn't say like everyone should get Bill Gates' vaccine for Modelo. Everyone should be chipped and recorded and wearing masks even when they're just in front of their computer.
Or having sex, according to Canada.
Oh my gosh. Could you imagine? Like, I'm passing all this bodily fluid between me and my wife, but you know where it's gonna spread? Don't they just say like, listen, only doggy style, all right? That's
That's a safe way of doing it.
nothing face to face, all right? Just everything has to be from behind. Like what the fuck are these morons talking about?
Yeah, but yeah. So they announced first that they're porting Super Mario 3D Land for the Wii U into the Switch. And
I
they're
was
having
kind
it
of mixed on Super Mario 3D Land.
but it looks like it's faster because people said it was too slow. I don't know if you guys felt it when you guys played that.
Too slow, as in like the frame rate was too slow, or like the gameplay was too slow.
The gameplay was too
So
slow.
you're saying the
Like
game
Mario,
looked quicker than the original or slower than the original?
it looked quicker.
Hmm.
I don't
guess-
have too fond memories of 3D Land. It was kind of like I played through it once and it was kind of like,
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
believe it when I see it.
exactly.
Yeah, and then they announced that they're going to do a little expansion for it called Bowser's Fury, but it was just a teaser. Nothing was explained.
Oh, that's disappointing. Now they are porting Skyward Sword, right?
I haven't heard if they are or not. I hope they do, and I hope they also port Wind Waker.
Skyward Sword is honestly my favorite, just like from a story perspective. I thought like the Link and Zelda had like the most chemistry in that game, and it was kind of
I
like
know.
it was really like touching, like oh look at them, but like
I wonder how they would do the combat. If
right,
it
no,
should have been on a
you're absolutely
controller.
right about that, Butters. Is that or what do you want me to call you, Yellow Lantern or Butters?
Well, if I can call you Dark Butters, you can call me Butters.
Well, you can call me Ghost, and I can call you Yellow Lantern. I know
Ghost.
that's what your actual
I
nickname
know.
is.
I kind of sound like Butters, but yeah, you can stick with the originals for the formality's sake.
Just so people know who's talking.
Right.
Help a little.
Well, okay, but like honestly, like Skyward Sword, you're absolutely right about that because they had like the silly like Wii Motion Plus thing, right? And you actually like, God, it was so cool. Like you actually aimed like where your sword was going, So it's like horizontal strike, vertical strike, diagonal strike, and I'm like, how are you gonna do that on the Switch? Like, I have no idea.
With the Joy-Cons, I guess. I mean, that's what they're saying with Super Mario Galaxy, which was announced to be ported to the Switch as well.
Right, but that one you had to point at the screen with like either the second player or to collect the bits or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Lotus,
and then-
Lotus GI says, is that the one you fight with the boss 5 times? The same boss?
Oh yeah, because yeah, you're right. Skyward Sword had the big like the boss you kept attacking his feet, right? The giant blob thing. Yeah, he's right about that. That fight was kind of dumb, but I just like the overall game itself.
I like the art style for it too.
Oh,
I
the
felt
art
the
looked
watercolor
great.
art style was amazing.
And flying around on the bird to go to all the places, that was really cool.
Yeah, but so they announced Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine to be re-released in a collection as well, which will be dropping on September 18th.
You know,
But-
I've never played Super Mario Sunshine, and I've only heard mixed things about it. Like, some people, like, hated that it wasn't, like, a platformer, it was because it was, like... You're, like, cleaning up gunk with, like, a magic washer basically,
Yeah,
right?
The
That and,
professor in Luigi's Mansion actually is the guy who creates it, so he makes a little bit of a
Right, it's
cameo.
Professor Egad, right? He gives him,
Yeah.
like, he gives him the...
I think chronologically, they take the vacation after the events of the first Luigi's Mansion.
Oh,
I think
I
that's
see.
how it...
Yeah, because this was a GameCube
Yeah.
title. I think that was right after the first Luigi's
Yeah.
Mansion came out.
Right,
Uh.
I think you're right on that one.
But, Yellow Lantern, this is your first appearance on Coast to Ghost, so why don't you tell the audience a little about yourself, Yellow Lantern?
Alrighty then. Well, I'm just one of your regular normies. I am a southerner from North Florida, but I've also spent time in the north as my second destination. I have also been on the Ralph Retorts things. I've been on some other streams associated like Gators and Flamencos. I've also been I had a bonus podcast with Ralph a few months ago before the dark times happened over this past summer. But I'm also a Lantern is base NRX. I have talked about some of their theories before, but yeah. So I'm I'm just also a Normicon. Like, if Dingo is kind of like the extreme Southerner, I'm kind of like on the other spectrum of him in some best respects.
You're kind of like the caricature of like a kind Southern gentleman, you'd say,
Yeah.
Not to
But,
say that you are a caricature. I mean, but like just you're very kind and polite and very friendly, right?
Yeah, it's like, you could imagine, how Ralph had that picture of him as a
Plantation.
plantation owner with.
So you're Yellow Lantern plantation sensation himself.
Well, I'd probably be in a Confederate uniform. Just I'd be more on that character.
Fair enough. I
person
understand
who-
why you'd have that view on the War of Northern Aggression. Just as a disclaimer, my ancestors fought for the Union, so I apologize for enforcing Lincoln's tyranny against you.
Well, I think.
Mr. Frank,
think-
thank you for the lemon.
I think we're both we're going to be on the same side, and if things get really bad around here.
I mean, if I'm still
it's-
around,
yeah.
but I may be a foreign fighter someday for the inevitable future American Civil War.
Yeah.
I may be called home to stop the left from whatever they're doing.
Hey, I mean, it might come sooner. I feel like November is going to decide if we go to
November
war
is
or
going
not.
to be very ugly. It's going to be we either get the pressure valve released or it all blows up. So, and it might just blow up anyway, regardless.
Yeah.
Because the left isn't going to accept defeat, even if they lose. And I personally, I think that's what they're trending towards. Greatest crime of the Civil War is that we kept living with them after we freed the. I happen to agree with the Liberian plan. I think it was the moral decision to make. We should have done it on a broader scale, and it obviously failed. But I mean,
They ended
But
up
that's a good-
enslaving the native Liberians anyways.
right? The Liberians didn't even like them. Liberians hated the people we sent there.
Getting back to before we get jumped. So the direct. So you have 3 games being re-released from the. These are called like the all-star 3D platformers of the 2000s.
Right. You got the GameCube
yeah.
one, the N64 one, and the Wii U one, and you kind of skipped
kind of-
over Galaxy and.
Galaxy 2 and.
Yeah.
Yeah, they see.
I mean, it makes sense. We already have Super 3D Land. No, what's the recent one they have?
Odyssey.
With
3D Land or Wii U, something like that. Like
Oh,
Well, the
Super-
Wii U one was 3D Land, I thought.
Super Mario Odyssey. That's what.
Oh
I'm
no,
thinking.
you're right. 3D Land was on the 3DS.
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
Odyssey, that's the big title. That's the one with the hat that possesses people.
And
Yeah.
that was a good game. That was like.
I am
remember-
about like 60 to 80% done with it. I haven't been on a long flight in a while.
Yeah,
That's
there's
kind of
like
it.
1,000. There's like 1,000 stars you had to collect. and
Oh
then-
my gosh, it's so much. And then I found out like, oh wait, you can't get all the stars unless you've beaten the game. I'm like, fucking hell, guys, don't make me do that. I know people hate it, but I actually like the musical section that's in the middle of that game.
Oh, the music in Odyssey is amazing. I think.
No, but you know the one I'm
Absolutely.
talking about, the one with Pauline.
Oh, I think it's catchy. It's
really
pop
catchy.
music great.
Yeah,
it's
that's-
pop music greatness. don't know
I
why
just think
everybody
it's
hates
funny
it.
that Pauline left Mario for a monkey.
Oh,
basically.
oh no.
We're
That's,
talking about Donkey Kong, of course, an actual monkey. No real world connotations there.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Mario kind of left her. I think it was like, listen, sweetie, I'm gonna go date this princess.
Yeah, I'm gonna go be cleaning her pipes now.
The princess needs me to reclog her toilet, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So the games in question, I do have some questions regarding this release. Apparently, it's a limited time kind of release.
Yeah.
So-
it's-
So does that mean it's not going to be in the digital store? Like what? Like, or are they
Yeah.
going to release them separately after? Like, because if they're just going to if this like deal of getting all 3 at once is like a limited time thing, that's fine, and then you put it in like the e-store as like their own releases.
I think that's what's gonna happen. I'm
Okay,
pretty
to me
sure.
that's like it's like a limited time like deal, and it's kind of like a nice like injection. I mean, the Switch is the one console no one's going like, God, that console needs games.
Well, because it has so many games.
There's so many
That's like-
games.
Yeah.
Nintendo
Right.
knew they fixed what the Wii U couldn't do is they had the software with the hardware, and that's really what kind of doomed the original was that there was not enough.
Well, no one
games
wanted to
go
develop
around.
for it. Like the
Also, they
coolest.
didn't know how to market it too, as well. The
Well, I
name
mean-
Wii U.
I think they just assume that it's like, okay, well, we sold 1 billion Wii consoles. All we got to do is just recapture that magic, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you had a really good marketing campaign behind that. You had like the remember the great marketing campaign where like the 2 Japanese guys just show up and like,
we
Oh,
would
I
like to
love that.
play.
would you like to play? That is a legendary advertising campaign. Like, Like that's how you sell your fucking console. It's like, okay, well, we're Japan, we're quirky, we're kids friendly. How we sell it? We're gonna send like 2 weird like Japanese Jehovah's Witnesses to grandma's house. They're like, grandma, you're playing tennis now, grandma, and like, oh, send it everywhere. Such a great ad campaign.
Yeah.
So it's a
I'm
limited
just-
time release. That's seems dumb if it's only gonna be sold for those, but if it's just gonna be like individual releases after, I have no issue with this.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just have a lot of like entitled Nintendo fans who are just doing backlash for it because their little thing wasn't satisfied. Like, I get it, it's 6 months release, but I already know 80% of you are just gonna pre-order it anyways at GameStop or Best
You
Buy.
fucking
and then-
soy boys, you've already pre-ordered it. We know.
Yeah, so quit complaining. And somebody said this. I saw this really good thing where someone said, if you didn't buy it within the 6 months, that means you didn't really care for it. So stop complaining.
Honestly,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like as like a PC gamer, I'm kind of spoiled, because it's like I can leave a game alone and be like, come Christmas, I'll be able to get it on the Steam sale for like nothing. But like, if I want to play something, I'm gonna buy it. Like Crusader Kings 3, it came out, and I'm like, I want to fucking go Deus Vult all over, Europe and go drive out the Muslim hordes out of Europe. Like, I want to do that, okay? So I picked it up. I bought it before it released.
Yeah, and the only thing that I think the downside to it is like, do you want a physical retail copy or do you want digital?
Like, honestly, like, I prefer physical copies just because, I don't know, like, I like my stack
Well,
of discs.
the problem is we're seeing a lot of digital libraries. Is if they are digital release only, what happens is if they're completely yanked from the game, they're gone forever.
Right. Like,
Well, here's another problem, though. Even if you have the physical copy, if, like, what was it? BioShock, right? Originally, when BioShock was released on PC, it had to use this stupid Games for Windows Live service. And when Games for Windows Live, and remember, this is a single-player game, which is why this was so retarded. When Games for Windows Live went down, it was like, oh, by the way, we're not going to make a patch to make the game you bought work. Like, this notion that's, it got yeeted, and we're not even going to fix it. It's like, dude, it would take you literally, like, I don't know, like a day of work to get this to work, and you won't even do that because, well, I mean, the studio's bankrupt as well, but that's more an EA thing.
and I believe 64 is only HD graphics, like up touch scale. It's not going to be widescreen or.
No, question. Is the Super Mario 64 the Nintendo DS version of Super Mario 64 or the original?
No, it's
The original.
Okay.
It's the Mario only, 120 stars.
Because honestly,
yeah.
I liked the Nintendo DS remake of it.
Well, that was like a yeah, that was the one with Yoshi, Luigi,
Right, yeah,
Wario.
Yoshi, you had
Yeah.
Wario, you had Luigi, like, because, like, don't get me wrong, like, I love Super Mario 64, but it was really cool that, like, the certain stars were way easier with different characters, and kind of, like, you interacted with the
Right.
world, like, that was really cool.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, of course,
There's also the mythos of L is real 2401. Apparently, they actually did find recently there was a Luigi model of the inside the files of the M64.
Oh, yeah, no,
game.
because
Yeah.
they've got the source code for it.
They
Yeah.
found
Funny story. Like when the DirectX 10 version of Super Mario 64 dropped, like my dad was really big into Super Mario 64, so I just called up my dad. I'm like, Dad, go Google Mario 64 DirectX 10, and my dad's got 119 stars right now. That's fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah. I think it's great. How many of you have watched the 120 speed runs they do? Like, holy crap!
Like the
to memorize-
backwards long jump and all that.
Right.
Yeah, the backwards to like up the.
Well, usually like
Um,
the no star speed runs they do are pretty crazy, where they go like backwards to the wall and you go straight into Bowser's.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
that's-
to time that jump really good.
Yeah,
Can
I could never do that, like a speed run like that, because it's just like I want to have fun.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Yellow. My bad.
I'm the kind of guy that would literally drag out a battle because the music is so catchy. I'm like, yeah, I could just clobber this boss with just a cheese strategy, but this music is really awesome. So I'm gonna play like I'm a noob and just drag out the fight.
You just
Right.
reminded
I
me.
like-
Thank you so much for playing that theme from Birth by Sleep from the Enchanted Dominion. It was funny, like you played it so well, and I was like, wait, it's fucking from Sleeping Beauty World. But I'm like, no. Like as you're playing, I'm like, I'm not sure, and then then I was like, oh yeah, I can hear it. Honestly, Birth by Sleep is one of the really, really good Kingdom Hearts games, surprisingly.
Yeah, I think for some people, well, I think it's storyline is you have three different characters, but I think what people don't like is the combat system and how like for like a lot of bosses like you have to kind of cheese them because the combat system isn't
Oh yeah, no,
very
you know
optimized.
what's
Yeah.
funny? The secret boss, right? The really ridiculously hard secret
Yeah,
boss. That's like what's his name? He's
yeah,
like
mysterious.
mysterious figure.
It's or
So
young
that
Xehanort because we know that was
right. It's
him
young
time
Xehanort. But
traveling.
like the first time I
Yeah.
fought that, I did not cheese it.
Well,
Like
you
I
can't
kid you
cheese
not.
it.
Like it took me about like a whole day to do it, but like I didn't cheese it. I had to like dodge every attack and like pull off all these ridiculous combos. And then like years later when the Kingdom Hearts 3 was coming, and yes, Big Mac, it did come out. Kingdom Hearts 3 did come out. It was a massive disappointment. But then when I came back, I was like, wait, I just used Thunder Surge the entire fight and it's over? And I did it on the first try because it was so easy.
Well, that's the thing. Like you can play games if you have to basically the only way to beat a boss is to cheese it or just use a cheap strategy. It's not very fun.
That's
Where like
probably bad boss design.
it is.
Yeah.
It is the worst designed fight in the series. Where you have it took the Osaka team, the guys. It took them with the handhelds to realize we need to go back to a similar system that Kingdom Hearts 2 had. Make some
Oh, yeah.
improvements, keep some stuff, and
Yeah.
you have KH3's bosses. Really, I think it's really good design.
I think the
secret
bosses in Kingdom Hearts 3 were good. I think the core system to Kingdom Hearts was the problem. Right? Because, like, you're just too floaty. You never had any reason to, like, parry or counter because you could just kind of force your way through everything. Like,
Yeah, or just jump.
right, yeah, it was missing something. And also, like, the actual story itself kind of just made me like, wait, I waited 15 years for this nonsense? You ever
Yeah,
watch
and I
a dude
heard,
play through all 3 Dark Souls games in a row without getting hit once? That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I bought the limited edition and I read the little like storybook and he's like, yeah, it took me forever how to write this story, and I'm just like, you had 15 years.
You had 15
and-
years to get this down. And then it's like, oh, by the way, we're kind of ending this on a cliffhanger. Like, what do you mean you're ending this on a cliffhanger? We've waited 15 years for this nonsense. Stop doing that.
Well, what they did was they oh yeah, he just linked in the chat. Squala Killer, world's first no leveling 0 hit run Dark Souls trilogy.
Oh wow.
Watch that
That's-
guy. I'm
Yeah,
a pretty
look-
big fan of Dark Souls, and yeah, he does pretty much any of the like Bloodborne Dark Souls games, and he just does a bunch of ridiculous runs, and he actually super chill the whole time, and it's just amazing because it's like a 12-hour like gauntlet that he runs through this thing.
Some
Right.
people were born with ungodly reflexes.
Yeah. So is he gonna do Demon Souls when it comes out on the PS5 then?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
100% sure.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is so like there's the normal speed runs where you use like tips and like you can like level up and you can get like a decent amount of damage and you can do a couple of these like strats. You can't do that when you can't level up and like you can't take any damage, so he has to do some ridiculous shit where he just like stands really far back and throws like bombs at things. And, like, it's really weird.
Are you approaching me?
Pretty much, yeah. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, you have people who do that in KH too. They have like the level 1 speed runs, but the thing is, the game will actually scale your damage to the bosses so that you're not doing chip damage constantly. And they
Yeah,
actually-
and that's what kind of bugged me about doing it, because it's like, really, you're just like one hit killed all the time, right? Like,
Right.
and like it basically just like don't get hit, and like, look, I play games to have fun, not to endlessly try not to get hit.
Right.
Yeah,
And
Like Dark Souls.
Wow.
any others? So there's others like there really is like. Anyone really? Speaking of Mario franchise, what do you guys think about the recent Paper Mario game? I heard
So
people
I
say it was
did play it and stream it. What's it called? It was Sticker
Origami King.
Origami King.
Yeah.
And I will say, it made me feel more things than The Last of Us 2 did. There was legitimately a moment in the game where I was like, no! Like, I was literally, like, sad because a character made a decision, and I was just like, this is a kid's game, Nintendo! What the fuck?
So are we talking about like
We're talking about Bobby, obviously.
no, but I'm
Yeah,
talking about like
press-
sad, like feelings like Last of Us Tall Tales making you sad, like Walking Dead style, or
No, I
Or maybe
mean,
like a
like,
movie
kind
style.
of. It kind of got, like, to that level, because it was just like, it was like, whoa, dude, no. You've been traveling with me for half the game. You can't do this. You can't just go away. and he fucking does it. It's a really Chad move he does, but it's just like it's really sad. And it's like, well, maybe he'll be fine. It's a kid's game, and it's like the game's like, no, he's dead. He's just straight up dead. And then in Last of Us 2, I have to kill like fucking dogs, pregnant women, and like all these people. And then the game will tell me for the next 10 hours, like, look at how bad a person you were. You killed a pregnant woman. I didn't know she was pregnant. You killed this dog that you're gonna play with several times. I didn't know that was that. It just was murdering me. Ugh.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Fall Guys has already sold more in the week than The Last of Us 2 did, so...
I mean, I like Fall Guys.
Same here.
I think it's really good piece of, like, just fun game design. Obviously, I don't co-sign, like, the pause shit that Devolver Digital is doing.
What are they doing?
I think they said some really cucked statements. I don't know exactly what they were. I just know they did.
Well, that's kind of unfortunately the environment we have, where you have wokeism going through basically burning through the business world, because it's becoming basically like this new religion that's really
it is a new religion, and it's hilarious because it's got its popes, it's got its own way to it's got its own exorcism, it's got its not exorcisms, it's got its
ritual ceremonies.
Right, it's got its rituals. You get down, you take a knee. You get down on your knee to show your fealty.
In front of the altar.
Fist in the air.
You see them carrying that black fist, like the statue, and I'm like thinking, are these guys worshiping the calf? Who's going to be the Moses that's coming down with the commandments? Is like, what the heck were you guys doing while I was up there talking to God?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, Johnny, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Abby's not a transgender, but she might as well be with the way that muscle mass is in the zombie apocalypse. It's ridiculous. And then the kid, of course, the kid that Fat Geralt decks in the face. That's such an amazing moment in that game. We're just like, you're like, oh, well, we're the heroes. Good thing. Oh, shit! And Geralt just decks her. And, of course, he dies like 5 minutes later. It's like, oh, come on. You finally gave me someone to root for.
Yeah, then the game tells you oh, Abby's friend is transgender, and even the voice actor's transgender or something like that.
Gosh. And then it's like everyone somehow remembers their pronouns in the entire game. Right? Not even the bad guys misgender this kid. It's like, you're bad guys. Like, why? Like, how does no one go like, oh, by the way, you're a little girl because you're a little girl?
Yeah, and aren't they like some weird religious cult too?
Mm-hmm. Right, they're like this super religious cult, and like somehow they're all like, no one ever goes like, get out of here, you little girl. It's like, no, they're just like, no one misgenders them in the entire game. And it's like, Jesus, Anita, how much influence did you have on this fucking game? Do clickers have special pronouns? I believe it starts with an F and ends with a T. No.
Gotta watch. Gotta hit that toss sticker.
Yeah, the toss. I love the toss sticker. Yeah. I had a friend who did like his first stream on DLive today, and he said the 3-letter version of that word. I was like, dude, I'm hosting you right now.
Yeah. Did you guys see? I did see the Stone Toss sticker comic where it was like, this preacher was saying like, this is how we're gonna get more people to come to service. And
it's a sign that says Black Lives Matter, and then the guy goes, how will this get them to Christ? And the guy just goes, Christ.
Yeah.
Classic. That was
I feel like that's how.
That was the original kind of foray of the woke capitalism. It's like the two guys say, it's like,
how will this sell burgers though? And the guy just goes, burgers.
Burgers? Yeah. Fucking perfect.
It's absolutely perfect. Now, Yellow Lantern, I'd be remiss if I did not ask you the one question I ask of every guest on this show. What was your red pill? What was the moment or the event in your life that red pilled you most?
Oh, well, there's a lot of, I guess I didn't take the full bottle, but there was certain moments I noticed. I think we all know what had happened 6 years ago with the a certain hashtag and a hit piece on games. I wasn't involved in that too much. I just observed.
Are you talking about the pound me too question movement?
The 2 GGs. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
That was something that, I mean, to be honest.
Are you really going to tell me you were Gamergate as well? Drumboy02, what's up?
No,
man?
I didn't.
Okay.
No, not really.
Okay, because
I
I'm
just
about to
think, but
say no, not another one.
Not
A fellow
another
cow.
Gamergate woke
I
woke
didn't pay
up.
attention to it. But like,
That is
I
correct,
just noticed
Alfarius.
there
It
was
is Yellow Lantern, better known as Butters on the kill stream. Here with me, the Ghost, better known as Dark Butters on the kill stream. Sorry, continue. I'm sorry, I can't help
there was
myself.
also, I think, the worst for me personally was the visceral reaction, of course, against the Confederate battle flag, and later that summer, which I just didn't, I never saw this coming. Like all of a sudden, when everyone's like talking, like the whole world, and I'm like, and I little did I know this would cause such a cascade effect where
Well, all the
not only
cuck
would the
rhinos came out against the flag. All the lefties just immediately got lockstop. Oh shit! Omega Pain, thank you for the follow, Omega Pain. Yeah, they all came out all at the same time, right? And they're all like, "Oh, it's a symbol of hatred." All this. And, sorry to interrupt you, but like, I think I understand the hatred for the Confederate flag. It obviously has nothing to do with like the Civil War or notion of slavery. Like that's all just a cover. Like obviously, the people that are pro big government and pro government and invading into your life hate the idea that there was a force that tried to stand up against Lincoln and his tyranny in the U.S. and failed. They don't want they want that memory to be dead forever.
You know
well,
what the
there's
crazy part is? That's not even the real Confederate flag. That's just a battle flag. If I'm right, Butters, am I correct on that one?
well, yeah, it was the it was what had happened with the. Well, I know all about the history of the flags, so. The original first national flag was the three stripes, the red, white, red, and it had the blue canton, and it originally had 7 stars that got more states seceded and joined the Confederate States of America.
Which was their right.
Yeah. So, well, on the first few battles, what happened was there was some problems between the armies. They couldn't distinguish who was fighting for the U.S. Army and who was fighting for the Confederate States Army.
By U.S.,
So,
you mean the Union Army or the
yeah,
Confederate Army, right? Because at this time they were all U.S. citizens, and at the time
well, both Americans.
they
I
were
mean,
all
just
Americans.
different countries, different governments too.
True. Yes,
So,
they had formed a separate government.
so
Chuckle
what
Frog,
happened?
thank you for the lemon. Sorry, continue.
So what they did. So the one of the PT Beauregard asked, "Hey, listen, we need a new flag for the army so that we don't get confused and start shooting each other because there was a bunch of friendly fire incidences that almost happened. They didn't want to, so they went to a design of a design that was in the finalist for the running of the con, but didn't make it. So they squarified it into a battle flag canton, and it proved to be popular with the troops and all the people moving in, and the popularity of the flag increased as time went on, while the national flag started to fall out of favor. So in 1863, they had one with the battle flag canton, and it was a completely white flag. But the problem with that one is that it looked like a surrender flag.
right. That would not be
Yeah.
the
then-
ideal.
Yeah,
Well-
so they added a red bar in the final months of the war, and as the Confederate armies surrendered, and they were forced back into the Union.
Right. They were for. First of all, Chucklefuck, thank you for the lemon. Pepto Bismol, thank you for the lemon. Building the Realm, what's up, man? Thank you for the lemon. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fascinating. I did not know that the original Confederate flag was much more similar to the stars and bars.
Well, and also the first unofficial was the Bonnie Blue flag, which was the Republic of West Florida's flag, which was a brief little because of a border dispute between Spain and the United States. Some people just decided, hey, let's take over some of these counties that comprise of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Western Florida, and just call it a new country. I'm like, yeah, that lasted for about 75 days until the United States was like, all right, I've had my fun.
It
Now
lasts
please
pretty long
rejoin
in
the
Seattle.
Union. But the hardest thing about the flag was, so this comes out like people are stuff. Now, the thing with Nikki Haley, like all these people, is that
They disgust
I
me.
feel like
Nikki Haley
Southerners
and
as
Dan
well.
Crenshaw.
They've become too indifferent. They become indoctrinated. Because one thing I noticed about the flag, the changing, is that much of the culture that people would associate, even prior to the tragic Charleston shootings, is that most characters who would have a flag, like even they'd be seen as either outcasts, like quirky, very kooky. They would not be represented as someone who would be like, hey, I'm just a normal guy. They would associate someone who was lower class, somebody who, of course, looked, somebody you don't want to speak to, things. One of the worst examples was like they did a remake of the 2000 Maniacs. They did it with 2001, which was even worse and crass. So Hollywood was like signal jamming that people with this flag are ignorant, they're stupid, they're stuff like they're not
I mean, that's
things. And
what they think of
so,
everyone. I mean, that isn't,
well,
you know,
yeah.
in their dogma and doesn't just buy everything. You know, like,
Well,
well,
this
you
is
don't want to
what
give your
the
kid hormones? What are you, some kind of bigot, backwards, redneck, flyover? Like, all these words, you know, that they use to demean, you know, just normal people that have very reasonable opinions. Tango, thank you for the lemon, by the way. Sorry, continue.
And so what they did was, you know, they would signal jam. See, this is what, you know, someone said I'm NRX because I mentioned some of their ideas. What I've said, you know, this is what they would call the cathedral, and you know, this
When
decentralized
you say NRX, could you
consensus make.
explain that? Because I don't.
Um, this was founded. So there's a person by the name of Curtis Yarvin who wrote under the pen name Mencius Moldbug, and he was a reactionary writer who looked at. He was a guy who inserted ideas of like, you know, formalism, neo-cameralism.
Hmm.
He had a blog called Unqualified Reservations where he wrote works like on neo-reactionary ideas, like new ways to think about government. You know, he's kind of like he's an absolutist, a sovereign. And so one of the concepts of this come out is this term called the cathedral, because he basically believes that the country of the U.S. is being run by a atheistic, decentralized theocracy, where it's called these centers of power are informal, like they're the academia, they're the press, the entertainment, all these other branches, and they act as society's consensus maker. And he thinks that the true dominant religion of society is not true Christianity anymore. It's this, you know, it's this progressivism, this wokeness that he basically, it's the current thing you see ravaging the West. It's like this offshot of, you
You're,
know, super sect of.
So you're saying it's like this secular kind of cult that's very. I mean, it's very similar to kind of the what goes on in, you know, communist countries, and to it, you know, where like you worship the state basically. But in this case, you worship these institutions. You're not really worshiping them, but they have such an outsized influence that they're able to control culture. You know, like back then it would have been the universities, the news media, you know, these entities we would normally consider private, but are, you know, clearly working with you know, bad people, let's say, to influence our culture. But at the same time, I think the
Yeah.
institutions are corrupt. If you look, you know, at all the different like regulatory branches and like government organizations, they're clearly anti-American citizen and are bureaucratic
Well,
nightmares.
it's also, you can also think of it as that the press is the one controlling the state. The college is control, like it's not like a one-way system. They can
Right, and
both.
it's never been truer today with, like, you know, Twitter is controlling these national sports leagues. Like, I think that Twitter is the arbiter of what can and can't be said and done in sports leagues right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
what?
know, I used to believe kind of this idea that we could have a free internet and things, and now I'm looking like, yeah, this is basically the internet's become a social media cartel where they just censor you frequently based on what they consider is outside of the overturned window.
Right. I mean, and the worst part is it's the banks. The banks are the worst part of this because if you can't get a loan, if you can't open a bank account, holy shit. Like the amount of things you cannot do, you can't get, you can't even really get paid at work. Like you're basically an illegal immigrant in your own fucking country because these banks want you not to be allowed to say what you want to say or do what you want to do. Like it's despicable.
Well, yeah, it's like these people hold you are not a free person if you can't even conduct your business. I mean, look what happened to Dick Masterson. He's
Right.
on a match list for New Project 2. He got put on, like, and he can't, like, he's not going to be able to use that service. He'll never be able to because the banks and the card companies have said you are not allowed to do business with this person.
And what's the most
And it-
controversial thing Dick Masterson has said? Like seriously, like Dick Masterson is not, he's
He's a
not naming
comedian.
leprechauns. Okay, like Dick Masterson is a very entertaining comedian, but like, he's not even like threatening the power structure. They just fucking fucked him because he was trying to help people. He was trying to give people a path to getting. I mean, that's why I really think he got deplatformed because he was giving people a reasonable alternative, to make money and to have a living.
Yeah, and as I said, the reason I think going back, yeah, you have these things, these informal power structures, and another recent topic I brought up was what comes out of this theory is this concept of biological Leninism. This is basically the ruling formula that's been discovered by the left in the West, that they've formulated over time from the distributed Leninist system.
Drumboy02, thank you for the lemons. Now, when you say the biological Leninist system, what do you mean exactly by that?
Well, it comes
Yeah.
from another blog, a guy by the name of, he goes by the name of Spandrel on Twitter. He has a blog. He 3 years or so, he basically formalized that the way in which the left is able to hold all these people together, these coalition of the fringes, because you would think there's so many contradictions. Like, why do the people in the alphabet people, why are they siding with the Muslims?
Yeah, we
Why
don't
is
even have to
this-
go into that. Like, why does it matter if you're gay if gender is just a construct? Like, that should be completely irrelevant. You know, if your if your gender is completely a construct, then why does the wage gap matter? Like, who cares? Your gender isn't even real, okay? Like, you
Yeah,
can be
but
whatever you want to be.
so
Just say
many
you're a
are.
man, and you'll automatically make 23. You know, like all this fucking nonsense they try to like push down. Like they're all about dividing, conquering, separating groups, using them against each other. And it's
Well, this kind of thing is, you have to study how Leninism forms. See, Leninism comes from this idea of that, you know, there's a struggle between the classes, and what Lenin did was something extraordinary. He created a new system of order of class by exterminating the natural aristocracy of Russia and giving all
the
the
czars,
people,
right? He cleared out the
yeah,
czars, and
the royal families,
then he
the
stole all the
kulaks.
property from the landowners, right? And then
Yeah, and what he said, what he said, like, so what he set out to do was he gave power and status to people who had been grievances, who had been losers in society, the low status, and he created a ruling class based on those people by promising them status and positions. In exchange, they would get loyalty. See, in a way, Leninism is, you know, it basically is a way to fix the problems with feudalism and liberalism, whereas feudalism had the loyalty, but it wasn't very efficient. And liberalism is the opposite. It was efficient at getting things done, but there was no loyalty amongst the ruling class. So,
right, and it was very prone to rapid, violent changes.
oh, absolutely.
Right,
Europe
it's very,
in the 19th
very
century was
easy
very
for you to
violent.
lose your head as a leader. So you would obviously you want to take away the risk of them coming for your head.
Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you're saying. So let me say what I think you've said, and I'll have you correct me where I'm wrong. What
Yeah.
you're saying is by taking these people that are aggrieved and were basically nobodies and giving them power, you create kind of this inbuilt loyalty into them that makes them far more loyal than they would in a system where people are, yeah, quote unquote equal. You know, you've made
Yes.
them more equal, and therefore you expect loyalty from them, and they know that you can take away what you've given them just as easily as they
Well,
got it.
it's a sociopathic status maximizing thinking in your brain. That's why people are drawn to things that might give them a better position. So the way in which this is where you kind of think, so how did the West, how did we get to this situation where biological Leninism existed in the West and is currently? Well, basically, in the way, you know, people were pretty wealthy. You know, we had this, you know, people were, you know, living the dream. There were prosperity. Like the middle class working isn't going to revolt against if they're already well content with life. You know,
They're
you
very
can afford
but,
to have
but,
a car.
but here's
you
the
have a
problem,
house,
though.
you can-
I think you're gonna get into this, but the middle class is also very easy to like kind of move. What's the word? Like just kind of like they're easy to nudge because as long as
Yeah.
they're happy and working and can afford rent or can have a home, you know, with a $500,000 mortgage, you know, as long as they can pay that mortgage. You know, they're like, well, you know, my kids can go to school. It's not a very good school, but it's a good school. We may both have to work. We maybe have lower standards of living than we did before. Everything's more expensive, but, you know, it's enough. We're fine. We just don't call me mean names. Let me live my life.
Right, but this is a system. So, what Leninism? So, what the people did is that instead of focusing on class, they started focusing on immutable characteristics of people, and by the time the West had you know, the United States, they went World II, order and peace is enforced. What the Leninisms did, you know, instead of focusing on the class because everyone was, you know, the middle class was growing, we had high wages, they focused on immutable characteristics. You know, let's say like, you know, the West in there, you know, though you had white people as, you know, white men as the patriarchy, they were considered the class enemies, and you just suddenly gave status to everybody else who was low class. You give it to the women. You give it to
you've not only given
non-whites.
status to those non-whites, you've basically given them this group identity, right? You've
Yeah,
grouped them
and
all
you
together
keep-
that like,
and you-
look, you are the oppressed. You are all in this together against this group that we have labeled for destruction. What's up, Ditch? You know, like that's what you've done. You've created this kind of coalition of the nobodies to against
the losers,
right.
the losers, basically.
You think like that? Why do you think the left was so obsessed with movies in the '80s and '90s about look at all these loser kids banding together and having good things happen for them? That was just them prepping us for this bio-Leninism,
Well,
right?
it was even. Well, it goes back even.
I mean
further
that's
than
cultural programming, right? And the fighting
It gets-
against bullying and other things is probably also, I assume, an element of this.
Well, yeah, it's. As I'll explain how the power works is that as you keep going down the list. First, you have people who are sexual minorities and deviants. Then you have the mentally disabled. You have people who are kooky, crazy. The list will keep on growing as you keep going down. What is something that holds somebody back genetically?
Hold
or
on, Pepto Bismol has a
impurity?
statement about this. He says, "No, I'm pretty sure Xehanort created the idea of the nobodies." Sorry, I just had to chime in with that.
That's a good. That's a good one. I love that. Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
continue.
Gotta love the reference.
I love
Yeah,
Chad. Thank you, Pepto.
Yeah.
So what they do is they're able to continue creating this friction. Is that you have these people who are they know deep down they don't deserve the power and know they shouldn't have it, but because they fear losing status and going back and going down the rank, the hierarchy, they don't want to say anything. They want to stay loyal to the party that is giving them status. And this is why we see this leftward drift, because there's kind of a dark idea, well, sort of a dark, kind of a disappointing thing, is that politics itself is a left-wing system.
It is.
Because it's this planned system of where you have to promise loyalty. Politics is where you constantly the only way a political party can ever fully get more is if they have to keep going to the left. You have to keep expanding your electorate, unless, like, as you see this with voting too, we expand the franchise out to so many people, like all of a sudden, like, you keep have to appeal to these people. They might have more
We
interest.
could talk for 12 hours about the 19th Amendment, and we could talk for 12 hours about giving non-landed citizens the right to vote. We could...
Yeah, and it gets to the situation where whereas when you could also see Leninism as a means to power. So once you had people like Stalin and Mao, they got full control. They've stopped their kakistocracies, this coalition of the bad. They put it down. They let the competent people back in, and because of this, the leftism, the power mechanism, it dissolves. Cthulhu stops swimming left because this power has stabilized. No more new ideas are introduced. They start consolidating, and they stop. Like,
Right. Well, but at that point, they have the competent people they want. They have the thugs they need to keep the normal people in line, and no one can fight back at that point.
yeah. Which is also the problem in the West, is that we haven't really gotten to that point. Leftist parties don't always hold power in democracy. Sometimes they lose it because they go absolutely bonkers, as we're seeing right now.
As we saw in
the
2010 was the perfect example of this. Right, they had ascendancy. They had a supermajority in the Senate. They had control of the House, and I'll ask him about that in a sec. And they had the presidency. And what did they do? They could have tried to pass sweeping gun control. They could have packed the Supreme Court. There's all kinds of things they could have pushed for. But all they focused on was taking control of 1/5 of the U.S. economy, which is no small feat, mind you. Right? Like, I mean, taking over the healthcare system and just demeaning it and diminishing it and making it worse is no small feat. But it cost them all their political capital. And we are very fortunate that they completely burned it. Oh, shit. Mike the Furry Cat, thank you for the host as well. But before you respond to that, also, Lotus DI, thank you for the diamond. Cheers, indeed to you, sir. Lotus DI asks, what do you think of Nick Land?
Oh, yeah, him. Yes, the original guy of Acceleration is the Dark Enlightenment. I haven't read too much about Land. I know he's on Twitter, sometimes commenting on things. I know he has had some interesting ideas about, like, what the future could hold. Are we going to merge with capital? Are we going to merge with tech? Are we going to, are we going to have this, is there going to be a super state of Chinese, technology roaming the planet?
Have a good night, Johnny Medieval. You bring that up. It's not really a theory I have, but I think just in practice that, like, all of these technology companies have always had in their mind, I think since probably like 10 to 20 years ago. Like, I think Apple, Amazon, and Google and these big tech companies, their entire business model is and has always been to be the, I guess, the private arm of the surveillance state. You know, I think
Well, yeah.
Google always intended to control what people did and didn't see, right? Like, because they knew that the First Amendment protections actually do work to a decent degree. You know, it's not like the Fourth Amendment they just wipe their ass with, right? You know, people will riot over the First Amendment. People will
Well,
absolutely flip. I mean, to an
it
extent.
depends.
But that's why they don't attack it directly. Sorry, except for like dumb Republicans passing anti-BDS measures that are completely unconstitutional and have no
Well,
place in our fucking society.
I don't think even the Constitution has worked, because you remember free speech was actually a felony not even 10 years after the Constitution was ratified with the Alien and Sedition Acts, where it was illegal to criticize the president, members of office. People could go to jail for just saying, I don't think the president is doing a good job, even 10 years after the amendment was passed.
Right.
But
But
just,
we were at war.
it's
at the
not
time.
enough.
And for a while, the court did strengthen the protections of the First Amendment afterwards. But they dealt it its biggest blow with the fire in a crowded room ruling concerning the draft.
Yeah.
In the modern war, I guess, if you call the early 1900s the modern age.
Yeah, I think the early modern age starts around, well, as we know it, the world order of, I think, after 1945.
That's fair. I think that was when the modern
So
power structure was established.
We're down the slope, so yeah, back to what I said, the original. Yeah, the Blitzkrieg on the battle flag from back in 2015 was the first sign. And then, subsequent this kind of calmed down for a little, because we had more things covering, like Trump's election kind of sidelined the debate. Then it started coming back in 2017 when New Orleans removed the statues to, Robert E. Lee, and then, Jefferson Davis, P.T. Beauregard, and others. Then people started to, wonder. And then, of course, Charlottesville, that rally that I still think was a bad idea for people to do, that started kicking back the monument debates. And what had happened was,
I don't think we earned anything from Charlottesville.
No,
I think we just let a bunch of feds lead a bunch of people into an obvious Fed trap, and as you see from all the violence going on today and the complete refusal for anyone to condemn, people being murdered in the streets, buildings burned, homes destroyed, we got nothing out of it. We earned nothing. All that we got were just a bunch of spurgs marching in the street and one dude being wrongly prosecuted for trying to save his own life.
And the whole thing is, it's like, you guys are a dissident movement. How did dissidents survive in the Soviet Union? Did they literally go up and march on the Kremlin and say, with their flags, Russian imperial flags, like, yes, we are the dissidents. We want to bring you down. You will not replace, like, what are you
Stalin's just like, laughing his ass off. Like, you fucking morons. Round them up.
Yeah.
Round them up.
They'd probably be shot on sight.
Oh, yeah. There, they'd shoot them on sight. Here, it's just like, we'll use our Pravda to just defame and destroy them, prevent them from being able to get a loan, prevent them from being able to have any place in polite society, not allow them to have any platform.
Yeah, so if you're going to have this, if you feel like you got to be smart. You can't just make it open. You cannot
work out in the open. You have to work very carefully, and you have to work just on like a personal level, and just like.
And the worst thing is you become the villain that the system wants.
Right, the system needs you to exist to propagate its insanity. You are like what was it? You're basically like Oceania in 1984. You're the imaginary threat that they need to justify their tyranny.
Point. You're the villain that they need, not the one that they deserve. It's like the literal opposite of what.
Right. You're their cartoon villain. Like James Fields is their cartoon villain of a racist. All right. Like he's their idol. They worship that he exists, or that they could tar him the way they did.
Or it's Richard Spencer too.
Oh, Richard Spencer is a perfect example of controlled opposition. All right, and he's perfectly welcome to come on this show and refute this statement. But like the amount of press coverage, I'm not gonna say the full name of him because I'm on DLive, but a certain group that has 2 M's in their name, I think, said it best in one of their AMAs. And they said, if you want to know who the truly dangerous people are, look at the ones they don't talk about. And I think that's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
No one's afraid to talk about Richard Spencer. He's a spurg He's a spurg. He's a loser, as we can tell from private conversations, and he has tons of purchase. Like CNN will put him on television. He can rent out an event for his conference. Okay, what does that tell you? I mean, come on, men's rights activists can't rent out a fucking like gymnasium at a college, where Richard Spencer can put on an event in Washington D.C. Fucking no, you're not going to convince me that that's legit at all.
Yeah, and so the whole thing with that is, it kickstarted. People started attacking monuments more, and now we have a situation now. My state of Florida has been really hit hard by this. We have lost monuments in places like Pensacola, Jacksonville, Pulaski, St. Augustine. Lakeland. Fort Myers. Florida's been hit pretty hard by this. I mean, our Senate seal used to have the 5 flags of Florida. Now it's down to just 2. And it comes, there's other, the worst recent loss, the big one was seeing the monuments in Richmond Avenue getting taken down, except for Lee, and the state of Mississippi, losing its state flag, which had the Confederate battle flag emblem in it since 1894, and was reaffirmed by a referendum in 2001, but this time, nope, not allowed to vote on it. We got to change it.
Well, Butters, I'm a Californian, so we get referendums every few years. We get referendums every 2 years for our elections, and we're California. We're the most paused state in the union, right? We have like the most leftist state, one of the most leftist states out there. Have you heard of Prop 8?
Yeah, that was the one where you decided to vote to whether
we all agreed that marriage was between a man and a woman, okay? And it won by Geeky. It won by like 20% or something. Like, it was a pretty convincing margin. All right, Geeky's muted.
I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah. So, but Prop 8, wasn't it like 60-40 the vote for Prop 8? Defining marriage as between a man and a woman.
I think it was 65-35.
Yeah, no, like it was like a stunning rebuke, because we're California, okay? We have LA, we have San Francisco, we have like some of the most paused people in this entire fucking country, and still we're like, no, hold on, marriage between a man and a woman.
I mean, we're like that with the death penalty. California will never vote that death penalty away for some reason. We actually
right. Even though our governor refuses to execute anyone, he's just I'm giving a stay of So this is something we've learned as Californians for years, because as you know, the big turning point in California was, I think it was a '96 law where we decided and we passed as like a democratic initiative that was like, hey, illegal immigrants cannot get welfare. Right? Seems reasonable, right? They're non-citizens. They're breaking the law. Perfectly reasonable. The court said, no, you can't enforce that. So once again, the will of the people was absolutely, look, we're not going to run in and mow down illegal immigrants. However, we're also not going to pay them to be here. And one single progressive judge was able to just say, nope, gone. Supreme Court wouldn't hear it.
Federal judiciary is pretty corrupt too. I think it was bad system even when it came in 1789. One of the things I mentioned on the Ralph Tour was the first bad law in the United States was the Federal Judiciary Act of 1789, because the Section 25C4, what it did is that it allowed the state appellate courts decisions like in state Supreme Courts and even state laws to be heard in federal appellate courts as a negative, as that they can be overruled. Now, when the people, the ratifiers, sold the document to the states to be ratified, they said your state laws and your state Supreme Courts would not be overturned by the federal courts, because the federal courts will only deal with federal laws or cases that span multiple states and various disputes between the parties, not like interdisputes. But this was a lie, because that's it's a fun thing,
That lasted long, didn't it?
Yeah, no, that's why the Confederates never wanted to organize a Supreme Court because of this process, because they were wary that the court was getting more and more powerful. Like, first there's southern states actually what they tried to do, like in Richmond, they tried to reduce the ability for the what you could appeal to the courts, and so you wouldn't have decisions like Mulberry versus Madison or McCulloch v. Maryland or gambling stuff. It was very decentralized, and of course this all dies with the loss of the Civil War, as our states start gradually losing all of our powers. Even Woodrow Wilson admitted, like in his document Congressional Government, he basically said like states' rights is pretty much dead. Like the courts will always rule against a state trying to assert itself. In most cases, like the court is becoming this. And as you said, how many times, for example, the South too. Like you looked at the referendums. all the southern states, they banned gay marriage too, by crushing majorities, even in some of these blue areas, because it turns out one of the things white Southerners and black Southerners agreed upon was that marriage was between a man and a woman. They did not differ on that too much.
It's always kind of a comforting thing when you look at the social views of African Americans in the South, especially. They very much are, they're very. It's kind of like, well, look, these are the people that are like you're allying with, and they absolutely don't think you have a right to get. I mean, it's such a dumb discussion. Oh, the government gives you the right. No, the government doesn't give you the right to get married. Okay, like this whole gay marriage debate is just dumb on its face. Okay, that like you're so insensitive. You need the government to go bully a church to like marry you or give you like special treatment. It's like,
well, it's another church that they're
right. They worship a very different church. That is 100% true.
Well, and there's the idea of, I think one of the chapters Mulbug had was this idea of the living constitution, where these people had this this unprincipled exception that they would keep on expanding the definition of the thing, like the American public wasn't ready for abortion yet, but we'll manipulate the procedural outcome. We'll start injecting this idea into the culture to make it more acceptable. Then all of a sudden, boom, yeah, Roe v. Wade, it's legal now. And all these others.
Yeah.
And then for Roe, actually, in the end, never got the abortion. Actually, became an anti-abortion activist.
She did become a massive anti-abortion activist.
Yeah, and pro-life too. That's
very pro-life.
Pro-life. You don't want to use the enemy's terms too much. This is why. This is the worst. I think we should finally kill the Dems are the real racist kind of rhetoric.
Yeah, we all agree on that, Butters.
We
all agree that this is a dumb argument that doesn't win anyone over. Like, it's a dumb argument. It doesn't matter. We should focus on truth and not. You cannot defeat the enemy if you use his terms and you use his language. Or sorry, if you use Zim or Zer's terms and language, you will never win. You will just be caught in the mud with a bunch of retards, and these retards are used to doing this, so they're better at it than you.
Well, wasn't there like a South Park analogy to that when Kyle tries to help Mr. Hanky, which was like, oh, you just ended up with a bunch of poo on your face, but you just helped a piece of poo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to basically reject their consistent constructivism of language as well as their moral framing.
Right. They show you a 7-year-old boy in a dress and go, "This is a woman," and you say, "No, fuck that. That is a boy. Every single chromosome in his body is telling him he's a male." You whine and cry about your freaking global warming studies and all your other nonsense, all right? And then as soon as it's like, look, everything in science tells us this is a human male, all of a sudden it's like, well, it's whatever it wants to be. No, it's not. That's a man.
It's also child abuse.
It is child abuse. It is 100% child abuse. They are literally they're abusing that child and sterilizing it. Like, it's disgusting.
Well, back to California, you saw the laws they passed. The same lawmaker that got it.
Right, the same guy who made. I'll take this one over, Lancer. The same lawmaker that made spreading HIV knowingly, not just spreading it, but knowingly spreading it, not a felony. Because this guy, with the name Wiener, surprise, surprise, I guess he's named after what he eats. So he makes this law that makes it not a felony to spread a debilitating, life-destroying disease that completely ruins your life. Okay, let's be honest. Let's not mince words. All these retards saying like, "Oh, HIV." No, it's fucking terrible. Okay, you're a slave to a bunch of cocktail of drugs your entire life. Like, you can't just have normal relations. It absolutely destroys anyone's life. And now, yes, I understand where the reasonable person might come to, is that this law already exists for vaginal sex, right? And they just wanted to spread it to oral and anal. But this notion, the original law where it's like the child can consent is just absurd, okay? Because children are the property of their parents and cannot consent. You cannot violate someone's property. That's my principal view on this. It's fucking ridiculous.
Plus, their brain's not even fully developed.
Yeah,
right.
Children
years.
can't consent. They can't consent to this.
Right.
They're not smart enough to realize.
But people always ask me, what's the libertarian argument? It says that children are your property, okay, until they're adults. They are your property as a parent. You are responsible for protecting them, feeding them, and taking care of them. 100%. And you do not violate someone's property. There you go. That's a libertarian argument against that degeneracy. Sorry, continue. Yeah, no. So this law. Sorry, I'll go. Yeah, this law basically is a way to protect gay pedophiles from the consequences of their actions. You know, so that basically they'll be let off for their crimes as long as they properly groomed their victim. Is effectively what this law is codifying, right?
Yeah, because it's got to be a 10-year gap. So
Yeah,
they gotta keep it
yeah. So
short.
it's like within 10 years, it's like they have to. I don't know how you prove that the child could reasonably consent. It's just it disgusts me. But basically, it's basically like a pro-grooming law. It's saying like if you're going to be a pedophile, you better groom them. Yeah, you're right, Lester Kane. Gay pedophiles. Why am I repeating myself? Yeah, excellent point, Lester.
That's yeah. You have this, you know, the Californias. They also might leave the union if Trump is elected. You know, I don't know how you feel about that, Doc. I don't know how you feel about that, Ghost. Would you seriously consider packing it up and moving to another state if that happens? Or
Honestly, I think.
would you go down with the ship? As you know,
Would
as
I
it
go
goes?
to? No, I'm not going down with this ship. I think in 4 years I'm gonna go move to Japan and live as an expat there, and spend my political energy and time trying to keep Japan from taking in more immigrants.
Ugh.
You know,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
I
Close
want.
the door behind yourself. Sounds good.
close the door
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah,
Rock
exactly.
the door.
No, fucking. That's exactly the case. Like, no, slam the door behind me. Live as a good citizen. Don't break laws. Don't try to. Don't make them have to accept my values. Just go. Look, I just want to live in peace. You know, like you have the right not to serve me here. I'm not a citizen of your country. You don't have to make me a citizen. I just want to live here in peace. Leave me alone. You know.
Right.
But-
Yeah, I think the thing with California though is like, I still have the fear that since everyone's leaving, it's gonna flip eventually, but it's got to be like maybe 10 or 20 years. I was just at I was actually at work today, and then I go to a local businessman, and they're a lot of people are flipping red because of this lockdowns and coronavirus and the laws. Like,
Well, they've seen their businesses destroyed by
Based
their
and
businesses-
Gaijin pill. Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, I think the one light of hope here, Yellow Lantern. And I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. My autism makes me interrupt.
No.
Everyone.
Hey,
But-
it's two autists fighting over here. Control the mic.
Exactly. But the way I see it is suburban voters, I think, obviously aren't going to flip the state because, the numbers are completely out of favor for the right. They've imported enough voters and they have a big enough fraud to win no matter what they want. But I think I think the left is going to lose a lot of suburban districts throughout the country. I think there's going to
Well-
be a lot of white women which would normally be relied upon to vote Democrat that are going to just go either stay home or vote right because they don't want large housing projects built in their neighborhoods. They don't want their $1 million, $800,000, homes to go down in value, that they owe $600,000 on. Like, I think that's the one like kind of bright spot from all this civil unrest.
right, like my friend brought this up. Like, he wouldn't be surprised if. So he just bought a house in LA, and he said it's worth about $400,000 right now, but they're gonna fix it up to make the property value go up. He's pissed that he's been paying his mortgage all day because during the whole rent pause. He feels like California might just make a new law to just forgive everybody because we're having a massive eviction crisis going on right here. How would you feel if that happened, Ghost?
You're saying if they
Or-
forgave mortgages?
How people aren't paying their mortgages and rents, and they're just gonna forgive them for it because COVID. And
I mean, my parents own the family home, and I'm
Mhm.
paying rent, so it's like I don't know what like. I paid my rent the last few months because I've been. I mean, well, why would I not? Like, like I'm working. Like this notion that you just wouldn't pay rent because other people are out of work just seems insane. But you're saying they're gonna forgive like entire mortgages?
I could he could see them doing that. Like he could see it's not a law. This is just speculation. So don't take this as
You're
shock.
you're not talking about like the whole balance,
Well,
right?
Well, can I give an example real quick where we've already seen them attempting to do this and why it would make sense that
You're
they're
talking about
trying
the
to apply
student
it
loan
here?
debt issue that they're trying to push.
Yeah. Well, so they've already been trying to do this with with tuition. They've been trying to do this with colleges for a while, right? So it would make sense that they've brought this up as a new problem, and it's just another way that they can push out more free gives. So it makes a lot of sense that they would attack that vector.
But where am I going to get my Air Jordan? Oh, shoot, we got a diamond. Lunas with a diamond says, what other Asian countries would you go, Ghost? The answer, Lunas, is none of them, and that's because I don't speak their languages, and I don't really want to have to learn it. Korea would be just from like I guess like a I guess, an aesthetic perspective, but my problem with Korea is that they're a bit more globalist than Japan, and they have massive drinking problems. And Luna's thing for the ice cream as well. Vietnam's still kind of developing. China's an authoritarian hellhole. Hong Kong probably isn't going to be Hong Kong for long. Taiwan, you have some of the problems of China, but like, I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of cuties in Taiwan. I'm not gonna lie, but like, I don't know. Taiwan, I don't really want to be at like a future flashpoint. Australia would be an interesting choice, or New Zealand, but they're kind of getting paused very slowly.
Oh,
Not the
yeah.
Philippines. I really don't
Have
want
you
to go
seen
to
those videos like of people getting dragged out of their homes because they said an anti-lockdown post and they're getting like visits from the cops?
Yeah, no, it's
And
just it's
yeah.
fucking despicable.
you know,
But yeah, to answer your question, it's just Japan because I speak the language to a decent degree. I love the culture. I understand the culture, and I think I could live comfortably without, being too much of invading. I could like keep to myself. I think I could be a part of a community. I could run like a restaurant or some kind. But I think I could definitely integrate well. I saw lots of well, there isn't that many immigrants, fortunately, in Japan. But I remember there was a couple Chinese guys. They opened up this really nice like rice restaurant there. There's this really attractive like older half Japanese, half Russian woman that ran like a Russian restaurant. And there's actually a surprising number of Koreans in Japan. They're actually the largest minority there, and they run some decent Korean restaurants and Korean barbecue places there. But definitely only Japan.
there's
seen
also. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I did see some Turks when I went to Japan too for that 2 weeks. Like a lot
I
of Turks
did. There
experience.
was some kebab places there. I wasn't a big fan of the Turks there. They kind of were very rude. I did meet actually surprise geeky. I met like a Mexican couple. Well, not a couple. It was like a Mexican guy who married like a Japanese woman, and they ran like a burrito joint in Harajuku that was actually really good. And oh my god, their daughter was very attractive. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Would you? Is that a would you would you bang? Would you not bang? Kind of post is what Spandrel likes to do half the time on his on his timeline.
I mean, the half Latino, half Japanese woman. If she was here, yes. There, no. I've got much better choices.
See.
No
Well,
offense,
back
geeky.
to more demographic shifts. Who raise your hands? How do you think the cities are going to basically be done for? They're going to tank. The cities where these riots have happened, and just in general, the cities are going to basically be the idea of the mega city visiting is done, basically.
I think they'll survive, and I think that like that people aren't at cities because they want to be at cities. People are there because that's where the jobs are, and the jobs they want to be like centrally located.
Yeah.
But like I don't see I can see them getting hollowed out, and a lot of people moving to the countryside.
Yeah, well, I kind of think cities are going to be tanking because, you have the lax law enforcement where they're either defunded or there's a power struggle as, the blue empire of the government siphons from the red empire and just keeps on losing. Whereas you'll have people packing up and leaving because they don't want to be in an unsafe area where crime flourishes. And, these lockdowns, people are now working from home. They realize they don't actually need to be at these big skyscrapers or these office spaces that are not as compelling.
And you're absolutely right about that. And I hope that someday, initially when I moved to Japan, that I can just work, in an American company just remotely, right? Just never have to return home and just, live there as an expat. And then, eventually integrate better in society and find a job actually within the country itself.
Yeah, and the worst thing is, of course, the people who are running the cities, are they going to learn from this?
No,
they're probably gonna keep
no.
spiraling.
What you don't understand, what I think you understand, but you're giving them too much credit for is that, like, all of this rioting is planned. All of this civil unrest. I mean, come on. The riots in Kennesaw were clearly about the fact that the current president of the United States was accepting the nomination, and they wanted the optics of the president accepting the nomination while a city is burning. A city he has very little control over.
Well, the thing is, I think.
Oh, Grandma 2 is asking who the guests are. I'm talking to Yellow Lantern, better known as Butters, from a good caller from the Killstream. Amazing. Is it a viola or a violin?
Well, both. Violist, violinist, and pianist.
Okay, so the amazing violinist, and pianist, Yellow Lantern Butters is here. I am here, of course, with my co-host, Fed Zeppelin, and my time-to-time co-host, The Geeky Gardener. And later tonight, Andy Worski of DLive.tv/subculture will join us after he's done with his show. Sorry, please continue.
Well, yeah, something about the chaos is I think this goes back to that bio-Leninism they have. you look at the Antifa people, the screenshots that you see from Portland or these riders, you're like, Jesus, they're ugly. They look like they're like
It's the
one step
losers.
below. They're like one step below a U.S. United States post office worker. You have these people
Oh,
like.
you're absolutely
Smirch the
right.
post office workers like that, honestly, because they're
Or
honest, we're hardworking people. These are just people that are actually like mutilating themselves. They're making themselves as ugly as they are on the inside, on the outside. It's a compulsion.
Yeah, what's that? If physiognomy check
Physiognomy, I
is like,
think, or
yeah, physiognomy, and then you have these people, but the problem is these people can't be gotten rid of because they're basically semi-state sanctioned marauders. They're
yeah.
allowed to basically do this until they go a little too crazy, and they're like, all right, state police coming in, shoo them away.
Well, isn't it
Whereas,
amazing that right after everyone got a check for doing literally nothing, we had a whole bunch of civil unrest and people that were just rioting in the streets. Everyone had rent canceled for a few weeks. Everyone had all their responsibilities canceled. This ridiculous Modelo outbreak that kills almost no one and is just a minor inconvenience for any of us in this call or anyone near our age, and murders literally old people that are older than the average age of death.
well, yeah, COVID is not going to. It's not going to. We saw the CDC say like the virus itself is not going to kill you. It's if you have a pre-existing health condition, if you're old or weak, you need to be isolated. But the
Right,
rest of
the
us,
mask
we should just
slipped
go back
there.
to our lives. Like we didn't need to destroy these governors. Is there any way these people are going to face accountability for their actions?
Absolutely not. Gavin Newsom will be elected every year without fail until he retires. Not Cuomo. Cuomo will be elected every year without fail. Absolutely.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's
Question
funny.
for you, real quick. Do y'all see any similarity between the like we were talking about earlier, how they make this boogeyman out of Richard Spencer, but they have all of these agents that essentially these Antifa members that they're holding in, and they're making them do all these crimes essentially, and they're sanctioning them. But then whenever they're useless, they'll just turn them in. They'll say like, okay, we have a boogeyman here, we can get rid of this one. You can make an example out of them.
Well,
They're ready to go, pre-packaged sort of thing. And like, do y'all see how they kind of do the same thing there? And it's almost it's even more disgusting because they're just grinding up their own people when they don't matter anymore. They just go to the glue factory.
Yeah, but I don't really feel bad for these hardened criminals and pedophiles that they sent, after like
Oh,
Kyle.
I mean,
I don't feel bad
it's
for
just
the
you could-
people. I
Oh,
find it
also,
disgusting that they would do it to their own people.
I'd like to bring up there is a Christian fundraising site. I believe it's like Give, Strive, Go. That is raising money for Kyle Rittenhouse's legal fund. Now, I understand he's got a very good lawyer and he's going to probably do well, but if you'd like to contribute to someone that's, rightfully defended themselves against a pedophile and some criminals, please contribute what you can to help the family, because we never know if they will get a favorable or unfavorable judge, and they may really not be. They may not recoup their legal fees.
Be careful though, because if you have Discover Card, they will block your transaction doing that.
Oh,
Doing
great.
that with Discover Card.
I know. I was gonna say like as a payment.
Also,
processor,
don't have a Discover card.
Yeah, like you.
The
are
only
not free,
place I've ever
unfortunately.
been able to use a Discover card was Japan.
Yeah, you see, Kyle Rittenhouse's bond is like $2 million. Like,
Yeah.
below Eighth Amendment, like this is
Yeah,
like,
right. Cruel and unusual punishment, if I recall, right?
Well, and this applies to setting excessive bail too. Like,
Yeah, but you don't understand, Yellow Lantern. He's an enemy of the state. He
Yeah.
proved that the state's monopoly on violence wasn't enough to protect you, and that a citizen could do it much better, much more efficiently, and much more quickly. Like, he threatened their very institution.
well, yeah, and he also was a threat to the cathedral's narrative. Like, something that is really going is like the cathedral is going overdrive on the narratives, and it can't keep its story straight. Nobody is. How many people are actually buying this idea that these rioters are a bunch of white supremacists, or this is the biggest threat, or this is sanctioned, this is something I've noticed is that the cathedral is starting to crack a little bit on its narrative control, and it's also getting a little too high off its own supply of bioleninism. Because
Yep.
ultimately what happens is that it's Dysongenic. Like, you can't let these freaks run the show for so long because all
Wait,
of a
did you say
sudden nothing's gonna
dysgenic or
work.
did you mean dysgenic?
Dysgenic?
Sorry,
Yeah.
okay. Not
Dysgenic.
absolutionism?
Yeah, it's you
Sorry,
can't have this.
absolutionismist.
It wasn't $8 million. It was $2 million. Omega Pain.
It's absurd. He should not
It's
be. He
silly.
should not be charged. The evidence of. I mean, the evidence of the case clearly proves that he's innocent. And I mean, yeah, I understand. You know, they want to go through the whole legal process, but like, once someone's pulling a gun on you and attacking you, or swinging the trucks of a fucking skateboard at your head, I think you're perfectly justified in mowing that person down. I have no qualms
know.
about that.
I think it is a great, unfortunately, this is a lot of the average American has been going through psyops. We would all meme that maybe coronavirus was a bioweapon that got out. Perhaps the real weapon that was used was the psychological weapons put on us.
Well, no, you're right. Because here's what I'll say. Coronavirus, Modelo, as I call it, because it fucking YouTube gets pissy on my archive. I think that the whole thing, like, the response is the hoax. The virus is 100% real, right? Like, there is a virus. It has bad outcomes for old people. It, is a it's a coronavirus of some kind that seems to be very related to, the old SARS epidemic, because, it's SARS COVID-19. But like this response, that's like every fucking day the story keeps changing. It was like, oh, it can't be spread. As soon as it's here and infecting everyone, oh, by the way, it was the whole time. And we were all supposed to believe that, oh, they really just... No, they knew the whole time. But the Chinese, who I think personally, I think they let it out by accident. I think they were experimenting on it, and I don't think they finished it. But I think that someone, like, forgot to wash their hands. Some woman didn't put the cap on a jar, as Dick Masterson colorfully says. And, like, did that, went out, and infected... Yeah, it's like Resident Evil, infected, like, the whole city. And China basically said, okay, hold on. This is going to fuck us over. This is absolutely going to wreck us. So what we're going to do is make sure that it spreads around the world. And we all know that China holds an outsized amount of influence over the World Health Organization, right? They can prevent them from getting funding. They can prevent them from, achieving their goals. And that means that their executives won't get paid. And that's why they will do their bidding, obviously. Now, they said, hey, make sure that this spreads to America and wrecks them. Make sure this spreads to Europe and wrecks them. Make sure this spreads everywhere, that people travel. And it's like, okay, and that's why they were like, no, it can't spread. It can't spread communally. No. Oh, wait, it can. It definitely can. And, like, within, like, a course of about, like, a month or two, where they were saying, oh, it's no big deal. You're just a bigot. Oh, you're just doing anti-China bigotry, trying to close it off. And then it was like, oh, my God, we're all going to die within a day.
The coronavirus is, like, it's like the example of how so much of ours irrationally function. Like everyone, when people did start taking it, like the media did, they started, let's do the ventilators, and now people are like, no, the ventilators, that's the wrong thing to focus on. It's the masks, or it's the distancing.
Right. No,
and then people said, we need to lock down. We need to basically shut down the economy. I'm like, well, wait, look at countries that didn't do these lockdowns. They're fine. They had low death rates. Look at Sweden. Minimal damage to economy, no lockdowns.
Well, you look at Sweden, you look at the Netherlands, and, like, it's funny. There's a channel on YouTube I watch, and it's, like, this Dutch family that has, like, dachshunds. And they're just, like, they have, like, these dachshund puppies, and they just, like, they go around, and it's, like, you see them, like, they're recording their everyday life. They're just, like, walking around, like, it's no big deal. Everyone's fine and happy there. And here, like, if you talk to anyone on the left, like, I have, like, an uncle on the left, and he comes over, and he's got, like, full mask on, like, the full face shield. And, like, I go to hug him, because he's my uncle, like, I love my uncle. And it's like, even though my uncle's an idiot, I still love my uncle. I go up to hug him, he's like, no, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're going to get me killed. Oh, no. And it's like, dude.
I know.
I barely left the house in the last few weeks. Where would I get infected?
Well, the worst thing, and not only this, as we saw, the same health officials that scorned people for maybe not following their advice, they do a 180 and think systemic is the big disease to fight. So they basically destroy their credibility by telling people to go protest, it's fine.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that joke image where it's like chance of spread, and it's like, oh, you mask, and like everything, both people mask, like only 10% chance, like no mask, like 90%, and it gets like, you're saying BLM, it's like 0%.
And then the crazy part is, they pay the hospitals ridiculous amount of money to input corona patients and put them on ventilators.
Well, right.
like-
No, Geeky, you get right to the heart of it, okay? Like, if you know anything about, like, Medicare and Medicaid, like, reimbursement rates are fucking shit. Like, the government scams, like, all the hospitals and pays them, like, pennies on the dollar. And still, of course, the procedure's still fucking bankrupt, even with all this nonsense. But they basically said the government was dumb, and they're like, oh, we're going to reimburse every dollar you do for coronavirus. So, like, you tell this to a hospital, right, that needs to make money. Like, wait a minute. So, we're not even punishing our patients, you know, by saying they were treated for corona, right? We're not even punishing our patients. We're literally just taking more money from the government. Like, of course you get overreported. And then you have the stories from, like, Fox 11 in Orlando saying, like, there's test facilities that had, like, 100, 80, 90% test positive rates. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And then, of course...
Yeah, then it's a false positive.
Right, no, and exactly. And then I you know, have a family friend, a good family friend, and she tested positive, but it was a false positive, right? She got tested once and then tested again, and it wasn't... It's like, come on. Really? Are you telling me that something this deadly, right? That, like, come on, it's how can you not have your test down unless you were doing it intentionally? If you were intentionally doing this to make things look worse than they are.
Exactly. I mean, the virus is real. I mean, my grandma got it and she recovered from it, but still, the whole, like, it took 3 tests to finally get a negative result.
Yeah.
Well, you have also these people, you know, and of course, you know, yeah, people in sports, of course, I think a lot of us have decided to turn off the sports because the woke capitalism has infected that place too.
I have as well. I've turned off sports ball. Like, I've just been like,
they're
no.
the ones, they started bullying companies like, move this Confederate statue or we'll boycott you, or Mississippi, take down your state flag or we'll boycott you. And, you know, they started bullying. This happened, I think, in 2016 when North Carolina had that law where they, you know, they stopped, you know,
The transgender basketball.
Right.
the NBA started bullying them. And I'm like thinking, you know, you guys have athletes at peak, you know, you would it's so weird how, you know, even sports you know, bioleninism would never work with sports because sports select for the best athletes the best.
Right. Sports
You know,
are merit based. Like, they're just
Yeah,
100%.
actually,
Like,
so-
can you dunk a basketball? Can you hit a 3-pointer? Can you throw the ball 60 yards in a straight line? Can you hit a ball 400 feet? Can you throw a ball 100 miles per hour? All these things are how you succeed in sports.
Yeah, I mean,
Question for you: how would you feel if you were like, this was your prime, like this was when you were like your prime, you like just got out of college, you're gonna get drafted for, let's say, football, and then all of a sudden the coronavirus happens? Like, can you imagine like the devastation? Like, if you could see your life arc without this whole Modelo thing going on, and then you could see what it is now.
You
how
know,
pissed would you be?
honestly, I think this is actually good for those young
Well, it's
guys
pissed
in the
off.
draft. I think
Uh,
they might actually have to get a
Oh.
real job, and by the time, like, they're ready to get drafted in the league, like, they might have, like, a better appreciation for, like, earning a paycheck and might manage
Sure.
their money better.
Right,
Yeah.
but imagine they don't have that many skills, and I imagine it would be much harder for them to find work right now.
Yep.
Or
I
they
mean-
might fall out of shape. Like, there's a bunch of shit that could happen that'd be absolutely detrimental.
Yeah, but I don't care. I
I
really don't care, just to sound
Oh yeah,
callous.
yeah.
You
Well,
know, it's
don't
like,
get me wrong.
okay, you're basically taking up spots at, like, this horrible leftist institution called college that everyone else needs to get ahead in life. You're basically wasting a spot there, right? And then
Yeah.
other spots are being wasted by foreigners who pay an exorbitant rate, you know, which isn't so bad with private universities, but it's really bad at public universities because it's like, well, wait a minute, hold on. I spent my whole life paying into this stupid system funding this university, and now you're telling me that, like, if I have kids, you're gonna give up their seat for some foreigner that pays like an extra $5,000 a semester? Fuck you.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to argue for their existence. I'm not trying to argue that they're good people. I'm saying
I'm not saying
if
they're good or
this
bad
is, like-
people. I mean, they're kids.
Well,
Like,
yeah, that's
they're
I'm also
basically
I'm just
kids,
saying,
right?
I'm
They're
trying to
barely
clarify
adults.
that
Like, I
I'm-
get that.
Okay. I can't.
And
hear you.
they've
Sorry. One more time.
No, so let me just continue. They're you know, they're like kids just becoming adults, and like they basically most of them probably realized, I'm not that bright. You know, like I'm not I'm not going to be a rocket scientist. I'm not going to even be an accountant. I'm really good at, like, getting bulky and, like, hitting people. You know, and I can do this. This I can do for a living. And they're having that, you know, taken out from under them. And there's no, like, you know, easy construction jobs because the illegal immigrants have taken all the construction jobs, and, you know, you can't really go to a factory because we've outsourced all of our factories, you know, even just between, you know, NAFTA countries. Like, there's nowhere for them to go. There's no, like, bottom rung of the ladder for them to get on and start establishing themselves.
But But conversely, what they
But they
could
had an
do-
escalator that they found a fucking escalator. Now that escalator is stopped or going the opposite direction.
Yeah, but like, what would you have them do essentially? So like, if you actually have this skill, it's a marketable skill. It is something they can do. Eventually, it's going to have wear and tear on their body, and then most likely, by the time they get older, they become more conservative, or they wear themselves out. They'll eventually have to figure that out, but they'll have some capital at that point where they can kind of pivot their life on.
Right.
Now
right.
they're having to pivot without that capital, which I think is brutal on them. I'm just doing a thought experiment of what it would, if you could put yourself in those shoes, how pissed you would be.
I can't, unfortunately.
Well,
I understand people be pissed, but
lockdown,
like,
they did the study like this the first one you might have saved a year of your life, but this lockdown ultimately cost the average person about 19 years off their life. Like, this is how much you've lost.
Right.
It's
And
astounding.
yes, yeah, this is, and of course nobody's let's just say the boys come back and we get a right-wing dictator. What do you think his first policy should be done? He should arrest every governor, every official, all these
Dr. Chaos,
people.
name of the follow. Sorry.
I think he should, like, if this was a let's say we had the Francisco Franco, who only, knock on wood, we ever got one of those. He probably would have all these governors arrested. He would have the police people locked up. He would send the rioters, expel them. He would, he'd make sure none of this would ever happen again. He would have to also basically literally would destroy the main central governments. They'd stop the Fed from printing, and the only way to stop the woke religion, the only way is an aggressive inquisition. We would have to we'd have to go all Deus Vult on them, because that's the only way to stop it. Like, you can't argue with these people. Like, don't listen to people like James Lindsay who think you're just one argument away, or you've got a wokeness in your company. Stand up forever. Go to the HR departments and say you are not doing a good job. If you do that, you will get fired and doxxed. These people, they don't take very kindly to direct challenges to their power. So they'll dox you if you try to. They'll make sure like you won't have a good life, and you basically just wasted your energy on something that you would have been better spent waiting to buy your time.
I think at least the people that are like adjacent to this audience right now, and like the people that we tend to deal with on this part of the internet, we tend to be like people that are working jobs. We've been working this whole time. Some of us might not be employed right now, but like they probably held onto their jobs a little bit longer than most people did. And it's because most of us keep our head down and know how to pick and choose our battles. Like, we have our ideals and whatnot, but we're not gonna throw our life into a grinder for no good fucking reason. So I think in the same way that we look at the whole Charlottesville thing and we're like, wow, nice job, good going, feds. It's the same thing here, is where we kind of just look at it and we're like, okay, I don't think I'm gonna take the bait for this one, but like it's that silent majority mentality still.
Yeah, you got to be careful with how you don't want to be like I said, if you're a dissident, be smart, like recognize you're out of power.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't give them the means to destroy you. Do not give your enemy the means to destroy you. That's all I'm saying. And to talk to the chat, people kind of talking about like why my mods do moderate the chat. Like, I don't like my opinion is there is no acceptable limits on free speech, but I live in reality. Okay, I really like being on this platform. I really like interacting with my chat. I like doing my shows. I like playing video games with all of you guys, but I have to accept that if I'm going to be allowed on this platform, I have to follow their gay rules. Like that I
That's
just
the exact
have
same
to.
argument.
Huh?
Would you agree that that's almost the exact same argument we were just making about how it's like, okay, well, pick your battles. Like, this is not our battle to fight. Like, this is you have to play
No,
at
I
least
mean,
a
like,
portion of the game.
believe me, like I don't even accept threats of violence as a violation, like something that isn't acceptable. I think you're allowed to make threats of violence. I'm allowed to defend myself. If you're threatening violence against me, I'm allowed to defend myself. But like honestly, like just please, if you're in chat, just follow Toss. Okay, this just follow terms of service. That's all. You can talk about what you want. Just don't. There's like 2 words D-Live says don't say. Okay, remember I'm also not X-Tag. All right, just don't say those 2 words. And remember this is PG-13. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're trying to get to the front page of DLive.
Yeah, we're trying to get to the front page of DLive. We're trying to succeed. We're trying to spread our message. You know,
The most unintuitive way possible. Though.
Right, but that's the way possible. I can say that though. I can say gay. I can say that it's gay, Dr. Chaos. That's not against the rules.
Yeah, you just
Well,
get,
I think the thing is, more freedom is going to be hard sell because the infosphere that we inhabit has been polluted by a mind virus or memeplex that is able to take advantage of that and use and build an influence. Like it basically it corrupts the, it kind of corrupts the censors and it can decide which is what it is. It's like if you're on Twitter and you say the sky is blue, you're going to get attacked by a call that says the sky is green, and all of a sudden you got 500 accounts swarming you.
See, that's
and all of a
fine,
sudden
Dr.
they have
Chaos. Sorry.
It's like they have a person in the charge and they can do I don't think like giving more freedom or getting people is going to work because there is something that is there is an evil mind virus or some kind of thought process that is infecting everybody and turning them into these totalitarian mindsets.
I don't like to use mind virus because it sounds like it's more of something that just happened, kind
natural.
of came out of it just naturally came out of nature, when it's clearly something that's been manufactured through years of hard work. Like this mind virus we're all infected by with political correctness, to say it in the most boomery way, I suppose. Political correctness, speech codes, this Me Too stuff. All of this is just designed to control our speech and limit our critical thinking and make us good sheep that will consume, will be good. We won't get violent when unreasonable things are done, right?
Well, unfortunately,
possible.
Yeah, at this rate, and
understand, as a libertarian, like I opt for more freedom, and I know that will never happen. I think you're absolutely right. Those in power will never give back what they've taken from us. The Patriot Act is never going away because they know they will not win any votes. They know that Karens that don't care about the Patriot Act. They know that, married women don't give a fuck about people's rights. They don't care. They don't care if you say what you can say because they're offended by mean fucking words. They're scared of all the boogeymen and the terrorists. And it's like, oh, well, don't say anything. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing. Fuck all of you, okay? It's not, they're not protecting us. They're just spying on us and trying to better control us, all right? It's the problem are the Karens and the conservators and the left. And the left is perfectly willing to just jump in bed with all of them and be like, oh yeah, of course. Fuck privacy rights. What are you trying to hide something? Because they know that it'll be used to destroy their enemies, not them.
Well,
would you agree that it's 1 second. Do you agree that it's mostly like
and Dr. Chaos, hate speech is there's no such thing as hate speech. All speech is free speech.
Yeah.
Like
so
absolutely.
Yeah, and that's
and
where
all
you see
expression
this,
should be protected.
Well,
all expression
it's
should be
the
protected
thing that,
regardless of how born.
Well, if you look at the people that are pushing these sorts of things, they're people that have no good concept of long-term, like, what's going to end up and come to fuck them later. So they're making a whole bunch of short-term decisions that are going to help them. So they'll say, like, oh, yeah, feed this one to the grinder, feed this one to the grinder.
Yep.
And they'll just
eat
not realize that they're shortening the line for them to be
eat Al
the grinder.
Franken, eat Steve King. Eat,
Yeah, exactly.
Just eat this person. We'll just appease the mob. We'll feed another one right into the meat grinder of fucking history. That's what we'll do. Just keep doing it. Keep appeasing these fools. Keep doing it. See how it ends. We know how it ends. Eventually, you're in the guillotine. And you're asking yourself, you're King Louis, asking yourself, how the fuck did I end up in the guillotine? It's been going on for years, you moron.
Yeah, they just don't see it.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
They have no critical thinking. They have no understanding of cause and effect. Right? They're just there like, well, how did this happen to us? I don't know how this happened. It's like, you know how it happened. You just ignored it. You weren't smart enough. You didn't think. You were just doing what you felt. And now you live with the fucking consequences. Actually, we all have to live with the consequences of these morons is the problem. Yeah, sorry. Continue.
Well, Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was saying, passing the ball to you, buddy.
Yeah, well, you have a situation where basically the way the internet is structured. Unfortunately, it's not friendly to free speech. It's allowing these cultish behaviors to grow and exemplify. So I think you
get what you fucking deserve, Lester. Sorry, he asked.
Yeah.
You get what you fucking deserve. That's what happens, Lester Gaines. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, well, wait, I'm the guy playing as Joker, so you gotta watch out, Zeppelin. I might pull that pistol out.
Normally,
I'm
I'm
like,
the Joker, but I felt
Asking any
you're.
questions?
I felt since you're the hero of this story that I'd put you in the role of Joker.
Yeah.
Feels good, man.
God, did you remember all the people who thought like the Joker was this far right guy? Like the whole hoopla over right wing Boogaloo boys.
Oh yeah,
LARPing
yeah,
with
and
the Joker.
he's just. That's absolutely was not the case. But honestly, I really liked the Joker. I thought it was an excellent film for the modern age.
Yeah.
Like, you know-
Rambot told me a story about Jaquan Phoenix got into a tussle with he got into a tussle with an Australian band who was performing a song and they were using his dead brother's name in some of the lyrics, and so he's like,
What?
I'm gonna yeah, there was this thing. He said like there was the Australian band was like being trolling and just using his name, and Joke was like, I'm gonna come with my guys and get our band to fight you, and the Australian's like, joke's on you, there's 7 of us and only 4 of you, so I want to see that fight.
Like,
You gotta
obviously, I'm sure that Joaquin Phoenix is as paused as any Hollywood celebrity. I mean, I live in Southern California, okay? I grow up around all the fucking Hollywood people, all right? I know they're all fucking degenerates, all right? Like, I get that. I have an acute understanding of this. However, I think The Joker was an excellent film just for the modern age.
Yeah.
Like, just this idea, because I think, like, he is kind of just, I mean, he's mentally ill, but, like, not, he kind of is what a lot of us feel, like, everyone's just insane. No one cares about you. Everything's unfeeling. Everyone just says, just take your pills, sedate yourself, just go to work, get your wage, be a wagey, everyone treats you like shit. No one knows each other in the city. Everyone's distant. Everyone's just a shitty fucking person, and then, like, at the end of the day, he just snaps. I mean, well, he becomes, who he becomes, but, like, that's why I like the Joker so much. 'Cause, like, I really, like, I didn't empathize with the Joker. It just made me hate Gotham City, the modern urban city. Like, it's just like, you're all fucking,
there's another point. Like, I think cities are either, there are places where insanity gets amplified because of so many people and groups interacting. And they're also kind of like IQ shredders, in which, the birth rates in cities are very low compared to the countryside. And it's like, if you put all the smart people in the cities, they're not going to have kids because they're going to get sucked into this rat race of
they have to pay for everyone else. This is the dysgenics that is directly propagated by policy, is that the smarter and more intelligent you get, you kind of, like, where the jobs are for the really, highly paid people are in very expensive cities. They're in New York, they're in LA, they're in San Francisco. And how do you get to those cities? Well, guess what? You got higher rents. Oh, you might have to both work. Women in the workforce, decreases fertility rates like like fucking nothing else. All right, and then, you're already paying tons on your fucking mortgage, and then what? Now you're going to add a kid, and your kid's actually going to go to a good school, and actually you're gonna have to pay for their child care because you don't want to leave them in that, in, like, the meat grinder that is, like, the normal daycare and, like, education. Like, all of this just adds up that smart people are disincentivized from having children, and illegal immigrants who are in this country illegally and violating all of our fucking laws, thank you for the ice cream, by the way, Omega Pain, are being given money to produce children and not contribute anything. And some of them do work, and the ones who do work are taking away low-skilled jobs.
From this, the IQ decline is going to be quite brutal if this keeps up. Like,
Yep.
There's a certain threshold where you just can't you don't have the smart enough people to maintain the infrastructure. That's why you have these unstructured things. Like, could you imagine, like, you saw the aircraft carrier fire that happened a few months. Like, there was injuries.
Right.
That ship was that ship was only about a couple decades old. It was and if you can't sustain it, like, they weren't able to save it. They had to scuttle the ship, or it had, like, major damage, so it was inoperable but still floating.
And those are made
by the
here.
way,
Sorry?
I was gonna say, I love that word, by the way. The fact that it's called scuttling a ship, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
And that ship was made in the U.S., right? Like, because we make all of our military shit here. In a U.S. factory with all of our fucking rules and regulations on working, right? And what did that get us? a fucking shitty ship we had to scuttle in less than a year.
It was
All
not
the
even less
fucking gamesmanship. Nothing.
Yeah. I also someone asked a question. Someone had wondered, so it's probably no secret. I think the most popular form of animation entertainment on the internet is, well, anime. And someone had asked me, why do you think it got so popular? Why is it, because it
Well, I have an
traditionally
answer
was,
to this as well, but I'll listen to your answer first.
well, because it was very, very selective in releases in the U.S. It was mostly confined to Japan. It didn't have the big audience until recently. But most people, the only way to see it is you had to basically go on the pirate site. You had to pirate it or get bootleg copies and sent them over. You know, and so I asked, why is it so popular now compared to and someone said in general it's a better sense of writing, that the people who do these stories are more connected with the universe and stuff. Like, there's no reboots of things, there's no continuities with like comic books compared to mangas. They have the story set out, they don't try to change too much of it. And another something, it's also different.
Well, I'll give my answer after this, and I'm glad you brought up anime because we like to go over anime on this show.
Anime generally promotes like a optimistic, positive aesthetic, whereas you would often see a nihilistic or pessimistic aesthetic.
One might say a positive aspect with a Z, though. In
aesthetic,
the West.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Sorry, aesthetic. Yes.
Yeah. Whereas you get the nihilistic, sort of pessimistic kind of looks. I'm not the only one who's noticed that most of these adult cartoon shows look almost exactly the same. It's the thin draw line. It's not undetailed backgrounds.
It's untalented people making cartoons and promoting narratives. A lot of the time.
And you're right. They're not as infected with bioleninism or posness as the West is, and they tend to tell more thematically interesting stories more often than not.
Okay.
And
oh, sorry.
The West is also they've also reached a point where there is almost no new stories or ideas. How many reboots have been common in the last decade? How many
Spider-Mans ever? Let's just say Spider-Man. Jeez.
Or they recast the authors of the people, but instead they changed the skin color. They changed the actor. They changed the setting. It's the same story.
How fucking insulting to a story to be like, well, how are we gonna reboot it? We'll just change his skin color. It's like
it's like the Hollywood, It's like
Hollywood. Why don't you make a new fucking character, you talentless fucking hack?
But you see, they try to do this to Lovecraft stories. They just basically, and it's not been well received. It's like they're trying to.
And no one in chat named Lovecraft's cat, okay?
It rhyme and sound so good then.
No one in chat named Lovecraft's fucking cat. I'm sorry.
I could imagine them all screaming, everyone in chat named Lovecraft's cat. Like, it's just too catchy.
Well, Lunas, sorry to derail this. I mean, dudes horny posting is a common thing in chat. And honestly, I could understand, if you're a nice, wholesome girl like Mochi, if you just don't want, some dude horny posting 24/7 and bugging the normies in the chat, especially when Mochi's trying to apply to be a verified partner and they're watching her chat a lot more closely. And she had a complaint. She got a complaint from DLive, so that's probably why the mods are getting a bit more up your ass. So that's what I was like.
You gotta be nice. You can't try to get a streamer.
You can't expect everyone is this. I mean, the unfortunate reality is that not everyone's like us. Okay, and you're not gonna win people over by spurging out, in someone's chat and violating. I mean, you didn't violate Toss. I understand that, but if you're just disturbing people, they don't want that. But Butters, to your question that you were answering about why people like anime, I think you're right. You kind of you're saying the bioleninism perspective isn't as thoroughly represented in anime. I just see it as general Marxism and kind of the degenerate modern day culture isn't as highly represented in anime. When you see a gay character in anime, it's a gag. Right, he's gay and he's the butt of the joke. It's like, oh look, it's the homo.
Literal butt of the joke.
Yeah, literally the butt of the joke. It's like, oh look, it's my homo friend. And it's not his whole identity. He's usually more of a character, but it's oh, the joke it's still the joke. It's not oh, we have to be accepting and loving because he's going through something so hard. It's no, it's just he's just a dude. He's just a queer dude. Whatever.
Or even bring it up maybe once or twice and that's it.
Right, you're right. It's not every episode they're oh, look at him, he's seducing this dude. It's oh, dude, he's just yeah. Most people are just going, yeah, we're not interested. The rest of us are normal. Is what everyone else is saying.
Do you
But
remember the gay
but
character in Naruto
hold on,
Orphans?
Geeky.
Oh,
Before you continue, the other thing I think that anime gets very right that other things don't is that the kind of male power fantasies, the kind of like, the good guy wins, the good guy works really hard and overcomes adversity and becomes a hero, like that's still very prevalent there. And today, the obsession in Hollywood is like, we need to subvert all this. The force is female, we need to make stories about black empowerment, Hispanic, all these different, whatever your pet issue is, empowerment. And it's like, anime, it's just like, well, look, we're for Japan, about Japan. We're going to tell a story about like a Japanese boy that goes to another world and saves the world. It goes on a journey, or how, someone, through his cunning achieves a whole bunch of shit and overcomes a whole bunch of nonsense, But that's kind of how I see it, it's like there's stories that we want to hear, and Hollywood doesn't tell those stories because they reinforce, positive values. Sorry, Geeky, go ahead.
yeah. I was gonna say like you guys all saw Iron Blood Orphans, did you?
I saw it. Did you see it, Butters? Or Yellow Lantern?
I'm not as big as an anime person, so I won't lie and say I have. So.
Okay. Well, they had a gay character in it, and you did find out he was gay to what, midway through season?
I feel like it was like at the end of the show, and even then, like, you could still possibly interpret it as like they were just really kind of close,
Yeah.
Like there was absolutely nothing explicit about it. Like he just like it was kind of like it was like a big bro little bro kind of relationship that kind of looked like it was skirting the line, but like really wasn't.
I think the only thing I can kind of compare it was Gaston and his little buddy in Beauty and the Beast.
I think that's just a lot of revisionism of people wanting that to be the case.
Well, I think actually something too is someone has said like the concept of gayness in the East is different from the West too. That the gay guys and stuff, that they're still more like aligned with traditional masculine values. Like they don't look like freaks. They don't try to make their whole life.
You're saying they don't act like feminine, or they they're still red-blooded men. They just are attracted to men. They're all tops there, I guess would be the term the gays would use there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, have a good night, Mega Pain. Thanks for coming by the stream. Yeah, no, it's a very different kind of kind of cult. Spencer, good to see you, Spencer. It's a different kind of thing they're pushing. It's a different kind of thing that they're like representing there.
Like I think in my from my perspective, like I don't think society doesn't have to be ignorant of these behaviors, but there should be like a level of permissiveness. Like how far would it go? Do you just say, okay, I get you can sometimes mess around a little bit, but like in public, like we don't want to have too much of it. Like,
well, you wouldn't want like a fucking couple, like you wouldn't want like a dude fingering his wife in the street, and kissing her, right? Like I don't want to see that. Okay, I don't think kids should see that, right? By that same token, it's like, look, I get that you're gay, but like, we don't fully understand. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we get that you're gay, but I don't fucking care. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, and
like,
more importantly, we don't fully understand how it even works. Like we do not understand like what are the causes. We don't know how much is genetic. We don't know how much is personal experiences. Remember that Stone Toss comic, right? Where he's like, why'd you choose to be gay? And I didn't.
Shadow of a kid. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's like that.
That's quite a hot spicy meme he had on that one.
But he's absolutely like. I don't know. I don't like the science is so convoluted by the amount of politics that's involved in it that we can't even get to the and this is why it's so despicable, because it's like, I have a cousin who's gay, right? And he's kind of just of the mindset like, well, whatever, I love being gay, I've always I could never see myself as not. And it's like, yeah, but man, like like it's like I get that's where you're at, but like why are you telling, like, why well, if we could find out that it is like or we could just talk about it openly as like, is it a disorder? Because it is it's not that it's like a disorder or that I dislike gay people. It's just like it's not a normal functioning of sexuality, right? Like if you think about optimally, just biologically, right? If you're not going to pass on your genes, and it doesn't make sense.
But yeah, but like I said, in the Bio-Leninist coalition, it's promoted as a higher status over just a normal person,
Right. The
or
the
just
um the what do they call it? The oppression. The stack. Right.
Yeah.
You get a higher space in the stack by virtue of, oh, this is your condition. So instead of just being, like a white guy, which would be low in the stack, you get special privilege because of what you do in the bedroom. And good to see your
right.
ominous pick as well. Yeah, but
You
this
also
is why
have
I
the
hate the corruption of science so much.
well, I think there was a term like for science will be useful for your tool, but when it's no longer, it's discarded. I mean, you have the case where all the like I said, it's listen to the science when the COVID-19 is a thing, but listen to it again where it's okay to protest racism or whatever.
Right,
There's
and
a
then all the
there's a
doctors coming out and saying that well, by the way, systemic racism is just a made up word that literally means nothing. Literally, I think
well,
we all agree, right? It literally at this
it's
point means nothing. It's whatever people want it to be at this point. It's I just think it's a complete, like, the only systemic racism that exists in our society is that I have to get a higher SAT score to get into college, or that I have to have better prior experience to get a job. you know, like, or that, like an Asian person has to perform extremely well to get into college instead of just very well. Like, that's the system.
Yeah. That's just
That is
Yeah.
the system
So-
itself.
Yeah, the system will have preferences towards people that do specific things, and if you're noticing like some form of pattern in it, most likely you're the one that's noticing it. The system is just rewarding the people that are
Warty has not
actually
been here
acting
yet
on
on
it.
this pick.
Right. I think even my girlfriend's agent just admitted, like, yeah, agents have to work hard because they expect them to have better
well,
grades.
I think really that goes, the history of this, really what all the legislation changes that happened in the 1960s, pretty much what set the stage. Because this is something seldom said. The reason the Civil Rights Acts, or the amendments that permit it, what sucks about them is that they make freedom of association actually
Illegal.
illegal.
Yeah, no,
Because
you will probably not be surprised, but I think that the Civil Rights Act is one of the single worst pieces of legislation that has ever been passed. It's an absolute crime, and I think has done more to destroy the American system than almost anything.
well, the law that came after that, the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, even worse.
Oh, yes, the immigration law, that as well. But I mean, the civil rights law, just fucking absurd. What it did to us, like like single-handedly destroyed freedom of association. Effectively, you were forced to associate with people against your will. This is why they can demand people bake the cake. This is why, I mean, granted, they won that case, but the fact that they even had to take it to court is because of things like the Civil Rights Act.
Well, that, and also you have the case of, it's the opposite of, sort of like it's the opposite of a correction of the Jim Crow laws, where you were forced to disassociate with people. You had to be.
Right, and
But
I
there
think
was
Jim
still-
Crow. I think Jim Crow was fucking stupid. Like, this notion that you'd have separate public facilities but both be paying into the system is fucking stupid. Right,
Well,
like,
I could have said I mean, Brown versus the Board of Education, the plaintiff's essay was based on nonsense, actually. But if you wanted to really attack it, you just have to make the southern states keep on enforcing, like, the amendments that were there. Like, if the southerners' governments they had to basically provide equal funding to both, basically.
it would
this-
bankrupt them.
Yeah, the
Like, it's
taxpayers
not
would be
sustainable.
getting annoyed. They'd be like, "Hey, listen, why are we paying double for the same facilities that have to be maintained? Why can't I just,
Well, they would always make the argument that, oh, well, you see, they just don't maintain them very well, and that's how they get around having it. That's their argument. Is they say, oh, you'll be cheap, but honestly, maintaining two facilities, and this is the government, by the way, which can't run fucking anything correctly. Anything that, makes your life better, they can't fucking run to save their lives. But anything that makes your life miserable, they'll be good at making it miserable. TSA doesn't stop anyone, but damn well wastes an hour of your fucking time.
Just get extra to have put new different dogs now because German Shepherds are too scary.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And my conception about the Civil War is that it's always that, not the Civil War, but the conception of the what's it called? The conception of ending slavery was an inevitability. just by the reduction of like labor costs and like I think that everything in the world was primed to end it regardless, just by advances in the world
Hmm.
by itself. Like I don't
Well,
think it was gonna persist.
yeah, that's I would say. By the 1860s, I wouldn't like. There was a lot of interesting contradictions in the slave system that said like, yes, it was efficient. Yes, it may not have been profitable. The wealth was concentrated at the pools in Southern society.
Right.
Slaves were gradually getting more and more rights. You
I
know,
mean,
as
I have
emancipation got
ancestors
worse.
from like from those southern states. They didn't own slaves. In fact, they left the southern states because they couldn't get jobs because of reduced wages from how do you compete with labor you only have to house. In the modern day, the amazing thing about the modern day is that we basically have like modern day slavery, with like our debt system, etc. But
Yeah.
Hmm.
you basically we're all slaves to something. Is it a mortgage? Is it? Oh, you're watching Japanese Spider-Man tomorrow, Edelwolf? That sounds pretty cool.
Ooh, nice.
What is Japanese Spider-Man?
I have
Mm.
not heard of that, and I don't like
Is it like,
spiders.
is it like the Sony anime
Oh,
where they
the Sony did a couple. I'm sorry, we derailed this. 7 p.m. Eastern. I might check it out. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think because remember they did an Iron Man series as well. That was actually pretty good, if I
Yeah,
recall.
yeah. Back
yeah,
to
they also just did
Right.
X-Men
Back
too.
on topic though.
Well,
yeah.
before you get off of that, do you want to have Adel? Do you want to link your channel in the?
Yeah,
or-
Adelwolf, if you'd like, please link your channel, dlive.tv/Adelwolf. Link your channel in the chat as well. Sorry, continue, please, Yellow Lantern.
Yeah, you had the you also had the problem of not only just the rulings of civil rights and just forcing all this the federal government to basically just enforce the thing. You also had the idea of disparate impact, where suddenly now a disparity in a performance is something that there's you ascribe foul motivation to, or
Right.
you
Right. The notion that someone else is always to blame for things that may be caused by your own abilities or capabilities, or
whereas
just
this
natural
this
things
is
that are
where
completely out of your
wokeness
control.
this actually unfortunately the classical liberals who are trying to they're fighting a losing battle against stopping wokeism. You have to realize the reason it got in here is because it came through the laws. Because one thing another, this is kind of a maybe reactionary argument I hear, is that there is no possible way to have a true separation of the church and state, because what would happen is either you will get a religion that bypasses the defenses, it just doesn't have to call itself one, but it acts like one, or the state itself becomes the religion, as it becomes like
In
this the idea of the
totalitarian
cathedral.
governments, to most extent, the state is the church of the land. I would say, generally.
Yeah. And so, but the way this wokeism came, it came through the laws like disparate impact or like the anti discrimination. It cloaks itself in those laws.
Also, thank you for the host,
So,
Adawolf. Sorry.
so now you have a case where any sort of challenge to this system is like, hey, listen, maybe these laws are no good or things. You will be called a racist because how dare you be against anti discrimination laws? Don't you know that all the good they do? And it's like, well, you see, the problem is it's not getting rid of discrimination. It's actually can cause more of it. For example, like it punishes the ability, like if you don't want to associate with somebody, or if you want to run your own business, you run what you want. Like I don't care if there's a business that's majority, like the majority of the people they want are black, or the same thing with white, or they want to have.
Yeah,
It's whatever
I
you
don't care if a
want.
barbershop says we specifically serve African Americans. Like, I would have no issue with that. Maybe they're specialized in cutting, the different kind of hair that African Americans have. Like what you're just gonna force them to learn to cut like curly hair or like my hair or something? Like, no, maybe that's just their clientele. Don't force them to do it, and by the same token, don't force us to do that. Now, obviously, we'd be tarred and feathered and removed if we tried to do anything the opposite of that we discussed.
Well,
Right?
that's the asymmetry. It's that a lot of the legislation is now it's basically now we're not seeing equality before the law. That's the problem, is we're seeing supreme, it's that old French line, when I am weaker than you, you give me freedom because that's according to your principles, but when I am stronger than you, I take away your freedom because that's according to my principles.
Yeah, do you guys remember this old? I know it's the wrong person to bring up, but this old Stephen Crowder video where he tries to do the gay wedding cake at Muslim bakeries, and they kept telling him, "No, I won't do it."
No, I didn't see that, but that
No,
sounds
he did,
hilarious.
and the obvious, the obvious notion about that is that, I guess if we're going to talk about in the bio-Leninist perspective, is that Islamic peoples are part of the band of losers, right? Because they're not the majority yet.
Right.
They're like a minority that has a religion that is generally, it's pretty heinous if you look at it compared to other more tame religions,
Hmm.
and so people like are
Don't
naturally
mesh well.
repulsed by it. I mean, like
Well,
me, I'm a
yeah.
non-believer, and I see them throwing non-believers off roofs. I see them, throwing people like my cousin off roofs just for being that way. And obviously, me, I'm like, look, I may not love my cousin's lifestyle, but I love my cousin. He's family.
Yeah.
Like
Right,
I may,
so-
I may have, I may have disagreements over what he's doing, but no, at the end of the day, he's my family, and I love him. So that it's but you see them and it's just like, nope, you broke like our tenant, and therefore we're gonna throw you off a roof. And it's just like, well, why would you do that? It's your fucking family.
Oh, did you
Something
hear
that
that?
they
Did
they
you?
promote in this is like removing yourself from that family unit that you have that would pull you out of this into like somewhat of a normality, but they try and use like that distancing from them. They try and demonize it, one, and then they try and make it so you're the only family they have left, and then you have to go further and further into whatever progressive nonsense until you can pull yourself out of it if you can.
Right. You just kind of pushing further and further. It's always like the left is always pushing the line and always constantly moving. Not they're not moving the goalpost. They keep moving the starting line. Because they've got their goalpost. And right now it seems like one of their goalposts is decriminalizing pedophilia and protecting wealthy elite predators. And so it's always like moving the goalpost, we would see that and be like, stop moving the fucking goalpost. But they're always moving the fucking starting line. It's like, oh, we'll start here. Now we start here. Now we start here. Oh, we're already there. That's just kind of the way I see it.
Kind of like the boiling frog analogy.
Yeah, exactly. We're all getting boiled.
It's
We
like,
just it's so casual.
What's the game where you like is it red light green light where you, or no, what's the one where you turn around? It's kind of like a boo. It's constantly just like behind you, and every time you turn around it's like, oh, we're
Slender
not doing
Man.
anything.
Slenderman.
And then you turn around again, you're like, god damn it.
Slenderman.
It's Slenderman.
Oh yeah, true. There you go.
And thank you, Lunas. I do like what I'm doing. And Mount Walk, I'm glad to see you here. Yeah, no, it's just we're constantly being pushed and pushed and pushed, and it, ugh, yeah, it's just disturbing. All right, come on, Dr. Chaos, let's cool down a bit. All right.
Well, you have low level intensity of this. The conflict, of course, unfortunately, like go back to the idea of the left has become its own quasi religious movement, and it's basically becomes a ratchet because it's like, what is your end goal? Like, if you do not have one, and you're just gonna keep spiraling out of a holiness.
Oh,
you're gonna
Dr.
keep
Chaos,
finding the
I'm not
next,
offended, okay? I'm just... I'm not offended at all. I don't care that you said that. Other people will. That's my issue. Not that, like, people are offended that people that can affect my channel would get bugged by it. That's the only issue I have. It's about me, not about you.
Somebody said that once gay marriage was legalized, all these activists felt like they had nothing left to do.
Well, gay marriage was always, like, the starting point, not the finish. And I fucking hate the whole discussion, because it's just like, no, you always had the right to have a ceremony and get married. What you wanted was to force the state to say, this is legitimate. You demanded legitimacy from the state, which is just insane. Yeah.
Which literally only passed because Prop 8 was overturned because the judge was actually a homosexual himself.
Well, yeah. Surprise, right? Right, Geeky? Very surprising.
Yeah.
I'm sure this Scott Wiener doesn't have any personal reasons to, be decriminalizing sexual acts with a minor, right?
Yeah, totally. They find him at a parade and probably thinks Desmond is beautiful as a...
That's disgusting.
Yeah, and one day for no reason at all. You
Yeah.
probably figured.
Yes, it was one day for no reason at all. It happened, right?
Yeah. You get what came before the Reich? Weimar. Oh,
Yeah,
There's
Yeah, and it's crazy how everyone's claiming that we're in Winder right now because of Trump, and Trump is literally going to become the Third Reich. Where I feel like it's the other side. I feel like Biden will bring the Third Reich.
I think he'll just
well,
bring
it.
lawlessness. I
I
don't
think
think
ask
whoever
yourself
replaces him
this:
might.
are we in the late Roman Republic or the late Roman Empire stage of America? Are we gonna have the? Are we gonna get our Caesar or Augustus, who basically makes
I think we're further
the
along than that.
formalized?
I think we've invited the barbarians in, and we've been debasing our currency for decades. That all it will take is for everyone to stop debasing their currency. You
Yeah.
know,
Have you ever seen that inflation meme where you got like Venezuela and South Africa and South Sudan in a race, and all of a sudden like it just Venezuela just takes off like a rocket?
yep.
That's basically our currency going to be if
Well,
the dollar loses its value and they stop using it. Like, oh, it's gonna bite us in the butt so bad. Like, we will have to basically use wheelbarrows of money to buy bread.
yeah. No,
Yeah,
I mean,
for
like the only reason that the dollar has value is because everyone else is debasing their currency. And everyone else is debasing their currency because they can. But the second that they either decide they don't want to, that's when everyone gets fucked. Everyone
exactly.
except the people that have good gold reserves, good natural resource reserves, and a efficient and quick economy that they can mobilize for the purposes of the state.
Yeah, I hope all you people have like some
Someone
back.
said, guy follows, like, given how lopsided our trade deals are and how oriented our economy is to service and tourism, if the USSR was called the prison of nations, the United States is the brothel of nations.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's I've never heard that statement, but that's absolutely true. Yeah,
But
and it's funny you bring up our trade deals and you bring up our representatives. And I mean our representatives haven't written laws for decades. They basically just, they take money from these corporations and they say, "What do you need?" And then some lobbyist on K Street writes the legislation in a way that only benefits the people that have given them money, and then that goes out. That's why NAFTA was super beneficial for all the big companies, but completely destructive to the American worker. And then Congress's job was to sell that NAFTA was a good thing. And be like, oh no, everything's cheaper. Don't worry that you're making, $20,000 less a year. Now your car costs $2,000 less a year. See? You're winning, guys.
Isn't it wonderful?
yeah,
Yep. Yeah.
same thing. You ever drive through Rust Belt? Someone had made an observation. It's like, I'm going to these states. How come we're seeing Dixie flags in places like Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana? I don't recall them ever being part of the Confederate States of America. And I would say, well, they've lost too. They were pawns in a war they had no say in and lost through their trade deals. They lost their industry. They lost their lifeblood. They weren't demographically swamped. Well, not yet, but
Not
they
yet.
lost their industry.
Minnesota, perfect example, though. What happens, when it's not enough to just, you know, when it's
Yeah,
not
or
enough to just destroy
how
people, you have to replace them eventually.
remember when Detroit was called like the Motown capital and how it was thriving back in the day, and now it's just a dump.
I love all the
Right.
memes of like Japan after a nuclear bomb, Detroit after just being Detroit.
Not much. It's another quote. Not much separates the melting pot from the chamber pot. If you get what I'm saying.
That's a great. Who said that? That is a great
It's
quote. Yellow Lantern.
not much. Yeah. Yeah. That's the same guy I follow on Twitter as Lord Baltimore guy. He's a Jeffersonian like I am. He's not fond of neo reaction theory, and there are some things I differ. Like there are some places where I think they err or get wrong. For like recently, Curtis Yarvin, he's come out of retirement. He's using his real name. He's got a book. He said like the best solution he would think is actually the inaction imperative, or like taking the clear pill and realize the system is not good. It never worked for you. You have to disengage completely.
So accelerationism, right? Basically, just
Well,
let things happen and let it
detach.
burn.
It's basically detachment. Like politics is pornography for people who want to get involved and try to change the world. Where you can't do that. You're just not going to be able to do it.
Right. Politics
But
is literally just a bunch of blood-sucking animals.
yeah, it's sort of saying like you can't deframe it because it sounds like a defeatist proposition, And his idea was, maybe if Joe Biden wins, this will let out all the steam because now they won't have Trump. But this is where I think Mulbug I think he severely underestimates the danger
I
of
think he
what could happen.
overestimates the impact of Trump on the left's current state of mind.
Yeah,
Because
he
it's
thinks that
they
the
don't
unrest.
they hate they Trump is just a convenient punching bag for them. They hate us. They hate like normal, good-minded people that see them putting hormones in a kid and go, "That's absolutely abhorrent. Stop it, you monsters!" Right? They hate us. All right. Trump is just where they kind of like, no, no, no. We just hate the president because he's gonna start the Third Reich. Like, yeah, full fucking shit. Okay. The guy who takes back who says Jerusalem is the capital of Israel is not gonna start your fucking Third Reich. Okay. The guy who's been like the most pro-Israel president ever is not gonna start your fucking Third Reich. Okay. Like, no,
Well,
that's not
the,
happening.
the the thing is when you have is that he also thinks like because every time a dissident speaks, you just become like a tool of the regime. And this goes back to my point: the dissidents who were under the Iron Curtain, as well as the Soviet, they were smart. They undermined the regimes through careful planning, tactics, and considerations, where they had various uprisings, and they started to gain more and more autonomy. So by the time the Iron Curtain fell and the Warsaw Pact was over, they were able to peacefully transition back into states that weren't basically satellites of the Soviet Union. But those were
No,
smart dissidences.
But
But
but my understanding, if you'll let me interject a little, Yellow Lantern,
yeah,
is that a lot of like the hard power, like in Russia itself, not the satellite states, that a lot of the hard power left in Russia was with like the Russian mafia and the criminal underworld, right?
you kind of will get to that in, like
Okay.
after this. So, but basically, the thing with the situation in the West is that we have a more powerful security oligarchs that basically run the ruling class. We have more of this, and the countries that came out of communism, they haven't quite caught up yet. They're still not as economically strong,
Oh
and
yeah, I
it's
mean
hard to.
Russia's economy is 1/10 the size of ours, and they're basically like a petro state. They're Venezuela or Saudi Arabia today. And they're
Yeah,
Venezuela or Saudi Arabia at $40 a barrel oil or 50, whatever the hell it is right now.
yes, but the thing is, of course, the United States is that if the demographics are flipped, if they're completely, there's no coming back from that.
Oh yeah, no,
You
we
know,
we will we will balkanize and separate into some either tribal groups or ethnic groups of some. It'll be something. They'll unite around something. And it will balkanize, and it will be very ugly, and a lot of people will die.
yeah. Well, and the whole thing is, like, just to think, imagine it.
Dr. Chaos, what the fuck are you even saying? What the
What the
fuck,
heck?
Dr. Chaos? What does that have to do with anything with our conversation, Dr. Chaos? That's all I'm saying, man.
Well, he's
Sorry,
living
continue.
out his
Analogy for the
namesake.
way that
Okay, I
these
mean, if he
people
can
are
explain
treated.
it, that's fine. But it's just fucking.
I
Yeah.
want a 200-word paper on how you can explain how that's
Yeah,
an analogy.
I want
please.
a I want a 5-page essay on
Yeah.
Facts and Logic is celebrating a 1-month subscription streak. Thank you, Facts and Logic, for all your support to the Ghost Gang, and I hope you're having a good day at work.
Blue in the
We hope you'll
chat.
be able to join us later when the Andy Worski will be joining us later. I'm sorry, continue, Yellow Lantern.
So this idea was of him like just running away and pretending that there's going to be a power structure for us to flee to. It's not there yet. We don't have the infrastructure. And plus, if imagine if Trump had lost, we know what would have happened. Hillary would have opened the floodgates to the refugees.
Oh,
She would have
absolutely.
promised amnesty.
They would have.
And we would have had a war.
There would
in
have been an
Syria.
amnesty bill on the floor that would have passed because they would have had a
And-
majority in the House as well.
And the thing is, we would have had a war in Syria.
Yep.
Definitely, we're going to be.
We would be sending
And then
young men to Syria. We would be sending. We probably would have more direct intervention in Venezuela.
Yeah, we would basically, the neoconservatives would side with the Dems and the party, and they would basically.
Hold
on
on.
the way.
Remember how many people Obama fucking droned? All right, he droned American citizens. He signed off on every fucking drone strike they fucking wanted. Like, dude, they would have. You're telling me the woman who's killed more of people that have been threatened her political career than maybe anyone in the world is gonna care about using overwhelming American force once given that power?
Yeah.
Were you ever
And that's the
predicting what
thing.
a no-fly zone there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the no-fly zone. That's basically inviting the idea you can shoot down aircraft or intercept them, and
Yeah.
that's also the thing is if Biden wins, they're basically the riots will quiet down, but they'll still be there. They'll gather the resources the next time there's any sort of counter push from the right if they're if the right is even strong enough to do that.
Right. I mean,
And what would
you're right. The riots will die down because it will give the left the appearance of, see, all you had to do was appease us. But they will be back the next time that the right threatens any amount of their political power.
Right.
which is if that's kind of the thing, which one wants to make the enemy look stupid? And if Trump wins, these people go absolutely crazy.
Oh my
They'll
gosh,
just
they're
continue
going to
rioting.
burn. They will burn cities to the ground. Thank goodness 30 round magazines are once again legal, as they always should have been where I am. But geez, like the amount of violence we're going to see. I personally think Trump is going to win just by the momentum of the polls and kind of just the way events are rolling out.
That's assuming that the voter fraud doesn't come.
Right,
from
right,
ballots.
right.
But
It depends on key swing states how effectively they commit voter fraud. Like if they can successfully gin up enough fake ballots and scam the system like they did in California in 2018, yes, the left will win, but it will not be a legitimate win. But they will claim it's a legitimate win,
Well-
and the entire force of the executive branch and the federal government will ensure the left wins.
Yes.
Yes, but that tells that people that there's no difference between the mob and democracy. These people have they try to strum up Charlottesville. Well, now they've had their version of this for 3 months, and it's done.
In Facts and Logic is right. They did it with Arizona too, and there's actually a very good Razor Fist video that came out recently that explains what they did with Kristen Sinema. But I don't think anyone's going to accept the result of this election, and honestly, I don't think anyone should.
No one.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry, I mean the left is going to do it
discredit.
no matter what. But I can definitely see a whole bunch of neocons and conning just going, oh well, guys, we tried our best, but now let's go and work on whatever, getting paid to pass legislation, taking bribes to get taking our bribes again. Oh, how terrible, we're all gonna get rich off this, and your populism is what killed this, not us. Oh no, our milquetoast takes are what saved us.
Exactly.
Well-
they're with their inside trader fraud again and all that.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, the whole problem is the left doesn't. Basically, leftists are both loyal and shameless about what they'll do to gain power.
Oh yeah.
That's their only principle. Like, you can't, just because they're hypocrites, that doesn't matter, because they understand, like, you can be a hypocrite, and if you have a bunch of power, it's like, what you gonna do about it? You
Okay,
can't just,
so what? I won. I won. Now I have power over your life again. I can make you miserable. I can destroy you. I can destroy you with no fucking evidence.
Omnibus pick, said feminism and diversity are overtaking foreign wars and terrorism as evil.
They
You know
were
what's even
always
worse
evil, ominous pictures.
Right.
Imagine waging a war in the name of feminism or diversity, or like in the name of global homo or whatever. That's what's going to happen. Like, we're going to have this woke militarism as like a country that doesn't bake the cake or says we had a referendum where we define marriage as a man and woman. We'll color revolution them out and get a friendly regime where we'll send in the tanks and say you have to make sure this wedding is allowed.
You have to accept our values. Our values. You have to accept them. Like this kind of cultural imperialism is fucking absurd.
Well, and the worst thing is the United States is spreading this toxic political culture everywhere. We're seeing it in places like where it's normally like why was there BLM protests in countries that have had almost no interaction with, or has had even minuscule black populations? Why is we see this in countries that had like no riots? Some of the Eastern countries though, like they got swines. They're like, if we see any more of these protests, we're booting you out of the country.
Based. It's
Man.
funny. Here's a weird segue, but we had like a pretty red community in Cali where a bunch of people just came out with their guns and were like, "You stay the fuck away." And they, they fucked off because they didn't want to find out.
Right, and I mean, they just did open up the state protest, and they said over 1,000 people or 2,000 people just showed up to it because they're sick and tired. I feel like that silent majority everyone talks about is what's actually going to get Trump reelected. I don't know if anyone else feels that way.
I think so. I think I normally I don't have a lot of faith in like the common man and what they're thinking, but like I think I think honestly the left may have lost this election with Nancy Pelosi's stunt last week, because I think that's one of the things that really resonates, is kind of her whole like let them eat cake, I don't follow your fucking rules. I'm an important person. I'm a big person. You're all fucking loser scum. All right, you all work for me. I don't work for you. Why would I have to follow my own fucking rules that I set for you? No, I can go get my hair done. Okay, getting my hair done is important. And then when she's accused of it, going, "Oh, this is a setup. Oh gosh, it was all the weird scheme." Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You fucking moron. Just utterly absurd.
She's also she's always on the attack. She never has.
Well,
to
I mean, she's not
apologize.
at threat of losing her job. Let me just be clear. She will never lose her job. She's in a safe, very blue district, and the only way you could take her out is like a Ocasio-Cortez kind of stunt. Like, that's the only way you could take her out. You have to come further from the left, and I think Nancy Pelosi has enough power and money that she could easily defeat a small challenger like that. I know you're jobless in quarantine, but look at my freezer full of gourmet ice cream I had delivered to my multi-million-dollar mansion. Yeah, I wonder how her husband made billions off all those investments. Gosh, it's almost like he had a direct line to what the rules and law of the land are.
How did my nephew get elected to become the governor so easily?
Unfortunately, it is a situation where we're seeing the biggest problem with the state is.
Wait, hold on. Lester Kane said something pretty funny. He says, "I'm pretty sure that God will be voting Nancy out pretty soon. I think her last period was the Cretaceous." Thank you, Lester Kane. I'm sorry. Please continue.
I got that. Yeah, and it's.
I love dinosaurs as well.
It's up to people to realize, something about Putin is that he knows that he's ruling like a warrior, and he says he had an interview where he said
Oh, and by the way, Vladimir Putin, thank you for all the ninjets and support, because I'm obviously a Russian troll. Please send more ninjets to Bosnia.
People come and go, but the thing is, the bureaucracy, unless you reduce that or change the people, it's going to always be running the show.
Yeah.
Even when the president. And I also had this awesome quote I can appropriate. He said this a few years ago as he was battling. He said, "To forgive the terrorists is up to God. To send them to him is up to me." And I'm yeah.
Wait, did Putin say that?
Yeah, he did.
So he said that during the what was it? The Chechnyan when the Chechens held up that theater and he was murdering their families.
No, he said this when he was fighting ISIS terrorists. He was helping the Syrians government out, trying to clear out. And so, yeah.
But you know about the Chechens, right? That took a whole bunch of Russians hostage in a theater.
Oh yeah.
And Putin's KGB just found their family and just started killing them, going look, all right, we can kill all of your family. We know where they are. All right, let our people go. And they eventually had to storm the place. But honestly, that's how you stop terrorists. You take away their future. You take away anything for them to fight for. I know it sounds cruel and inhumane, but you're not dealing with sane people. Yeah. You're not dealing with, rational human beings, so you have to deal with them in a cruel and unusual way.
And you have, of course, we're seeing with Rochester, these people, I don't know if you guys saw it, but they're storming people's residences. They went into a restaurant. They started smashing tables. They started breaking the windows. This is terrorism too. This is intimidation. This is ruling through robbery and violence, intimidation, and in some cases.
Well, it's Civil Rights Movement 2.0. It's just that they haven't had time to rewrite the history yet. Pixel World Network, good to see you.
Oh yeah.
They haven't gotten the chance to rewrite the history. Everyone always forgets that the Civil Rights Act was not passed because of peaceful protest. The Civil Rights Act was passed because they burned cities down, and the politicians wanted to appease the mob.
Yeah. We get people like to put Southerners on the defensive for being, resistant to these things. Well, it's this is why. Any change they want to come, it doesn't need these outside forces. It comes to up. And even prior to the whole Brown or all this desegregation stuff, there was some changes made to start gradually repealing some of the more egregious examples of Jim Crow laws. Some universities were letting in black students. It was very slow, it was gradual, and because you understand, if you're going to change this, don't make these massive disruptions to society. You gotta
because you're going to cause chaos, and you're going to cause friction, and you're going to make people hate each other.
Yeah, that's something even. That was actually something that was Southerners, even back then, there was more abolitionist societies that were you know, in the South prior to the 1830s in the North. They all recognized this institution was not well liked. They were working very well to get rid of it, but it's when you had the radicals in the North, the radical abolitionists who were saying, "Emancipate now, no plans, things, destroy your whole society, things." That's when they start to get bristle and defensive, because now it's like saying, you're going a little too fast with this.
So yeah, no, I agree. Like this, most of us. Fed just kicked himself. He can get back in. Most of us are sitting here going like, yeah, cops should not, do no knock raids and kill people. Cops should not kill someone just because they're armed, right? Now granted, someone that's resisting arrest and tasered multiple times and not complying to any orders from a cop. Look, I'm not saying they deserve to die, but I'm also not going to sit here and be like, that guy acted like a responsible human being that had any concept of like, keep being safe, feeling for his own life, right? Like I'm not gonna jump out of my way and be like, look at this guy. Yeah. I'm not gonna jump out and defend like, oh, George Floyd. Well, why did he die? Well, probably because he's on enough fentanyl to kill a horse. Okay, that's probably why he died. Now, were the optics good? No. Does anyone care about the facts of the case? No. The rioters don't care. I don't care about the optics of the case. It's just, look, he died, okay, and that's a shame that he died. But he was also a criminal that attacked a pregnant woman and didn't take care of his own kids, so, like, I'm not going to cry over a bad person. Yeah.
It's the old saying, we have how do you dissent in the leftist holiness ratchet say you're not going fast enough? We need 20 Stalins. We need 50 Stalins. It's like, you ever wonder, like, maybe we shouldn't have done it in the first place? Maybe we should have gone. Like I said, of course, it's political suicide to say we need to repeal the Civil Rights Acts or we need to go back. It won't happen. Like, it feels like under this system, you can only move leftward at a certain speed.
Yeah, I mean, it just keeps going and going, no matter what. And it will constantly move leftward until it's grinded us all into a fine paste, That's why, people like Ben Shapiro who think, oh, look, we just need to be optical and we just need to, we just need to be, it's like, dude, they're going to come for you. Eventually,
they already are.
Ben Shapiro is like a Girondin from the French Revolution. You know what the Girondins were?
I actually don't. I would like to be educated, though.
Well, they were like the moderate faction of the revolutionary parties.
On that.
Like they were like the early Mensheviks to like the Bolsheviks. They were the majorities, but they were like the moderate things who initially agreed with like either the conservative that the system just needs to be fixed. We don't need to overthrow the monarchy. Then they get it's like, okay, yeah, let's go to the republic. It's secular. But then they get they feel like the Jacobians were going too far, and they tried to overthrow them, and then.
Kind of like most of the colonists were before the revolution, right? Most of them were just kind of like, look, we just want to redress our grievances. We're okay being British citizens, But it was the 3%, I think, who were like, fuck this, no, we cannot. There is no redress of grievances. They're coming to take our firearms. They're putting the boot on our neck, and we're not going to stand for it.
I know. Funny thing is, I'm the side whose ancestors are vilified as traitors. But if you look at the ways in terms of support for the war efforts and all the sacrifice, the Confederate States of America had a much higher percentage of support to help fight the war than the colonists had. I mean, the colonists had a lot of loyalist factions in a lot of these places.
Right.
Like where there was pockets of unionism in like places like Eastern Tennessee, Northern Alabama, Western Kentucky, and all these others. But like, in general, it was a much more personal struggle too for the Southerners, and
this was their family, their friends, this is their people, they were like their tribe, like I know it sounds like it's
and I hate to sound like leftist by pointing out like the relations that we had with, the slaves, the free men of color, there was no way the Confederacy would have survived if there wasn't good relations or like a functional society like. There would be the blacks looking after the families, the homes, or doing stuff, or even in a lot of cases supporting the war efforts, either being auxiliary roles, helping build fortifications, and in some cases taking up arms.
Right, and that's
There's
all
no
written
way.
out of
Exactly.
history now.
Well, I think someone said like it was Jim Crowed out of history as the ideology. Like, I don't want to get too much because I don't want to play into this idea that Dems are the real racists. I don't want to do that. There's a difference between correcting historical records and being more than trying to prove a narrative. And I try to fight. I try to go on to that side because if these people try to say, well, the South invented sundown laws or segregation, this, I'm like saying we didn't have that originally. This wasn't a new part of our traditions, our way of life, the agrarian stuff. That was
Right.
something that came later. That wasn't really something from the outside.
It's almost like these people only want to remember the bad things what some people did, and then they'll just let
Ooh, this
that
is
be the
actually, sorry
narrative
to
of
interrupt you,
people.
Geeky, but Lunas just had a great, must be a quote. Stand tall above your enemy, never stoop to his level, or play his game.
Hmm.
It's
Wait,
pretty.
what did you say? Could you repeat that?
Oh, I'm sorry. He said, stand tall above your enemy, never stoop to his level, or play his game.
Yeah.
All wars are
The only way
lost
to
that way.
the only way to win the game is not to play it.
Or to make them play your game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like I think this is what not Yellow struggles with. But I feel like there's a difficulty he has people explaining is that
You cut out there, Geeky. Um, but I guess the way it.
no. What
Sorry.
I was gonna sorry, I had someone like speaking to the rooms out of mute, so they didn't like get into the show. But I was gonna say that it seems that they only want to remember the bad things what people did. Like they only want to remember, oh, the South did segregation, and that's it. But yet, the South also did programs to help the freed slaves. Am I wrong,
Also
Yellow?
terrible ideas, but regardless, I think what you're getting at though is that if you think about Yuri Bezmenov, what he told us about the Soviet infiltration or leftist in general infiltration of the West, this idea of demoralization, and we're seeing like the end stage, not the end stages, but like the end game of it now, where they're pulling down our statues, they're trying to rewrite history. They're trying to just destroy our culture and everything that makes us us, right? It's like if we take down all the statues, yeah, it doesn't end history, but then we'll write the books and we'll write these people out of history. We'll take away their heritage so that we can make them people with no history, so we can make them miserable like we are. That's just kind of the
And
way I see it.
I guess maybe I could make the ultimate on by what does it mean? Like, why do people? Why
Oh
were
shit.
Confederate monuments built so much? Like, why were there so many for these soldiers? And what is the motivation behind? If you listen to people like the SPLC or others have cracked it, it was to intimidate blacks. It was to show superiority of this. And it's like, are you sure? Like, have you read their dedication speeches, or have you considered the circumstances for which they raised the funds for these monuments? Many of which were either in public squares or on courthouse grounds, in battlefields, places of cemeteries, is to remember what they gave. That war was so brutal. If it was refought today, the casualty reparations, we would have 15 to 20 million people dead. And let's hope we knock on wood if we ever have a second one. I don't like the idea. If we have a second one, like we don't match that ratio again because that war was brutal. And you had
Right,
the South was devastated. Go ahead.
and I was saying no matter what, they're always going to be considered veterans and war heroes, no matter what side they're on, and we
I
should
know
respect them
my
because they.
state, I don't know if it's recognized, but we still have holidays like, we have Robert E. Lee Day, we have Jefferson Davis' birthday, we have Confederate Heroes Day and Veterans Memorial Day. Some places practice it Confederate History Month and just, I know they got kind of shushed in recent years after what happened in 2015. But yeah, the Confederates, and you had these people. It was also a kind of um, reconciliation too. The North recognized the South, for what they read, to repair relations, they reconcile. They said, "We'll honor your veterans. We'll say they're heroes too. You can come join the Union, come back with us, be brothers." And you can see in these monuments raised, there were Union veterans and Confederate veterans. And take the Robert E. Lee statue that they're trying to remove in Richmond, like massive crowd of people. All people from Richmond, from the North, came to see this monument be unveiled. Whites, blacks, stuff. There's photograph evidence. Everyone just having a good time. because they knew who Lee was and what he represented for the South. He pretty much was this. There's people like him, like he's not like the perfect human and stuff, but there's a certain kind
I
of
mean, no one's a perfect human though. Like
Exactly.
this obsession that like our historical figures have to be not just perfect people, just good people at all. It's
yeah.
just fucking absurd. Like
Well,
it's like sorry.
you also the thing is like the frame is people have this they try to judge the past by today's moral standards or they either will try to say well he wasn't perfect but it's like I don't want to give any sort of frame away to the enemy. I just say like the reason we wanted Meyerly is because of what he stood for, like the virtues he stands for: duty, the honor, the
Protect your brothers, protect your people, keep keep them safe, fight for freedom from a tyrannical government. I don't see anything wrong with what he did.
Yeah, keep your home safe.
The only mistake he made was losing.
I know.
Honestly, like, because he was fighting an oppressive tyrannical government, like 100%.
I know, and
nuance. What's the point of that?
Okay, you're a bit quiet. I'm gonna turn you back up a little.
Okay.
and you have the same thing with all these people that the average Confederate soldier, like massive casualties sustained. Like you guys remember the old figure, and maybe in grade school, what it's like 360,000 Union soldiers dead, 260,000 Confederate soldiers killed. That casualty ratio was recently higher than originally anticipated. We had something like closer to 750,000 troops in total killed. 60,000 Southern
Why
civilians
haven't we gotten it up to
dead.
6 million?
I'm
just saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Time we'll get there.
Why don't we just raise it every couple of years and then
gotta put an interest rate.
yeah, why don't we just raise it every year and put people in jail that question the Civil War death count?
Yeah, and it's also this, and it also the war brought suffering to a South that was, for better or less, the states were economically colonies of the North for such a long time. Not only were the race relations damaged due to the Reconstruction governments and carpetbag regimes from what they did, they were economically devastated. They didn't have, this is a lot of because of economic policies in the North, discrimination in freight rates, banking.
Trade policies specifically were very not beneficial to the southern states as well.
Right. They wouldn't even take their elected officials when they first came back. They had to be a specific party or a specific person.
There's and you had these Reconstruction governments that would, they were corrupt. They didn't represent anybody.
Well, you repeat yourself. I mean, all governments are generally corruptible, and generally do get corrupted. I mean, like what governments weren't, corrupted and destroyed? Honestly.
I mean, they let Ulysses G. Grant be in charge of the whole construction era when he was just a massive town drunk.
Well, yeah, Grant's presidency was largely a failure. Even as someone with roots in Ohio can attest to that he wasn't that good of a president. He had a lot of scandals happen in the regime, a lot of incompetency. He did do some good stuff. He tried to do, but also like some of the programs, the scandals he ran, really lost faith in a lot of the. And back to people think that we might have a fraudulent election in 2020. I think we'll have one. We had one in 1876. It's possible that I think Ben Tillman would have been the next president if not for voter fraud and some of the shenanigans that Ruther B. Hayes, his electorates made a deal with that say, okay, we'll end Reconstruction, we'll pull the troops out, and then, as a promise, Ruther B. Hayes will be elected and I'll end the troops. That was something I'd point in. And so the solid South takes, the Jim Crow laws were done by damages, damages done to race relationships and economies. And, the South, the only good time they remember, that's where they had to say, let's build a sort of healthy identity based on the heroes, but these are figures that unite the country now. And that's really where Confederate imagery, soldiers, statues, and things come from. It's that idea that we are now one people again. We were honored for stuff, to be glad to take part in the struggle. We lost, but we'll still honor the bravery of those who fell. And the North was like, yeah, you guys gave one heck of a fight.
Right.
And
you were fighting for your people as we were fighting for the Union. You know, you're fighting for
Yeah.
preserving our union and bringing down our boot on you to ensure that you fell in line. You were fighting to keep your people safe and defend yourselves
Yeah.
with your very very legal secession. Yeah, but
Yeah, that's the.
it gets
I
lost.
think the reconciliation narrative lasted for a long time, and I think Southerners did try to. They wrote their own version of history, as a counter to this prevailing narrative that from the radicals that we were traitors. I mean, even Northerners didn't agree with this idea that we were traitors or something. It wouldn't fit the definition. But I think that started to change as we got closer to the centennial, whereas the civil rights era, these leftist historians started revising the history. They started trying to bring up lies about why people erected Confederate statues at the courthouse, because I don't know if you remember back when the controversy was just simply just the flag over the Carolina State House where it stood flowing there for a very long time. And then no one cared about the monuments or names. That was just the flag. And now look where we're at now. You can't even mention the Confederacy even on the internet without getting censored. You know, the flag's not only it's very close to being banished or made illegal
They're
in
treating it
many
like the
places.
swastika.
Yeah,
That's what they've done.
I get really annoyed with that comparison too, because the South wasn't exterminating black people.
Oh, I mean, I get annoyed by that comparison too because the swastika is a Buddhist religious symbol that's on. If you look at a map in Japanese, it's on every single temple. All right, now granted, it's going the other direction, but like, it's dumb. Like this whole notion that like, oh, symbols are not okay is fucking dumb. Symbols are for the
Well,
symbol-minded.
yeah, St. Andrew's Cross is the battle flag sigil. It has roots in Christianity, you know. And the South would have, we had joked that the South would have won.
Are you talking about the
if
Iron
it had it
Cross of the
made.
Wehrmacht?
Yeah, same thing with
Right.
it means different. I'm not even. It's like the comparison doesn't work because what did the Confederate States of America have in common with Nazi Germany? I mean, if Nazi Germany saw the war going on between the Union and the Confederacy, he would have thought the Union was the good people because there was a lot of German immigrants. He would have probably said all the slaveholders were Jewish or something, and how dare they
Right.
are. How dare they mix with an inferior people? See, this is why we should eradicate them. It's very likely if there was this situation, the Confederacy would have probably fought against the Nazis, or the
I mean,
Nazis would have probably
not to get back into the Democrats or the real racist kind of argument, but I believe was it FDR that wrote tons of letters to Hitler, if I recall. He's very impressed with his socialist. It was it FDR or was it Woodrow?
It was Mussolini. It wasn't Hitler.
It
It
was
was Mussolini.
Okay.
But hey, that's also a thing. And yeah. I'm actually come down on another. Speaking of provision, is like I think both world wars killed Europe. Like neither one was.
You're
was either both.
absolutely correct. I think both world wars ended any possibility for a unified European identity.
Yeah,
I think that absolutely destroyed it because Europeans have been at war for millennia at this point.
Yeah.
Europeans have always been fighting each other over land, whether it was the Nordic peoples invading, the West Europe and the British Isles, whether it was the French and British fighting over land, whether it was, the Caliphate did invade as well, and then a bit of Christendom united to go push the Caliphate off the Iberian Peninsula and a little bit back into their own land. But Europeans have been absolutely fucked. But these two world wars absolutely destroyed any chance because they just had no holds barred, and any rules they thought they had established were just have a good night, Ominous. They just absolutely murdered people by the score. People just were. They needed massive graves just to store all the bodies, and so there was no chance for reconciliation, and they kind of shattered the European identity permanently, I think.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you show the people in 1900 what would happen. They'd say, "Oh no, we can't let this get back. We gotta."
Yeah, the old time machine meme. This is what happens if you guys win.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
You see that, Hans? You see that, Eric? You see your child is now twerking in the streets with drags. How did winning the war help you? And it's a joke. It's like people would like to say, "Hey, yeah, maybe we fought on the wrong side of the war." It's just these. There would have been a conflict, I think, even if, like, let's say the Central Powers, people are like, yeah, we don't want a war. We're trying to be nice to everybody. There was going to be something that happened because the Ottoman Empire was failing. It was dying. It was starting to lose territory. Balkans were not very stable. The Russian Empire was on the verge of another war after losing one in Japan. It was it was kind of, there was going to be a conflict, but I think people, it would not be as destructive because the monarchies, they'd be like, and the United is like, we can't let a Bolshevik Russian revolution threaten us. We'd have to smash it, or there would be a united front, and it would have probably delayed the inevitable that this would have resurgence. It would have delayed the Leninists, but there would be more time and more opposition because right now the right has basically been neutered since 1945. They can't go back because they'll always have the Nazi label thrown at them if they even attempt to have this sort of a rightish collective
I mean,
thing.
what you're saying is like right wing authoritarianism has been neutered specifically.
Yeah, they're scared. Like they're too scared. Like they'll always get the Nazi comparison because the left has won the narrative battle ultimately after both world wars. Because they say, see, this is why you can't have any sort of monarchy.
Right, because you got everybody killed, and we all fought. Rather than accepting that it was these alliances that pulled us into this war, more than anything.
Yeah,
and caused it to spiral out of control.
And it's like I say, and it's allowed the leftist ratchet to say, like, if you don't want people rioting in your streets, if you don't want people destroying stuff, you're evil, you're a Nazi, you're the fascist.
Yeah, even though every night in Kennesaw and Portland looks like fucking Kristallnacht. Like every single night, right? Everything's on fire. People are beating people to death in the streets for being a certain group or something. It is like every time it's like a modern day Kristallnacht, and this was the same thing with the LA riots.
Yeah. Suffice to say, it's the whole idea of a fascist, this mystical concept of a fascist is like a witch hunt. Where are the real witches? There's more witch hunters than there are actual witches.
Well, it's more so that, oh my gosh, these people are going to get into power and they're going to take all of your freedoms and rights away. Meanwhile, we're taking your freedom and rights away, and you're going to clap for us while we do it.
Yeah.
Like it's like, oh, those nice privacy rights that you had. Some assholes crashing planes into a building. They're gone. They're gone. We just took them. How did we do it? We just did. We did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like, and it's gone.
Yeah, there is a way to reform. Like, the big thing is we'd have to basically also.
I don't think I can say
what
what we'd have to do to reform.
Well, the system, I don't know if it can be fixed because it's on might be on a death spiral until, wait till the system destroyed. Because I think the thing is, I think the benefit of a Trump victory is that these people will just continuously go so crazy that they basically continuously break down their system to the point where it finally collapses. The dysgenic influence of bioleninism, reality basically catches up to it and then it just collapses. But it takes a long time to rebuild stuff, and it depends. Would Trump then suddenly act like Franco and just come in and say, "All right, enough of the badness. I'm cracking down on this woke movement," because it's notoriously hard to get rid of these ratchets or these singularities.
Well, there's one way to do it, but you can't do it. It's an illegal way of doing it. I'm not gonna
What
say
is
how.
Well, hold on, Geeky. I'm gonna push back at it. What the fuck is legal anymore? Like, think about what they fucking did to Roger Stone. Think about what they do to all these fucking people that are, like, completely harmless dissidents, while fucking people that are actual criminals walk every day. You got, like, what's his name? James Wolfe on the Senate Select Intelligence Committee literally leaks classified documents, does treasonous behavior. He gets, like, a slap on the wrist. Everyone that seems to support the administrative state is absolutely, like, exonerated because, they're absolutely exonerated. Jeffrey Epstein gets murdered in, like, the highest security cell in the entire country because he would put so many pedophiles in jail. Like, it's like, what is legal? Like,
I think literally Epstein was the first person. I feel like, I'm so surprised considering that Maxwell hasn't been taken out yet, but I feel like it's just a start, I feel like Epstein was the start of taking out the
Robbie164, thank you for the follow. Yeah, but I think the one thing that was positive about the Epstein murder is that I think it woke a lot of people up. You know, a lot like because I've talked to a lot of people on the left and a lot of people on the right about Epstein, and even like the people on the left, like the most blue-pilled people that there are like, oh yeah, he was murdered.
I mean, even Ricky Gervais said he was murdered, and
Yeah,
he's pretty paused.
yeah, Ricky Gervais is pretty paused, but it's like, it's like, dude, like he was murdered. Everyone's just like they agree, like he was fucking murdered, 100%. Like there is no doubt in my mind. That's what happened.
Him being murdered is what's the definition of murder? It's like unjustly killed. I think he deserved it, but
What the
Yeah. It's
just
hell is
me.
up with your microphone?
what do you mean?
Yeah,
Right.
it sounds like you're eating your mic.
Yeah.
I think Lunas did say what's right. No one's innocent at the top at this point. I think everyone's dirty. It's just a race who can air everyone's dirty laundry first.
Well, I mean, I
think-
think all of our politicians, senators, and congressmen have all sold out this country in various
Yeah.
different ways, all for their own personal gain. And if one of them talks, they know they're all dead. You know, they're all gonna hang. You know that like they know that like if it's not even like the Epstein stuff. I mean, those people that are involved with Epstein are probably like, I've got enough money, I can extradite myself to wherever I want to go, or I can, you know, cover things up, or I can have the FedEx guy go threaten the judge. You know,
Right.
that's what they think. But like the politicians, you know, they know that like they've sold out to China, they've sold out to these big corporations, and they've made all this money. And the amount of dirt that the federal government and our like our federal police force has on our FBI is such an absurd degree that like they could be destroyed if one of them talks, which is why none of them talk, which is why
Exactly.
the James Wolfe got a sweetheart deal, because James Wolfe would have made people go to jail if he had talked. Now, granted, he would have never talked. He would have probably, you know, had all the cameras stop functioning and have him commit suicide over something. But like that's why he got a sweetheart deal, because they're like, rather than have the optical mess of a, you know, assassination against a threat to the actual administrative state, they instead just said, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna give him a free pass and just be like, oh, it was nothing big deal.
Now, my question is, like, we all agree that Trump is probably going to get reelected, right?
Mm-hmm.
In
Now, my question
absence
is-
of mass voter fraud, which is very possible, I would
Now, the
say his
question
chances
is-
are above 70% right now.
Now the question is, in 2024, are we just going to go back to the status quo, or is Trump finally going to
Well,
kill
the
swamp
Republican
man?
Party is going to fight like hell to make it so. That's why Nikki Haley's being pushed to the front. That's why Dan Crenshaw's being pushed to the front. They're the milquetoast losers they want us to lose with.
Yeah, they don't. There is a civil war on the MAGA identity. You saw it on the Republican convention. Like, you know what they'll try to pivot Jared Kushner's agenda as real, you know, the real "Make America Great Again" thing, where it's, you know, the criminal justice reform,
Oh, gosh.
the acts, you know,
Pro-Israel.
The base is, I think, the base of the thing is way more right wing than the, you know, what they want. And the idea is we have to keep, you know, the options. We have to buy time to get a, you know, perhaps we would get a challenger that comes forward that is even more, you know, it could be Tucker Carlson, it could be somebody completely
Tucker
out
Carlson
of the
will
blue.
not run. I'll say
Yeah,
that right now with confidence.
I don't
Tucker Carlson
think
loves this country, but Tucker Carlson is a good family man who would not put his family through that.
Yeah,
I-
he's
I-
got too much.
He's got too much to lose, right? Like, he's not like the reason Donald Trump ran is because Donald Trump is a wealthy, rich dude who literally being president was the last mountain he had to climb.
Yeah,
And he
And he did
literally did just because everyone said he couldn't.
Right, yeah, exactly.
He never
People
tried.
taunt him. Tucker Carlson, he's a very, very ridiculously wealthy television host that has a very good life right now.
Yeah.
And like to ask a guy that young to just throw it all away, like no, you can't convince him of that. Yeah, no. Sorry.
Now the question is, will we ever get another Trump-like candidate to ever run for president, or it's over? This was our one and done deal, and and Congress screwed it up.
Well, I'll let you go first. Yeah, later. Actually, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Well, it depends on what happens. The movement might not go away because, you know, this, like I said, the left is going completely crazy. You know, they've gone full bio-Leninism. They're letting these degenerates, these crazies, these lunatics, literally take over their whole party, and it's causing them to, you know, lose their elites are in threat of getting toppled by the crazies elites. We could see a civil war in the Democratic Party Same thing with the Republican Party as well.
Yeah.
So you probably would see splits. I think that would be a really like the Democratic Party splitting would be a shock, but not surprise. As you know, as one faction is the more extreme that has said that they have not gone far enough. We're going to do this, and the blue is that, and the same thing could happen on the thing. We could have a fourth. We would have like a four-party system where there'd be the more right-wing parties. They get the more votes. They start to siphon away from the center. Anything that starts to cause the system, as we know, to break down.
Yeah. So you think
Now
like
the question. Mhm.
I'll let you ask the question first. But I was just gonna say, so you think AOC just caused the split of the Democratic Party and Bernie Sanders, something like that?
Yeah, because that's sort of the thing is what the left has unleashed, it can't really control it. Like it's not going to be able to reel in if things get really crazy because it's like they're basically attacking the very foundation of your society, like the bonds, the entropy that they represent. It's like literally causing the non-functionality in these areas. There's no rule of law, and it's the leftists with this thing is like they can't just get rid of these people because it's their base, but at the same time, how do they control them?
The old unholy alliance kind of thing, where it's like these people are their tools, they're useful idiots, they're foot soldiers, the people that they'll march in and agitate with, but not the people that they'll, when it comes down to, brass tacks, they'll abandon these people in an instant.
Yeah.
If it comes between their political power and, helping these people out, they'll dump them in a second.
It's hard to say, because if the left has accidentally, like I said, they've unleashed Pandora's box with these riots. They've made a lot of people mad. They've made a lot of people see the hypocrisy of the government.
There's a lot of suburban white women that are very pissed right now, that are fucking terrified.
And it's not just that,
Well, I mean, that specific demographic that they were counting on to turn this election, I think they made a very tactical error unleashing this and, pouring gasoline on this.
Yeah.
Because, like, the reason they're going soft on these riots is because they're trying... Like, I don't understand what the left is doing, like, trying to preserve, like, the... Well, so they're not trying to preserve the minority vote, because they'll always win the minority vote, but they're trying to preserve turnout, minority turnout, because they think that it can flip a few key swing states. Their problem is that traditionally, like, centrist coalitions that lean left are being turned off by this. And it's either going to make them stay home or possibly vote for Trump. More likely vote for Trump because they'll see, like, well, okay, I mean, he's offered to send in the feds all the time and he's being stonewalled, and, like, people fortunately are smart enough to know that he can't just, send in his right-wing death squads,
if he tried to do
down.
this early on, send in the tank stuff, he would have been impeached and he would have been
right.
overthrown.
No, and it would create like a Tiananmen Square for him, or Nixon with the Vietnam War protests, where you'll only make them more sympathetic. Hey, Dr. Kazeeas, thank you for the lemon, sir. Right, like it would just create a bunch of photo moments for like fucking Time magazine to jizz their pants over.
Yeah.
What you were kind of pointing at earlier? When you say, hey, we can't clean up our own mess, you just get the other side to do it because everyone's clamoring for law and order. You just let the other people do it, and then you demonize them for it and start the cycle over again.
Yep, you incite violence, you cause violence, demand the other side fix it. The other side, says, oh, I'll fix it, and you tell them, no, you can't fix it because we control this city. But you don't. I'm just saying, you don't see fucking red counties burning. You don't see red majority places, with these riot problems because those people handle it themselves. The mayors go, no, I'm not going to let my citizens suffer for your fucking political games or your silly causes and meaningless slogans. Okay, we're not going.
Unfortunately,
to do that.
that's not always the case. A lot of Republicans have cocked to be
no, you're absolutely right. I'm talking about on the local level though.
Well, even then, like, we were very upset. I said I was, the mayor of Jacksonville, for example, tossed all the Civil War statues, markers, and names and monuments.
Well, that's a separate issue. I mean, that's a separate issue, but not completely dissimilar. You're absolutely correct that they did cuck and they did throw away their own history because they don't care about it.
Well, the abandonment is because I think it's part of it's too much apathy on my side because I've tried a lot to get people. it's part of it. They believe it. They think, we can appease the mob. Maybe if we do this, they'll like us. I'm like, no, they won't.
They will never
You know,
like you. They will never.
the only way to stop a mob is to literally round them up. You know, if you can't reason with the mob, if they still get stuff, you have to round them up. You have to use force to put it down. There is no way to actually, to reason with a mob, because the mobs are amoral. They never.
Well,
turn
they
out
weren't.
good.
You have to remember, the mob was not reasoned into their way of thinking. Like, it is not a rational approach that got them there. It's fear, it's misinformation and propaganda that got them to where they are, where they're rioting and, stealing Air Jordans, Like that, they did not get there because they had a reasoned discussion and critically thought their way to this. They got to this entire position on emotion and on fear.
Yeah.
These
Also,
kicks
can't
is
you
for
name it lemon?
Floyd.
Huh?
Don't you know these kicks is for Floyd?
Yeah, you see that Chad thing is like, haha, yes, I just burned down the AutoZone, the banks and stuff. Hey, I feel you're upset with the thing, but what does this have to do with George Floyd? What, George who?
Yeah, there was the guy in the street who there was a Foot Locker that they robbed, and like the reporter goes up to the guy with like a box of like shoes, and it's like, what are your thoughts on George Floyd? And the guy just goes, who? I'm here for new Jordans.
I know. And you have these rationale. Now you can see the absurdity. Like, they try to justify looting, this rioting, and I'm like saying, this is not a healthy society if you have to justify criminal actions and say it's part and parcel of the system.
Yeah, the Sadiq Khan argument.
Yeah, exactly. Do you guys remember when Trump got elected and they asked some of the people, "Oh, did you guys vote during the election?" And they're like,
No.
No." It's like, why are you protesting then if you didn't vote?
Well, because it's very easy to get angry over things, but come on, getting to a polling station, Geeky, that's too much. That's a step too far. You can't get me to go to a
Twitter
polling station.
and complain how hard it is to get to this polling station.
Yeah.
Oh, waiting in lines is so hard.
Oh, I know.
You
Or,
also
or if you're like us, Geeky, I'm assuming you just fill out your ballot at home and drop it off there, right? And it's like a 10-minute process?
No, I just go to the polling station. I'm old school.
Yeah.
I went to
I
the
bet
polling
it's-
station in 2016, and I wore my MAGA hat, and there was like a dumb unconstitutional law where it's like, you can't wear any political gear while you're at the polling station. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I had to put my fucking hat in my shirt, and I was just like, oh, this is fucking absurd.
Wait, that's a real
Well-
law?
That was a law back in 2016. I think it got overturned because it's blatantly unconstitutional. Very protected free speech.
You thought that was risky. I had my battle flag shirt on while I was polling.
Fucking based. Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, you have to understand, I'm in Southern California, all right? Unless you're in, like, a major city, then, yeah. Mine was more dangerous.
Yeah.
One of the illegal immigrants that might be voting there might take offense to that and, club me in the back of the head.
No.
No offense, Geeky.
No, it's okay. I would have give you a clap in the back, like, thank you for being so brave.
I know.
Yeah, there's also, so really we have a thing is, which, not to sound like, which one is the accelerationist, which one is this, we have a case, the recent fake news article about Trump dissing the troops, which was not true at all. Like, it was hard.
That was so funny that John Bolton, of all people, said, no, that's not true. It's funny. I heard about this story, and here's what I bet actually happened. Like, here's what I think happened is that John Kelly, who's like a fucking traitor, by the way, and absolutely seditious to the government in so many ways, just hates Donald Trump because, he doesn't want to invade Syria or Iran yet. And so I think, like, what Trump probably said was like, fuck, we can't go. Well, at least I won't have to mess up my hair. Like a casual joke, like a normal human being says.
Right.
But I mean, one, I don't listen to traitors and what they say. Like, I don't believe any of it. But like, if he's like, well, he said it like this, but obviously misconstruing what was said and taking all context and meaning from it to attack the president, who was his boss at the time.
Yeah, and I mean, if the fact that they all said an anonymous source just means they made it up. Like,
Yeah.
at this point, anonymous source means, oh, we made it up, and they'll believe us because we're the media.
Well, they'll believe us because they want to believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll believe us because they absolutely wanted to believe it, and they want that to be the truth. We want to start getting into some of the stories, or do we want to wait for Andy for some of the suggest stories?
Suggest.
Back into some of that, we'd probably have a similar portion where we do interviewing and whatnot, so wouldn't have to get into a few of them.
Also, Jitch,
Yeah.
thank you for the lemons, but I'm not going to start a GoFundMe to get you unbanned on Mochi's chat. You're just going to have to learn to deal with the mods. All right, let's see. Demonstrations and political violence in America. New data for summer.
Oh, it
it's
was saying
just-
that only like they claim out of the 200 BLM protesters, only like 5 of them were violent, according to the study.
Well, it was like there
How
was
many?
93%
There were more than
were
5 people that
just
attacked
peaceful,
Sword Guy.
and or you
Or
had
the-
like 7%. I'm like, hey guys, we got a new statistic to meme. Despite only being 7% of the protests, they made up for all the crime, death, destruction, and monuments. It really tells you that 7% of 93. We had like 7,700 riots. 7% of that is like 564 riots. That's okay. Yeah, Portland is inflating that number because they had like a riot every night for like nearly 100 days. But like,
It's their
that's still a lot
culture. Sorry.
I mean, the fact that Salt Lake City was rioting was surprising to me. Like, what does Salt Lake City have to do with BLM? It's all white guys and Samoans.
Yeah.
Well, what did if only we could say this riot was confined to Minneapolis, and then we'd all just point and laugh at theirs. But no, it went everywhere, and then people
Exactly.
started tearing down mine. Oh, that's a depressing thing. So I looked up how many monuments were removed, damaged, replaced.
Desecrated.
Oh, it's like 234 at this point. And yes, Confederate monuments were the majority, like at 125.
And we'll never
Or
get those
removed.
monuments back. The
That's the
artists
worst
that
part.
made them, the cultures that respected them, we're never getting that back.
No, well, it would have to take a massive community effort and a de-northern, de-Yankeefied kind of an unreconstructed type of people to return them back to where they belonged.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say what. And a lot of these, and people are not getting punished for toppling them, even if they're felony. Like you had a story in Virginia where the Portsmouth Monument you saw was vandalized and it was eventually removed and taken down because it was so. But the police tried to prosecute the people who were. The thing is, there was government officials who were also involved in cheering on the riots, and all of a sudden the police chief is then dismissed, and you're like thinking, okay, well that just goes to show like they want these things to happen. If we can't even arrest government officials in violence, firing, it tells you the horrible level of corruption that is going on.
Well, didn't they try to burn down the Confederate Monument Museum in Richmond? Like, they tried to burn down a whole museum?
Yeah, and they did. There was the UDC headquarters that was trashed. And unfortunately, it destroyed some artifacts, and one of them was Stonewall Jackson's battle flag. That's been lost forever.
That's.
Oh, that.
I
actually
see all
makes
this
me really
destruction
angry
of-
right now.
I see all this destruction of monuments, and it's like, it's ISIS. Like, this is exactly what ISIS does, and many people have different theories on what is the impetus for ISIS or what's funding them, and obviously the U.S. government has given them support, to overthrow Syrian government, and various other governments have supported them, obviously. But what do when they take over, like a historical site? They destroy their fucking history, because like the left in this country, they don't want us to have a history. They want to make a year zero where we're all a bunch of inclusive, a bunch of class conscious, race conscious people that are all, it's fucking absurd. But they're just literally doing what ISIS is doing.
Basically.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'd like to see somebody get how you can like deface like US currency, and it's like I forget what the actual penalty is, but I'd like to see somebody get in trouble for that, like right now. Just be like, okay, yeah, I defaced a $5 bill by turning it into like Bill Murray. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but
Yeah.
I think
it's
I
pretty
saw some
cool.
people doing that with Andrew Jackson. They did that
Yeah.
with
I
Yeah.
Andrew
always do that with
Jackson
Andrew
bills.
Jackson.
I put a
I mean,
penny
you know
in the Disneyland machine.
Yeah.
It's like I'd like to see somebody get screwed for that in the midst of this, like taking down all these statues and whatnot, and be like, you ruined that quarter over there. We're gonna have to
I mean,
take you in for this one.
Doesn't Canada have like Leroy bills because everyone defaced them into that?
Do they?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That'd be hilarious.
Leroy Bill?
Leonard Nimoy,
Yeah,
the Spock.
Right, Spock from Star Trek.
yeah.
So
Or
they gave him an official currency because people kept defacing it. Oh, that's pretty funny.
That is funny.
But yeah, there's the whole notion, like, again, that's like I said, the people Trump warned, like, don't take down if you attack them, what stops them from going after other
Washington,
people?
Jefferson, Davis, all them, which they've already started.
Yeah, at least Christopher Columbus he got hit hard.
yeah, they want to take down Mount Rushmore even.
Oh,
Yeah.
they'll get close to that, or funny, 4 years ago they would have thought you'd be a fool to not take it, and here they are thinking it's stolen land from the Sioux or this, and or it's a monument to white supremacy or things. What's funny is if this country, I wonder how many minorities would be terrified if this country wasn't what they called white supremacy. They would not like it because look at what happens to any country where we're not in charge or competent people are not like.
I mean, look at all of Africa. Look at South Africa. Look at fucking Zimbabwe, the Sudans, Syria. Syria is in a constant state of war.
I mean, if this country is truly white supremacy and E1 races, why do so many immigrants that are non-minorities want to come up here?
Yeah, it's always amazing. Not to get into the Democrats are the real racist, but it's like, oh man, we must be so terrible for all these minorities, man. If they can come here and have access to our entire welfare state and can have opportunities they can get nowhere else in the world.
And they elected a black man, so like, how is that racist?
Well, Geeky, he was only half, and like, okay, but I guess his husband made up for more. I'm sorry, made up for more than we elected 2 black men, I suppose.
I mean, Bill Clinton's grandpa was black or something like that, so we already had a black president.
Yeah, you're right.
Now we're gonna have a situation. Every white person's now got to select the small amount of non-white DNA in them and say they're not truly white.
Listen,
Tactic,
Yellow
I like
Lantern. I am Polish and Irish, so I am also a mulatto, okay? I am also a product of race mixing, okay?
I'm pretty sure I could find some slave blood inside me or somewhere.
Yeah, don't even get me started. I think I saw this old 4chan graph where they had all the white countries with European, and they're all like trying to say, "Oh, I'm not really white. My ancestor was this." And you get to the guy with Egypt, he's like, "Oh, don't even get me started."
So do you remember that South Park clip where it was like Randy finds out he's half like Neanderthal and he starts claiming he's oppressed because of it?
It's a classic.
The 23andMe. It turns out I'm an oppressed minority too.
Oh yeah, I love the ad for it. I found out that I'm 132,000 Native American.
Oh yeah, let's have Elizabeth Warren chair the Native American committee.
You mean her 199th?
Hispanic?
Yeah,
Or,
I like how. Yeah, I like how she's the one who's now reintroduced the one drop rule back into politics. I know it is. You have where were we? We're going with this, but yeah, these these are people justifying, mostly peaceful protests, most
fiery but mostly peaceful protest. I love that fucking image of like CNN, like fiery but mostly peaceful protest. Like everything is burning and I'm just fucking laughing.
It's like you point out. Or was I thinking, like, when you say this is mostly peaceful, like, there are just no words.
Yeah, I mean, was Charlottesville mostly peaceful?
Well, it was until Antifa showed up and the
Right.
state basically forced them to fight each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Heart attack happened.
I almost feel like Charlottesville was kind of planned. I don't know if anyone gets that vibe. Like the more you read into it.
They should have just canceled it. Like they should not have. They should have just done like a little rally where it's like, do it in a place like Montana. Do it in a place where it's like remote, very not. You're not a threat to anybody. Be aware
Yeah.
of people you attract. Don't be a spurg. Don't be marching, teaching, torture. Yeah, you didn't destroy anything or stuff, but don't give the regime reasons to live.
Yeah.
They should have just had meetings, just like be nice to have stuff, cut down on the like, don't do things, don't become the caricature that your enemy wants to be. That we talked about that
Don't give
before.
them the enemy they want to fight.
Yeah,
Exactly.
if 93% of these protests were peaceful, and 99% of the days the Mongol horde did not initiate a siege nor sack the city. 99% of the time, U.S. drones carrying Hellfire missiles over foreign lands, the fights, those were peaceful.
Yeah, mostly they just
No.
hover there. It's the one day they do something where it changes things.
Yeah, and how many these, like I said, the cities where they destroyed, like Minneapolis, New York, Portland, Chicago, Philadelphia, things, they're gone. Like the amount of damage they've done, it's not even just the economics and lives. There's the social cost too. The people don't think about the loss of life, or the loss of vitality, the social bonds that
Or the
existed.
loss of social trust.
Yeah.
The breakdown of that order was preserving. The order did preserve. Sorry. Order kind of preserved this kind of cohesion that was building over time, but now it's completely destroyed.
Yeah, I feel like liberal big cities are officially gone now. I mean, no one's gonna want to move back into them. They're afraid they're gonna get robbed. It's even impossible to get like a U-Haul or a Penske because everyone's just fleeing. Like they caused this, and they're gonna be wondering in 5 years when they have no more tax revenue because everybody left. Like, what do we do? They're gonna do an exit tax now.
Good. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you, Geeky, for transitioning that. Have you heard about this exit tax law they're trying to pass in California?
I think New York even has one too that they're proposing.
Where they want, and this is what's the most unreasonable part about it. I mean, it's completely unreasonable, mind you. But what they're trying to say is that anyone that's left in the last 10 years, not just someone that leaves after it, they're saying if you left 9 years and 364 days ago from California or less, you have to pay like an exorbitant amount of taxes back to the state for leaving the state. Just absurd. Now, that would obviously violate ex post facto laws, but we'll see what the courts do. What do you think about that, Yellow Lantern? Doesn't that sound great? Extract all this tax revenue from the people that fled and blackmail people into staying.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Chaos, hentai is degenerate, but it's not really relevant to this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, all this news is just waiting me to. It's like, hey, when's the third impact happening? Or can we get maybe some life fibers to come down here and maybe tie up some people? Just waiting for the. I had, a joke is like maybe someone in 1995 was like, man, I can't wait in the future where we're riding in mechs and having things. And now he's in 2020. He's like, okay, where's that third impact? I don't want to live in this planet anymore.
Well, it's like, okay, it's like, well, man, at least this will all be fixed in the future, right? It's not going to be like a shithole. We're not going to have people rioting over pointless nonsense, right? 2020, like LA. Oh, fuck. People are still rioting. The cars look new.
Yeah, and the whole oh, we want to show off America by bringing events here, like international events. Well, you're doing a pretty terrible job showing off America right now. What makes you think when these events come, everyone's gonna all of a sudden be happy? Like I bet you this right now goes that when LA hosts the Olympics in 2028, there will be massive protests against it because diversity reasons, or
yep,
it kicked out.
They're going to be saying there's too many white athletes from Russia.
The thing that brings people from around the world and all these different cultures to do their different sports, celebrate these different nations, but it's not diverse enough. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, or
Perfect.
racism.
Yep.
Yeah, no, there will be mass riots, there will be protests over the Olympics. That I am sure.
Yeah, or they'll be like, oh, they kicked out the homeless. Like, where'd the homeless gonna go? Well,
oh, I would be so happy if they kicked out the homeless.
Oh, same here.
No
Oh
more
my-
squatters.
Yeah, no, but like you don't under. It's awful here, Yellow Lantern. Like every fucking freeway exit, all the bridge underpasses. There's at least a homeless person, and it's just
Yeah.
like I don't want kids walking by that guy.
Yeah, I don't want
I
to
don't
walk
trust
through.
that dude. He's a drug addict, probably. Like what the fuck are we supposed to do?
Yeah, I don't want to see needles on my sidewalk. I
It,
want to
re-
be able to go run outside. Like I
it
don't want to
really
be.
shows the disaffectedness of like how bad California is being run, because a marvel of human technology is the ability for somebody to live in an inhospitable environment, but have something like AC, wireline stuff, and be able to live there. Yeah, how does California mess this up so badly, other than just bad governance and bad policies? Like,
Well, it's governance, Yellow
yeah,
Lantern. It is just governance. I mean, that's generally what happens.
yeah.
Is that
And,
there's
I should have
graft and
been careful with,
exploitation and bribery.
Florida, my home state. Yeah, maybe we should not have advertised economic success, because we get a lot of transplants and snowbirds that come in here for vacations and all that, and
Kick
in
'em
some
out.
cases they've displaced the native culture, or the southerners.
We
Like,
need to build
you
a
know,
wall around California. I agree 100%.
Like now that like your state, everyone thinks of Disney World. They think of Orlando or Miami. They don't think about the rest of the history of that state. And I think that is because of the tourism.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, like I said, North Florida is still pretty close to what the old Florida used to be like. A Florida before, like, the Disneyland, the air. That's North Florida. It's the true deep south.
yeah, the Panhandle, right?
Kind of fizzles out. Yeah, basically, once you're south of Ocala, when you get close to the line, there's a marker. There's a giant Confederate flag that kind of marks between the South and, well, when you cross that, now you're back in Michigan, as they would say.
Lotus Di brings up a point that Japan has governance, and there aren't areas in their cities where you won't come out. That's mostly true. I mean, there are areas in the city you won't take kids in, but like that's not because it's unsafe for the kids. That's just because they're like areas of like a sexual nature, that they're where a brothels are, or generally seedier parts of town, or like in certain parts of Harajuku where there's a lot of immigrants. I'll kindly say there's some immigrants that congregate there and sell fake clothes and are kind of sketchy, but I would feel very comfortable punching one of them in the face and walking away and not going to jail and just being like, dude, let go.
Yeah.
But as far the reason why Japan doesn't have these problems is because Japan is 90% Japanese, and the government,
98%.
huh?
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's something
ethnically
absurd, and the Japanese government cannot be anti-Japanese. The Japanese government can form no coalition of people to be anti-Japanese.
Plus, they don't have birthright citizenship.
Right, and I don't even think I can. The only way I can become a citizen of Japan is to marry a Japanese woman and take her name. I believe that's the only way. That's the only way I could become a citizen, and I'm happy living as an expat. I'll be happy to live as a fucking expat,
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't blame you.
Say what?
It's fair at this point. I couldn't blame you.
It's funny. People say like, "Oh, but you're not you're not part of their people." It's like, yeah, but I can live as a second class citizen there. I don't know what class of fucking citizen I'm gonna be in California in 10 years.
Yeah, third world class citizenship.
Right.
Here we come.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's-
Like I'm happy to. I at least know where I am. I have friends. I have very good friends in Japan and people that I consider family in Japan that aren't related to me at all, that I love dearly, and I know they would treat me well. But like here, I've got my actual family, but I don't even know what to do about the people.
If one day they're gonna give you a pat on the back or just punch you and take
Right?
your
Are they
wallet
going to
for
give
no
me a pat
reason.
on the back or punch me in the back of the head, or use my head as a kickoff football?
Yeah.
I don't know, and I don't really want to find out.
Tip to find out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck around.
Exactly.
Oh, Yellow Lantern, what's your take on Kyle Rittenhouse? Speaking of fucking around.
Let's see. I always say Kyle Killikami for Mommy Rittenhouse. That kid was. he wasn't in the. I don't think he was in the ideal situation to be surrounded by a mob or be a little far away to help protect. But he had the absolute right to defend himself, and he didn't start a conflict. From what I gathered, what started the confrontation was the dumpster fire he put out.
Yep.
He put out a dumpster fire with an extinguisher. The crowd got mad about that and called him stuff, and then started to throw stuff at his group.
Right.
Even one guy brandished a pistol trying to stuff, and then later on in the group he gets separated, and all of a sudden people start attacking him. Like
Right.
one
They
of the guys
attacked him
throws-
with the trucks on a skateboard, which you could very easily kill someone with, quite
Yeah,
easily. The guy
Did you
was
see
pulling.
that video of somebody? There was this video of some guy said like goading a teen to say the N word, and he's like, "Yeah, okay, I'll say it," and he just gets whacked with a skateboard. I'm
Yep.
like, "Holy shit! How is that?
I believe they call that
assault."
polar bear hunting, but yeah, that's fucking despicable. The despicable thing is that criminal is going to use as a defense that he said a mean word, and I cannot be responsible for my own actions because he said a magic word.
Yeah, what are you, an aristocrat? What are you? You're not some, member of the gentry who felt slighted by an insult, and then you had to go and challenge the person to a duel. That's
No,
not,
you just literally walked up and just
slapped
assaulted them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just said, that's it, I'm gonna slap you.
I slap at you!
Uh,
I slap at you! I slap at you!
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
no.
what, I think everybody was watching that clip from the kill stream where Gorgoff edited the
Gorgoth also,
Worski
by the way,
thing.
has been on the show. We love Gorgoth. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he edited the show and he had the Worski clip "Stay Back" with Richard
No, with
Spencer.
Kyle.
Oh, that was amazing.
Aim! That was so.
That's my favorite clip of all time.
That was amazing. Gorgoth
He's
did a
like,
great
"Stay the
job.
fuck in." And he switches it to Richard Spencer. It's like, "That's it, I'm gonna
That's
slap you." And-
So, Lester
Oh,
Kane
no.
says. Yeah, Lester Kane does point out one mistake that Kyle Rittenhouse did. He did not hit Gage Grosskreutz center of mass.
Yeah.
I do love
was...
all the memes, like it's like American Mercenary 2020. Kyle Rittenhouse was asked what it felt like to kill people, and he said, "I've never killed any people. I've only killed communists." Oh
Communist,
shit,
yeah.
Gorgoth is here, by the way.
Oh, hey,
Let's bring him on.
Gorgoth, you are live on Coast to Ghost. How are you doing tonight, Gorgoth?
I feel like Beetlejuice. I hear my name said somewhere 3 times and I just show up.
I did say it 3
It
times.
wasn't-
What's up, Gorgoth?
It wasn't me.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay, yeah, it was me. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it was. Yeah,
Oh.
sorry guys. It's like, but this time it's like you say Bloody Mary, and then all of a sudden you compliment the Bloody Mary. It's like, "Oh my God, you look so cute. I love what you've done with your hair." And the Bloody Mary's like, "Thank you."
Yeah, it's
Right.
thrown off guard. It's like this one picture I saw online, kind of in that same vein, where I think it's like some picture of like someone laying in bed, like a monster's like hand starts reaching up, the person laying in bed grabs his like, "Please, I need to talk to someone." The monster just goes away.
Oh no. Punish Tango says that Andy is drunk off his ass and probably won't make. Well, we'll see.
I tuned in a little while ago and I heard someone drop a slur. I don't want to rat anyone out, but I heard someone drop
Oh
something.
no! Don't do that to Andy. Although drunk Andy would be really funny.
Right. I don't condone any of that. I think if that's what gets no, don't do that.
Yeah,
That's
please don't drop any F or N slurs. Please don't.
Yeah.
Especially with the new rule set. Like, come on, guys.
I have not been informed on the new rules, but please don't drop those. It just pisses me off because then I've got to do shit and I've got to make my moderators do shit. I
Right.
give
Yeah,
you guys
just-
a lot of
no,
leeway
no.
in this chat.
Yeah, we
Or-
can't have too many gamer words on like.
Nintendo.
Yeah,
Uh.
you sneezed before you came on the show because I've heard the saying that if you sneeze, it's because somebody's talking about you.
I've heard that before.
It's a thing very common in Japanese culture, and you'll see it in a lot of anime. Someone will be specifically talking about someone, and then they'll sneeze.
I thought also I heard yawning. It's also kind of similar. If you're yawning, someone's thinking
Hey,
about
careful,
you.
Jitch, careful.
I thought yawning was contagious. Like if one person yawned, everybody.
Yeah, no, it is. Some guy made a video where like he went to like Egypt like somewhere where he just did not know the tongue at all, but managed to yawn and get someone else to yawn. So it is contagious. I don't know the reasoning why, but I know it's contagious.
Oh, what you mean?
Don't. I feel it. No, here, help me.
I'm yawning.
I'm gonna yawn.
Oh my God, he's yawning.
The yooner.
I'm feeling the union. I recognize the country as
Psychological thing?
existing. Sorry?
I think it is. It's like
I've heard that it's you usually do it after somebody that you're really paying attention to, that somebody's actually like holding your attention, or you it's something that you either honed in on in that moment, or you were actually paying attention to them and you hold them in some esteem, and it just kind of, you go through the same thing they did.
Well, I think that may be it though. What this guy did, like he just literally like he just stood around and yawned, and eventually some just random person just yawned. Now it could have something to do with like they saw him, they paid attention to him, and like, oh, look at this person, paid a mind, and then he happened to yawn at that time. But I don't know.
That is strange. Gorgoth,
Very.
what do you have for what takes do you have for the week? We had you on last week, but what has developed in Gorgoth land since Gorgoth?
Well, a lot of fun stuff, a lot of, I guess, personal stuff. Nothing bad, nothing crazy. I'm just slight difficulties in my life that have kind of came up, but trudging through it. And luckily, I have family and friends around me that are more than willing to help me out. So it's nothing bad. I'm not losing the house. I'm not losing the job. I'm just
You have a house?
well, yeah.
No, I know. I understand the expression. Sorry, my
But,
autism can't help it.
But yeah, it's nothing bad. Just it's a speed bump. But
Not
gonna get
not
through
the
it.
speed bump on the road of history as they run you over, but
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm like that.
You gotta get that Pepe bumpy ride sticker kind of.
yeah,
Or is that
The out of
Pepe on the
control,
bumpy
like-
road?
Okay, the Pepe on the.
Oh, shit,
Yeah,
shit,
I
shit,
kind of
shit.
went through that situation too. Like the
what were you
last. I had the similar feelings too. Like, you know, I was kind of a little AWOL from the kill stream because I was completely crushed seeing what had kind of happened and all the. I think a lot of us, you know, we felt the same. We were sad and angered by the destruction aimed at monuments and towns and stuff, and just the seeming complete abandonment by these politicians and companies with dubious motivations.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so crazy. I was driving downtown LA yesterday or 2 days ago, and
I'm
they
sorry.
have you guys seen the Nike ad that shows Colin Kaepernick and Megan Rapinoe on their knees, instead of saying "You can't stop me," it's "You can't stop us."
It's like, oh yeah.
I think I could stop you pretty well if you're down on one knee. All I need. I think a blunt object could stop you while you're down on one knee.
45. No, I'm not gonna say that.
No, Gorgoth, no!
I'm sorry.
Gorgoth, no!
I think I'm like the spot. I'm sorry.
In Call of Duty, in Warzone.
In Call of Duty, of course, and in Modern Warfare, I like the 1911. It's a good weapon.
It is a good pistol.
Yeah. I don't know. We gotta get jokes. Yeah, like, I had one that's like, wait, Amy Schumer catches funny 19? That's weird. If she did, she's weirdly asymptomatic about it.
Oh,
See,
that's
but
good.
it's like I don't know why it's hard for me to, well, maybe not hard, because I guess it's hard for me to imagine like you sad. Like if you're really sad, like my day, like honestly, it's like I look online, I'm like I see like, oh, I'm feeling sad, and I'm just like, God damn it, who's the sack of shit that made Butters sad? Who did it?
Yeah,
There's,
that was
well, there's a lot of them, unfortunately, and they're kind of in an untouchable places of power. But yeah,
This sounds like it's going into an optical chat.
Yeah, me being the most optical one here is gonna.
Sure.
kinda not-
I'm a good boy,
not-
D-Live. Please give me my check mark already. I'm fucking sick of this follower grind. Oh my
I don't-
gosh.
I don't want to be the asshole that nukes your account you're just about to get it.
Gorgoth, you know
But I
how
feel
many
like every
ninjets
time I
I've gotten?
come on-
You know how many fucking
every time I
ninjets
come
I've
on,
gotten on this platform?
Yeah,
well, all those ninjets are gonna mean nothing if
I've got
Gorgoth
more
comes
ninjets
on
than
and says
Ninja
something.
Guineas. I don't
Oh, shit.
understand. I love it, but I don't fucking understand.
I don't know.
right.
Sorry.
I mean, have you got a partner status in Twitch yet or not yet?
Oh gosh, no, I don't even have I haven't even hit the follower threshold, and because I stream for like 12 hours at a time with like 1 or 2 viewers, like I'm never gonna hit the average hours up. The average like users, I would need to like get like 10 viewers on Twitch at like a time, you know, for like a couple long streams. But that's never gonna happen because the algorithm fucks me.
All you got to do is, I mean, look.
Holy
right now
shit,
you
Del
have-
freaking Tree, what's up, man? How you doing, man?
You have let's see, you have 33 viewers on here right now. If at least a third, guys, if
You
at least
know
a
they're
third
not
of
gonna
us-
do it, Gorgoth.
I'll do it. I'll do it right
Well,
now.
thank you, Gorgoth. And I just want to be very clear. If you guys don't want to send me lemons, please, the another great way that you can support the show is you can hit the links in the description and follow my channel on Trovo or Twitch. I know Flam tried to push people to be like, oh, you know, keep the Twitch window open. Honestly, I prefer you here on DLive. You know, I'd like to get Twitch affiliate status, but like, you know, I love you guys here on DLive. Just remember that all your chats will come through and vice versa. Jitch, thank you for the lemon, as I have a restream bot that will send my chat between the two platforms as well. But thank you for all the support. Hey, Gorgoth, thanks for the follow. Oh no, that's Geeky. Geeky, thank you for the follow over on Twitch, man. Thank you so much.
There we go. There we go. I did it, I think.
Yeah, the weird Twitch name I had to change it because Twitch wouldn't let me keep the name.
Gorgoth, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Everyone's here. Yeah, thank you so much for the support, everyone. Yeah, where were we? Jeez.
We were
Sorry, I
just
went off
talking
into
about
like
gays.
self-promoting.
Talking
Shackleton.
about kicking the butts of whoever makes Butters sad.
Twitch is for
Yeah.
commies. Okay, yeah, Tango's over there on YouTube, which is fine as well. Yeah, no, Yellow Lantern.
Yes.
How are you feeling? Because you know,
Well-
as a fellow Killstream caller, it makes me sad to hear you sad. Tell me what can you tell us? Don't, dear God, do not dox yourself or anything to that degree. But can you explain what's going on?
Well, I guess it was the reaction to the riots and seeing the other like complete like this summer was extremely brutal. Like to see, you know, at first, you know, when it was just confined to Minneapolis, I thought I'm like, holy crap, what is, you know, this is something. And then it spreads everywhere, and all of a sudden they're destroying cities. You're seeing, it's like you're seeing the country that you liked die. You know,
Well, I don't like this country. I love this country, but
like it's
I don't see a
you know.
way to save it from itself.
Yeah, and seeing,
I-
you know, when you see, you know, you feel like the whole system has come out against you. Like pundits on TV saying that you have a virus in your head that is inherent, like you are an inherently
I mean,
evil person.
they've taken the concept of original sin and they've imputed it onto their new state religion.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, because they know it's popular culturally and religiously, that they've taken that and they've absolutely used it.
And
Yeah,
Yellow,
and-
can I ask you a question too, without like doxing yourself? But did they take down a statue in your hometown as well?
Well, it was already too late. It was already relocated to a cemetery. The statue that I guard faithfully and dutifully is already in a cemetery as well, but.
Fucking based.
Unfortunately, I have not been successful in Florida because, you know, as I said, monuments in places, towns like Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Pulaski, Pensacola, and other areas have already made steps to removing very, very priceless, you know, very priceless artifacts in remembrance. I mean, one of the more striking ones I remember a few years was the memory in Athrena with. You had a Confederate. This monument had one facing north, defiant, and one facing south that was tattered in defeat, and it was just eternal memory. And this was moved from Tampa, from the courthouse, down from like the square to a courthouse. Then They didn't vote to remove it. They didn't, but then all of a sudden they got a bunch of pressure from. This is my first encounter with woke capital too. They got pressure to moving it to a cemetery where it now resides. And as much as I say like these monuments are still preserved, it just feels like, you know, confine my people to a cemetery. It's like saying your cause is dead.
Well, it's saying that
Nobody
you're a
wants
dead
to-
people, and that's where they think you belong. You belong as like a grim reminder of the past, not as, you know, a people that deserves a future. That's kind of how I read what they're trying to impute upon that, but maybe I'm just reading too much into this. What do you think, Yellow Lantern?
Sorry,
Like a lot of these-
I cut out. I cut out for a moment. See, I heard you say it's like you treat me like I'm a dead person, or like I'm not worthy of public view.
Right, you're not even worth having the discussion with. Is almost what they're saying.
Yeah.
You're already dead. You know, you're already a dead culture. You're defeated. A defeated people. I mean, what we have statues of, what is his name, Crazy Horse, and Native Americans, because what did we do? We defeated them. We absolutely.
What it is, and I'm sure that you guys have seen the madness surrounding, um, the fucking blue checks on Twitter losing their shit because of Yuri Bezmenov being in the new Call of Duty trailer. But
Oh
when
my!
you-
I loved the anger around that because it was just.
but it's the anger around it. But the anger came from obviously the people who know that what Yuri Bezmenov was saying was true, and they told their little the fucking communist sheep that follow them.
They
that
told
this-
their foot soldiers, they're useful idiots, that no, you cannot let them talk about this. You can't let them discuss the truth. You cannot let them find this, or they'll realize what's happened to them.
because every single Yuri Bezmenov video I've watched and everything I've seen, which is not very much, but everything I've seen, it's like everything he's saying, it's like it's fucking true. And I was at work and I pulled up because I was explaining to my coworkers what it like all the shitstorm that happened. I'm like, so I was like, coworker, you may know this guy, Yuri Bezmenov. He was shown in a video for a video game trailer, and everyone's losing their shit. And I'm like, I don't think it was really an accident. I want to say that someone or some high-ranking someone in Activision wants this to happen. Like, not wants it.
Are you
he
saying
wants
someone there
people
is
to-
based?
I'm saying it's very possible. And
Really?
You know
Yes,
what I honestly
Yeah,
think,
he was
Gorgoth?
KGB. He
yeah,
was GH316.
He was an ex KGB propagandist that was sent to
Tango Whiskey Tango,
I
thank you for the
believe-
follow over on Twitch. Sorry.
If I remember correctly, he was sent over to India to infiltrate and propagandize to let the Soviets come in. This back in the Soviet Union, take over. But he stayed in India and he loved the country. He loved it so much that he basically gave the finger to the Soviet Union.
Did he
It's,
have a
it-
dislike of toilets? I'm just fucking. It's a joke. D-Live, it's a joke, okay? Sorry.
But,
Continue.
no, that could be right, Lotus. They were going for the Russian meddling thing. Yeah, that's true, though. I don't know. It's
Have you
if
ever?
they wanted to just do
Gorgoth,
that,
can you
if they
confirm
wanted
or
to just
deny if
do
you've
that,
ever pooped in the street?
I can neither confirm nor deny I've ever pooped in the street.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it Schrodinger's street poop where it has both has and has not happened?
Yes,
Is it a
correct.
state of being and not being?
It is a state of being. No, I'm not gonna. That's a little too graphic. I'm not gonna.
Uh oh.
Yeah.
I see the toss
But
bet.
anyway.
Mountain walk, no.
Yep. Just pull up the toss page and just look at it longingly. Your channel's gonna go down the longer I keep talking.
No, I'm so close to VP. I'm 2/3 of the way there.
I know it's gonna be. Yeah. But anyways,
No, but
so
I was
What's
gonna
that?
say if you think he's base, how come Activision Blizzard has that whole like no Hong Kong like?
well, then there's
I mean that's because
that.
they're owned by
No,
the Chinese
no.
partially.
Well,
No doubt you guys saw that also. The Chinese markets spurred the fuck out because they had some stuff about Tiananmen Square in there and they had to take it out of the trailer. so I guess it really shows you who their true masters are. But I guess that should also, I don't know. I guess I'm.
Oh,
Sometimes
I'm
conflicted.
tossing
I know
my rechargeable battery, Lotus.
the, I don't know. I guess I kind of, yeah. It's obviously Activision's owned by China, but when I see that
No, Gorgoth. It's owned by China.
China,
China.
but when so like the Yuri, phone's going off. The Yuri Bezmenov thing comes out. Blue check Twitter, God, fucking phone. Blue check Twitter loses their minds, right?
Right.
But then the Chinese make one peep about Tiananmen Square, and that gets shit canned completely. Now, if I guess that does show you that, yeah, the true masters are the Chinese. Yes,
They reside in Beijing.
they do reside in Beijing.
Yeah.
However,
It even
just something in
for a
me.
bit, too.
Maybe it's just me, my optimism slowly dying out, but maybe it's just a little spark in me, a little glimmer of hope that with all the shit going on and maybe some normie video game players that see the Yuri Bezmenov thing and they can put I don't think that it was any coincidence at all that that trailer came out just as the riots were fucking head deep. And between that and the riots themselves actually waking up people and seeing that all the bullshit that's going on, that I don't know. I'm just maybe my optimism is coming
Your
back.
optimism
Maybe,
is inspiring, Gorgoth.
like,
Honestly.
I'm hoping. I'm praying to God every day, or I need to pray to Him more every day, and just hope that that is actually what's happening.
Well, Gorgoth, I hope if your god has any sway in this world or is real, he'll throw us a bone. Because we could use a fucking bone at this point.
I mean, I think even for me, I think the riots are making people more openly right wing or slowly, like, if they're left, they're going to the center. I mean, it's making someone I know who went from the left now is going basically center right at this point because the riots are just waking up with this insanity.
I mean, how many? I'm pretty
Well,
sure everyone here could maybe name at least one person, one lefty that they personally know that is starting to say some right wing stuff. I mean, fuck, out of all people, and this is weird segue, but out of all fucking people, I guess one of the takes I have for this week is Destiny shocked the fuck out of me.
Oh, was it because of the debate with Vosh and how
It was both the debate with Vosh and the
It's hard to stand the
clip where
tallest
he
in a
was-
debate when you're Destiny, but somehow he did.
It's just so I don't know why, but he's like it's so weird to think that in 2020 Destiny would actually start to turn into someone who's likable,
Right.
more likable than people you would think we would like.
And it's also crazy how, like, literally earlier this month, Tim Pool has officially endorsed Trump for president.
Yeah.
Well, I think what has happened, I think I think he just couldn't see, like, the Kenosha thing, the situation there, just something was different. Like, at this point, people had realized that you're really glorifying a criminal that, he had charges on him, a warrant for rape, for assault, for robbery.
But
this.
Yellow Lantern,
and-
hold on. Before we go down this road, yeah, these people always end up being shitty people. But, like, I think we have to step back and, like, yeah, these are criminals. These are hardened criminals that, don't respect the cops or listen to them. That's why they're criminals, all right? They don't
absolutely.
respect authority. However,
Yeah.
like, everything about that situation, that was justified. All right? He was reaching the car. He could have gotten a firearm. He was tased twice. He was ordered by the police. Hey, calm down. And you heard my lefty friend on last week, Gorgoth, right? Where he's like, his kids were in the car. Why would they shoot him? Because you can pull a gun on a cop in about less than a second, and that cop is dead.
Yeah.
Like, no questions. Why did you shoot him 7 times? Because if you wing him and this guy wasn't stopped by tasers, guess what? He can still kill you.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
like people think like you
That's
shoot someone and it's one shot, one kill in Call of Duty. No, okay. Like the human
here's the
body is
thing,
very
yeah.
resilient.
Yeah, when it comes to the ballistics on that, I believe was the cop using a standard like 9mm pistol with hollow points, I imagine.
Mhm.
Probably.
The thing with
The whole thing is he's paralyzed. Yeah, he was
Right.
paralyzed from the waist because of the damage
Yeah.
he got.
Well,
he
at
got
least he
shot
won't be able to
7
abuse anyone else.
times. He got shot 7 times with a 9mm, and he got paralyzed. Now, I understand that because that may be where the cop is aiming at. However, from my recollection, the reason we switched from 45 ACP to standard issue police for the longest time, when the 1911 was, I think, replacing just simple revolvers, but people still love revolvers. But when people used the 1911, I remember, if I remember hearing this from my friend correctly, the 45 ACP round, when you shot someone with it, it would blow chunks out of them. At 45, comparing to a 9mm, 45 is a slower bullet, but it's a much larger bullet.
Right.
It can deal a lot more damage, even though it's going a bit slower. It's not good. It's not as good as armor penetration, but against an unarmored target, they're gonna blow chunks out of the dude. So
Isn't it always funny? They ban you from having armor-piercing bullets, but they for sure like, oh, no, we're not going to get caught with our pants down by an armored target. You
Right,
just have to.
And remember, it took how many bullets to take down Mike Brown as well when he got shot? And they were about around the same size, right? Like, I think it was like 4 or 5 bullets.
Michael Brown
too.
was like a charger. Like, he was charging that officer. Like, you never want to, he was fighting that officer too. Like, he did not say hands up, don't shoot. He was literally punching that officer and trying to get his gun. And he had
Right,
just robbed the
and he
convenience store.
Yeah,
I'd
and
say the
piled
biggest
drive
thing about
shot.
that. I'd say the biggest thing about all that people kind of forget, like you get right there, but then for whatever reason people don't always connect this dot. If you got shot 7 times and he was trying to kill you, you would be fucking dead.
right,
He's using like he's completely aiming for non-lethal areas. He's trying to do everything he can, and that's like
Well,
the
they
last
tried to
resort.
de-escalate the situation, and there are
Yeah.
two magic words that Jacob Blake could have said, and he would still be able to walk. Yes, officer. Literally.
Yeah.
That's all. Like, I'm sick and tired of people going like, "Oh, why should I have to listen to a police officer?" Because he's a police officer. He has a gun. He's the armed thugs we put in charge of our society to enforce law. That's why you have to fucking listen.
yeah.
That's why. Not because you
These
respect them or
idiots.
like them. It's the rules, and they can shoot you.
And it's completely ass backwards the way that, like, they're raising like, oh, don't trust the officers, and then it's like, don't trust the officers, and then you fucking go and it's like, fuck you, pig, and then you get shot. It's like you go to
Well, what's the media telling them? The media is telling them they're hunting you in the streets, man. They're hunting us in the streets. Oh God, I'm LeBron
It's like
James
the-
and I make
it's
millions
like-
of dollars to play sports ball. Oh
Like-
no, lordy, lordy,
like-
lordy.
It's
Sorry.
like the image
Like-
macro of that kid who's riding the bicycle and fucking sticks a stick between his
Right.
spokes and gets knocked to the ground. He's like, fucking, is like, the stick is like saying, fuck you, police officer. And the kid lying on the ground is, well, kid just got his ass beat
Yeah.
by a police officer.
He
Right.
fucked around and found
Now-
out. Like this whole notion though, where it's like, oh, dude, the cops are hunting in the streets. What does that tell people when they're stopped by the cops to do? To not cooperate. What's the quickest way to get shot by a police officer? Be threatening and don't fucking cooperate. All you have to do.
You know how you don't get stopped by the cops? And Lester Kane pretty much pointed this out in chat. Literally, all they have to do is obey the law. That's the one. You know how you don't get labeled as a criminal? This is
Don't be
crazy,
a
crazy
fucking
idea.
criminal.
Obey the law.
Yeah.
I know.
Unfortunately, guys, we have a new 0th Amendment in the Constitution. Apparently,
What's that?
you're allowed to. If you're a criminal, you're allowed. If you don't feel like being arrested today, you don't have to do it. That's
Really?
apparently, that's the new 0th Amendment. It used to be that everyone and anybody could just come and immigrate here and become a citizen, but that's become the negative First Amendment. The 0th Amendment is now criminals.
Well, I
of
believe
life-
the negative First Amendment is actually called the Statue of Liberty Clause.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
We wrote it in a poem! That makes it the law of the land! What the fuck are you morons talking about?
Exactly. I mean, if you don't trust the cops, isn't that even more reason to listen to them? Because if
Right!
you're afraid they're gonna pull that trigger on you, shouldn't you just be like, okay, yes, you have the gun. Let me just listen to you. And
Yeah. Well, this is the thing: is that right now we're talking about it as, individuals who still have our mental faculties, albeit some of us may have some more alcohol in us than others. However, we're still at least able to access that part of our brain, our higher conscious, that allows us to think. Or maybe not even a higher conscious, a primal level of our brain that tells you, I don't want to fucking die.
Well, Gorgoth, we
So-
legalized weed here, and I can tell you there's a lot of high consciousness going on here.
Oh yeah, well yeah, you two are in California. Yeah, you got
Disgusting.
definitely some level of high consciousness.
Yeah. Ugh.
But
I just want them
no,
to
it's
not
just
do it
like-
in public. Is that so much to ask?
yeah,
Like,
you
I'm
can-
perfectly fine with people smoking weed in like the privacy of their own backyard and shit. Like, get
just
off
do
the fucking
same-
streets.
Just handle it the same way you handle cigarettes. Problem solved.
Yeah, handle it the same way you handle alcohol. You know,
there
like
you
don't do it outside a place. Go somewhere to do it.
Jitch 316, yes, they absolutely have those rules. It's not explicitly stated.
But it
those
has been
specific
explicitly
ordinances are,
stated to other creators,
Yes.
which is why those two are hard enforcement on this. We will delete the post, and if you
Yeah,
do it a
no.
second time, you will have the post deleted, and you will be muted for 5 seconds. And I think if we have to mute you 4 times, we'll give you a permaban. I
Yeah.
really don't want to ban you for it. Just please don't break those rules, because they'll kick you
Yeah,
off the
no,
platform.
no words that describe a cigarette in Britain or a basketball.
Right,
Okay?
exactly.
It's a bas-
Yellow Lantern absolutely gets it. Yeah, no, just
Right.
please don't. Like, I want you guys to be able to say this shit. I want you guys to be able to say whatever the fuck you want. DLive is the one doing this. And I mean, I have an entropy stream, but it's really hard for me to check it because I've already got like 3 chat windows open monitoring shit, and I don't even know if my entropy stream is working, unfortunately.
Well, that's the thing about entropy is you don't have to check it because you can literally say almost anything there. A
Well,
lot
I'm
more
not
than
saying
you
because
can
I
on
want to
DLive.
read the entropy chat, though. That's what I mean. I want to be able to read the fucking entropy chat.
Ah, yes.
You know?
You like on entropy all the time now?
Yeah, I'm always on entropy, but I don't know if it's working.
What's
I have
the,
Brave.
What's the handle?
It's in the description,
Oh, okay, I'll see.
Hmm.
but it should be the_ghost, I believe.
Well, yeah, back to what I said
Sorry.
about this deteriorized iconoclasm.
Oh, it
And like I
works.
said, it is spread everywhere. Other states have dealt with this. I don't know if any statues in your area, Gorgoth, have been taken down or have been threatened with vandalism. But even
Um,
my,
not really. But go on.
like my other state of Ohio, that's not. I mean, there's been statues toppled there. I mean, the Christopher Columbus statue in the home capital of Columbus was taken down as well. And I can remember years ago, like I was at the state house and I saw the statue itself, and it would be unthinkable for me to think like just a few years later it would be removed or there would be a hostility that comes and removes it.
See, I live in the most cowboy state when it comes to the Second Amendment. So much so, we put Texas to shame. I think
Yeehaw!
I've stated plenty of times that I live in the great Grand Canyon state,
I
and
see.
that's the thing is that I mean, there's obviously
So you and Razor Fist were fighting back against John McCain.
yeah, me, Razor Fist, and there's some other big Arizonian creator here. I just don't remember off the top of my head, but
Yeah, the Virgin Texas Ranger versus the Chad Arizona Ranger.
that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
Hey,
but you
yeah.
know what they can't beat? Voter fraud and mommy milkers.
Oof.
no, they can't. They can't beat that.
They could
And-
not beat Miss Cinema's milkers.
Yeah,
Now
some
you're
people
the
don't
bum.
realize if the South would have won, New Mexico and Arizona would have been part of the Confederacy.
Nope, that's what I.
100%.
Yep, that's what I say, and that's why that flag hangs above my bed, along with the regular American and the Betsy Ross. That's why
Right.
that flag hangs above my bed as well.
I'd
Aw,
salute you
shit,
on that one.
Lunas. I hope Andy or Kyler can make it, but
I don't know. But,
I don't think-
no,
I don't think so.
on this.
I mean, why not?
Did someone have a
Want to message them? Be like, yo,
we demand Andy. I'm sorry. What's up? I know they've almost had 30K limits. It's been a good night.
Yeah, but
Did somebody want to ask me a question?
yeah, I was gonna ask.
Oh,
do you think they change the name of Columbus, Ohio, to a different name because of Christopher Columbus, or we're not there yet?
It'll probably be like a trial balloon where they'll float it out, and then they know it's be too much, and they'll try to pull it back. I mean, this renaming things is also like a reflection of like new people have different values than the one who came before. I don't think I don't think they would rename stuff like counties or cities.
Will they call
and
it New
stuff.
Martin Luther King Boulevard? That always ends well.
I know.
Or or here in LA, we have Kobe Bryant Boulevard now.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: Kobe was actually,
I would say, yeah, Kobe was he was not like, I feel like, the reason everyone was sad with him is because he was a good person. Like, he was
Yeah.
framed
Well,
up for
there's
the.
some people in Colorado that would disagree, but I generally am of the mind that
Uh.
he was kind of railroaded in that, and I don't think he raped that girl.
No.
Like I don't
And
think
the-
so. I think he was just,
No.
a star fucker who didn't get out of it what they wanted.
Yeah, and then on
Yeah.
top of that, the girl had like 8 different semen inside her at the same time.
railroaded that helicopter right into the fucking ground.
Oh.
Well, she went right on that. She rode the pipe, I suppose, is what happened.
But yeah, that is true. We do like to name our streets after city people. There's Chick Hearn's Corner. I think Vince Scully's getting this street name too.
Vince Scully fucking deserves it. Vince Scully is an absolute treat. Like, just absolutely great. I know it's sports ball and shit, but if you haven't heard Vince Scully announce a game, you've missed out. Like, he is, like, God, he did it for like 50 years. He came over from Brooklyn, and he always had a story for everything. Like, you learn so much about baseball just listening to Vince Scully.
He
Yeah.
would criticize Venezuelan when every time the Venezuelan players would play, he would find
Or
them to
my
criticize
favorite,
Venezuela, which was great.
I remember my dad was there to see the Mariners win their first series against the first time ever, and it kind of reminded me of that time when we had the father and the son calling on. I was like, oh my God, it's like seeing Kenny Griffin Jr. and Kenny Griffin Sr. going back to back hitting those home runs.
Yeah, like I'm a big baseball nerd, so stuff like that, just like, it's like, oh my gosh, like, what, this is all awesome, but like,
Really
Vince Scully
difficult
was
to
a
talk
treat.
about sports though. With
Yeah.
Didn't the
everything-
Lakers lose
that's-
tonight, Geeky?
Yeah, they lost to the Houston. I think it was 117 to 70 to not 70, 97 or 98, something like that.
I've never wanted my Lakers to lose more because of LeBron James, and I hate it because I want them to win for Kobe, but I'm more like, I just want LeBron to lose.
I still can't believe the Bucks are 3-0 right now. No, 0-3.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well-
Jimmy Butler's killing the Bucks right now.
Well, real quick, Butters, why is it hard to watch sports now? Why is it so hard? You just turn on the
Well,
TV and it's right there. Why is
I
it so
think
hard?
the thing is,
Just turn off your
it's-
brain,
well,
boy.
Well, it's the sports are become militantly politicized, like most facets of life ever since the riots. It's like you cannot escape. Sports used to be a place where people could dissolve like some tribal energy and allow little things, but with them not being there and to see like BLMs played on the court, these weird slogans they have on their jerseys, it's like you can't escape this. These, whatever the progressives memeplex / mind virus wants.
They don't
to
have
infect.
memes. They just have walls of text.
Right.
Yeah,
well-
it's just, yeah.
Have a good night, Punish Tango. Thanks for all your support. Thank you so much for coming by the stream, Tango. And for all the stories you suggested. Oh, thank you very much, Tango. I'm sorry you have to see that yellow lantern, but that's
Yeah.
wholesome for me.
Well, I'm kind of just gonna I'll just pretend I'll just watch the score or the highlights. I'm not gonna.
No,
get
that's
direct
exactly what I'm
views
doing,
to
Yellow
the-
Lantern. Like, I have not sat down and watched a baseball, basketball game at all. I just check box scores. And, like, I
Yeah.
love my baseball team. I got to meet the best player in the
Well-
world, and he signed a baseball on a card for me. And he's honestly one of the coolest dudes in the world. But I just can't stand what what Major League Baseball is doing.
Well, I think this happens to a lot of orgs when they get. This is a problem with a lot of when you indulge in the black ethno narcissism. Is that what happens is they'll make the league all about themselves, and as a result, whenever you have this racial animus, it alienates regular people away from the sports, because these people are talking about how oppressed I am, how stuff, and I'm like, you are a multimillionaire, billionaire in some case, athletes where we pay you to provide bread and circus and entertainment, and you are saying that you are not in a position of power, and you lecture down to us and say I'm evil. I'm not gonna waste any time to you.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you my screen time. I'm not going to give you my money. No, you had your chance. You had a perfect chance to just be like, look, if you just play ball, You just be cool. You can donate money privately to whatever fucking organization you want. You can support whatever fucking cause you want. Right? You can do that. You can do that. But once you come onto the court and you take your politics onto the court,
Well,
now
yeah,
you've
what
lost
it
it.
is, yeah, it's just that these fucking
Slogans.
these leftist assholes want to take away every little bit of escapism that
Yeah,
regular.
Lester's absolutely right. They
other-
don't want you to have an escape for a moment.
they-
Because
yeah,
they want you to be terrified and miserable.
They want regular people to be brainwashed, and then they want right wing people to have no escapism.
No,
I
it's they
swear,
want them to be
if you-
demoralized.
Oh yeah, demoralization is one of the 4 steps that
Yeah.
Yep.
Yuri was talking about. But I swear to God, this is a thought that comes to my head every day. If I say we're to live out in the woods in a cabin in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, 100 miles away from wherever society, and
But what if we live in a society, Gorgoth?
100 miles away from civilization, and leftist like a leftist comes in, like sets a thing down and goes, yo, there's this guy living completely peacefully out in the middle of the woods, but he thinks the Second Amendment, he thinks he should be able to own a machine gun. And they'll flip their lid and they'll go out there and they'll like tear the house down. And I'm like, I've removed myself from civilization, yet you fuckers think it's like it's like
I just want to be left alone. I'm tired of being horny. I'm just tired.
that's all anyone really wants. That's all everyone really wants, and we're learning about that.
Yeah.
I think everyone is learning this. That we just want to be left the fuck alone. Just fuck off.
Kind of hilarious that you have to unironically say just play ball to actual ball players at this point.
Right.
Well, they're playing with
Imagine
balls,
being
all right, but
imagine
it's
being
not
paid
balls
millions
that
of
it's
dollars
supposed to
to
be.
go on a sports ball field for like, an hour or less, like maybe 2 or 3 hours a day, for not even every day of the week, not even like a 5-day work week. Imagine like that was your life, right? Imagine you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go out there, shoot some hoops, play a game that children play for fun, and people will pay me money.
Maybe I'll just go make a couple million. Maybe I'll make a couple million more if I make this deal with Nike instead of Adidas. But I like the Adidas more. But you know what?
And yes, Lester
Nike
Kane,
is-
you should be able to buy rocket launchers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone
It
should be
just
able to.
explains, why are these Japanese VTubers? Why are they getting more popular in streams than these?
Because we're sick of
cam
degenerate
bars.
Western women. And we just want to
mean,
hear
plus-
a wholesome girl that we don't even have to see their face tell us that, they're having a great day and that we should have a great day, and watch them have fun playing, like, Vidya. That's all we want.
Well, we
Can
just
I-
want. Yeah,
What if
exactly.
What
Sorry.
if I mean, they're overtly women, right? Like when you see that, they're like they use like the hyper like feminine voice. They use these avatars that you can like they're clearly women. Like even if there's like the meme about them being dudes secretly with like a voice change or something like that, like but they present overwhelmingly as just normal fucking women. And is that so much to ask for?
Isn't
Yeah.
it amazing that here's a crazy thought. What if men just want women?
To be
What
women?
if men just want
What if we just
All
want women
right.
to act like women and make our homes,
Right.
have our children, and tell us they love us, and,
yeah, what if,
cook
what
us
if that's
dinner?
all
Is that so much to ask?
what if that's all men, not just white or black or Hispanic, what if that's just what men really want? Just want a woman.
Gorgoth, men
Son or
only want
daughter.
one thing, and it's disgusting.
It's fucking disgusting.
I think someone sent in my general Discord like something from like a
Oh.
manga, and it's like a pregnant woman and a child just saying like "Hello, Daddy," and it's like
Yeah.
the one men. There's only one thing men want, and it's fucking beautiful.
Oh, I
Yes.
got the best thing for that one. I got a.
It's, what you got?
So somebody. This is one of the first things in one of our discords. It was like, guys only want one thing. It's effing disgusting. Let me see if I can find it.
I love that meme.
It was this picture of. It was a girl, of course, but it was what she was wearing, what was in her room. That was the best part.
Oh no!
See if I can find it.
Oh no! What if men just
No,
want
what-
something that makes breaking their backs for 40 years worth doing? That's an excellent point. Like there's this notion that like it's really funny because Japan isn't really as culturally
is.
destroyed as we are, but like men are kind of like at the end, like there's kind of like a cultural animus against like retired men. You know, they're kind of seen as like kind of how white men like us are seen in like the modern context. Like older men kind of get this kind of like, oh, you know, now that you're not working, you're just the lazy old man who doesn't do
Right.
anything. But
Well, yeah, it's when in their culture they're taught that if you're not contributing or doing anything, you are literally worthless, and that's kind of as harsh as it is. That's pretty true. If you're not, if you're if you're spending tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars to learn feminist dance studies, you are not contributing anything to society. The what you know who is contributing? The fucker that's standing there cleaning up an old man's shit, or your fucking or the person that has to sit there and clean the shit, or
the guy taking care of the Filipino dude taking care of your grandpa.
Check general, by the way, guys. That's what I saw.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
I like the little stick figures in the back there. Oh, dude. I just saw the revolver. And, shit, 3 guns. Ooh. And
Nice.
one of them wheel gun. Ooh.
she's got 4 of them actually.
Oh shit! Oh, yeah, the
yep.
shotgun.
It's like a Where's Waldo
How did I
picture.
miss
So bad. I was like, I had so much fear as soon as you started that up.
Yeah, this guy's only want one thing. It's like, hey Gorgov. It's like, which place you say you have yours flying above your thing? Look at this. What does this chick have? She stepped up her game.
Yeah, she has it. Have you seen the image macro or not? It's the image where you see like the black guy's like he's like white people are racist, and he shows that well endowed woman with the Confederate flag bikini, and then that next frame it's him but wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat.
Or did you guys see that picture where it shows like the black guy wearing a White Lives Matter T-shirt and a white woman wearing a Black Lives Matter T-shirt, and the kids go like,
Oh yeah, I saw that.
That was like his stepson too. Like
Of
clearly,
of course.
that was his stepson too.
Matt, no.
Matt, no.
No.
I mean, props to him for like raising him as his own, though. That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
wait a minute, Matt, no.
You know what? Yeah, someone's got to do it. I mean, I'll put it this way: if that, I don't know. It's just if the kid is gonna get a father, at least have the father be a man. You know?
Yeah.
If I don't know I don't know what's more damaging: if you have no father or a father who's just a beta male.
Honestly, I
don't
think
know what's
honestly, Gorgoth, I think it's the 1351 statistic tells us that any dad is better than no dad. Like I get
Yeah.
it.
Even
I'm
if-
sure
even
beta
if
male
it's,
dads are bad for kids, but like
Even if it's
women are
some
much
and I-
worse at being men than even soy boys.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, I've even met people who were single mothers, and they all say, I wish I got married and had a husband to help me raise my kids, because it would have been a lot easier. Maybe it would have helped out.
I always love like, why can't I find a nice man? Bitch, you got 3 kids and you had plenty of opportunities to get men.
Yeah, you looks like you got about 3 opportunities. I'll give you the benefit. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. 2.
One of them was
opportunities.
probably shitty.
Or the
Well,
other
yeah,
one was adopted. If it's adopted,
well,
that's different.
At that point, you got to start looking online, start maybe figuring out what her body count is, and that's how many opportunities.
How many notches on her back tattoos?
Adopted. That's so much worse. Like, she's in an unstable position, just adopting kids, just to collect government checks. Like, man, that's fucked.
That never happens. Definitely never happens. Why would anyone do that?
Well,
Yeah,
they
or
do
you gotta
adopt
ask.
dogs, and we all know what white women do.
No!
No.
I don't know!
Or, I mean, well, actually, Alinity's not white, so. But she does the cats.
What is alinity?
I think she's Colombian.
Okay.
Alinity is apparently a woman, but I don't know.
Colombian. I mean, Colombians are pretty white Hispanics, honestly.
Do we really want to bring up white Hispanics now?
I thought that was a
Here we
natural
go.
transition.
Here we go.
I do find it funny that Alinity is the most popular Hispanic Twitch thought, right? And she looks very, very white.
Wait, I thought that was the chick who did the OK Boomer thing. I thought she's.
Is she a Twitch thought?
I think she is.
I thought she was like a TikTok girl or something.
I
I
think
think
she's
she
both.
is. Yeah, she's just both. Fuck it.
I see. Protect our dogs and our cats.
I mean, yeah, I guess protect the cats. Why not? I'm not. I'm not very much a cat person, but I mean, there are some
Honestly,
cuddly cats out there.
I'm not a
I think
cat
it's pretty
person,
fun.
but they deserve
I'll
dignity.
say that.
So,
Jitch, thank you for the lemons, Jitch. Thanks for
I
getting our
mean-
lemon body count up.
Yeah,
I mean,
get
I
that
trust-
lemon count. You got to get that. I hear if you get the ghost to 250 lemons, he'll say it.
No, no, no. Maybe 250
Stacks.com
ninjas, but
to
that would
figure
be
out
it.
What's been going on there?
No, I think the ghost will go on Colfax and double check who he's looking at right now.
Jeez.
Oh. No. Geeky,
No.
no.
Gotta
Let-
check your sources. What are you
Yeah,
supposed to
look,
do?
listen. Hey, Lunas, thank you for the ice cream. I'm just saying,
Oh.
okay? I'm not gonna say it.
Gotta go coal mining there, ghost. Is that what you're doing?
Speaking of
Lunas, thank you for the
websites,
lemon.
Can we switch it up
Somebody-
for a second? Let's see. Yellow, what have you been thankful for recently? What's one of your highlights that you've seen recently?
Yeah, please tell us, Butters. I need something wholesome.
well, I was able to renegotiate my work thing, so I'm still working.
Oh,
I
that's
was
great.
able to
That's
find
good. Yeah.
work. Well,
Cheers to that.
Cheers,
Yeah.
man. I
How
actually
much
do
did
have
they?
my
How
phone
much
here
did
right
they
now.
take back
Hey,
from you?
I'll drink right now. I'll shoot a drink to that.
How much did they take back from you though for that?
not really. It was a situation where neither party of us was in a good position to try to be a haggle because we couldn't. It's a coexist. Couldn't exist without each other. So I still have a good job.
Good dude.
You're like me. You're lucky. We're both lucky to be working.
And yeah,
Yeah,
this,
well, I
the
mean,
person.
there's no better deal than everybody walking away from the table like, God damn it, I wish I'd done better there. Honestly,
Yeah.
like that's the way you want to walk away from the table because that's probably the most fair one.
I
Yeah.
guess the good news is my monuments are still intact, even though most have been relocated someplace else, or as in cases of Jacksonville, completely chucked out the window, which a lot of residents there really didn't like that, from what I've
Oh,
heard.
thanks a lot, Tony Khan.
Oh yeah. I didn't even like the Jacksonville Jaguars too, but to see their players trying to get him to nudge and throw these monuments out, especially since it did absolutely nothing to stop,
I'll be back in 2 seconds. My food got here.
Oh,
All right. Yeah, just it's just I'm letting them allow to. I think the riots in general, like, I think what's interesting is that many people who thought they say, well, maybe if it's just Confederate statues, they'll stop, and then like now they're taking down other monuments. I'm like, okay, I was wrong, and of course I don't like it. And I said like, congrats, you are America's Girondins.
You only
acted
eat like
you
once a
know,
day, Lunas. That's kind of true, honestly.
Yeah. But wasn't there like a famous statement where they said, I didn't speak up because they didn't come after me because they went after communists and then they went after another race and eventually they came after me. Now it was too late.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's how these things always work. That's how like it's literally the slippery slope. This is why you don't like. I mean, as much as I didn't like having to agree with like certain seedy like grimy subjects that you're like, I don't like that, but like every once in a while you have to adopt things because I mean, we have the benefit of foresight. We know where things are going. We also have the benefit of history. We can go and we can look back, and if anything, that's why they're trying to remove these statues. They're trying to remove all of these monuments, so we forget what happened, and they can do it all over again. So why not do the exact opposite and be knowledgeable of what happened in the past, and then use it for the best reasons? And the only other thing I wanted to hit on,
Lunas, thank you for the ice cream.
Yellow Lantern, like, you usually seem like such a chipper guy, and I think everybody can see that. Like, have you been actively trying to like look for something that will make you happy? Have you been looking for like your hidden blessings as much as you can?
Well, I'd say exactly. The happiness in my life has been kind of a fragile subject since it's hard to go looking for stuff. Because stuff that usually would make me happy was, well, was
Paused.
neutralized in the lockdowns and all the other things. And well, I think reading books just tried to. I think one of the things that I decided epiphany is I've realized most video games to me are a waste of time. So I basically have been gradually phasing them out of my life because I, it's like, they're not as fun as I remember, and the industry itself is heading in a pretty unfortunate direction in terms of
Has been.
creativity.
Has been heading there for a while.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't, if I may be so bold, could I challenge you to look for more of those? I know it's like a hard time, but I mean, this is why we're like the higher order. This is why we're like dominant on the food chain. Not only do we have the ability to reason and the ability to talk, but we also have the ability to like adapt and terraform our situation. And a lot of people that I've been talking to in this current climate right now have been upset about, and I'm not saying this is you at all. This is like a generalization. They've been upset about things that aren't like tangibly touching them. They've been upset about a bunch of stuff that's not necessarily like. It's just like there's a general morose, and they're letting it take them down. But I don't see as many people adapting very hard in like overcoming it, and I think that's not only as like men we should always do that, but as more like as like sound-minded people, I think you should always not only strive to do that yourself, but you should always like if you see somebody else that, I mean, like I always challenge people to do something that I think is like a good, even if I know, if I'm not sure that you are or not, I would still like. It's always a good refresher and reminder because everybody should be doing that. It's something that would make like the overall happiness, the overall good that comes from that is so much, and I mean, it always needs to be expressed. Like, it's really weird how we know these things, but we just don't say them. It might be a guy thing where it's self-evident, but positive reinforcement, man. Like, I know we generate our
Stoicism.
own like gratification, but it's important.
Well, here's the thing as well to go along with that. In a squad of soldiers, as a comparison, in a squad of soldiers, it's everybody's job to keep everybody else alive. And part of that is making sure that everyone's cool with each other, or everyone is just cool in general. If one member of that squad is feeling down, it's up to everyone else to get him up out of that ditch. It's up to everybody else to get him in a positive frame of mind because it's all mental. And yeah, the world sucks right now. Yeah, statues are coming down, riots in the streets, and with literally less than 2 months to figure out whether our fate is closer to us than we'd hope, then it's really hard when you're just surrounded by it. And that's why escapism is such a big thing, is because you're able to just turn your mind off from the world. Even though the world out there is shit, just turn your mind off for a bit from it. Just pull the plug, set the phone down, turn off the TV, and go do something that is not related to the world coming to an end. Because then you can come at it with a fresh mind. You can come at it with
The way that you would expect to, like with
Yeah.
a sound mind, like exactly what you're saying, Gorgoth, and like I definitely think it's just something that it doesn't get expressed enough. That it really needs to be something that you have like front and center because ultimately you are the one that is like your feelings come from you. It's obvious that this is a thing, but like even if there is like an overall like terrible feeling like of like dread or like you have like the sword of Damocles, I fucking love that saying. Even if you do feel like you're in that situation, you're a man. This has always been the case where there's it's always to a varying extent, but there's always the sword of Damocles, and you always have to persevere. Like that's your job, and like I know you know that's your duty, but positive reinforcement and like people telling you that like we sympathize with you, we empathize with you, and we want you to do well. So and not only that, but we like I think everyone's expressed it. We hear you on the kill stream. We all, I mean, I don't call into the kill stream that much, but I've
Yeah.
done it, and we hear it like it's we know when somebody seems more down. You verbally expressed it, but we just want to see you doing better. So I mean, I think everyone should take away exactly what I'm saying. Like this isn't just directed at you, but
I think what we're kind of getting at, Yo Lantern, is that we all care about you. And remember, the enemy wins when they demoralize you and they have you defeated. The enemy wins when you're the reason that you don't achieve what you want to. When you don't get up, when you don't live your best life, when you don't achieve all the things you want to do. Don't give them that satisfaction. Spite them till the end.
I was just about to say, you know what you
Right.
do, Butters? Take this sadness you're feeling right now, or you've been feeling, and turn it into spite. Look these F slurs. I have to mind myself. Look these F slurs in
you.
the eyes. Make sure they're looking you in the eyes too. And you tell them, I'm gonna be happy and go out and live a good life just to spite you. Just the fact that it pisses you off so much that I'm sitting here, I'm happy and I'm content, and no matter what you do, you're never going to demoralize me, because that's all they're trying to do. Well, they're knocking over multiple pins with one swoop, or in one fell swoop. They're trying to knock out a lot of things at once. But if you show that, little level of resistance, if you show that level of no fuck you, that will piss them off more than any Charlottesville would, more than any Kyle Rittenhouse would. If the regular average dude can look these people in the eyes and go, I don't give a shit, and if you do any more of this shit, your shit's gonna stop. That pisses them off more than anything. I guarantee it.
Well, yes, the forces of entropy, as you would call, all their ideas simply reduced to giving excuses to inhuman behaviors such as sadism, resentment, and acting on greed and justifying their violence.
Sure.
It's just recently we saw a video of a landlord who was extremely upset seeing that he had to kick somebody out for the skipping, and what did he do? He destroyed the whole place. So the next person who moves in is not going to move because he's like, what did happen to this apartment?
That is literally that video. Not to cut you off, I hate that I keep doing this. It's a pet peeve of mine, and I hate that I do that to others. So I got to get better at that. But
Oh no, I was finished with my sentence.
Excellent.
like that little analogy right there, where, well, it's not even an analogy, it's something that actually happened. But that is I think it's a perfect analogy for where we're going.
Anecdote is the word you're looking for.
It's the like
the earth.
like the previous, like the landlord is the landlord is the earth. All right, think about it this way: landlord's the earth. The previous tenant, the one he's kicking out, is the previous generation, or this current generation, actually, for that matter. It's this current generation, and the earth kind of taps him on the shoulder. Goes, "Hey, buddy, your time's coming out. You know, you got kids, you got a future, you got
Bills to pay.
on soon." And what does this generation do, or the previous generation, or if you want to target the boomers or the BLM protesters, the Antifa, or whatever? They're just like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna ruin your shit, without knowing that the repercussions of what they're doing is, I'm gonna fuck the earth up, and then so that way, next generation comes in more fucked up. And sadly, as it's just what it is now. It's that video is. Why that video I think was such a big hit is because it's a perfect analogy of what's going on right now. Is just people being assholes. It just is. I hate to just blanket it as simply as people being assholes, but that's
I think that's a kind way to put it, Gora.
yeah. It's
I don't think that's.
there are much more unkind words I would like to use, but D-Live wouldn't allow that. So people
I
are just being
appreciate that,
assholes.
Gorgoth. Yeah. But
yeah, just bundle of sticks being bundles of sticks.
True.
yes, I would say
And
that.
but here's another situation where you can find the good, and I'm pretty sure you can identify with this. I'm from Texas. We have our hurricane season, and I know you're from Florida. Y'all had, what was it? Was it Irma or was it Henry that went through there? like
Uh,
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
yeah, the Panhandle one. Yeah, that was a pretty
Yeah.
bad one.
Yeah. Did when that happened, did you see camaraderie in your community where people came together and they didn't give a fuck about anything else because it was actual like disaster? It was an actual thing that's not some manufactured bullshit to like have a whole
Yeah,
bunch of like
it was a
yeah.
pretty bad one, Storm. But yeah, I did help some people clean up the area and kick them out. Yeah, unusual to
So
see somebody with the Southern Cross tried his best to stop thing. Of course, everyone assumes that the reason people wear it is just because they have a nasty agenda or hatred or stuff. Most people have said the thing I hate the most is incompetency and molasses in the government, as well as and my defiance and my
I don't know, man. I love seeing
persistence persistence at
incompetence in the
existing
government.
despite losing it all at one point.
I love seeing
Yes,
incompetence
but
in the government. It takes less time for them to put a boot on my neck.
exactly. I completely agree with that. But the overall point that I think we both identify with because we're both Southerners is whenever that happened, me and a couple of my friends, we got in a truck. We talked to like people in the area. We found like the worst affected areas, and we went out and we helped. Like we just cut up drywall. We just took 3 4 days. We just went around. We helped people and didn't ask for shit. Every once in a while, they throw us a beer or something like that. We're appreciative of it. We're not gonna turn down hospitality, that sort of thing. But um, I think we both know that or like most people probably know, but I can say specifically with our instances of being like in places that are probably uh, susceptible to these sorts of like natural disasters, there's camaraderie. There's not like this whole thing is like some manufactured bullshit that's trying to like separate everybody. And I think we know that like when the chips are down, we're gonna hold together more so than a lot of different communities. And so I would always look back on like all the fortunes that you have, and like I think that's what makes us like better people most of the time, or like the ability to appreciate things, and like that's something I definitely have seen in like especially your musical taste and whatnot. Like I really appreciate that, and like uh I just want to make sure that you're always like refocusing on the things that keep you going versus the things that would hold you down.
I think I know what you're saying. I think what you're saying is these people like to use camaraderie as just a word because comrade is a Russian
Mhm.
word.
Right.
Communism is innately Russian, but they just
Well,
like to use it as a word, but they don't really know what it means. Just like how they like to label people Nazis. That's just a word to them, but they really don't know what it means. If there were real Nazis out here, um, just put it this way, these Antifa people probably wouldn't even be around.
yeah. If our government was inhabited by Nazis, they would
The
be.
boys. And one day, for no reason of all, the boys came back in town.
Oh no!
And I
Oh
think I wouldn't
no!
be allowed to be on this show if there was real
Yeah.
Nazis.
Yellow
Right.
Lantern and the panel. Lester Kane asks, "What's the panel's thoughts on shopping cart theory?"
Put your fucking shopping cart back for the love of God.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
It is really a kind of an uncanny sight to see shopping carts in the middle of parking lots.
And, I'm not just doing it based off the theory. I'm doing it based off of it's someone else's job. Okay, has anyone here worked retail?
Yes.
Nope.
Sort
Okay.
of.
It's close.
Okay. When you work retail, some asshole comes by and messes up a fucking display or a rack or whatever. It's your job to go clean it up. I get it. It's cucking to it's cucking the corporations, yada yada yada. But it's like this, all right? If you're not in a corporation, say you're just at a mom and pop like diner or whatever, some asshole comes in and just sits down and fucking unfurls all the nice wraps where you had all your fork and your knife and your spoon, little napkin thing, and turns over the menus, maybe rips them up a little bit, and he just walks out. And there's a mom and pop shop. There's no ties or any corporations at all.
And honestly, even if it was a corporation, it's like that.
Yeah, and
doesn't make
honestly, it's
better.
like, dude, you're being a
Yeah.
fucking prick, dude. Just
I mean, some mom and
Why not-
pop probably runs that franchise.
yeah, why not make someone's life just a little bit easier? Why not think And that's the other thing. That's another message. Why not think for a second to make someone's life a little bit easier instead of just coming through like a storm? Just make someone's life just a little bit easier, and just, you know what? Just
Try
maybe
not to.
put the thing fucking back so they don't have to. Maybe it's some old geezer that has to come in and fucking work on this, but now he has to bend over to pick it. Like, come on, man. Come
Exactly.
on, man.
And I think what's worse too is you had people say like, oh, they have insurance when they got looted, and now
Oh
their
my
insurance
God.
are saying
Oh, that
we
is.
don't cover it.
Yep.
Like come on, especially the ones that were like owned by like single mothers or minorities, the people that you claim to love. You just destroyed their livelihood. Like it's
Yes.
No,
You
Like,
know.
the argument that the left makes with these riots that don't you care about people over property? No, I don't care. The people that are destroying shit are wrong. All right, whether it's
Yes.
lives
Whenever
or whether
you
it's
commit
property.
aggression, whenever you use your life to rob someone and deprive them of their life, liberty, and property, your life is forfeit.
Yep. Groove
You
Hammer,
forfeit
thank you for
your
the
right.
follow, and I think we can all co-sign that.
I would also argue that the amount of like Grooval Hammer just
I did just say
nice.
Groovel Hammer, thank you for the follow.
But yeah, it's the thing that people don't understand is even when they make that argument that your property is like more than a human life, like they forget like the amount of like it's because they get these like possessions unjustly. They get them through like just gibs and different things like that. They get them from mom and dad. They don't earn these things. So they don't understand how much like this business matters. They don't understand, like they can't even fathom the way that these small businesses, how much work and time and blood, sweat and tears goes into these things to
Well,
actually have
to be
them up
fair,
and
a
running.
lot of these rioters and protesters also don't work for a living and are
Exactly, and that's what I'm
unjustly given
saying.
money. Part of the
Yeah.
dysgenic nature of our welfare system.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. This
Because
is
it's telling
I'm-
them that we're paying them because there's something special about them when really they're just shitheads.
Yeah, and this has always been you never feed the bears. Like, you never feed the bears. That is one of my core tenets since I've been like 12. I learned this. But it's amazing that they'll talk about all these different like moral systems and like why it matters that you like value human life, or you value all these different like, oh well, we need to stand up for these people's rights and whatnot, when it's they completely trample over these other things because they've never earned it. They don't know what the value is, and that's the problem, is they have a completely bankrupt value system. They have no idea what anything is worth, and that's eventually gonna set in, and like I hope it like really sets in one day and it makes them stare at the ceiling for a long time before they go to sleep. But again, that's another reason that you should always look at the things that you have and the value that you do have. You have so many things that like people overlook, and it's amazing that like if you really look at what you actually have, like it doesn't need to be like monetary like capital. It can be like social systems, a bunch of other things, or like the fact that people appreciate what you can do, and like people look forward to seeing you go on to like the show and whatnot. And like
No one will
there's an
take away
amazing
your
amount of things you
musical
take for
talent,
granted.
Yellow Lantern. No one will take away the joy you bring us when you bust out Enchanted Domains theme on the kill stream.
Actually, can I make a request?
Hmm.
Yellow Lantern, can you play The Boys Are Back in Town next time you do the kill stream?
I would have to see if there's a nice instrumental version of it, so I can match it. Because sometimes,
Doesn't translate
Aren't
over.
the drums
can
like kind of
yeah.
integral to the boys are back in town?
Well, no, it's mostly the part that you think of as the like there's like I'm pretty sure most people would catch on to that. Like I'm way amateur in music, and I mean I used to play in the orchestra. I love the double bass and the cello.
Well,
And I
looky
still
what
play the
we
electric.
have here, a musician.
I mean, I still fiddle around on the guitar. I do some stuff like that, and like, I mean, I used to sing in a band and a bunch of stuff. But I mean, I always like seeing music from people, and like, even if you don't do it like in the next like month, just sometime, I think it would be fun. But it's
all right.
my humble request if you would.
I see what you're getting at. I don't know, gentlemen. I am currently needing to rest my weary eyes and my voice after being here for over 5 hours.
Well, we appreciate every minute you gave, and we hope that life brings you more joy, Yellow Lantern, and we've appreciated you coming on and shooting the shit with us and
Yeah,
spending your evening. I know that this is late for you, right? It's like 5 in the morning right now.
it is, and I could already,
I
I can
can
already hear, I can already hear the dawn gulls getting in the position to wake me up in 2 hours.
I'm I'm very thankful though that you were here and that you joined us and spent time with us. Thank you so much, Yellow Lantern.
You too,
Thank you very much.
and I send you hugs if I could right now.
Hey, see you later, Butters.
You have a good one, Yellow.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Love you, buddy.
All right, that was Yellow Lantern, known as Butters on the kill stream. Thank you. Well, we're all very thankful. Have a great night, Yellow Lantern. I know he's already left the call. All right, gentlemen, let's get into these suggest stories because Andy is stoned as fuck.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
Get him around.
Yeah, I don't think Andy's gonna make the show tonight.
I think it's just
man.
us.
Still, dude, for an impromptu guest, holy fuck, Yellow Lantern really. I mean, that was elucidating.
Like honestly, like I wanted to ask him on the show, but I didn't want to ask him like, "Hey, I'm gonna have Andy on later. Will you be like the appetizer?" Like I didn't want to ask that, and he just.
And it
he-
was just-
I mean, your
it
show's
was
so
just-
damn long, man.
Hey, Deaf Guy,
It
what's
was
up,
just
man?
a casual ladder, like, hey man, just jump on, let's talk.
Yeah, no,
Butters,
exactly.
Butters is great, dude. I think he is. I think he's legitimately one of the most, if not the most, wholesome caller on the show.
He's super wholesome and he's really well learned. Like
Yeah.
he's got a
Dude,
fucking massive wide
you're-
base. I was just sitting there like, oh shit, man. Like he's busting out all this historical knowledge and shit. I'm like, I haven't looked up this shit in years.
If you I don't know if you guys are patrons or whatever to Ralph, but Ralph did do an interview with Butters, and he's an extremely cultured man. I listened to that one the day it came out, and it was Butters.
I may or may
knows a
not
thing or
have
two
bought
about
a
it.
subscription to Ralph by buying him like a handle of liquor.
I
That you saw the bottle, Geeky.
did, and I was like, man, I should have bought him something instead of just ice cream.
Yeah, no, I bought him like fucking massive thing of liquor instead. I was just like, I'm like, well, what do I know about Ralph? Well, he likes drinking. Okay, I can work with this.
But yeah, Butters was on, and
Nyla Moon, thank you for the lemon, Nyla. How you doing? I'm sorry, continue.
It's all good.
Was it Nyla or Neela?
Nyla, it's Nyla.
Yeah, she told
I
us
think
recently, right?
Flamenco explained that to me.
But yeah, he's a cultured man. He knows his shit. I think he knows like 3 or 4 languages or something.
Shit, that's
Butters is a good dude. He's like,
Yeah.
I want everything that is good in this world to happen to Butters.
I agree
like,
with that sentiment.
agreed.
Yellow Lantern's a
He's
great dude.
I will be sad the day that like anytime something bad happens to Butters, I'm just like,
Oh, that sounds
and
really
I don't say
wholesome,
that just
Nyla.
as a nicety. I don't say that as just a nicety to him. No, I legitimately mean that. Like if something bad happens, it's like, dude, who
Yeah.
fucked with Butters? Whose kneecaps need to be rearranged?
It's time to go. We're
Like I'm like halfway in for that sentiment, but I definitely think a lot of people's a lot of like the hardship that people go through is the way that they take things, and like I don't know, like I didn't pose any questions to Yellow Lantern that I don't pose to myself constantly, or I don't give advice to like my like family members that I love, and like I like for all our flaws we have like a bunch of shit that we've worked through, but I constantly ask everybody these
That is
questions
really
because
wholesome,
I think
Nyla.
it's the best way of dealing with this. It's the best way of talking to people about it. And I would never ask, like, I don't know Yellow Lantern. I've never actually talked to him before tonight, but the people that you care about, the people that you see, the people that you're adjacent to, like the people that you want the best in the world for, you ask them the right questions and you try and make sure that they're doing the right thing. Like I would ask all of you to do the same things that I asked Yellow Lantern to do, because it's what you should be doing, like especially in hard times.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
and Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I was gonna say, when I said like if I could, I would hug him right now, and I feel like that's all of our sentiments. Like we would generally do it.
And
I
yeah,
mean-
and I know that.
I mean, I'd
there's
give him
the-
a bro hug. I don't know if I'd give. I'm just kidding. No,
thing
he'd,
is-
he'd get the full fucking hug, obviously.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that yeah, men are supposed to be not. It's not that men aren't supposed to be emotional. It's because like if a friend of yours dies, if you're at a friend's funeral, you have every right to cry,
Right.
because it's your friend or your brother, or your father, or whoever.
What's the ending
You have
scene
every
of
right-
Saving Private Ryan? Or
Right,
there are
but
moments where it's okay to cry. As men.
It's men are supposed to be.
And I don't know why,
stoics,
but The Dark Knight Rising, I don't get what. I don't know why. 404, what's up, man? I don't know why, but that movie, like, when Alfred's like breaking down at the end of that movie, it always fucking gets to me, and I don't know why.
I know why it gets to you. It's because he has a genuine. That is a genuine thing that you feel from that person because he has been so fucking strong for so long, and you finally see him break. And it's the smallest break, but you see it and you identify with it so hard. I know exactly what you're talking
Right,
about.
but it's like
Yeah,
every
or even,
time I've seen
did
The
you
Dark
guys
Knight
see
Rising.
Interstellar?
Oh, that
Yeah,
got me
Interstellar.
too. Interstellar, like when he's seeing the messages back from his daughter, and like she's
Yeah.
getting older. Oh, I always like kind of
yeah,
tear up
okay.
because it's just like, fuck, man. Like
That
that's
does it for me. You know what did it and still always does it for me? Have you guys seen that movie Click? The
the Adam Sandler film. What the fuck are you talking about,
I
Gordon?
swear to God. I
Please.
swear to God, okay? At the
Yeah.
very end of the movie, he skipped through his entire life and he's just skipped by his kids growing up. And he gets to the end and he dies in the fucking street. And his kids are crying because and at a very young age, I knew why he was crying is because he didn't get to spend more time with his kids. But his kids just like didn't. It's like that whole song "Cats in the Cradle."
This is the most absurd, an Adam Sandler
No,
movie.
it's not that absurd. It's actually it makes a
No.
lot of sense as long as
It's
you
like
proper
Yeah.
framing.
yeah, and I know Adam Sandler. Hey, hey, hee, hee, hoo, hoo.
Look
he's
at
Jewish,
me, I'm
whatever.
so funny.
But like that movie alone, it's like he didn't get to spend time with his fucking kids.
Fed Zeppelin
It's
has
like-
hold on. Fed Zeppelin has just gifted a 1-month subscription to 404 Gamer Not Found. 404 Gamer Not Found. Welcome back to the Ghost Gang, the Phantom Phalanx, the Spectre Squadron, all of the Corporeal Corporation, the Apparition Alliance, all these things for this ectoplasmic experience. Welcome back, sir. And remember, the only way in and out of the Ghost Gang is in a fucking body bag. Thank you so much, Fed Zeppelin. Thank you, 404, and welcome back. All right, I'm sorry. Continue, please.
Thank 404. I mean, he's a cool boy.
404 is a
Oh.
good dude.
Yeah,
Does
he
seem like a
deserves it.
pretty cool dude. I just can't seem to find him though.
Thank you, Tuesday, for
Yeah.
trying. I appreciate that, Tuesday.
No, I love it. Gorgoth with this very subtle humor. It's perfect.
I have very subtle, shitty, dry humor. But oh wait, I don't know. Did I find him? I don't know if I found him or not.
teleports
check
behind
to see if we may
teleports
have found
behind you
him.
and laughs.
We have a man in the group. Can we bring him in?
Oh shit. 404.
Yeah, he wants to
All
come
right. 404 Gamer Not Found. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Jesus Christ.
What?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you, sir?
What's up, buddy?
Hey there,
Go,
man.
oh, good. I think I need to go clean out my underpants. Let's get the fuck. Let's get the
Wait, hold on. Nyla Moon. What if I told you I cried when Superman died in Batman v Superman? You knew he was coming back, Nyla. Like you knew he was coming back. But Henry Cavill is a pretty cool actor, I will admit.
Okay, so what's the weirdest like sympathetic emotion or like
404. Besides
sympathetic,
Steve Irwin dying, when was it appropriate for you to cry?
Okay, but no, in a movie, like
Okay, in a
like,
movie
that-
theater.
that's a
Fine.
cultural, like landmine. What's your like? Even if you do the one that you did earlier, go around the horn. What's the weirdest thing that you've empathized with a character to the point where like you kind of welled up a little bit?
Does it have to be a movie?
Uh,
Mochi, thanks for the lemon,
it
Mochi.
could be a show like within pop culture.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with a video game.
Okay.
And I'm going
Oh.
with Batman Arkham City.
Really?
Really?
I blubbered like a fucking baby at the very end in the credits where fucking Joker's singing Only You. it fucked me up. I don't know why. It fucking just got me. Like, yeah, it's a haunting song, and everything that happens in that game, you're just like, oh man, you guys just have to dig in that little bit further. Like,
Just had to just wrench the knife in just
yeah,
a little bit
twist
more.
it just a little bit, you know. Like, but yeah, that's the one that got me. Like, I can't really think of too many movies.
Does Dark Knight Rises or Interstellar get to you?
I haven't seen Interstellar and Dark Knight Rises. Yeah, kind of.
Like honestly,
Like I heard you guys talking about Alfred.
yeah, right. When
yeah.
Alfred's breaking down at the end of Dark Knight Rises, it just gets
Yeah.
me every time, and I'm like, no, must not cry. It's comic book movie, but I can really feel. It's like you think about it, like this man raised this guy since he was a kid after his parents died, has been there for every moment of his life, and he's finally at the end of like I can't watch you kill yourself, you know, like I fucking can't do it. You know,
But
like,
too, is he's trying not to lead him down the path of vengeance, and he knows it's like so
It's impossible.
self-destructive. He's seeing him kill him. Yeah, I completely agree, Ghost. Like that. I mean, I didn't.
Dark Knight
read up on that,
Rises,
but-
facts and
oh,
logic, and good to have you facts and logic.
It was so good.
I mean,
So
you even have Lucius Fox feeling guilty about Bruce's death too.
well,
And you see Morgan
Lucius
Freeman
is
about
guilty
to break
because
down,
he
too.
burned down the whole forest. You know, he crossed the line. You know, he took away everyone's privacy to catch one madman in the second one.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
It's one of those things where it's like it can elicit like a bunch of different emotional responses, but if anything, it definitely elicits something out of you.
but
it's usually
Interstellar
something.
is also a great one because that's honestly probably my favorite Nolan film is Interstellar.
that is for me too.
Because like it's I love that it's not it is science fiction, but it's like not, you know, it's like it's so much
They said it's. Didn't they say it's possible? Like what?
right. No, it's all possible, but it's like it's like science reality. You know, well, I don't know how to describe it, but just like and Matthew McConaughey acts the fucking
Adjacent
hell
to
out of that
science
film.
fiction.
Huh?
It's adjacent to reality in the fact that it's science fiction.
And it
It's something
feels
that
so. I mean,
could
obviously,
probably
like
happen.
it feels so grounded, and you know, when he's talking to his daughter, it's just like, it. I don't know. Matthew McConaughey crying gets me. Maybe I had also just watched True Detective season 1 as well, so I like had a really emotional connection with Matthew McConaughey at that point. Like, you're a good actor. Even
just
your
binge
your
it.
Lincoln ads,
Yeah.
are good too.
Did you
Your Lincoln
notice
ads are
by,
good
like,
too.
Coming and beating your chest and like doing the what was it Wolf of Wall Street thing where
Yeah.
Or have you ever seen the compilations of actors doing their gimmick where like it's like Brad Pitt eating because that's what he does a lot, or like Owen Wilson saying wow, or with Matthew
Deaf guy
McConaughey,
celebrating a
he makes
1 month
weird
sub streak. Thank you,
sounds.
deaf guy. Sorry.
Have you ever seen any of those?
I have not.
I saw the one where Ryan Gosling refuses to eat his cereal. That's a good one.
Just eat his
A
cereal.
compilation of doing that like in a bunch of movies.
Oh no! Oh, there's just a guy where, like, he'll hold like a spoon up to the screen, and it's a
Oh,
Ryan Gosling turns away from the camera.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. This is it's kind of like that, but it's like it's cross all of their movies, and it's like the one with Matthew McConaughey specifically. He makes weird guttural sounds. Like he does like a Scarface like. Ooh, like he does like these weird guttural sounds.
Oh,
and
he
He does
does.
them in almost all of his movies.
He
and it's a weird, like,
absolutely does.
actor perk, yeah. And it's like Brad Pitt, if you think about a lot of his movies, he does weird eating things where he'll be like eating like like applesauce or something. Yeah, he always tends to like fall back on that, or like what's the guy from I'm terrible with names. The guy that was in what was the gun movie? John Wick.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, you know that
Keanu
one movie,
Reeves?
guys, with guns in
The
it.
gun movie with lots of
Yeah, yeah,
guns,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
Oh,
got the
okay, you
bullet,
picked up on
it's
it.
got the blood. And...
I forget names. I am actually terrible with names. But Keanu Reeves does like the whoa. He has that like bruh like thing that he does a lot of the time. And like it's this thing that like no matter who he is, that's something that's gonna come out in his acting. And like there's really funny like compilations. I love Owen Wilson's the most because of his weird like wow. He just has this like or Ben Stiller does these little like anytime he does like an ad lib like he does any kind of like
Improv?
it's not scripted. Like anytime he goes off script, he always says like this little something, and like it's really weird. Like and he mimes like a shit ton with his hands.
Wow.
But if you've never seen it, I'll link a couple of them in a minute. But I think fuck. Did anybody else have like a good like cathartic moment in like a media that they were like, oh fuck.
Cathartic.
Or like a point where they empathized with the character. They're like, God damn it, and made you feel like way too emotional for some reason.
Honestly, like, and I know this, a lot of people probably have the same one, right? I can't remember what point it was in the Joker, but no, kind of like right before he snaps, you know, where you're just like, dude, what the fuck?
I love that movie.
Like, what the
So
fuck
good.
is wrong with you animals? You know, I was like, what you want to yell at the fucking screen, you know, like just treat this person like a human being, you know, like all of this is avoidable if you aren't all shit people, and they are all shit people.
Well, you actually like fucking you bring up that movie. 100%. There's a bit in that actually shocked me, but even though I knew it was coming, and that's when he shoots De Niro in the face.
You know what's the best
I was
part?
just
I
like,
did
whoa,
not
like,
know that was
yeah.
coming. That was the best part.
Well, I because he's practicing. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
he
trying
was
to get
so
in,
pent up. He
and
shot
then
the
yeah,
gun
he's
like randomly
busting
in the
out in a
apartment.
flat. That's like fucking Jesus,
Yeah,
man.
it's-
Like,
okay, so that one is I think the best way to say what you're seeing there for it was visceral. Like
It
when
was,
it
yeah.
actually happened, it like the payoff and everything, like you saw it coming, but still like when it happened, it was just like, oh god.
man,
Like
and when I saw it, I was one of two people in the cinema, and like we both audibly went whoa, like,
Yeah.
and, like kind of looked at each other, went yeah, like.
exactly. I know. I completely understand what you're talking about with that.
Well, knowing
I
Robert De
love
Niro's
that.
politics, it was pretty satisfying to watch him
Yeah,
get
what do you
blasted. You know, it was like pretty cathartic. Just be like, yeah.
Have any of y'all ever seen the game Soma? It's like an underwater like
horror game.
subsea horror game.
Yeah.
It's
not
So
bad from
basically, it kind of like explores like the Star Trek like when you use a
Oh no, we're gonna
teleporter-
wake up Lester Kane.
It's like it's adjacent to it. It's a subsea horror game, and I don't know. Is anybody planning on playing that? If you don't know what it's even called.
Dude, it's like a 5-year-old game. Spoiler alerts are well in the past.
That's it. I'm getting my spoiler bat.
Yeah, get it. There's essentially a part towards the end where you essentially have like a coin flip of consciousness when you go from body to body in essentially you're a robot going through this undersea station and you
Wait,
have, like,
is
a
it just
consciousness.
is it just the what's it called? The Prestige?
It's kind of like it's very
Right,
much
the Prestige,
love
right?
that movie.
That movie
Yeah,
is
very
that
good
movie's
movie.
fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, no,
Every time I do it, I don't know if it's me or the other me.
yeah,
No,
exactly.
Hugh
Well, that's the
Jackman
thing.
knocked out of the fucking park with that movie. Like, he was
So-
really good.
And basically you get the prestige like so this is a great way to transition it without spoiling everything. You get the prestige effect from not the victor. You get the prestige effect from the guy that's dying.
Yeah, yeah.
And at the end they show you the one that's like in Elysium essentially, but before that you get this cold dark like everything is powering down. You're a robot that's gonna go until your circuits wear out, and you're just in this cold dark nothingness with like humanity, like you have like a human consciousness in this robot body, and you're just subjected to just go until you're dead alone in this terrifying thing you've been trying to escape. And there's all this hype and building up to it, and like, oh yeah, this is our ticket to freedom, like this is our ticket to like the Garden of Eden, and then you have to stay in hell, and it is the most like I didn't cry or anything like that, but like when I saw that, I was like, fuck, like, cause you always get whenever you see the teleporter like conundrum, you always see the victor side. You always hear about how terrible it is, and that like a carbon copy died, but to like actually like experience that for a couple moments as like everything was a dying light, it was so fucked. Like, I loved it. It was such a good like science fiction trip that like it actually like completely like I was more so than anything I was completely immersed in the thought experiment of what they were trying to show you. And
Thought
that, like, I think
experiments.
is so powerful.
Have you guys seen Wall-E?
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually
That
like
movie,
Wall-E.
I fucking love that movie.
That movie was
It's
actually really
because
good.
The entire film, you've got like this sort of, I don't want to say dread, but dread. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so bleak and fucking. It's kind of possible with what happened in that world. You know what I mean? And so, like, for me, when I first watched it, I'm just like, holy shit, this is supposed to be a kids movie, and it's like hit on all these like really fucking big points. And the point that really made me realize, like, you know, that this movie wasn't just like a usual Pixar sort of, you know, fuck around movie. When they leave Earth, and there's like, it's thick with satellites around it. And like, it's just like, well, there's little things like that, you know, like we've actually got countries now taking on the task of cleaning up space junk around Earth in orbit and stuff like that. Like, yeah.
Really?
Things that when I
Oh, yeah,
watched
right,
Wall-E
that's-
that tripped me off is I would say when he cannibalized the wheels off like the
Oh, the
tank
other unit.
tracks, yeah,
Yeah,
off
dude.
of like a dead Wally. Like, it was so inhuman, and it was such like it got passed over so easily because again they're
But it was
robots
such
and
a
whatnot, but
robotic response that you'd expect from an unfeeling cold robot.
it's true, but they spent most of the movie trying to humanize robots, right? They put facial features, they did a whole bunch of different things that would make you empathize. But like they essentially did like they tore like he cannibalized like another Wally unit, and it was just so matter of fact. Like, that was something that just like it stuck me in the face really quick into that, and I was like, fuck, like.
And he's got the shelf with all the different parts from other cannibalized Wallies as well.
Yeah, it's insane. Like it, man. Like a lot of that, and like to imagine that in like a cyberpunk sort of future, like a Shadowrun sort of future, where like
You pull off
have
like an
augmented
armed corpse. Yeah.
But yeah, like, but even like you might find yourself in that place, like
Look at I think a game that did it pretty good was that Detroit Become Human.
I didn't.
I really want to play that. That actually looks interesting.
I've
You're
only
right.
seen that
There's
one
this-
as the heart of the detumblerized meme, where it's just Chobits on the other end of it.
Well, there's this part in Detroit Become Human. I haven't played it either, but I've seen this part where
Sure.
I'm just saying, you gotta find the on switch, okay?
your main character, or one of the main characters, is in a robot graveyard, and nearly all of his sensors are just fucked. But you're in the robot graveyard, so you can just go over to other robots, go down, like you scan them, it's like, oh, that part's compatible, and you just take that out and put it in. Like, there's a couple of them where the robot's like, please don't, I will die.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
It's so morose.
Yeah, it's
I
like,
love
oh,
that.
dude, it's fucked. It's like, please don't. And you can shoot
Dystopia. Sorry,
you'll
that was the
see-
word I was looking for earlier. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's like, please don't, I will die. And you have the choice just to fucking kill them just to get the part, or I think later on, like you could eventually just not kill them, but then you'll get like shitty parts. But or you can kill them now and get really good parts. But there's that humanity aspect where the robots.
Yeah, they're dead.
Oh, fuck you! I want an upgraded blah 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 sensor. Like,
Yeah. Okay, so I guess here's another good one to touch on. Or Geeky, did you have one that you wanted to shine in on?
On a game that made me cry or a piece of media?
Or it could be any media, but
Just
I'll
don't say Coco. For the love of God, don't say Coco. You don't need to
I've
be a
actually-
pure stereotype.
I've actually never finished Coco. But
But you're the target audience.
I think for me the biggest ones has always been Iron Giant, Toy Story 3.
Oh my God,
Iron
Yeah,
Giant. Oh my
You
God.
stay, I go, no following.
dude,
Yeah.
that fucked me as a kid. I was just like, no.
Or even,
Friend. Yeah,
right
that.
when he said Superman, it's over. But I think Toy Story 3, where they tease you that that Andy's gonna give his toys, that the toys aren't gonna make it, and then Andy gives them away and you see him play it one last time, it just, I don't know. I think maybe you see
Story
the
was
characters.
a real unique like IP because it like really tapped into like that fucking nostalgia.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We grew up with that. We saw that thing
Yeah.
evolve for our whole life. Like, even if you went back to it later, like, you saw Toy Story 1 and 2, and there was, like, the claw. Like, there was weird little memes that, like, you did with your friends. But fuck, man, when that third one, oh.
And then they made a fourth one.
Yeah.
It was
Completely
fuck,
just
man.
disregard everything that happened. It just gets to the point where Disney are just money grubbing and it's like, yo, let's, this Toy Story thing that these kids used to like. Dude, they'll buy this shit till the day they die, or they'll show their kids.
Let's do it
Yeah.
again.
I think what's even crazy is that am I the only one who doesn't want a Monsters Inc. sequel?
I don't.
No, and
They already made
Monsters
one.
University was a
No, that's
travesty.
a prequel though. The prequel.
Yeah,
is fine.
yeah, but they already made one.
Yeah, we honestly didn't need a Monsters University. That
No one sat there asking, "Oh, I wonder how these two
I-
weirdos
I-
met each other."
I needed that like I needed a third butt cheek. Like seriously.
We needed that like
was-
we needed a Planes 1 or Planes 2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Cars is another one that they could have left it just a single game. Oh, a single
one?
fucking
There's
Cars.
Cars.
plenty of things they overextended on. I mean, it's the I think it's they're like the thought that they could hammer a better point home, and it's like.
Did you
it's
guys
that
see Onward?
Onward,
I have not seen Onward.
That's
The
the,
newest one, right?
one where it's like modern day, but like they're from like a magical world. And
No, I haven't.
that
I
one,
mean,
okay,
or I
it's-
think even for me too. I don't know if you guys have felt this. I don't know. I always felt like when Genie gets set free, has always been an emotional moment for me.
it hurts even more now with Robin Williams passed.
Yeah,
Dude,
I think that.
Oh man, Nyla, that's actually a really good point in Finding Nemo when Dory forgets everyone.
Oh, dude, that is
That's
honestly
right, yeah.
that is one of my greatest
'Cause
like fears.
That's like the great terror, like getting dementia, becoming Joe Biden, and being like, "Oh God, where am I? Who am I? Who are you?" You'll say this to like your
Yeah,
kid
it's-
you've known for like 50, 60 years. You'll say this to like your grandson that you saw being born. And like that's terrifying.
Yeah,
Oh
I've
my
seen people
gosh.
who actually have like Alzheimer's, like or dementia, where they've met people with that. That just hurts them worse.
Although
So-
geeky, it might be cool to like meet someone like over and over again.
Well, it's like that movie.
50
50
First
First
Dates.
Dates.
Yeah.
I can't. I was just about to say another fucking Adam Sandler movie, 50 First
Yeah.
Dates.
Breathe.
Even then, it's just
Have
like
you- Sorry, go, Greg, go.
it gets sad at one point. Or another movie that kind of does it, but in a different way, is Groundhog Day. Until
No,
Bill
no.
Murray gets out of that loop, it's just every day is the exact
Ooh.
same.
Here's the question
never
about
gonna make a
Groundhog
change.
Day.
Yeah.
How long do you think he was stuck in that loop?
10,256 times if Endless 8 is anything to go off of.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I
not the
think
fact that you never see
thousands.
the character shit on screen, then like probably a long goddamn time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also have another like interesting like I guess adaptation to that or like play on that idea. One of the most powerful movies for me as far as like empathizing with a character and like really putting yourself in their shoes was Memento because they did such a fucking
Oh,
good
man, I
job
love
of
that movie.
making you get in that guy's shoes. Do you all
Dude,
know
that,
about this
that's a
movie?
good movie.
Memento? No, I don't.
It's Nick
I've
Cage.
never
isn't
seen it.
Let me explain the premise of this movie. It'll blow your fucking socks off.
It's so good.
This movie is about a guy who has only short-term memory.
Oh, I saw an anime like that, but it was the girl who had that condition.
So the way that they shoot this, or they do this entire movie, is they do it
Oh shit!
back
Hold on. Let me-
to front, and then they play it. So they play it forward. It's not rewinding itself, but they play it back to front. So like you start, if it was a 2-hour movie, you would start at 155, and you would play till the end of the movie, and then you go to 150, and you go to 155. and then you go to 145 into 150. So you're stuck in the same situation that he is, where you don't know, you don't have context for what's going on. You just start in a room and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And it plays out, and then eventually you can get a little bit of context for it, but you slowly have to go through this movie just as fucking blind and clueless as this guy is. And he is on such a fucking renegade path, and he has to deal with a bunch of these things. So he like tattoos his bodies for like reminders of different things, but he forgets what the tattoos means. So like every once in a while he'll like run in front of a mirror and he'll like have his chest or his shirt open and be like, fuck, and he like looks at all these tattoos, and he gets this
And you have like a new
terrible
tattoo
reminder.
remember.
And it's such a they put you so well, like they immerse you so well into this character because of the way they shoot the movie. One of my favorite movies I've ever seen ever. Very fucking good. I recommend the fuck out of it.
I'll check
called
it out sometime.
Memento.
Although that sounds like an anime I watched about a girl who she couldn't remember anything more than a day, so she wrote down everything in like a fucking diary.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually she obviously loses it, so
That's the thing, is like you start this movie off like with what it would be called like an axiom, like it's like
It was great. Fuck
this
you,
is
deaf guy.
true.
Well, my favorite scene from Memento, he kind of comes into consciousness and he's running, and there's like a guy on this other side of this on this other side of these like sight sheds, and he's like, "What's going on?" Okay, he sees the guy and he's like, "Okay, I think I'm chasing him." And then he like goes around the corner to like go at the guy, and like the guy's just running straight at him. He's like, "Nope, I'm running from him." Like,
it's the awkward situations. It's like
I'm not talking about the
context
cable
that you
show,
have to
deaf guy.
grab.
All right, hold on.
It's
I'm gonna bring in deaf
brutal.
guy.
Sure.
tough guy.
Deaf guy, you are live on Coast to Ghost. What is going on, deaf guy?
What's up, Duff Guy?
What's up, man?
What up?
I was looking for Andy Ray Swirsky. Where do I enlist?
Well, go complain to him over at dlive.tv/subcultured because he told me on the kill stream when I called in he would make the show, but instead he got really high and drunk and played Truck Simulator.
I was trying to help him during that.
Yeah,
So like I
so
literally had the manual pulled up and everything.
that's what happened. I was hoping he would come on the show, but you know, life got to him instead. Got to his worth.
It's like
We had Yellow Lantern Butters on our show as our guest of the night. So
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yes.
we told him Onward was a great movie. Your friend made you watch it. No, I guess I kind of liked it. I did. I think Chris Pratt is really good in that movie.
Except his parents hate him.
Huh?
His parents hate him. Why would you name your kid Chris Pratt?
Well, because they knew he would become a Hollywood heartthrob for all of a year. He was peak Chris Pratt for about a year.
I think he's.
I must
he's-
admit, he's the only reason I watched Parks and Recreation. He's awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna say
he's so
Pete
good in
Pratt
Parks
when
and
he's
Rec.
Andy in Parks and Rec.
Yeah. Just with his broken legs and shit. Like, yeah.
I think I found. What was that line? He's like, I think I found out what your problem is. That you have internet connectivity issues. I lost my shit. I was like, wow, it's great.
Andy's just great in that show. Oh yeah, it's Spider-Man that plays the kid, the younger brother. That's right. Although I liked Onward, but I felt it was a little too forced at parts. But I thought like the overall because the whole story is about like their dad's dead and they cast like a spell to bring him back for one day, because the little brothers never met their dad and he didn't want to talk to his dad for the first time ever, and so he got like a staff and he tried to cast a spell, but he only cast half of it. So it's just his torso that they're running around with the entire film.
Well, was it actually woke, as some people said it was? or
Yeah,
not?
there was like a gay police officer. I mean, she wasn't like blatant, just like, I gotta get home to my girlfriend. Just like that black lady police officer just goes like, I gotta get home to my girlfriend. And like that was it. I mean, like, it's just like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
Have you guys done? Have you guys finished the Telltale Walking Dead series yet, or no?
I have not.
I haven't played the last one.
Yeah, but even though up to it so far, have you had like emotional moments? Like,
Right, yeah, they made her mention her.
Oh.
You're right. It was her girlfriend's kid. They made her mention, which that was weird.
You know what? I do have one thing that I guess made me cry just a little bit. It was that when you had to kill Lee.
yeah, That was
That I was like, no, dude, no, don't fuck, no, don't, and it happened. And
Did the ending of
that
Iron
was-
Blooded Orphans make you cry, Geeky?
I had already. The problem with me is I already had it spoiled, so.
Oh, that's terrible.
No, it's not.
But
Tough
actually,
guy,
the
don't
thing-
make me kick you.
Hot take here. Spoilers aren't that bad.
Well, you're not welcome here.
No,
Aw.
I absolutely disagree. I'm completely like most of my investment is like the surprise and like the way that they take like the way they actually do the thing. Like
Well,
I'm
you know
very
what I
much
know
in on
made
that.
you cry, Geeky?
What?
Majin Vegeta sacrificing himself to stop Boo. Come on.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a pretty
But
great.
I do agree with Nyla.
But-
I did have the end game spoiled, but they didn't tell me how they died.
I mean,
until
we
Iron Man
all-
died.
See,
we all knew what
that's
was
my
good.
thing. Like they spoil it, but you don't know all the details leading up to that.
No,
point.
no, not having the
It's
impact.
not that bad.
If someone had
Like
told
unless
me
it's
that,
like a M Night
I
Shyamalan
completely
thing, like
disagree.
all right, I disagree.
I mean, like I understand what you're saying, but I just vehemently disagree because it's. I mean, if you get any like sort of notion that that sort of thing's gonna happen,
you're gonna be
like-
looking for it the entire time, and it absolutely
Yeah, but
ruins
like
it.
then your
It's-
mind's
it's
going
the-
like,
Nope,
all right,
it
well,
absolutely
maybe
ruins
he'll
it.
do this, maybe this guy will do that, maybe
yeah,
this
it's-
will
no,
happen.
No, but you have
But you're-
more of that.
We
without
don't
the knowledge
exactly
of it.
know.
Right.
The
Tough guy,
tension
what
is
made you
there.
cry?
Like I'll say, it probably diminishing the point where it leads up
No, Tough guy, tell me what made you
to
cry.
the point that was spoiled.
Tough guy, we're doing the soy hour, okay? Tell me what made you cry. Your argument's dumb and lame. Tell me what made you cry.
Your tears sustain us.
I have no idea. I don't think I've ever cried in a movie.
Tough guy is way too Chad and fucking-
Tough guy, Steve Irwin is dead from a stingray. And there's not a damn thing we can do about it.
Hey,
Got him.
Wait, was that a-
anniversary today?
I know that laugh. I know that particular way of laughing. That's a ghost politics laugh, sir.
Got him.
Are you winning yet, son? Stop watching Bleach because... Aww.
No, I will admit though, I have tried watching Ghost Politics only because I laughed so hard.
Oh, absolutely. Don't talk about my granny.
Oh, God.
Don't count my shekels.
Oh, I don't have that many shekels. Although, fucking Big Mac Geet outdid the entire chat tonight. Big Mac Git is king. What about... Let me think. What else would have made you cry?
Did
When
I
you
ever
realized
try
how... You
for
realized
Pokemon?
finally how bad Evangelion actually is?
I've never.
You
seen
what?
Evangelion.
When you realize how bad
You what?
Neon Genesis Evangelion actually is. Once
will
you watch
fight
it... Huh? You'll fight me? Next, you'll tell me Ray isn't best girl.
Ray's not best girl.
Ray
Ray's
is
annoying.
best girl. In every
Ray is a
context.
creepy clone of
All
clone
right,
of Yue.
I can solve this. I can solve any best girl argument in the whole world.
Uh-oh. We're
Who
gonna
has
call
the
us all gay, right?
Who has the bigger cans?
Who's quieter, I think, is also
Who is
important.
who has the bigger cans? That's first and foremost.
Hotohime.
All right, best
Well,
girl right
probably
there.
me.
Next
Probably,
question.
what's her name? Fuck, Misato?
I disagree with Ped.
Misato is 100% wife material. I would wife her so fast. She's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
She eats curry and drinks beer. She's fucking mad.
Pokemon movie 1 when Ash dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might
I'm pretty
have.
sure we've all felt it.
I might have paid for that one.
When Jiraiya died in Naruto, that got to me. That absolutely got to me.
Eh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say full on cry though. Like
It got to me.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't think anybody's like baby sobbing, but it's like
No, Dark Knight
Whatever
3 got me
Well,
like fucking
I'm
baby
talking about
sobbing.
like a full-on like tear coming out.
Dark Knight Rises got me
That's my
like
definition
actual
of
like
crying.
fuck, what's going on? That and Interstellar, both of them. And I'll just go like,
Oh,
fuck you,
Interstellar
Christopher
is-
think about a movie that did it, but like I actually get like more of like a response from music than anything else. Like music's actually something where like I get that sensation where like my hair stands up.
Yeah, that definitely does play a factor.
Basically, any Chester Bennington song after you realize it was all Suicide Note.
Who's Chester
I
Bennington?
mean, yeah, like there's a lot of different things like that you can go back and you can look at. But I get like it's when music like really swells and it's like a really good like orchestral piece with
Oh yeah,
like
that
opera
that
singers and
Yeah.
that's what
whatnot,
they're
but-
doing in
Yeah.
Interstellar during those fucking scenes.
Yeah,
The
they-
mu-
they use
the
that
fucking
manipulated
music in
lot.
those scenes is absolutely genius. Oh, End of the Lord of the Rings. That's a good one.
Oh, when they're all happy and Sam's like meeting up with his wife.
Yeah, kind of. You're just like, yep.
Oh, man, this was weird, but it actually got me because like everybody hates this fucking movie. Did y'all ever see The Mist?
No.
No.
It's a
No.
I
Stephen
fucking
King
love
film.
that movie.
So do you remember like the Thomas Jane is the actor, the guy that played the Punisher? He goes through all this hell with his family, and they're in this mist, and there's literally like there's like other dimensional demons coming out of this fucking mist and just
Tentacle monsters.
murdering everybody. And he's trying to protect his family and these two old people that he has with him at the time, I think, at that point. And they're in a car, and they've been protecting him this whole time. And the car runs out of gas in the middle of the mist, and they literally see like a fucking giant thing like go right next to him, and they're like, we're so fucked. Like, because everybody that's gone out into the mist just fucking dies in a terrible way. They get
No,
torn
you
in half,
didn't, tough guy.
and they had
You
to
cried
do,
from how
like,
bad it was.
a whole bunch of crazy shit. And what ends up happening is this main actor, Thomas Jane, looks at this gun. And he's got fucking 4 bullets, and there's 5 people in the car. He's the 5th person. And he says, okay. And he shoots his kid, his ex-wife, and then two
Oh,
people
yeah.
with the whole movie.
Well, hold on. He kind of won out shooting his ex-wife. Although I would have just shot her 4 times.
But no, like, he's interacting with her the whole time, and like he's like really like he's like and he just hear this in this moment where he's just like he like screams out and he's like crying. He's just like fuck. And then right after he does it, the mist starts blowing past, and you can see clear daylight. And like the U.S. Marines and tanks and all these things show up like in this like if he had like held off for like 5 minutes, but like in the situation it was completely bleak. There was no other option. It was the best thing to do. But like if he literally held
And
off
Yellow
for 5
Lantern, this is
minutes-
why you never give up.
well, he killed everybody in the fucking car, and then right afterwards, everything blew over. And that moment where he got out of the car, you just hear him like he did the scream that he did. It wasn't like a Vader no, but it was pretty visceral. Like when you heard it in the car, because
Well, it's
this guy
really
just
that
killed
feeling
everybody
when
he
you have no
loved.
bullet to kill yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. But, like, he's still like he was like fuck, and he had to like reconcile it. And he was like smacking his head on the horn and whatnot. But then when he gets out, like it's like 10 times that. Like you thought it was bad, but then like when you hear him on the outside of that car after he's like everything would have been fine if I didn't do this, is like like it's so jarring. It's such like a it's one of those things where it's like, oh my god, like. It didn't make me cry, but I was like, "Oh Jesus!" Like you see this, and it's just, oh man, it's hard. It's hard to deal with.
The end scene of The Departed was pretty fucking cathartic.
Too.
The
Yeah,
end-
I agree.
You know, when he's walking back to the apartment, the dog won't even smell him. You know, like all the fucking symbolism, and Wahlberg's just waiting for him, and just bang, walks right out. Classic ending.
Yeah, it's good. Like that, it's those ones that you're like, fuck, god damn it. What was the other one? I was thinking of one a second ago. I can't remember. It's somebody else.
Why didn't he put his head next to the one of the other guys, then shoot them both?
That's not how.
That's
well,
not
I don't know
how-
the caliber of the bullet, but
It wasn't the
changed it
Clintons
over.
doing this, okay? Like, this isn't
Yeah,
something
right.
that you just do.
Oh, have y'all seen Mandy?
Who?
Nope.
Mandy. It's one of the craziest movies ever. It's Nicolas Cage, and I'm not even kidding you, in a drug-fueled revenge film where they have an actual.
How is this any
chainsaw
different
versus
from Nicolas
chainsaw fight.
Cage?
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's this crazy, like, it's set in like this 80s metal universe where there's like a they're on whatever planet that has like this crazy highlight, and then there's like 6 different moons and some bullshit like when they pan out. But it's like he's on LSD, cocaine, and all these different things. They like obfuscate a bunch of stuff, but it's like a revenge film. And he has like a crossbow, a battle axe. He like chases people down on a 4x4. He literally has a chainsaw fight, like literally like I forget what it's called, like the actual like chain links of a chainsaw versus the chain links of a chainsaw. It's fucking amazing. But he like crosses blades with it, and he has this one moment like when he's trying to deal with like the thing he's about to get vengeance for, and he has this weird moment where he's like wearing a tiger shirt, and he's in tidy whities in a bathroom, and he's crying and trying to down a bottle of whiskey at the same time. And it actually got me. Like he's slowly ramping up as he goes, where he's like he'll start screaming, and then he like puts a bottle up to his face to stop screaming, and then like when he lets it go, he's like crying, and he transitions back into screaming and puts the bottle up to his face again. And it's actually like it's one of the best scenes I've seen Nicolas Cage ever do, and it's one of his recent things. Like I highly recommend the movie because it's fucking crazy. It's worth the whole like journey to go through. It starts off kind of like slow, but god damn, when it turns into like demon bicycle or demon what is it, motorbike gangs, whatever the fuck they're called, like Harley gangs, and they're like literally like demons with like fangs and weird shit, and they're all on LSD. It's fucking crazy. But there's one scene in there where it's like it's like a super sobering moment before it like really gets into the action, but it's like he's just been through like the hell of hells, and he like wakes up and he's trying to realize what happened, and then he just tries to kill it like with this bottle, and it's like he's going through every emotion, then he tries to drown it out with the bottle, and then he cycles through it again, and it actually got me, man. I was like, holy fuck, like I can sympathize with Nicolas Cage so hard right now. It was really good.
God damn.
Damn, so I got 3 movies. Up, when they do the whole like piano scene
Yeah.
with Ellie, and when they find out like Ellie dies, basically, I don't know, the piano just makes it way more like it's so crazy because it starts off happy piano, and next thing you know, you just slowly gets sadder and sadder, and you realize, oh, I don't know if you guys ever felt that way when you guys saw it.
It was a little sad. I mean, I don't think I cried, but I'm like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah. And then, did you guys see Deep Impact or Armageddon? The 2, like, basically the same meteor movies?
You?
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't believe I have.
Yeah, we're basically in the end. I think Deep Impact where the dad dies, and then Armageddon is
I think that was
Wait a
Armageddon.
minute. This is all very good and interesting, but did Joe Biden just say a black man invented the light bulb?
Yes,
He
he
did.
did.
Oh,
As he was taking a shit in his pants.
oh, right. Is this the one where?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just
Like, no joke.
I was reading the fucking news, and I was just like, what the fuck? And then I see this other story about someone made someone else's child in the likeness of a sex doll. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. This
That's
is...
it. It's
You know what pisses me off the most about this? Is that they're gonna use this to, like, ban sex robots before sex robots are here.
guys,
I don't think so.
it's real Fed posting hours now.
Like, seriously, just like, oh, it's like, dude, I want my QT sex robot with massive titties, alright, to raise my kids, and now they're gonna take this away with me because some fucking pedo made a sex doll of a child. Ugh.
Culture for mom.
I mean,
Culture.
the real question is, are we surprised this happened already? I felt like it was bound to happen.
Yeah, but it pisses me off. I read the article, and it's like, I just know that I have to make sure that this is banned. It's like, woman! Like, I don't... Yes, it's disgusting. Yes, it should disgust you to your core. But, fuck, you're gonna have so many unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Fucking
It's
hell.
the girl that wrote it, right?
What?
Of course, like that girl wrote that article, right?
Probably.
gonna
I mean,
So,
happen.
like, obviously she's gonna have a bias. So, like,
well, the women do
oh,
fear the
like,
sex doll.
women. Yeah, they should.
Yeah.
They
Why am
don't
I
like
echoing?
that shit. Because there's probably me.
Hold on, everyone, stop talking. Echo, echo, echo. Huh? Must be deaf guy.
George Soros.
Me.
Whoever said Soros.
Soros, 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 Soros.
Test 1 2 1 2.
You
Well,
might be-
Go.
That's right.
But,
That's right.
but yeah,
Okay.
I felt like
All right, well let's get to the news. I've had enough of the soy hour.
Yeah, let's do something.
Yes, me
active.
too.
Just one more.
So-
God damn.
So some
I swear to
pedophile.
God.
Oh my gosh, that
Wait,
echoing is bugging me.
Wait, there's one more. There's one more. I swear to God, you're all gonna. If you've seen it, I Am Legend, where he had to put down the dog.
Never saw
my
I Am Legend. Let's
God.
move on.
never
That's a
saw
good
it.
movie.
Maybe Old Yeller. I don't know about I Am Legend.
I mean, isn't that the same logic with Marley and Me?
True.
Marley and Me. What about that one?
Well, hold on,
That's
hold on.
bad.
We're done with the soy hour.
Yeah, fuck it.
We're done with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shoot.
All right.
Show.
So some pedo made a sex doll of someone else's child. That fucking happened, and now we're all gonna have to pay the consequences for it.
Where,
usually
where's
how
the
it
art?
is.
It's on Breitbart.
Yeah, let's see the art. Can we go through that real quick?
I don't want to put the article
That's
in
like
my
a literal
Discord
threat for
server
that
because,
child.
huh?
Sorry, what'd you say?
I don't want to put the article in my Discord server because it
Oh,
doesn't have a picture of the child's face.
Fair
but
enough. Understandable.
It has a picture of the doll. Um,
Yeah.
Like,
so I guess
do you
my
see that
point
as,
on
a
this
literal
is like,
threat?
huh?
Do you see that as like a literal threat?
No, not at all.
Other women
Really?
do.
Really?
Yeah, well, women see sex dolls as a threat, 100%.
Yeah.
No, I mean like an explicit threat is like
No.
you've
Nope, I don't see
Really?
it as a threat at all.
okay.
I see it as a
So you-
violation of privacy, 100% a violation of privacy. But
That's why I
like,
feel
it's not. I
more-
don't see it as a threat. Is it immoral? 100%. Is it disgusting? 100%.
You
absolutely.
don't see it as a threat. I don't
No.
understand.
I don't see it as a threat.
So are
In
you
what
saying you're
way?
okay with it? Or I'm not okay with it, but like if someone
Don't-
were to
don't
do
even-
it, it's
don't
alright.
even-
No,
Don't,
am I
just on
okay
the
with
level-
someone doing that, Geeky? I don't see why I would care personally. Like, it's not affecting me in any way, and as long as they're not victimizing someone, then I don't see a problem with it.
You
Like-
don't see it as like a,
Like morally, yes, there's a problem
Sexualizing
with it,
someone that
but we
shouldn't
we cannot look at the law through morality. We have to look at the law through logic and objectivity. Like we
Yeah,
can't
yeah, and
we
that-
can't
well,
just be
that's why-
like, this makes me feel disgusted, but I have to legislate, because if we do that, they're gonna put the noose around our neck.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
agree. But do you not see how they're specifically targeting a person that's underage for, like,
Yeah.
sexual molestation?
It's not a threat as far as I'm concerned.
How do
As
you not
for
see
now,
it like
though.
that?
Yeah,
But how do you see it under all those other lenses, but you don't see it as like?
I don't see it
threatening
as a
towards
direct
child?
threat. I don't.
So you're.
But I think
King
I'm
Paul,
always
thank you for
better
the
with this,
follow.
like-
I don't see it as a direct threat. I see it as like creepy as fuck, and I would get a
Well, it's a
restraining order
specific-
from this
it's a
person, and I think you'd be
specific
able to get that.
person. It's
Yeah,
a
and I-
specific instance of an underage child.
And I also feel like, what if this is just like, okay, I have the sex on, now I want the real person.
I
Yeah,
I don't
see
think A
that,
leads to
but-
B. I think they're already B. I think they're already B, Geeky. I don't think A leads
Yeah.
to B. They're already B. What's up, Hulk Smash? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think they're already B. I don't think A leads to B.
And then, like, you
But
also,
no,
like,
that's. I mean, they're not already big because
No, but you know what I mean. They already have those tendencies. I don't think that this led them to it.
No, I'm not saying this, they had the tendencies.
is
I'm
a-
just saying, like, they could, in their mind, they can think, okay, I had one thing, now let me try something else.
you want
See,
to go.
No,
Oh,
I
I know.
don't buy that.
All I know is if that was my kid, it wouldn't be me putting a restraining order on them. It'd be the other way around.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That
And I
fucker not be
would
able
I
to
would
run
morally
far
not
enough
hold
on
that
a-
against you, 404.
Like for
Yeah, I
real,
believe-
like,
Morally, I
I'm
wouldn't
on
hold that
board with
against
it.
you. All right.
And
I
if
believe-
anybody did want to try some shit, like, that's where you advocate Second Amendment.
Yep, that's what the Second
Right.
Amendment is for. And-
Like,
that is
this thing, like, if A leads to B, like, them wanting to go after that person to have the real thing or whatever, like, yeah.
yeah. I don't think A leads to B. That's the thing. I think they're already tending towards B.
Right.
I don't think that's what pushes
if
them
it
over the
does,
edge.
Elucidate,
Bam,
like,
Second
what-
Amendment.
I think that their uncle
ANPR?
touching them when they were little is what pushed them from A to B. Not not
Yeah.
that
So would this
that's
be more like
But-
this
but
be
can you
more
be
like from B
explicit?
to C though?
no,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't think
exactly
so.
what I'm getting at.
It's definitely going
misconception,
towards C's.
Yeah.
And that's
No.
But
just like
it's such a huge misconception that every kitty diddler was abused as a child. That's just not true.
I think there's a large
Yeah,
number
if
of
not
them.
Boogie would be one, unless he is.
Well, Andy
Um,
would be one technically if that was the case. If it B led to C, I'm not saying it's 100% that it leads to
yeah,
that.
no, but
I'm just saying it
I
increases the likelihood.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Well,
Right.
Like,
if,
oh,
yeah,
like,
like-
when I was doing youth work, a lot of the people who were identified as kitty fiddlers were usually more often than not just victims of like severe fucking mental abuse. Where yeah, like it seemed to be the common thing. Like, didn't have to be physical. It was like severe mental abuse, like lock up old Harry under the fucking stairs sort of situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, like a lot of people, when they talk about this sort of stuff, they're all like, "Oh, it's they were touched as kids," and it's just
Yeah,
not
I'm
true.
I'm not willing to
Oh.
concede that this leads to C. I'm not willing to
Yeah.
concede that point because I'd be a fucking serial killer. if I took this logic and I've played video games in fucking VR as
Exactly,
realistic as you can possibly get, okay, where I've
No,
killed
no.
and shot people constantly. No, I think
No,
if you're a
no,
healthy-minded
no,
person,
that's-
you do not go from B to C.
No,
But in
there's a
video games,
distinction.
no one's
There's a
specific, though.
complete- Yeah, it's a you are looking at a specific target.
Yeah,
that
well,
you're-
I cannot guide society by the mentally weakest among us. I cannot make rules for society based on those people. I have to have laws that punish those people, not laws that treat us like those people.
So are you saying we should
I
convict the
wasn't
person who
I
did it?
wasn't even couching this in law. I'm saying, do you see that as a threat?
No, I don't see it as a threat. I see it
How
as
do you
creepy
not
as
see that
fuck
as
and
a
degenerate,
threat?
but it's not a direct threat.
But how do you not see that as?
It's
like
not a
you
direct
ta-
threat.
Okay, so okay.
How-
how
it's
would
not
you
a
define
direct threat.
Well, how would you define a threat then?
If they were hanging around that child quite a lot, if they were
No,
getting
that's not-
involved
that's
in
not
their
how you define
personal
it.
life, if they were sending them messages
No.
online, I would say
More
that is
abstract
threatening.
Than that goes how
That-
do you define like a threat in general.
like direct
How about this? If
contact.
you're thinking about it through the sense of, if you're thinking about it through the sense of law, would a rational person look at that and think that it's threatening?
No. But like before that, like define a threat. I mean, it's one of those wiki things, but a threat is a communicated intent to inflict harm or loss on another person. Intimidation is widely observed as an animal behavior, blah, 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 blah. But, like, if we look at that, when you say a threat is a communicated intent to harm or cause loss
I don't think
on
that
another
communicates
person.
intent to harm.
Yeah.
You're having sex with a replication of your
Once again,
child.
you're making
See,
the
and that's
assumption that
another
they are,
thing,
and
like,
which is a
there's
reasonable
physical
assumption.
and mental harm, I guess. Those are two different things.
I
don't
don't
know,
I don't
like,
think
if
that's a
you got older,
communication of an
you-
intent to threaten.
Imagine you got older and this creepy uncle you found out had a sex doll of you when you were 6. That would fuck me up.
That would really fuck you up. Not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
that would fuck
exactly.
me up.
Okay, well,
Like,
what?
just saying,
But
like-
it's not something we should legislate. It's something that you'd be cast out of the
Goes-
family.
I-
You'd be
goes-
reported to
you're
the
couching
authorities.
this
You'd
in
be
law.
listed.
I'm asking you from an abstract point of view.
Yeah, from an
is this a
abstract point of view,
threat?
it's not a threat.
How is that not a threat?
It's not a threat.
Explicitly targeting somebody, and it's showing it's.
Wait, hold on.
showing an
Did they
intent that
send?
would
Hold
never
on,
have happened.
hold on, Fed. If they sent the picture of the doll to the child or the parents of the child, if they explicitly sent it to them, that could be construed as a threat.
What if
How
they
did-
made it national news?
Yeah, how did they know, by the way? How did the mom know that they have a sex
Well,
doll
would
for her
that be
daughter?
intent then? To make it national
Wait,
news?
what? So you're saying the person that did this made it national news intentionally?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, but
I'm
How
wondering
did
if
the
it
doll-
got
how
out
did
there
the mom
because if
find
I
it?
had
Put the
something
doll
like
in
this, I
the
would
in the
bury
fucking
it.
passenger seat so they can use the carpool lane.
Well, that's something that happens more spontaneously than like.
Thank you, someone got it.
Everyone was talking, I couldn't hear it.
I'm sorry. Someone's
Oh,
fucking
did you
echoing
just
like
put it in
crazy.
HOV lane is the joke that you did?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
The carpool
I couldn't
lane.
hear it over there's a bunch of yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Duff Guy's echoing like crazy.
What?
But like, I mean, I'm not.
Let's
I'm not,
see if we echo now that Duff Guy is muted. Everyone talk.
I'm
hello.
talking right now.
Geeky?
I don't
La,
think
la, la.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I don't think there's echoing.
All right, now let's unmute deaf guy.
Talk.
Hello.
Talk.
Talk.
You are.
Yeah, you're fucking echoing.
Dude!
Obvious
I am?
echo. Yeah, you're echoing pretty bad. Put yourself on push to talk.
Yeah.
I'm on push to talk.
All right,
Oh,
but
shoot.
what I'm saying
With a
is,
headset.
Fed. Okay, wow,
Like-
jeez, Fed. What I'm saying is, yes, if they'd have sent that to the child or the child's parents, that would be a threat. That could very easily be construed as a threat.
By the way, if anyone's got
That,
red,
like,
red
now that
red-
you're like projecting the intention that it could be construed more as a threat, but
No, I'm saying
I'm
that you would
trying to-
have to go through the explicit act of letting it be known that it was made.
well, I guess if you're alerting them that it's a threat,
Yes.
I guess I can kind of see where you're coming at more from that, and like I'm definitely with you on like the libertarian where I'm trying not to give this thing up, but like this seems like an explicit like
It's a very strange hill to die on.
I'm not dying on this
Yeah.
hill. I'm not giving them
it's
an
not.
inch.
It's actually not. I completely understand where Ghost is coming from, and I'm trying to make sure that I can reason out my position of why I would still attack this.
Well,
even
hold
when
on,
he said,
Fed.
like,
I'm
when he
gonna
just-
call the guy a degenerate and a filthy degenerate that probably I don't want anywhere near my kids. Like, absolutely, I'll say that.
Mhm.
But when
Do
it
not
comes to
want
the
him near your
legal
kids because
context,
you
that's a
feel-
whole nother story.
Now let me ask you this. Now, why would you not want him near your kids? Do you feel that he's threatening you with
No.
that?
No,
No. Again, so like I'm.
No, I don't
with
feel threatened at
Ghost in
all.
The steps that he's taking. Well, I don't know about that.
I don't
Like,
feel threatened at
that-
all
that's up to
because I'm
somebody's
there with my
interpretation
kids.
At that point. Sorry?
I don't feel threatened at all because I'm there with my kids and I'm armed.
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't think that's like
Yeah,
a,
but we-
a good way to do that. Like
I feel
justification. But like I'm with you on like the not stripping away the rights and like where it actually becomes a threat. Like I'm completely with you on that and like why it's not even a weird argument. Like I understand exactly how that works, but because it's like
My argument
think
on
it-
this, Fed, is like Dick Masterson's argument about when like neo-Nazis or white nationalists would go on New Project 2. You know, it's like, look, I can't fucking tell you no, but dude, you fucked me. You fucked everyone.
no,
You know?
So like I see what you're
Like that's my position on
Yeah,
it.
no, again, I can see exactly. You're looking at it through a libertarian lens, and you're trying to say like, I would rather not have these rights stripped from me, and I'm trying to use.
It's not even a matter of rights. I'd just rather not give someone the power to determine what makes someone do something. The power to read people's minds when they have no ability to do that. I'm not willing to give them that. I'm not giving them that inch.
But like you've what was the article titled? Like, what was the explicit thing? One more time.
Oh, the article was saying like woman seeks to ban sex dolls or something.
Okay,
Ah.
don't
So I
ban
don't
this.
agree with overall sex dolls, but if
Right,
it's
but that's where they're going to take
explicitly
it.
Whoa.
Sorry?
Okay, guys.
No,
just
no.
quickly,
Well,
right?
hold on. No, four, please. For just 1 second. Was it not an argument, or like, was it a fact in this that it was explicitly of a specific minor?
Mm-hmm.
I
Hey,
don't
Critical, what's
agree
up,
with
man?
that.
Yeah, no, it's of an
I
explicit
agree that
minor.
You could have like, as much as I don't want it, I could see how you could make an argument for having like an androgynous one or something like that. But when it's a specific person, it's too much. Like that's an
No, there is no such thing as too much. The
but
second
not a
you
minor,
say,
though.
the second that
But
you
a
say
minor,
anything
though.
is too much, you give people power over you that you can never take back. You can never
But I
take
just wonder,
back
you're
what they've done to
specifically
us.
Targeting somebody, like that's the.
I don't care.
problem. Like,
I don't care. It's
yeah.
not a threat.
But it goes
But
back to
you're-
the whole
you're-
like kids can't consent. I feel like you would have to consent.
Yes,
to
the
have
child
sex doll
can't
made about you.
consent, but the child was not involved in that transaction.
Yes,
but
they
would-
were. They took that child's identity. They're literally.
Yeah.
They didn't take its
the likeness of
identity.
that
It's a
child.
fake. It's a doll.
Yes, but they.
It's in their
already
likeness.
making-
It's
Okay,
like
so- Okay,
but then
but
it goes.
Ghost, like, could you imagine if they had made like you had your daughter and they made a sex clone of your daughter and they fucked it on the internet and they continually fucked your daughter on the internet. Let's say your daughter's Belle Delphine and they're fucking your daughter on the internet for all time and eternity.
Well,
Dude,
her
I-
parents know
I-
people are
I-
jerking off to their daughter all the time. They have to live with it.
Yeah, but the difference is this
But
one's
no,
over 18.
I'm saying like it's in a way where like she's not necessarily putting anything.
They are
out
not
there.
causing harm to someone.
Yes,
They are not causing
Yes, they are.
harm to someone. They're doing something disgusting, despicable, and immoral. They are not causing harm to someone.
Are you only defining harm as physical harm?
No, no. But they're not causing physical harm. It is a fake. It is something in the likeness.
Well, there is a. I don't know. I
Wow,
don't-
this be treacherous water,
That's what the
lads.
argument, like,
No, he's
I
a
don't-
good
I don't
point. Like
think
it's
that's-
a good thing to like contend with, but I don't agree because it's a specific.
The
instance
second
of
that you allow the
100%.
government to legislate that A leads to B is the second they will take everything else from us.
I feel like it's more like C to B.
No, what this is,
That's-
Geeky,
it's
is
like a-
you're
it's a
giving them
logic
the
gap.
right to take away things from us because they're assuming our intent. As soon as you give them the power to assume our intent, you give up so much more.
Okay, but what do you mean? Assume your intent.
Right, Deaf
here?
Guy is absolutely right. I don't think it should be illegal, but it should be shamed, which it is. It is shamed.
Yeah, no,
Society's
I-
job is to control this behavior.
See, my problem with this argument, like, I get the mental health aspect, but like, they pushed so far, like, recently, like, bullying is like very harmful. Instead of pushing, you should be resilient and like, learn to like roll with the banter, basically. Like, I don't like the argument that bullying has this huge effect on people. Like, yeah, when you're a kid, maybe, but eventually you can move past it and like laugh at.
Depends on the
shit.
degree, but I do understand where you're coming from there.
Yeah.
It's illicitly a sex toy. You've
Like,
made a sex toy
that's
of a
the
child,
thing, like,
and a specific child.
I think we should be like moving to be more resilient instead of
I'd rather let them. I'd rather know where they are.
bullying is
I'd
effective.
rather know where they are.
And
Now
then, like,
you're
it-
but now you're assuming intent then. Now
I'd
you're
rather
trying to-
know
you,
someone.
though.
I'm not assuming intent at
Well, you
all.
are- well, no,
Ed.
because you're saying, if you're saying, okay, well now I know.
No,
where this
I'm not
person
saying
is,
that's the
you're-
reasoning why we shouldn't ban this. Okay?
But, like,
It's not the reason. It's
take a
because there's no
thought of,
harm
like,
done.
a specific person, like, you're assuming intent that they intend to harm that minor, basically.
Well, that's what Fed was making the argument that it
Find
was a
it
threat.
effective.
It was a
And what's
threat.
wrong,
Was
but-
what Fed's argument was originally.
Exactly, but like,
Well,
threat,
you're
you have to have
illicitly, you're
intent
illicitly
to
targeting a
imply
minor
threat.
for sexual contact, a specific minor.
You're not
but you have to have
targeting
intent
them.
to-
You're
Yes,
using
you are.
their
You're
likeness
taking
for a
their
degenerate
likeness and you're
act,
making
Fed
a
Zeppelin.
sex toy out of them.
Yes.
Are you not?
You are not you are not targeting them physically.
No, you are actually.
You are not
physically doing
interacting
that.
with them in any way.
But is it?
No, but you're
anatomically
taking
correct
their
at that point?
perfect likeness and you're trying to do the best
Not
that you can to
perfect, not
replicate
perfect,
that.
Not perfect.
No, it's a doll.
Anatomically correct.
It's a
Everything.
doll. It's not a human being. You didn't make a
It's
clone
a
of
sex
them.
toy.
Yes.
It's explicitly something that you're intending to have sex with. You're targeting
Well,
a minor.
no, you don't
and
know
really-
that. You don't know that. You don't know that.
I'm assuming
So
you're
it's just
guessing on the
happenstance that the
parts of
child
it.
happens to look like the
No,
person.
no, I'm saying you don't know they intend to do sexual acts with it. It can be very likely assumed that's what's going to happen, but you don't know that.
So
I think that, like, I agree with your argument up until that point where it's vapid. At that point, it's just disingenuous.
No, my problem is you're assuming what people are doing, and you're giving the law the power to define what someone does because they do something.
No,
And
not
that will
take
be
your
applied
explicit
to
likeness
violent
and make a sex
entertainment.
toy out of
That
it?
will be applied to everything but this. Because elite pedophiles run the fucking world, and they're not going to legislate themselves. Okay? They're going to legislate you. They're going to deem that your speech made that guy drive through that mud shark at Charlottesville. Okay? They're going to do that.
can't
They're
be
going to do
conflated. You
nothing
can't be
about
conflated.
child
No, 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 no,
trafficking,
no.
which
No,
is
no, no,
ascendant.
no,
No matter
no,
how
no,
many
no, no,
laws
no.
we've made
No,
about
this
child
doesn't work.
trafficking. It has not stopped this at all.
Again, I know exactly what you're saying.
This
as
is not
far
a
as,
slippery
like,
slope. This is the fact. This is facts of life, of what's going on in the real world.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
So when you concede an
very
inch,
specific
they will take
instance.
everything from you.
Yes, I agree. I know exactly what you're saying, but this is a very, very specific instance.
No, you do not make laws based on very specific instances.
Yes,
But
no,
You do
actually,
not
if
make
there's anything that you
broad-reaching
can make a law about,
laws.
It would be a very specific instance.
No, it would not.
Things
Absolutely
have-
not. Are you
have
kidding
been
me?
made on
They never do
specific
that.
instances, but it's wrong.
Well, okay,
No
so
law
then
has
you
been
ask-
made very specific and narrow. It's always
Do you
broad and
think- no, no, no,
overreaching, so
okay,
it can be
Ghost,
abused.
All right, hold on, stop. Before you go any further, do you think that you are actually a libertarian and you can go by all libertarian principles?
What? What does that mean?
Do you think you're actually a libertarian and you can go by all libertarian principles? Like, do you think a libertarian?
No,
like,
I make my decisions based on what I'm seeing. I don't say, oh, I
Okay.
have to look at this through a libertarian lens. I just see
Yes,
this and I say,
I
oh, okay, that's what I think.
100%. I'm right there with you on this.
All right, I
And
look at every
understand why you-
situation and I look at what the
Yes, and that's why you
consequences.
couch your ideas in that.
I look at the
correct?
consequences of history and what happens when you give power because you let your emotions get the better of you and you let yourself get disgusted and you didn't
emotional.
think
This
with
is
your
literally-
brain,
this is-
you thought with your heart.
No.
Morally, in a
No,
way.
So I'm
It's
not
immoral,
supposed to
100%
feel
geeky.
anything.
It is immoral.
So I'm not supposed to feel anything if someone were to make a doll that happens to look like my child. I'm
Oh
not
no,
supposed to
you should
anything.
feel absolute disgust, 100%. But you
Well,
don't
just said
legislate
your
based on
morals
your
shouldn't get in
feelings.
the way of
No,
it,
no,
so
your
why-
feelings
why
should
should
not
I-
listen, Gorgoth. Your feelings should not dictate legislation.
Do you
My
feel-
feeling, if I see that, my feeling's going to dictate that guy's getting a fucking chest full of buckshot.
Well, that's your
Exactly.
prerogative as a private citizen. That should not be the state's prerogative.
But so should I have the right to call a cop and have him arrested then?
No, because he hasn't
No,
broken
okay,
any
no, no.
laws.
Should I have a right to go over
No,
there
no,
and
okay,
beat his
no,
ass?
okay.
into a
No,
pulp?
because he hasn't broken any laws. But I also wouldn't.
But
I
he
would
hurt
not
my-
feel bad at all if you
He
did that.
simulated a minor and having sex with them.
What?
Did he not simulate having sex with a minor?
I don't know. Personally, I don't know if he used it.
I'm pretty sure he used it. If
Is
he
this-
has
I
a
would.
sex
I think
doll.
it can be heavily assumed he did. But what's the problem with that? That's not a crime. Like I simulate shooting people every night. Every single night, I simulate shooting people in a video game.
Shooting
Am I?
specific
Should I be
people.
put in jail
Okay,
because
okay,
every
okay,
single
okay,
night
okay,
I
okay,
simulate
okay.
shooting people?
Okay, but
I
You're
did-
making that
if I
argument,
did-
Fed Zeppelin.
Hold on.
Ghost.
If I made like a specific instance, I said, "Here's
No, no,
Donald
no, no, no.
Trump."
It doesn't
And-
matter.
No, hold on.
It doesn't matter because it's not going to be narrowly applied.
Ghost, I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me make my point, please. All right? If I make a video and I say, "This is Donald Trump," I'm gonna shoot this motherfucker dead. And I shoot an instance of something that looks exactly like Donald Trump. Do you see any problem with that?
That sounds like a threat, but it's not a crime. It's an expression. It's a
Kathy
filthy
Griffin got away-
expression, but it's
Kathy
not a
Griffin got
crime.
away with holding up a fucking severed head of Trump.
Yeah, I'm
No,
saying
no,
it's like
I-
it's a
I think
simulation
that
of a
she
crime,
shouldn't
but
have
it's not a
gotten away with
crime.
that because I think that was definitely a threat
Well,
against the
you
president.
got away legally, but
Right.
socially, she's been fucking dragged even harder than she ever has before.
They called arms against that person, and I think even if you're like, so when you're looking at this whole thing, and
I'm just saying
you're-
that's not a crime. That sounds like a threat to me because it's very explicit, and it's very explicit, but
well,
it's not a
very
crime.
explicit, and it's against a specific.
It's not a
person.
crime.
Right. But it's also an invasion of privacy as well.
Sure.
We have laws against that.
You're adorable, Geeky. You think our laws
Alright.
protect our privacy at all?
Look, all right, guys. You know, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think fucking sex dolls of children should exist at all. At all. I don't give a fuck if it's somebody's visage. was
That's a
used
perfectly
or
reasonable
whatsoever.
position to have, but there's no
You just-
victim.
You
There's no
basically
victim.
just blatantly
It's disgusting.
outright
It is
ban them
disgusting,
entirely.
404. It's absolutely disgusting and
Um,
despicable, but there's no victim.
But like, this is what I was going to try and say earlier. Fucking in Australia, right? We've got this fucking female minister that's like got a big fucking hate on for sex dolls in general, like the realist, like the roboty ones. She's using motherfuckers like that, like the guy that we've been like arguing about for like however long. She's using instances like that to try and get a blanket ban on them entirely, and I think that's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. If you ban it over this, they're going to ban everything.
Yeah, exactly.
This is my point.
Like, I don't like if you're using like there's a way to make these things like not specific. There's a way to make them
No,
like
no, it's-
androgynous. There's a way to-
Men,
Fed, it's
men
not
don't-
about-
Men can't
it's-
really like.
It-
I don't know,
it's
we
about,
don't
it's literally
necessarily-
about you're taking that person's identity and you're replicating it to fuck it.
No.
I feel like the
You're
only
not-
way that was
Okay.
okay.
You're
is
not
the person
understanding,
signs off on
okay?
it,
Like,
though.
it's not about what the moral or the ethical or any of that. It's about what you're giving people the power to do. And the market
Ghost,
will
I
not
understand
allow
exactly what you're saying.
people.
We've just
Let me finish.
disagreed.
The market will not allow these companies to continue making specific instances of children because these companies will receive backlash and they will stop doing it.
And then there will always be a
And
black
we
market
just
for everything,
solved the
and there will
problem
always be
without
3D
giving the
printers, and
government
there will
any
always be
more
other
power.
ways of doing this, Ghost.
What?
There will always be 3D printers. There will always be black market sources for this. There will always be
Okay,
countries
then
that
what's
are
the
willing to do
problem?
this because they don't have laws against
What?
it.
You just admitted we can't legislate it. You
No,
just admitted we cannot legislate this problem.
It's a hypothetical scenario.
No,
Ghost.
wait. You just admitted we can't legislate this. You just admitted there will never be a way to legislate this, and you have no idea how silicon works. You
When
cannot
did I
print a
say that?
silicon 3D
No,
doll.
when did I
You
say
need
that,
a mold
Ghost?
to make one.
Ghost,
It's
when
not
did
the
I say
same.
that? No, Ghost, when did I say that?
Right, my point is, you're saying there's no way to legislate this. Right?
I am
There'll always
saying
be black
this is
market
always gonna be a
sources.
problem, and it's going to be something that's going to get worse into the future.
What do you mean it's gonna get worse?
easier to
What the fuck do you mean it's gonna get worse? Explain. Explain
Sorry,
what you
what?
mean by it's gonna get fucking worse.
It's going to get worse.
Explain the
because it's gonna be
dystopian
easier to-
world, okay? Explain this to me, please.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as our ability to
Alright, go on. Sorry.
as our ability to replicate these things goes even better into the future, whether it's 3D printing this thing, making it in VR, or doing any other representation of this where you could make it at your home, or you could get it from a more smaller niche circumstance, like a smaller, like, let's say right now you could only get it from like a high-end place that can like make this sex doll, but later on you're going to be able to get it from somewhere that we can't legislate, which I agree is a problem. The access to this is a huge problem when you're specifically
Why is it a
targeting
problem?
people. You're specifically targeting people. You're using their instances and your likenesses. of
What are
those
you,
underage children to
what
fuck.
is the harm? Just explain to me the harm.
It's like it's
What's
it's
the
converting
harm?
Like a, sorry.
What is the harm?
The harm is you're specifically using the instance. You're taking
But what's the
likeness
harm?
of a
What is the harm that's
specific
caused?
person.
The harm
You're using
is the
likeness of a
child.
specific person
What is the
and fucking it.
harm? I'm trying to understand what the harm is.
The harm is this, all right? Everyone shut up for a second. The harm is this. The child sees that and recognizes that. It could fuck them up in the head the rest of their life. How about that? It could
Why
fuck
the fuck would a
child.
child be looking at a sex doll?
I don't know, because it was just shown on the news. It was just shown on fucking public TV.
Right.
How about that? It was shown on the news. People know about this.
Yeah, if
The
you
fucking
wanna-
community around them knows this. Mommy, what's a
Who the
sex
fuck
doll? Why
lets
did
their
that man
kid
make a
watch
sex
the
doll that looks
news?
like me?
Or if anything,
Why-
you might have the pedophile take pictures of it and send it to the mom or the kid.
Right, and at that point, that is harassment, and that is something that's legally actionable against, and you take action then.
No,
I don't
but
know, maybe I was the
that's
boring
why
kid.
The
like,
law,
it has to be
the law
before that.
already provides methods for dealing with this when this escalates.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
And the
but
Second
I-
Amendment provides ways if this does escalate. There are
Okay,
already
so-
all the
no, okay.
tools to deal with this issue.
So, are you saying that you're in the pro lolly position?
What do you mean?
Are you in the pro lolly position with?
What do
that?
you mean by that?
Are
You know exactly what we mean.
No,
by
I
that.
don't know
Are
what you mean. You have to expand
Come
upon the
on.
point.
Do you think?
Don't-
no,
oh
okay.
my
No, you
God.
have to explain the point explicitly.
Yeah, no, okay.
Don't do this.
You
Come
have
on.
to explain the
exactly
point
what the fuck
explicitly.
you're
No,
talking
Gorgoth, you have to explain the
No,
point
no.
explicitly.
Hey, Gorgoth, I think Ghost is like I think he's I don't know about this specific instance, but Ghost he's actually arguing something I completely like. I can see exactly where you're coming from, and I just disagree. But
No,
by
I
the-
understand because it's an emotional issue that sickens people to their stomach, which it
I don't-
should.
It's not. I don't see it as an okay. I see how it
It's
could
a
be an emotional
disgusting
issue, but
thing
I'm
that
not
we
viewing
all
it
wish
through a-
didn't exist.
I'm not. viewing
But
it
if
through an
no,
emotional
if
lens.
expression is any expression is unacceptable, it makes all expression potentially unacceptable. As soon as someone deems that it will cause harm, and they can infer harm in whatever meaning they want, whatever subjective meaning they want to apply to harm, they can censor any expression. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know, and that's.
And
why
I'm not willing to spite some disgusting pedos just to spite myself. It's dumb. It's a dumb thing. You're only hurting
you
yourself.
Do agree with you agree with the argument that lolly porn, the depiction of children getting fucked, is okay as long as there's no there's no there's no actual child getting harmed in the
In its
instance of
creation,
the
yes.
depiction
If
of
there's
it.
no child being harmed in its creation, then it is expression. It is disgusting, despicable expression, and I wish it didn't exist, but it is expression.
No,
It's not
I
art, it's
completely agree with
expression.
that. Yep, no, I agree with the distinction.
And
there,
I hate
like,
that it exists, but I'm not willing to spite myself just to make some pedos miserable. I just
and
it's
I
not
see
it's
that.
not enough for me to do that.
And you don't think there's anything wrong with specifically targeting a specific child and making a perfect likeness of them to the best of your ability. to make a
Unless it
likeness of them.
harms, unless they're explicitly harming the child or threatening them. No, I don't think so.
The thing that I understand the not doing mind reading into what you're doing with this, but
I think they are. I think a lot of it is mind reading or making this false assumption
But do you
that the
honestly think
existence of
anybody out
something
there's-
turns people into pedophiles.
Wait, no. I'm not asking that. I'm not asking that. I'm not asking for that jump. Is there any reason that you can find that you would collect lolly porn that is not for masturbating?
No, I couldn't see a reason why not.
Can you apply the same logic to making a sex doll of a child?
You could very much so. But I think a doll, someone might just be really creepy and want like a fake child or something. They can put it in the HOV in the passenger seat for the HOV lane as 404 brings up. Like, I mean,
No. Specifically, you could also use the parent car parks at the mall. It's got many uses.
yeah.
Okay, I agree. If you're in an airplane-like situation, it might be nice to have a co-pilot that could take over for
Well,
a minute. but
right,
hopefully
And
they
think
can
about
reach
it.
the
If you're on a
pedals.
Titanic, then you've got kids with you. You can jump on the
Like
fucking
there
boat.
is, unless you need like kindling, really, there is no use for like drawn pornography. Like, I guess you could use it to start a fire. Like, you just go, oh, we need a source of kindling. Are we going to use the regular hentai, or are we going to go use the lolly? You're going to use the lolly to burn it because it has no function for you.
If you want to have your fully semi-automatic lolly sex
Fully
doll,
semi-automatic
that
lolly.
is not
I'm just
a
saying.
specific
fucking
instance
sentence
of
and
a
a half.
child. I can almost agree with that. I don't know if I'm willing to say that, but I think when it's a
Well, what you
specific
don't
instance-
understand is that even though it has the body of a child, the creator's intent was that it was a 1,000-year-old witch girl. Okay.
Okay.
So therefore, it's not a child, right? Because that's
no,
what
no.
his intent was. Therefore,
but,
right? Because we have to
the
assume what his
practical
intent was,
polymers
right?
that
He
it's
doesn't want to be a
made of
pedophile.
are very, very old in comparison to the doll itself.
I'm just
They're,
saying, like, he
no
wanted to
polymers.
imagine if this girl was a 1,000-year-old witch girl instead of a child. All right, that was his intent, right?
Well,
Okay, like.
okay, but I think you lose out on that point when you get over here. Is because you've made a specific instance of someone.
Yeah, I think just the whole more like
I think you lose a
specifically a
lot of the
person.
ambiguity in like that. That's
It's not
that's the
harm,
thing
it's
that
not a
I'm-
threat. There are ways to escalate it to a threat. 100%.
I agree that I'm not trying to jump to that. I'm literally trying to stick on the point of I 100% agree with you.
I was supposed to be yelling at Andy on this stream. God damn it.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, man, but like I don't know. I find this one kind of interesting. If you don't like it, we can.
No,
move
no,
on,
you
but-
can keep going, because like I'm very
this
much
is
like
pretty
I'm
good.
not
I
going
like
to
it.
spite pedos just to spite myself. It's dumb.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is like I find myself very torn because I do agree with the Dick Masterson's the point that he made in the one that we talked about a minute ago. But when it becomes a specific instance of a person, I don't. And like I agree with that. Like I do have an emotional response to it. Where I'm like, ugh, gross. But I do think on a very specific level.
Do
it
you
was a-
own your
it's a
likeness?
threat.
I
Sorry?
feel like
Do you own your likeness?
I believe you do, right?
Yes,
Do
yeah,
you?
you do.
Because the Fourth
do,
Amendment
yeah.
simply protects the government from taking your privacy, right?
Fuck
No.
corporations.
And they ignore
no,
that
no,
at
no,
every
if you're
inch,
gonna say
right?
it, don't make the government's already got all the bullshit. I don't care argument. Please don't.
Right. I'm just saying no harm
Yeah,
has
no,
been
I-
done, no threat has been levied. Okay? So therefore,
you're specifically making an instance of a child and then for no other apparent purpose than to fuck it. If you
Yeah.
wanted to make the same child
It's
doll,
a
and you gave it
doll.
10 doll
It's
parts-
a
No,
doll,
but
Fed. It is
Ghost,
not a human
Ghost.
being.
Well, if you
It
gave if you
is
gave
a doll.
10
It is not a
parts,
human
if you gave
being.
it smoothed over, like it had no features.
Fed, it is a
get
doll.
closer to
It's
your
not a
point,
human
but-
being. It's disgusting, despicable, and wrong, but it is not a human being.
It's a substitution.
It's not
like
a human being.
substitution.
It
It's
doesn't
the
matter.
second
It's not a
closest thing
human
to being
being, Fed.
person. Oh man.
It's not a human being, Fed. It's not.
It's such a.
It's disgusting.
It's
It
really
is.
sad.
It's
No, but
absolutely
Ghost,
disgusting.
Again, I'm not making a fallacious emotional argument.
I'm
It's-
not saying you are. I'm saying I
okay,
agree with
cool,
you. It's
I'm not
disgusting.
appealing to emotion or anything like that.
But the
I'm literally
law
looking at,
needs to
like-
be concrete. It cannot be broadly interpreted. Okay? It
Yeah,
needs.
and this would
They
be-
will
if
not
you're
make
making-
narrow
okay,
laws
so Ghost-
anymore.
Yeah, Ghost. If I was making a law about this, which I'm not even arguing for that. I'm arguing for the fact that this is a threat to a minor.
It's
is
not
if
a threat.
You made a specific.
It's
instance,
not
if
a
you took the
threat.
specific
It
likeness,
just is not a threat, Fed. There are many ways to escalate it to
can't-
a threat. Very easily. You could very
Yeah, yeah,
easily
there's many
escalate
ways
this
to make it
action
into
to a
fallacious
threat.
But I think in this specific scenario, you've crossed the threshold of making it a threat.
It's not a threat. It's not a threat if you've communicated nothing to them at all. You're just white knighting for imaginary people. Okay? It's
No,
not
no, no,
a
no,
threat.
Ghost,
It is
no,
not a
no,
threat
no,
until
I'm
you
not- I'm
specifically
not-
communicate
no,
a
no,
threat
no.
to
Ghost,
someone.
Come on, don't.
No, it
put that
is.
shit
It is,
on.
Fed. It is not a threat until you specifically communicate it. Okay? Like, you have to take that next step for it to be a threat.
So if you had a so you just think it's totally fine to like
Do
do
I
conspiracy
think it's
stuff to the point
fine?
where you actually
No.
make it explicit?
Absolutely not. I don't think it's fine at all.
No. I'm asking you like, okay, so if I amass everything to have like, if I'm to make a terrorist attack, I amass all of my munitions and everything that I would do to have the terrorist attack, but as long as I get caught before I make that terrorist attack and I'm not verbally communicating that it's a terrorist attack on a specific person. Let's say like I'm going to kill Bill Cosby, and I
Whoa,
think
whoa,
he's
whoa!
disgusting.
Wait! You're saying that like the 9/11
Hypothetically,
attackers didn't have
wait.
specific communication with Saudi Arabia and Al Qaeda about their specific plans to attack? Are you gonna make that
saying
argument that
I'm-
it doesn't take coordination and lots of like other things to make these plans happen, and transfers of funds and money and
you don't have any
trackable
evidence of
things that are
You-
very
you just-
easy
you
to
catch
track?
You catch me with all of the everything but the sum. I have all of the
details matter.
components of the
The
whole.
details matter.
In this case, I believe the details matter as
Yeah,
well.
the details do not explicitly show a threat. You're implying a threat. It's not explicitly a threat.
But also at the same time, we didn't read the article. We don't know if the pedophile did send the pictures. But I'm assuming
Right. If the pedophile sent the pictures, then yeah, 100%, that's a threat. Go arrest him. You have
Yeah,
reasonable
hands
cause
down
to arrest
again,
them for a
but-
threat.
Well, okay, and I think we reduced it to the point where like.
Like
I think-
I'm with you if they did that. If they took the
Yeah,
next step, that's
well,
100% a
the
threat.
thing. That's why I think we're both very reasonable and we're both looking at this in good faith and we're saying, okay, I'm trying to find specifically where the line is where you're like, that's where I don't agree with it, and this is where I would agree with it.
Anytime
And I
you
think
draw
we're
a
in the
line,
very
you
same
give them
spot.
you give them a noose to hang you with. That's always what
and I-
happens. This is
first,
always what happens when people panic
I
and make
know,
a
and,
law.
like,
This is why
I-
assault weapons are banned throughout the United States, except ones made before 1980 something. Okay, this
Yeah,
is why
no,
30-round
I agree.
magazines were
I
banned. This is why
completely agree.
silencers are banned in my state. All of
But-
this is
but
because people
do you-
reacted emotionally and didn't think.
Okay, what do you what would you foresee that gets stripped away from you from this?
Video games, definitely. Violent video games would be what they
Video
would target
games.
with this law. 100%.
So if I said you have to have if you make a specific instance.
Nope, it
of
wouldn't.
an
Wouldn't they would?
underage-
It would just be nope. We're gonna take video
no,
games
can
because
I-
we can
can I lay
imply,
this
we
out?
can assume intent. We can assume intent,
No,
and
no,
therefore,
can I lay this out?
No, you're trying to lay
Why
the
would you-
sim.
okay,
You're
why-
trying
why-
to
why
narrow
do
it
I
down,
let
and
you
that is
talk
not
then
how
if you won't let me
legislation
talk?
works.
Well,
That is not
okay.
how legislation is made. Legislators do not limit their power to that degree at all. They always put it as expansive and interpretable as possible so they can abuse it. This is the nature of legislation.
That's not true.
That is
I know
absolutely
exactly-
true.
I know exactly what you're,
Tell me
the
about
intent-
COPA. Tell me about fucking
I know
COPA.
Exactly what you're
How
talking
how
about.
narrowly
You're
fucking
looking at
interpreted was
this-
COPA?
Oh,
No,
okay,
it's
just
fucking
keep talking.
broadly
Let me know
interpreted
I
and
can talk.
ruined a whole set of content creation. Okay, it's
Chris, you're very uncharitable in a debate.
of course not. Why would I be charitable to people that want to rule over me?
I'm not trying to rule over you. I'm
No,
trying to
but the
make a- I'm
people who
trying to
make
an
laws are
argument-
trying to rule over me, and I'm
Guys,
not
guys,
giving them that
guys,
I'm
inch.
trying to make an argument that you could see
Go
that
ahead.
you might look at it a different way.
Guys,
What's
I'm
up?
not saying I want to rule over you. I'm just saying, please, just keep growing my wheat. Thank you.
That's fair.
You're welcome. You're welcome, 404.
But,
Thanks,
okay,
guys.
Oh, and 404, 404,
Yo.
titty sprinkles.
Hit ass prickers.
All right, go on. Lay out your argument.
Okay, so I see what you're saying, and again, in almost all instances, I'm very likely to find myself like 100% on your side, and I see exactly what you're saying as far as when you advance these things, it's very much a problem there. Like when you are actually like sending them material and whatnot. But I think if you were to say we're making a law and it's for specifically the interpretation of a specific underage individual and
Nope,
it's
no more
replicating
laws.
them for sex purposes.
No more laws. We have enough. We have more than enough laws.
I get that, but that's not practical. That's not the world we live
Yes,
in.
it is. That is absolutely
not.
practical. That's in
No,
fact
it's
more
not.
practical.
No, the Ghost, do you
It's
agree that the
absolutely more
libertarian
practical to
idealism
not
is
make more
like-
laws.
Do you really think we can get away with that for the rest of eternity?
Yes. 100%.
You don't think there's going to be any advent of any technology that we have to put any laws on?
No. Technology should be unhinged and unleashed.
I don't.
Yes.
I don't think
We
that's
should be-
pragmatic.
we
I
should
don't
seek
think
to
I don't think
fulfill
that
our
exists
human
in the real
potential.
world. I agree with what you're saying as a philosophy and how we should always gauge the way, whether we're gonna like. And I think this is essentially what I'm doing is I'm looking at this thing that I have this reaction to where I'm like, I don't like it. I'm trying to find the specific portion where I'm like, okay, this is what I view as this thing that I wouldn't get away with, and I'm curtailing it versus
You're
mine
not
to some
curtailing
extent,
anything
it-
but yourself. You're going to
No, no,
curtail
yeah,
things you like,
well, no,
and they
Ghost,
will never
if
make
you
the
let me
law
finish,
narrow.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
They are not charitable. They are not out to help you. They are out to rule over you. That is simply
if
what it
you're
is.
gonna- If you're going to have this thought, the best thing that you could do is to run it up against your own idealism, and you say, okay, basically you're taking the point where I look at the same thing and I say, okay, here's my unbridled libertarianism and whatever, yeah, it's an expression of free speech. I'm going to make this thing, it's my artistic rendition. It's not of anybody's specific likeness. It's a close approximation. I can make the same argument. I can look
We
at
have
it the same
Cage
way
in the
that you're
green
doing it,
room.
and there's no harm. Sorry?
Make your point. I'll bring Cage in after.
Well, I'm saying like this
Yeah,
specific thing. Sorry?
I love you, 404.
I'm just saying, like, the best thing that we can do is we can look at this in our strictest libertarian philosophy and, like, really say, like, this is what I want to get away with, but what's actually going to work out in reality, and what's, like, what are the ramifications for not, like, curtailing this sooner? Because we are going to have so many technologies that could replicate these things in, like,
Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem?
closer and closer approximations of having
Wait,
underage
well, why is that a
children
problem?
That's the exact same argument for video games, against video games, I should say.
That's
You-
against having
No,
better
it's not. It's
graphics in
for
video
specific
games. That's
individual
against
that's being-
VR. It's so
No,
real.
It's for specific individuals. That's
No,
my
no,
problem
it
with
doesn't.
is
You,
it's a
you,
specific
they will never
individual.
limit it to specific individuals.
Never.
They will never do that. Hold on, I'm
You're
gonna
always
get
going to
Cage.
have some bad
Cage,
faith
you are on
motherfucker.
Coast to Ghost. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Hello, I have pizza. I'm back from work, and it seems that there is some excellent conversation going on in here.
Well, I appreciate
Thank you,
that.
sir.
Yeah, we're talking about that disgusting degenerate and who made a likeness of a child into a sex doll, and I'm making the argument that that should not be we should not make legislation about this because it'll be used against violent video games and adult sex dolls and things that Karens don't like. And Fed is making the argument that it's a specific threat because it's explicitly a person, the likeness of a person.
Okay, I see. That's a tough one, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fucking nut to
There's a
crack.
pickle there, eh?
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
jump off
toughie.
tonight. I gotta
Geeky,
go
thank you
work
so
in
much
a
for being
couple
on
hours.
Coast to Ghost. I really appreciate you. I forgot to say this to Yellow Lantern, but you get what you fucking deserve. Good night, Geeky.
Good night, man. You guys have a good
Vader
Last
Zane.
thoughts? But yeah,
Alright.
man, it was nice having you.
Yeah, no, my whole
Uh,
point is that don't let the pedos in government write your laws about what is and isn't okay, because they're gonna get what they need, and they're gonna traffic children, and they're gonna do nothing to stop this thing that disgusts you.
And that's why my initial inclination was to not even go into law, but to look at what specifically was a threat. But I guess I don't know.
I mean, you're talking about banning this shit. You have to
No, I'm
you
not.
need
I'm
an
not.
entity
I'm
to
talking
do
about
this.
what explicitly could be considered a threat by a reasonable person.
I don't think so. I think there are easy ways to escalate it to a threat, but I don't think the act, just doing that act, is explicitly a threat. But if they sent
You don't
pictures of
think
the
they're
doll to the
targeting a
child,
minor
I
to
would
have
interpret
sex?
that as a threat.
You have to have the intent, right?
Okay, but the intent to what?
To like harass or target that minor.
No, it's not harassing. It's to
Well,
have sex
well,
with a simulated version
to harm
of that.
minor. To harm that minor, I mean. If their intent doesn't lie in there, then
Oh, Gorgoth, have a good night. Thank you so much for coming by the stream. And Gorgoth, you get what you fucking deserve. Good night, Gorgoth. Yeah. You're very quiet, deaf guy, but I think it's because I turned you down because you were echoing.
Yeah, could you turn him up a little bit? I'm having.
Oh, wow, I've got him at 176%. Never mind. 200% now.
I'll turn my
I swear he's getting quieter.
Yeah, he's getting quieter. First he echoed, then he shrinks back into the darkness.
We're losing him, Jim.
How about now?
Hey, you sound better
Much
now.
better.
Can
So-
you hear me now?
Okay.
Good.
So what were
Ghost,
saying?
can you agree they might
So-
not be intending harm to a criminal degree?
I don't
mean-
know about criminal, but like the definition of threat, you have to imply harm, basically, right? What if they're not necessarily doing that?
But
Well,
now
their
you're interpreting
intentions are morally horrible, Lunas. We've established
Well, like
that.
you're always gonna interpret, like that's the thing. Like unless they're going out there and like specifically like declaring that they are like specifically harassing this or targeting this minor in an intent to harm. Like you don't have that proof.
Deaf guy, what do you consider sexually assaulting, or if you were to have sex with a child, do you consider that harm or loss to the child?
You're saying if you fuck a child, does it cause
That
harm?
specific
Yes.
child, yes.
Yes,
Physically,
100%.
yes.
Okay, now if you're making the closest approximation that you're,
It's
But
not a
it's an
child.
approximation,
It's a
though.
doll.
That's another thing.
It is a doll.
Like it's not 100% anatomically correct. That's another.
well, no,
thing.
yeah, I
It's
agree with
irrelevant.
that,
Even if
but-
it was
okay,
100%
let's say you have
anatomically
a
correct,
fully-
it is a doll.
Okay, well, let's say you made. Okay, well, if we're gonna make that argument, then let's.
Oh,
put it in
please
vacuum.
don't get into like robot AI rights. Please, for fuck's sake, don't.
Ghost,
This-
you're, like,
This is a
you're
rabbit hole
arguing-
that's gonna get
No,
really
it's fine.
far.
Keep going, Fed.
Keep
Well,
going.
no, you're arguing the most libertarian take possible, so why not argue the opposite side in the same scrutiny, right?
Okay, go ahead.
But this is how I find my ideals, and this is how I work out whether I see. So I'll preface this whole thing with this is something where I'm not sure about, but I'm trying to play the devil's advocate to the point where
Yeah,
I
same here.
can't
Me
do it
either.
anymore because I'm actually trying to figure out where I feel I'm sitting at on the side of the debate, and I don't like it, but I still feel like it's a threat. But if there's enough reasoning
Yeah.
behind this other side, I could honestly see
I'm
myself.
not telling you to like it.
See, and that's another
No,
thing.
I'm not
I,
asking
I,
you to make me like it. I'm literally, I'm challenging myself to find every point where I can not agree with this, to
Yeah.
make sure that I still think it's a freedom of expression.
Yeah, same here. Like I was completely against the debate, or Dick's point on the whole Wally thing, but like now I'm kind of going on the other side, I guess, toward like being like freedom of speech, I guess.
Well, guys, all right, guys,
It's
just
hard to
quickly.
explain. I'm terrible.
Now
at
that
it.
we've finally circled back around to the whole fucking debate thing, okay? Somebody who's drawn his entire life, I fucking hate when some random cunt tells me what I'm allowed to draw and not allowed to draw.
Yeah.
I had a fucking comic when I was younger that I started when I was 11. And it was actually about a girl that I used to like, who died in a car crash. So I turned her into like a superhero. And she always carried this big red bag, right? The big red bag has a monster and it's fun. When I actually tried as an adult to pitch it, I was told I was creepy because I was drawing a comic about a little girl and it had nothing sexual in it.
I completely disagree. Oh, sorry. Continue. My bad.
Fed, shut up!
I'm sorry.
Fed, shut up for a moment. He's really drunk.
Yeah,
Stop
that's what I
it.
said. I'm sorry. I corrected
Nah, it's
myself.
good.
I said
Fed, he's
sorry.
gonna drop an F slur if you don't shut up. Or is that Duff? I haven't gotten near enough lemons for anyone to drop an
He
F
knows
slur.
it. He's a fucking cunt, you know.
Please continue. Please continue, 404.
Basically, this ended up, and it was a fucking Karen too, no less.
Of course.
Because
Of course.
I was talking to some people at an exhibition I was doing, and they were actually in the position to publish said comic, as well as trying to like find somebody who could help me write it. Blah blah. Anyway, when this fucking
Little favorite
Karen,
ice cream.
because she was just attending the exhibit, when she heard the fucking concept, like she walked in like halfway through. She made such a big fucking scene that I ended up having to take down my fucking artwork from the fucking exhibition.
Critical thing for the lemon.
And like legit, like fucking, I know that seems like a non sequitur, but to go back onto the fucking, like, see, when it comes to drawings, personally, I don't give a fuck. You know, like, people draw what they fucking draw, and it literally doesn't hurt anyone. That said, if you were drawing the visage of somebody, I think that's scumfuckery. This ties now to this stupid fucking little fucking kid doll with the visage of somebody, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's creative expression at all to make a tool that is designed to fuck look like a real kid. Look like a real kid that is in your life. I think that is fucked, and that is like where
I don't think the
ambivalent
child
on this
is
entire
involved in
fucking
the
subject.
guy's life, but yes, I understand. I would agree 100%. It's not creative expression. I would say,
It's not.
but it is
One
expression.
comparison though.
This is the thing. It's not creative expression 404, but it is expression. It's disgusting.
Well, you bring up a really good point here, actually, and this is how this law could be abused, and this is where I really want to.
Well, this is why I do side with Ghost a little bit. Sorry to cut you off. But this is why I hate slippery slopes.
No, well,
I
this is a
fucking hate
perfect thing. This is exactly a perfect thing where I 100% see how exactly where you pinpoint this to being something that it could bleed into something else, and I would argue that you are not threatening this person because you are not making sexually illicit
Yeah, sorry, go on.
damage of this person. You are not simulating genitalia. You are not doing anything like that. You are representing them in a faithful, like, you're doing your best to represent them in the best way that you can. You're making a good faith argument in saying, like, okay, I'm replicating this person, and the thing that I would hinge everything on that you would look at as a slippery slope is simulating genitalia. If you're doing that, I think you're getting into sexually illicit territory, and it's unless you can make the most artistic
Wait, hold on,
rendition.
Fed. What if they put an adult vagina in the doll? Does that make it okay?
No.
I'm like, what? Well, I mean, does that make it automatically okay?
Cobwebs and all.
Does that make it okay, Fed?
No, I don't think so. No,
Because that's not a faithful reproduction.
Of?
Fed?
Well, no, of. Oh, can you hear me? Am I muted?
You're a bit quiet. Yeah.
That'd be,
Oh, okay. Well, am I any better now?
you're cutting out a little bit, but you're fine.
Here.
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute. Ghost, go for a second.
Oh, okay. I'm just, like this. I'm not willing to give people control over my expression. I'm not willing to give an inch. I'm not willing to spite the pedophile just to spite myself. Also, Critical, thank you for the lemons.
The biggest problem with all this is idiots exist. This fucking Karen.
Yeah, and there's bad faith actors, and I
That,
think
that
that's
bitch, that bitch cost me probably about $3 fucking grand.
yeah, exactly, and I think she's a bad faith actor. And
yeah.
it's because you're not targeting this person. If you were to be very uncharitable, you're
Thank you for the
targeting
lemon,
this
Critical,
person,
and Deaf Guy.
but
Thank you
you're
for the
not
ice
doing
cream.
anything. Sorry.
Deaf Guy gave me an ice cream. Critical gave me a lemon. Thank you so much.
You're not.
Meanwhile,
you're not
America is
targeting
burning down while we're arguing about dolls.
Oh, I mean, I think ultimately we're looking at like our ideals, and I don't know.
Well,
I
okay.
think
Well,
it's
let
important.
me ask you this. Let's say, someone took a petite doll, like an adult woman, and the intent of it being a petite doll, and
You're touching on the next bit I was going into.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
go
let's
on.
say they found a wig that looked like some other person, and they put makeup on, and kind of, they painted in the eyes, and they made it look like they made it look like someone else all by themselves, rather than send a picture in to a manufacturing facility and had it
I
made.
actually think that's different. That is different. They're not getting their face made
With
one to
the
one.
idea.
Well, what if they're a very talented artisan? What if they
Imagine
make
with
one
the
as good as
idea.
the factory does?
Well, I was more going off if it's just supposed to be like a
Critical, thank you for the lemon. Sorry.
A specific
ham-
instance.
some ham-fisted, replication, but not.
No, I was
direct.
saying, what if they're like a really talented artisan? What if they're like, what if they're just like the
Well, I
world's
have
most
some
disgusting
talented people.
artisan? Critical, thank you for the lemon.
You can make the most faithfully accurate, disgusting rendition of a child, and at that point, as much as I'm dismayed and disgusted that you would do it with a sex doll, there's not a specific person that you're targeting, and I guess I would have to be okay with that.
I just still think we just should just not make fucking sex dolls that are kids.
Yeah, no, I
I agree with that
Ghost.
sentiment, but I'm not willing to ban the
agree with that.
expression. Like,
I'm
Like,
with
it
I hate
definitely
it.
should
I
be
hate that it
shamed.
happens.
That's the main point here. Like,
yeah,
that shit definitely is not cool. It's not good. It only leads to harm. Like,
well, and that's where I think Ghost and I are in lockstep with everything except for the specific rendition of a person.
no, even the
That's underage.
specificness. The specificness
That's what
doesn't
I'm saying.
matter.
With everything where this deviates from that, you have not said anything that I've disagreed with.
But
With
what I'm
any
saying
part
is,
where
like, the
it's we take further
specificness.
action-
I'm not willing to let the specificness break down my principles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what I'm saying as well. Is this is one specific instance where I don't see any good coming out of this,
no, no.
and I know exactly what you're talking about in every other instance. In every other case you've laid out, I'm in lockstep with you, and when anybody escalates this past this one point, and this is why I'm atomizing this one point, is because
Right, but
I find this
Dick
one
is
to be a,
Dick is right. Like, seriously, it's like Dick is right. If any of it's okay, none of it's okay. As soon as you give someone the power to determine what is and isn't okay, you've already lost, and they will hang you with that.
Well, especially as aforementioned.
And
bad
Especially
actors.
someone like me who speaks dissident speech every week. Okay, who has friends that speak dissident speech every week and get blamed for every single thing that goes wrong in the world, and we get framed for all kinds of things we don't do. And you're telling me you want the same people that are happy to throw us under the bus at literally any instance, just to like get nice articles written about them in the newspaper, and you think that those people aren't going to abuse it? I mean, you understand they're going to use this against us.
That's one thing I've been thinking about recently.
I do agree. There's collateral damage anytime you do anything like this, and
Right, but you don't have to make this collateral damage.
Before you go off on this, again, this was something that I'm trying to argue that it was a threat, and we've
It's not a threat.
okay.
It's not a threat.
And then,
It can easily escalate
we'll
to a
conflate
threat.
it to being a law, but I still think when it's on a specific instance of a person that's
No, I know,
underage,
but it's
like,
not a threat.
I think it goes by case case by case basis. So at
Yeah.
that
I don't know, and I guess well, for sake of we have Cage and everyone else in here, like I guess we'll agree to disagree, but I think you have the correct mindset, and
I think we
I
all
want
do.
everybody to have that mindset. Honestly, like I agree with you everything up until like there's this one atomized specific point, but as soon as anybody pivoted off of this one point that we disagree on, I've been in lockstep with you again. So
Yeah.
I'm right there. I don't know if I'm completely
Yeah,
swayed.
it's a good thought experiment.
I've got my I got my 2 cents on it.
I want to hear
I'll-
Cage's 2 cents.
Let's go.
So to start, because of course I'm a leaf, a filthy leaf in Canadian case law, not in legislative law, but in case law. So legal precedent, which keep that term in mind, legal precedent. Depictions in art of, I say art, but depictions of.
Let's just call it
of,
expression, okay?
yeah.
Let's just call it
and
expression. I think we
this
all
is-
agree it's
This is
expression.
important. This is important because this is legal. Depictions of children in scenes of pornography is illegal in Canada because of case law, but not legislative law. Now we live in a Western democracy republic, whatever you want to say, and we live under the rule of law. Precedent is really important as such because we don't have anything legitimized by divine whim, right? We don't have a ruler under God or whatever. It's by law. And we go by precedent often in law because the law has to be applied evenly, which is why I would disagree with outlawing this thing or making a law against it because, as everyone will say, as has been brought up, that this will be applied to other things, and that is exactly what happens because of things like case law. So unless we were under a more flexible system, it would be important to allow for expression generally because case law will apply to other cases later on. So it's like you protect people in an individual case potentially, like they can't really prove mens rea in this case, which is guilty intent, for them wanting to directly assault someone. And again, it's morally reprehensible to me what this person has done, but there's the big picture, and that's protecting people from potentially punitive or oppressive legislation. So in the grand scheme, I think that protecting everyone is kind of better than protecting this, people within this small group. You know what I mean? Like, don't mean to throw anyone under the bus in a way. Like, I definitely think that as a whole, we should look to protect our most vulnerable, especially against disgusting people. But there are, of course, times where we have to look at the grand scheme of things. So.
And that's why, again, my argument would be against the specific targeting of an underage individual with specifically simulating genitalia. I don't think I know I've seen art. I know I know that you can depict this in art, but it's. I find it this is the point where if you go back in
Laws
history,
will never be the final stopgap to protect our culture and morality. I think Stringfellow Hawk is 100% correct about that.
It's less a question of the individual depiction and whether or not
that's the hill that I'm dying on is of a specific individual.
I mean, in this how to put this? Yeah, if we could just say in this specific instance, I would totally be all for being let's put the boot down. However, this can be interpreted and applied to many other things easily.
The boot always comes to you first.
That's why that's why I would use the language that I did there, where you are specifically targeting an individual.
It's hard to do that though because the law has to be applied universally in our society. It's just a consequence of our system that you can't really individually target. But if we could, different story. But we can't.
You can individually target people. You can still
you can't. Lawmakers don't even write the laws.
It would be a precedent set by case law though.
No. I can understand where I'm not saying we should make a law for this.
I'm not saying
Doe.
make a law. I'm not
saying-
making a law either. I'm saying that if there's a legal decision of any sort on it, it will be applied to everything because that's
Right,
how
yeah.
case law
Well,
works.
Because
Like,
that's
that's what
how
I'm saying is-
common law works. It's broadly interpreted and universal.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying, if you use any if you use any sort of media, whatever, and you target a specific individual, I'm not saying we atomize it to John Doe. We're gonna make this law about John Doe specifically. I'm talking about anybody
Fuck
that you
John
would
Doe.
represent as a minor. If you represent
The
that
act in itself is
minor-
not a crime because it's not a minor; it's a doll.
No, hold on. I see what he's saying. Like, so, like, you know,
saying
okay,
any
yeah.
minor in general.
So,
It's
like,
a doll.
a depiction of
person.
a
It is a
depiction of a living
non-sentient
individual.
person.
Exactly. Yes, that's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm getting at. And then when you add genitalia to that thing.
Well,
and
wait,
it's
hold
like,
on, Fed. Is it adult? Did you add adult
Well, hold on.
genitalia
No,
to that doll?
in this case, he is saying a specific individual that is a child at the moment.
But wait,
Right?
but hold on.
I
He's
just want
complaining-
to.
I know, he's complaining
I
about
want
the
him to
specifics.
clarify
He's-
a little more, just for me, because like I just want to hear him clarify uninterrupted.
All right, I'm just saying he's saying that the doll is a recreation of the person. Now, the only
Yeah.
way you could, is it an adult genitalia you're putting in that doll though? They couldn't even
I mean,
stop an
he's
Arab from.
in this case, he's just saying it's as close as it possibly can be to a an more than interpretation, like a depiction, even like a direct depiction
of an
of
actual
the
minor.
actual person.
What if it's not intended to look like an actual specific minor, but it comes out anyways that you find a
Well, in
minor,
this-
which
In this case, we're
also
talking
is
about
like-
one that's very specifically this person, though.
Yeah, but like
And
there's
that
so many
is-
people on the planet these days. Like
That
you
is-
can
that's true.
randomize all the features and eventually find
that's a-
someone who
this-
fits
well,
that
So,
mold.
what you're arguing, Fed, let me know if I'm interpreting this correctly, is there should be some measure of, there should be the ability to take some sort of punitive measure.
I know,
if,
Lunas. It's still the first news story.
there's a direct imitation, as close to a reasonable, you can interpret it reasonably as an imitation of someone, correct? Like there should be some prohibition against that. Just
A
Just to
specific
clarify?
instance of this might be if you were to take to make this, I guess, charitable towards Ghost. If you were to take some underage minor.
Well,
and you were
hold
to
on.
deepfake-
Let's
Wait.
uncouch it from the emotional argument of it being a child. Let's say I go, hey, make me a sex doll of Belle Delphine.
or me.
Still
Make a
be-
cage sex doll.
I would be.
I-
This is like less firm for me. Like
No, but I'm just saying, like, let's say, like, oh, Belle Delphine, her image on the internet is valuable, right? She has a
But
brand
she's
that is
willing to put
that
out
is
a bunch of
explicitly
her-
based off her image and her ability to put on makeup.
Yeah.
Well, now we're getting into copyright laws. I mean, it depends if he hoards it out, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. Let's say the person made the sex doll Belle Delphine and just keeps it for personal use. They're not selling it. They're not reproducing it. They're just only wanted it for themselves.
Man, that'd be one high-tech sex doll if you could reproduce it.
I know.
You probably could.
I still view this as somewhat of a threat, but when we look at Belle Delphine and we look at any consenting adult who's put out all of their images and whatnot on the internet, they've consented to putting out their images on the internet. And
Okay. Well,
Even though-
what if
even though
all of
we
her
know-
pictures were on OnlyFans? Like,
Sorry?
not a single one was public. They were all on OnlyFans behind a paywall.
bullshit. No, and she's been on YouTube. She's
No,
been on
I
a
no,
bunch of other
no.
stuff.
I'm
That's not
saying,
even close.
let's say it's another e-thought.
I caught a leak of all of her OnlyFans pics. They're really disappointing, by the way.
Yeah.
They really are.
It's honestly disappointing.
Oh man. Okay.
But goddamn, we're all a bunch of fucking,
Just throwing
we're
that
all
out
just a
there.
bunch of
No,
fucking
no.
coomers.
I don't want to see a. Okay, continue, Ghost, please.
My point is, let's say it was a different e-thought that doesn't have any public pictures. Literally only has they don't even show their actual face outside their it's not even on like the cover of their OnlyFans. Like, what about them? Is it then?
Well, I think right now we're talking about the depiction of a minor pretty specifically, right? Like,
Right,
I
but
don't
it
think
doesn't,
the
like-
minors on OnlyFans. I mean, I hope to God
Look,
that there are no minors on OnlyFans.
Probably a few miners on OnlyFans, unfortunately.
I hope to God, man. but yeah, no, this is very specifically about a depiction of a minor.
But that's
And,
another thing, though, like copyright, like that's another.
I'm
like,
sorry, Nyla,
aspect
for
of
the
this
typing.
thing.
That's a can of worms right there.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's all a can of worms when it comes to law, which is why I'm in. That's just why I'm in agreement with Ghost, where it should be untouched. But then again, you know,
I think we all agree that doll should remain untouched and should only be used for the HOV lane. Okay, that should be the only potential use for this doll is to sit in the HOV lane.
In case of emergency, if you fall off a cliff in your car, it could be used as a flotation device, correct?
Holy crap! See, Fed, there are
I mean,
tons of uses you haven't even predicted.
It's not exactly the best example of freedom, but definitely not. But I mean, for the most part, you know, in Canada, that doll would be illegal, 100%, because it is a pornographic depiction of a child, and that hasn't necessarily bled into everything else. And it might be difficult for it to bleed into other things. I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer, but that has happened. Of that, like what. What the devil's advocate here, like the anti-libertarian argument here, that has happened here, and it's not really, it hasn't necessarily been a problem as far as I know.
Never,
I mean,
Lunas.
right now, everyone's more
still
concerned
new,
about
though.
whether someone's a Nazi than whether someone's a pedo. So,
Yeah.
you know.
It's still new though.
It's still a problem because it's like at least it's a moral conundrum that it has to be like wrestled with, and
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
I
moral.
mean, it'll be wrestled by greater men than us. That's for damn certain. But I definitely take the libertarian stance on it. I definitely take the libertarian stance on it, just because legal precedent is a really scary thing to me. Having studied a lot of law, like it's a scary thing.
Yeah, here's another thing. Like, if you can, like, pass that, specifically banning children sex dolls without precedent, would you do it?
No, it's not gonna happen. That's the problem.
I mean, hold on. Like, in this hypothetical, hypothetical perfect world scenario, yeah. I think I would in a hypothetical perfect
That was my
scenario.
question recently.
would it be fair to assume that if we can say that we'll fall perfectly to like
Okay,
libertarian
well, hold on,
idealism?
Fed. Before you
Well,
next,
like, it
make,
cannot
before
be
you make your
used
next,
in
hey,
any other
everyone,
court
before you all
case
make your
as
next
a
point,
precedent.
deaf guy, before you all make your next point, can we all agree that a sex doll is an inanimate object?
Oh, 100%. I agree with that.
All right, can we all agree that a sex doll, regardless of the other context, is an inanimate object
Yeah.
that
It
cannot
is.
have harm inflicted upon it?
Yep.
Because it
Yep.
is not
100%.
a sentient. It is not a sentient being.
Yep.
It's true.
100%.
Until they add AI. Wait.
Okay, that's oh god, oh jeez, oh
That aside,
fuck.
no, we're not getting into robot rights here, okay?
Yeah.
But that's another discussion where we have to decide if
Yeah.
robots deserve, and I think that then I'd be like more well. Hey, what if you put a 1,000-year-old Wally Witch program in the sex doll? Like, is it
2,000.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck this gay earth. Fuck this gay earth. Just fuck.
You fucking weeb ghost.
Oh no.
I agree. Like I want to couch this in like I think we all reasonably understand the argument that the other people are making, and then we're trying to like really ground out the specifics, and that's why this is like
Yeah.
it's
Facts.
guess
Anyway,
it's
Ghost,
potential.
about that. Oh, it was a Ruka cosplay. Yes, I did see it. It was amazing. Facts. Thank you. Very good. Very good.
I actually think
Yeah,
that
that's
for the most part, we're all in like
very
relative
good, like,
agreement.
spot experience.
I think we all agree we don't want to give the government more ways to fuck us over. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all
Yeah.
agree with that.
And it's like again I'm trying to use this like again, and I think not only we should do this, but everyone else like I really think it's important to like look at what like specifically Destiny is doing right now, and
Wait,
I
what's
did-
Destiny doing?
I did see that Rick
he-
and Morty episode,
he's
Nyla.
arguing a not retarded point.
Honestly, I think Destiny gets a lot of unnecessary hate from his opponents on
Like,
some.
It's pretty
some
amazing that he
topics,
can
but-
take the
I
high
didn't really
ground
like
in any
him
debate, honestly.
until like recently, like he like on that whole like Kenosha shooter thing. Like, oh my god.
I think him
100%
getting his
right.
girlfriend fucked enough is red pilling him slowly. You know, it was then that Destiny began to hate.
Like, fuck.
He's been hanging out with us too long. That's all that is.
No, I think it's just that. Ghost, you should read articles of women totally not being scared about sex bots. Yeah, right. Bullshit.
Yeah,
Women are
fuck
fucking
them.
terrified
Yeah,
of the
no,
sex robot.
That's not.
They're gonna
not
get
what-
blown the fuck out.
I got a funny story about this. There's this woman I know who's she's hitting menopause and she has become a feminist as a
Of
result.
course.
And yeah, of course, she's single, menopausal, no kids. She's got a lot of dogs
She's a
now.
loser.
But I digress. I brought up, or she brought up the whole like, women will replace men with sex toys. I'm like, why? Like,
You already have.
that's
Fuck off.
I mean, first off, you already have. Like, second off,
Yeah.
like, last I
I mean, a
checked,
dildo is a
almost
sex toy.
almost everything that happens with, like women and sex often involves the approval of the opposite sex, and so much, so much of their base or drive is to find a good mate to be with, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, like, for a lot of guys, it's just, spread the seed. Like, if you want to put the feel good tinglies in and make that the priority, it's like, men do a lot of weird shit for their cummy tinglies, probably more so than a lot of women.
A dildo can't pay for women, though, so no, they can't replace us.
But a lot of guys can easily do without a woman or even a person. If they get their feel good tinglies from something else, a lot of men are very solitary. Like, she tried to make the argument that like men want to dominate things. I'm like, that's some weird like feminist mumbo jumbo. Like, have you even spoke to a guy, man? Like,
I don't want to be horny. I'm just
yeah, we
tired.
don't. I actually said that. I said even like the modern meme right now along a lot of young men is I don't want to be horny. I just want to be happy.
Yeah,
like
I just
so
want to
many-
get married and
so
have
many
kids
guys-
and not have to talk to people on the internet about people making accurate reproductions of young girls on the internet as sex dolls.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
so much to ask?
Yeah, we just want Augustine morality laws and Augustus himself to come back from the dead.
What was that image where it's
She
like
was
of
inviting
the
the
pregnant
devil into
wife
that
and the
argument.
daughter saying hello daddy, and it's like there's only one thing men want and it's fucking beautiful.
I think so.
It's
Hey,
so...
there's nothing wrong with wanting to revive the original Princeps, okay?
okay.
That's not satanic.
I guess the crux of my argument is I'm not going to spite pedophiles by spiting myself.
Yeah, again, I think we all agree, like, legal precedent that can potentially open way to censorship or a crackdown on other forms of creative
no.
expression.
It's not
Like,
potentially,
like,
it's
that's
like
where it's
100%
alright,
guaranteed.
Calm down.
I wouldn't say 100%, but there's a good chance. Like, there's a really good chance. Enough of a chance that we can acknowledge it. And I totally understand where Fed's coming from. Like, is there an avenue to protect minors from this sort of depravity? I would hope so. But that's pretty much all I can say about that. Like, I don't know.
Barrel of a gun.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I sit. Is that I find this disgusting and despicable, and I don't want it to exist.
No.
But I live in the real world.
Yeah, well, you live in the real world, and that's what I'm saying. Is ultimately
I
you can
live
have
in the real
merits-
world, and I know people
The real
will
world is fucked
use
up.
this against me when I'm trying to exercise speech.
Okay, so we get a whole bunch of these laws that are like preached to us, where they're like, okay, here's the general gist of the matter, but it's more specific than what they're talking about, and you can make a precedence for something. You can make a legal argument for something that will expand it past what it normally is going to do. But I think if you are
Oh, you can also make case law to be specific about things too. I should say it works in the other direction.
Right.
That's
I
exactly what I'm
haven't
saying.
seen
If
it
you-
work in the other direction. I mean, think about Roe v. Wade. Think of how broad that case law was.
Yeah, you
Right,
gotta
that
be careful. You gotta be
interpretation-
careful.
And something that
that's
should
what
have
I'm
been
saying.
meted
I
out in the
wouldn't
public
advocate-
arena in legislation was instead decided by a court broadly. That it's so much that you, like, look, I don't, I don't.
Okay, Ghost, don't laugh at it, man. I'm telling you right now, if you're willing to interpret it in the broad sense, I get what you're doing, and you're making the worst case scenario.
No.
But look at the tight scenario as well, please. Because
I think the guy making the doll was looking at the tight scenario. Let's be fair.
That was nasty.
Look, I'm just saying, like, I cannot imagine a world where it would be interpreted narrowly. It would definitely be interpreted.
Can, and you're fucking off.
No, I cannot see that.
And
specific laws.
In Canada, again, we do have a thing where like that would be illegal, and it hasn't really bled into anything else as of yet.
Okay, well, give me the example of that.
Yeah. Give an example of that. I don't want to fucking go and ruin my Google search with me looking up CP case law, but I know it's case law. Because that was a thing we did in school.
If you can't specifically entertain the the possibility that it would be, in this specific instance, targeting a specific minor and simulating genitalia.
No. It would not.
Okay, well then
I cannot find a specific instance where I do not see this being abused.
Okay.
Oh, I 100% again. I can see any sort of creative limitation in the law being abused 100%, especially in the especially in the modern climate. And it would be very difficult. It would be very difficult to make it specific, and I think that's where Ghost is coming from, where it's like more practical to just leave it alone.
No, I don't think it's that hard. Honestly, if I can lay out that, like, I understand what you're
saying. Cage. The other thing is there is no victim in this case. There is no victim. That's just the fact. There is no victim, okay? And I don't believe in creating laws about victimless crimes. That's why I don't agree with drug law. Right?
For the specifics that I know, yeah, there's no victim.
Right. That's right. Right. But it can easily escalate. It can easily be used to commit crimes. Right. It can easily be used to threaten and harass someone. Like, absolutely.
Or
Sure, if I can bridge that gap where you simulate a minor and then you specifically get sex genitalia with it, and then you have it because you just like its company.
Shit, Star Wars Squadrons comes out next month.
Highly doubt it.
Just like its company. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is that I will not legislate law on a false premise that A leads to B.
I'm also not willing to say that, like, okay, we're just gonna let this thing be. And even
if Fed, even if there are instances where A led to B, I'm not willing to assume that A led to B.
I know, and
I'm not willing to make that the base case.
In the most disingenuous way possible, because that's the best way to interpret it under this circumstance.
What is?
I don't think Ghost is being disingenuous. I think Ghost is being really practical.
Being human is overrated.
Exactly, Nyla. Instance of a child, and then I'm gonna.
Fact says, just take a look at how the family court works. Nyla says, being a cyborg, if I could, I'd be a cyborg. Okay, sorry.
But would you be a 3,000-year-old vampire lolly cyborg?
Oh my God.
That's exactly where I think it's being disingenuous. And like
I don't think I'm being disingenuous.
The only thing I would say is like I completely think this everything like even when other people are saying, hey, no, like no, I think you were being completely like within your terms and bounds until the point where you're saying like, okay, well, I don't see a world where this law could exist, and I don't see like a world where you abuse something like this. And
I think
very specific instances.
Nyla says she'd be a vampire witch cyborg. Actually, okay, pretty base.
I think a big thing is that Ghost doesn't want the risk of this being a problem. And while you're right that it could be narrowly interpreted, and narrow interpretation is a legal term. That is plausible.
And even if it starts with a narrow interpretation,
the problem is a plausibility. The fact that it might not go well.
But even if it starts with a narrow interpretation, all it takes is one court to reinterpret the law. All it takes is one judge to reinterpret the law and make it the law of the land.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the fact that there's no guarantee that it will be like extremely specific, is where Ghost is coming from, I think.
What were you saying, Fed?
What is the bastardization of this law?
Well, that right-wing speech led to the New Zealand shooting. That right-wing
Nope,
Islamic
no,
speech led
completely-
to
no,
the.
no, 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 no,
uh,
fallacious, completely off.
No, it's not.
Ghost, please.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no.
You could say,
Okay.
oh, he was on poll. Look, he was on poll. He posted his manifesto on poll. He talked to and communicated with people on poll. So see, him being on poll is what caused him to go shoot people. These people, these Islamo-fascists that go shoot people in Santa Barbara. Oh, they were interacting with a lot of Muslim people, and they just decided from that, like, oh, now we have to outlaw that because it caused the harm.
Okay, hold on. So in summary, what you're saying is that
Please, Cage, please. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I did too
I'm
many
telling you
things.
what the law will do, not what it should.
Ghost. If I said I made a law against, and okay, if you look at the law that they made earlier today about, or whenever it was this week, about like doing the whatever homosexual like.
Let me explain the law.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, let me explain. So California has a law that it's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet law, right? Where like if you're a dude and you have sex with a girl and you're within 10 years, if you can prove
10 years.
Yes, that's the fucking
Oh,
range.
fuck.
Yeah, right. So if you're 13 and they're 23, yes. California's fucked. Let me continue. Where if you
Yeah,
have
wow.
basic intercourse, right, penis, vagina, normal sex, as one would say.
Wait, what if it's sodomy?
Then
Is there-
What if it's bondage?
then you do not have the protection, and it's statutory rape. So what
Interesting.
it does is that it reduces the sentence if you get the child to admit that they consented to the sexual act. And what this law
That's
did was
sketchy.
it expanded that to sodomy and oral sex. Yeah, exactly. Facts. Good thing there's a
Big
law, though,
yike.
right?
Big yike.
Yeah. So
No,
effectively,
okay,
they
wait,
expanded
wait.
that law to include oral and anal sex.
Oh, okay. Ghost,
So that,
can you,
and also, if they get the child to agree that they did consent, they will not have to apply as a sex offender. And they're supposedly they give leeway to the judge on this decision. So probably with like a 13 and a 23-year-old, they'd probably make you register as a sex offender and probably would just ignore the law. But if you were 17 and 27, they would probably give you more leeway. Now, it's still fucking a child. It's still fucking wrong, but it's 10-year gap, just fucking ridiculous. California's clown world. Okay, that's what the law is.
Didn't they make it like only a? Sorry. Go on.
Can you see the way that you had to describe that?
So tell me how this law protects children.
I don't think it does at all.
tell
I
me,
think
Fed, how
it's
this law
fucking
protects
disgusting.
children.
No, Ghost, that's not my argument. My
I know.
argument right now.
But you're arguing about making a law to specifically, protect children. And I just elucidated a law made by existing governments in the real world that is to protect
you're looking at the
pedophiles.
wrong portion of this. Can I elucidate myself?
Sure.
How specific was that law?
I mean, it's a pretty specific range. It's pretty specific which sexual acts it covers. I mean, it's pretty specific about that. But it gives the judge a surprising amount of
Reasonable,
leeway in sentencing.
Okay, is it
California was
unreasonable?
definitely a mistake, Nyla Moon.
So I don't agree with that law whatsoever. But can you see how specific that law is?
But
And
but
it's
remember,
shaping-
Fed, these are the same people. These are the same people making the laws. All right.
No,
This
no,
is
no,
the problem. Is
Ghost,
that
can
these
you-
people protecting pedophiles are the same ones you're
No,
asking
Ghost,
to
that's not my
protect
point. That's not even
virtual
my point. Ghost,
pedophiles
I
from
understand-
themselves.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying.
All right. That's
take
what
a
you're
step-
asking them to
take a
do
step
is to
back
protect
from the
virtual
argument, and can you tell me
pedophiles
that that is not a
from
very specific law
themselves.
against a very specific thing.
No, it's not. They're specifically trying to protect pedophiles, virtual pedophiles, from themselves.
It's a very specific thing in the same way that if I
Yes,
said,
by
I'm-
narrowly doing this law, they are protecting no one but the pedophiles themselves, or the, let's say, alleged or
Ghost,
assumed
I'm not arguing-
pedophiles.
Again, Ghost, I'm not arguing that they are trying to protect pedophiles, and I don't disagree with it. I don't.
I'm
think it's
saying this
disgusting
law
or
you're
anything.
proposing
I'm arguing
is there
about
to protect the
specificity
potential
of the
virtual
law.
pedophiles.
Sorry.
I'm saying the law you're proposing is there to protect the proposed virtual pedophiles.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
How?
Because it's protecting them from themselves and the judgment they will get by going through the act of making a disgusting sex doll of a child.
It's to protect them from doing it because they don't go out and do it.
No, it's protecting them from doing it because there will be societal consequences if they get caught doing it. You are protecting the virtual
Societal
pedophiles, not
consequences
the
for
child.
doing it if anybody finds out that you did it.
Yes, there are consequences.
Okay?
You're telling me there would be no consequences?
No,
You're saying that only the law can. Oh,
Ghost,
Nyla Moon, thank you for the lemon. You're saying that only the law can provide consequences for this act. Is that what you're arguing?
No, I need to go back to the original point that I was making with this when you
No,
brought up
no.
this
This is the
article.
point
When
I'm
I
making.
brought
You're
up the
trying to
article,
protect virtual
can we
pedophiles
please-
from themselves.
Can we please, no, before you go on to this next thing, can we please like relocate back to this thing that I was bringing up? My original.
There
point
is
on
no
this-
harm
is this
done.
not-
There
Ghost,
is
please.
no harm done to the child if the child does not
No,
know it
no,
exists.
No, before you, no, Ghost, please.
There is no harm done if they do not know it exists. Fed?
Can we talk about the point that I was trying to bring up?
Which point?
The one that I brought up with the article.
Wait, which one?
The one I brought up with the article is you were saying there's no way that we're gonna have a specific enough law that you can target something specifically like this. And my argument was that you could make a law against specifically targeting a minor, making a likeness of them and simulating genitalia. And then I asked you to bring
You
up this
absolutely
article.
cannot. You
Sorry?
absolutely cannot. And even if you could, I would not
You
argue to do
can't.
that.
Can you read
Even
the
if you could, even if you
specificity of
listen,
this
listen,
article
Fed.
again?
This is my same position on any handgun laws. Even if you could prove to me that banning handguns would reduce murder by 10,000 in a year.
I don't agree. This is a non sequitur.
No,
this is not.
no, it's
this
not.
Is not a specific. You are not replicating a specific.
I am saying to you, Fed, that even
not
if
the
you
same.
could prove this law would not be abused and would not be misconstrued or would not be abused, which it will be, I would still say I would not go through with doing this.
Okay, Ghost, do you think it's reasonable to assume if I make an assault rifle that someone in Texas is going to come up to me with this law and say there's a Romeo and Juliet law about not butt fucking a child and the replication of a firearm?
Right, I was
Are
making
you
the Second
assuming
Amendment.
that?
The Second
Is that-
Amendment's
is that your
non sequitur,
argument,
but
though?
speech
Ghost-
is the
Ghost,
sequitur.
Is that your argument?
The speech is the sequitur and assuming
No, it's
intent.
not.
Yes,
I
yes,
disagree.
Fed.
I disagree that
Fed,
this law is going to be
Fed.
brought up
Assuming
in speech
intent.
against the handgun.
Fed.
100%.
Assuming intent
Full stop.
is the sequitur.
No.
Yes, Fed.
False.
Assuming
False.
intent is
No,
the sequitur.
I don't agree with you
yes, it
whatsoever.
is. You're giving
No.
them the power to determine that they can
No.
assume intent and they can assume that you're going to cause harm.
No.
That's what you're doing.
I
You're
don't agree,
absolutely doing
because
that.
I'm talking about specifically. I'm
Yes,
talking
Fed.
about
That is what you're doing.
specifically
You're
simulating
giving
a
them the
specific
ability.
minor. This is
You are
completely
making
against that.
precedent. You are making law that you are making
Okay,
law
but-
that they
okay,
can
but
assume your
how do you-
intent.
No, how do you bridge? Okay, Ghost, can you answer me this? How do you bridge the gap of making a specific instance of a minor and sexually simulating genitalia, and then you turn it into a refutation of having your gun right?
No. It doesn't matter because it's an inanimate fucking object. It's a non sequitur completely because it's an inanimate fucking object, Fed.
You're not.
It is
making
an inanimate
imitation
object.
Of anybody. You're not. Sexualizing
It is an
anything. You're
inanimate
not doing any
object.
of
There
these
is no
forces.
harm done.
I don't.
It is
agree
a
there, though.
elaborate fleshlight. Okay, it's an inanimate fucking object.
I don't agree.
It is not a
You are
person.
You are specifically targeting a child.
It
You're making
is
a
an
sex
inanimate
out of them,
object,
and then
Fed.
you're fucking it. Sorry.
It is an inanimate object. It is nothing more than an elaborate fleshlight.
I'm not
That is what
willing
that
to let
is.
That one out of the
What
box.
that man created is nothing more than an elaborate fleshlight.
I mean, you're kind of right, but I can't like.
That's what it is.
one
It is
that
an
I'm not
elaborate
willing to let out of the
fleshlight.
box. It's
It
just-
is
there's
disgusting.
No,
It is despicable. But all it
there's
is an
no-
elaborate
there's no reason-
fleshlight.
There's no artistic. There's no reason.
It
to
doesn't
have
matter
it.
if it's art.
There's
It's
no reason to, like,
expression.
replicate
It
There's no
doesn't
reason to actually
matter
do
if it
that.
is or isn't art. It is expression. And expression is what we are protecting.
Okay,
No
but
matter how
expression's
abhorrent,
what?
we
Ghost,
have
what are
to
you
protect
expressing?
expression.
No, Ghost, what are you expressing?
What are you expressing?
Yes.
That is
Sexual interest in children.
right. That is correct, Cage. Sexual interest in a inanimate object with the approximation of a child.
The approximation of a specific child with tangible
Inanimate,
genitalia.
an inanimate object.
Man, I just
It is
I
an
can't bridge that
inanimate
gap.
object, Fed Zeppelin.
I can't. Sorry.
It is an inanimate object.
I agree.
Oh, Dell.
But I'm
Dandy
talking
Lee,
about
thank you for the
more-
lemon, Dandy Lee. I'm sorry you've walked into this conversation.
I'm just
It's an
saying, man,
inanimate
like,
object, okay, Fed?
Every justification that you've brought up is you've said, okay, it's an inanimate object.
Because it
I get
is.
That, like,
Because
trust me, I
it
understand.
is, Fed.
Sorry?
It is an inanimate object. It is not
Yeah,
a
but
person.
it's
It does not
depiction
have
of a
feelings.
specific
It
child.
does not have emotions. It is an inanimate object. It is an elaborate
Of
fleshlight,
a
nothing
specific
more.
Child.
It is an
Which
inanimate
most countries
object.
Have laws against anyways.
Cage, thank you for the lemon. It is an inanimate object, Fed. That is what it is.
I agree, but so if you look at your justifications, you've gone to like you've saying it's going to balloon out into other subjects.
No.
don't see how
I
you
still
could do that with
completely
this.
agree with that. But I'm saying, even if you could, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you could make a law that could narrowly define something that you find disgusting and abhorrent as illegal. Even then,
I also think it's
I do not
targeting a minor,
support.
which is a threat
I
to
do
them
not
because-
support banning an inanimate object because it makes you feel disgusted. You should feel disgusted.
No, but I do think it's threatening, and I do think there's.
It's
there's-
not
you
threatening.
have no
It's
right to,
you have
like-
not proven that it is threatening. It requires an additional step to go from a threatening to a threatening act.
You're sexualizing. You're sexualizing a specific.
You're
minor.
sexualizing an inanimate object.
No, but
You are
taking the likeness
sexualizing
of a
an inanimate
specific minor
object.
and you are turning it into a sexual object.
You
and
are
then
sexualizing an inanimate object, and you are making a connection that you cannot make.
You know, for the record, this is why proving mens rea in court is a pain in the ass, because you could actually be like, yeah, it's just you could use.
I'm using it for the
understand
HOV lane. Come on.
Well, no, okay. I'll just say this: shuffled. I understand like what you're saying, but I'm for like this libertarian argument, but I can't agree with this one. Like
That's fine. That's fine. That is a
yeah.
natural human response that you're having.
It is. But
It
I
is
still
a
think it's
human
threat to the actual
response.
child
You have a
because you are
natural
making a
innate
specific
desire
instance of them and
to
you're
protect
sexualizing it, and
children.
you're
That is
actually
something
going
that
through
is
with it.
perfectly acceptable and understandable because you're human and you have emotions and you feel these things. My point is,
But
you do not
I
make
still think it's
legislation
threatening
based
to the
on what
child
you
to, like,
feel.
Okay, but
Just as you don't
didn't
make
get consent from the
legislation
child to
based
have
on
any of your likeness,
overzealous,
you didn't do
or
anything
your
like
zeal
that,
or your
like-
fervor, you do not make legislation based on your disgust.
It's still like it's the specific instance of making like
it's an
again,
inanimate
if this
object.
is an androgynous,
It
like,
is
it's
an
not a
inanimate
specific
object.
person, I'd have to agree with it.
It is an
I'd
inanimate
have to agree
object,
with
Fed.
it if it were not a specific person, but if it's a specific
No,
person,
it's an
I can't agree with
inanimate
this.
object.
But it's taking the likeness of a
And
child
also,
and you're sexualizing it.
Fed.
I can't agree with it.
Fed. If there are laws on the books that protect people's identity already from being used like this without their consent, then we don't need to make a new law. There's already an existing law.
Wait, sorry, one more time.
If there are already laws on the book that prevent the recreation of someone else's identity or likeness, if those are already on the books, then we do not need this law to legislate this. We already have a law on the books. That's why I would argue, do not make more laws.
If you're making okay, I would say this. I would make an addendum to that. I would not make another.
Sharks
law.
indeed are cool, Cage.
I would make,
No,
if
do not
that's
do
your
not
argument-
add laws. It's fucking dumb. There are
I'm
already
saying
laws on the
make an
books.
Addendum to the law itself to say make sure no sexualizing minors genitalia
No.
blank.
No, it is an inanimate object. You are not. It is an inanimate object.
But no, it's depicting
It
a
is an
specific
inanimate
child.
object, and you are criminalizing thought.
No,
You are criminalizing
It's-
what you're inferring they think.
You have no.
You
no,
are
those-
criminalizing that
did
you are
not already
inferring
admit that you
what
had
they
no
think.
reason to have
You are
a-
trying to read their mind.
No, okay, yeah, but what's okay?
You
so
are
if you have a
reading-
whole
you are
bunch of-
reading
if you have a whole
information
bunch
you
of
do not
ingredients
have.
to make a bomb, and you're on your way to go somewhere in a van.
This is
And
why
you
the
get pulled
anarchist
over.
cookbook is legal, Fed.
Sorry.
This is why the anarchist cookbook is legal.
Yeah, that is legal, but it's not legal to have the ingredients for certain things in that book and be heading towards certain things if you get caught.
And you assume that I agree with that law.
You don't have to agree with every law.
I know, but I'm saying I don't support that law.
I mean, don't
I do
know.
not support
think
that law, Fed.
Well, this is why I think you need to challenge.
I do not support that
This is a
law.
specific instance where you have to challenge your ideological
Yeah,
couch
here's my
to it,
point.
Because if you're too stuck in your liberalism, if you stick too blindly to that, you miss the faults where there's a pragmatic good.
Hold on. In regards to the bomb ingredients in the van towards a thing you're not supposed to and you got caught, what would actually happen is you would get interrogated and they try to get a confession out of you because without you basically admitting that you had a guilty intent, they wouldn't be able to do anything.
No, Banana Management, you are not watching a debate with a pedo. I'm saying that what the guy
I'm not,
did in
dude,
the
no,
article
like,
is disgusting,
man,
immoral,
don't
wrong,
fucking-
and despicable.
I hate when people
100%.
bullshit. I don't
100%. What the guy did was despicable, and honestly, he makes all of our lives fucking worse. Because now, if we want to protect expression, we have to be principled. It's exactly what Dick Masterson says about like the white nationalists coming on New Project 2. It's like, I have to defend your right to fucking do this. But like, you fucked me. You fucked all of us.
I agree with him in that because like that's a political.
This is my point.
expression
Like,
of
this guy
speech.
fucked us all over. Okay? Because a bunch of fucking Karens are going to go pass a bunch of laws that are going to get us kicked off all these platforms. That's what's going to actually happen.
Yeah, and you're looking at you're.
That's the
taking a
reality of
very-
what's going to happen.
Yeah, okay, but this is the thing where like, man, like I get what's going on and like trust me, I think you and I are both on like a similar wavelength and at least Cages as well, but like don't mischaracterize. I'm not.
And
going
for
on
fuck's sake, this is still
fucking
the first
children.
article, Fed.
Sorry?
This is still the first fucking article. God.
I
Yeah,
don't
we
have
should,
this fucking strong feelings
Oh,
about.
is there more?
Yeah, there are more topics.
I
to
think
go.
okay. I think we should close this one down because we're going in a circle.
Yeah.
We have been
I
going
don't.
in
I
a
don't think
circle
Fed
for
will
like an
concede
hour.
the point, and I refuse to
We've been
concede the
going-
point of limiting expression. Even
We've
expression
been
I
going
find
in a
abhorrent.
circle on this for like an hour.
So this
It's
is
all good. It's all good. You know, we got
Facts-
everyone's point.
Facts and Logic says, please don't make more laws with the sole reason being think of the children.
see, this is reductionist bullshit, and this
Yeah,
is the same thing
that-
where they're trying to call me a pedo, and they're
No,
saying
no,
I'm
no,
a
no, no, no,
nasty.
no. They, I think they were calling me
They
the
were calling.
pedo,
They
Fed.
weren't calling. They
Yeah,
weren't
that's
calling
fine.
you. a
We're not
pedo.
calling you the
At
pedo,
home,
Fed. Let's be
fuck you
honest.
guys.
They
Yeah,
weren't
that's-
calling you a
that's-
pedo.
Yeah.
They weren't calling you a
Listen,
pedo.
I
They
get it,
definitely were
that's
not
why I'm
calling
clear.
You're not. You're not. It was.
That's
I'm
why
pretty sure. Yeah.
clarifying. I don't think Cage or Ghost are putting this on me, but
I'm not. I'm
Chat,
not
please
accusing you
use
of
your
it. I
fucking
think
brain,
you have a
man.
reasonable position. I just think
I
you're
do,
wrong.
and yes, it is about like reasonable, like.
All right,
it's
look,
about,
Fed,
like,
Fed.
Yeah, dude.
We've been in circles for an hour. Let's go to the
Yeah.
next article.
Well, we've been elucidating each other's points.
I know, but we're
That's
not
all-
we're not getting anywhere. Okay, my principle will not.
I'm cool with letting the argument go. I was
No,
doing
I
that,
know.
like,
I'm just
30
saying my
minutes ago,
principles will not let me limit expression just to spite myself. I will not spite
Okay.
someone else to spite myself.
All right. We're good. Let's
We
move
good?
on from this one because
Yeah,
you guys have said your like the exact same thing
Yeah.
over and over.
Hey Cage, have you played Crusader Kings 3 yet?
I have not,
Okay.
but I will eventually.
Okay, we're gonna do a really big game of that, by the way. And there's
Oh,
Abby
beauty.
over on D Live. She's like a British girl. She'll join us too.
Oh, okay.
So that should be fun. We get maybe I've got a different cousin.
What year does it start in?
I think you can be anywhere between like 500 and 1400 or something.
Oh wow, really?
Let me
That
see what.
really?
Maybe not though. It's kind of like a bait. Let me check what scenarios there are. No, and I think Truffled's right. You're being a bit emotional about this. I think it's something you should. I think it's something you should be.
Let's hold on. Let's not start picking at.
Okay,
You know,
that's fine.
let's not throw salt in wounds. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, I think let's move on. Let me just see what years are available in this before, as a multiplayer game. Oh, that's lame. There's only 2 years to start with: 867 AD and 1066 AD.
Okay, so it's basically like where Charlemagne DLC was in CK2.
Yeah. All right.
Yeet.
All right. So, let me think. What's the next article? Oh, we never really got into this, but Joe Biden said that a black man invented the light bulb.
I think we can solve this one with a Google search.
Okay. What does Google say?
Google's white supremacy though.
Now Edison, right? Didn't Edison like steal
Yes, he did.
like a whole bunch of stuff from like other inventors anyway? Like,
Well,
I
he
mean,
didn't steal it. He commissioned them and then claimed that they were his. Like he basically took them under his wing, and then went, "Yeah, I totally invented this." Because he did the same thing with Tesla. Him and Tesla are actually kind of good friends.
Apparently, Edison filed the patent first, at least, and
Yeah.
so
apparently
by
CNN, even CNN is saying that a black man didn't invent the light bulb.
but didn't they invent peanuts?
Peanut
They
butter?
invented Reese's Pieces.
Reese's
Well, I
Pieces.
think I heard a black man invented peanut butter.
Okay.
Yeah, Carver. And ironically enough,
Wait a
he
minute.
did
You're
lots and lots
oh
of
no.
things
Oh
with-
no.
with
We're not
peanuts.
talking about dogs.
No,
Oh, here we go.
Carver did a whole lot with peanuts, but he never made fucking peanut butter. That's the ironic thing about it. So even that's a lie. Probably by Biden when he was a kid.
Oh no. 404. Getting to the spicy end of it. Okay. So Biden said that the man who invented the light bulb, because I'm assuming there are stories that go around that he commissioned someone to do it and then.
They was Kangs.
Oh, all right.
Oh, white man from Canada made peanut butter. Fucking Canadians. At it again.
Wow. Stealing,
Hey man,
stealing
all I have to say
everything.
is the best Canadian invention was instant mashed potatoes, and you guys peaked then and haven't done shit since. Sorry.
No, the best Canadian invention was the M1 Garand.
Wait, really?
Ooh.
Yeah,
I didn't know
Canadian
they
made.
made that.
I
That's
think
fucking
John. I'm
cool.
pretty sure John Garand is a Canadian.
Wow,
and
so
he
we
made it
fucking
in
stormed
Canada.
Normandy with Canadian guns? That's fucking awesome. Oh, by the way, Cage, did you
Yeah.
get Call of Duty World at War?
I didn't. I've been I work like almost every day, but I am getting my new shift schedule, so I should have more time.
Nice.
Well, and as I said to you guys, once I actually go back to work properly, my chaos with work will be a lot less. So
Awesome. But I like, though, we were able to segment in that story kind of the California law. And
Yeah.
we were kind of able to approach that with like a more level head. Like on the surface, it just sounds kind of like, but it's like, oh, it's already disgusting.
So like I'm all for Romeo and Juliet laws to an extent, because I mean young people do young people things, whatever, you know.
It's when the 40-year-old.
It's fine, but 10 years is a long fucking time.
yeah,
It's a lot
that's
of.
kind
It's a long.
That's like beginning and end of puberty. You know what I mean? Like that's long enough for some people to be considered grown ass men or women.
It's like, so how old's your girlfriend? Oh, 10. How old are you? 20. What?
Yeah, that's
Well,
that's
okay.
fucked up.
Well, listen. They're not making it legal. They're just reducing the criminal penalties.
I do.
No.
think that
Granted,
there
it's
needs to
fucking
be-
disgusting for a 20-year-old and a 10-year-old. Let's all be very
Oh, yeah,
clear.
no, what
But
I'm-
at
what
least
I'm
they're
saying-
still
what
punishing
I'm-
it. But
What I'm about to say though is that
hey,
I do
AJ2,
think there
glad
needs
you
to
walked
be
in at this
some
point of the conversation. Not.
there does need to be some protection, like where you're at a bar and some fucking underage bitch is there. You know,
Well,
and,
it
like,
shouldn't be in the
you're
bar
at
in the first place.
Exactly right, but dudes still get done because of that. That's the fucking protections we need. Because fucking, I don't buy into the argument. Like if they're in that fucking bar, sorry, but you kind of forfeited your fucking innocence when it comes to that. You know, like you're there not for good things. You know.
I mean, if I
it depends
recall,
on the
like
age,
No,
in a lot
that's not how
of
that
places,
works.
in a lot of places, you
No
can't be a
shit, that's
minor and
not how
go
it
into a
works.
bar.
That was my fucking point. Did you just tune in? My God, man. My
Oh.
God.
That was
Chill.
the script to Pineapple Express. I never saw Pineapple Express.
Good movie.
No, I kind of like.
And it took
I
a
think
week,
if you're
but-
lying about your identity, like, it. Okay, well, here's the thing.
That needs to be taken into account. and
Like
it
that,
doesn't.
you have to take into account the context. Like, now, obviously, if like you lied about your identity, but like the fucker like groomed you for several months, right, and kind of like goaded you on to do it, that's a different story than like you were 16 and you pretended to be 21 to get into a bar, right? Like those are two
Oh, yeah,
different
definitely.
scenarios.
Definitely.
Right,
Definitely.
I think we can all agree that like we'd have to look
Oh,
at the
16
context.
is legal age in Canada, though.
All right, well, we don't judge
Legal
ourselves by
within-
leaves,
It's
okay?
legal within 2 years here in Australia.
Okay. Well, we don't judge ourselves by, the range is really wide to reach down to. God. Well, technically, by the law, it's
It would be
actually
18
reaches
to
down to
8.
8. which is
Yeah.
just ugh.
What?
Disgustingly enough.
Which I
What?
mean, ugh. I'm
I
pretty
hate
sure
that.
the judge. Well, no, and the sad part is I'm not sure that the judge would go. You're no, you're going to fucking jail, you disgusting fucker.
Yeah, that's the sad part of all this stuff. Even if we can like argue this out and we can make like a perfect system for it, Ghost is right in his assumption that someone's gonna try and manipulate this law and like extend it, and you have no idea like how fucking terrible a judge is gonna be.
I mean,
with
it sounds to me like this law is out there to protect pedophiles.
Well, yeah, 10 years is way too long.
100%.
Hold on, in California, didn't they lower the punishment from a felony to a misdemeanor for like intentionally
The
spreading
very
AIDS or something like
same,
that?
the very same California. I believe it was I think it was a representative, maybe a state senator. The very same guy did this exact law.
So this is like very like this like age of consent thing. Like this is 100% like a protecting pederasts specifically thing. Like this is just the slippery slope, right?
Yeah.
It is.
This is the grinder all star.
Like they just want to molest little boys.
No,
like, that's
well,
what
here,
this is all
you
about.
know, like if someone with like a brain wrote this law, they would say like there'd be like a bottom limit to the age of the child. Right.
I mean, it's California. Like a bunch of fucking people want to shoot pause loads and like little boys. Like,
well, this is my point. My point is like if anyone with sense wrote this law, I'd be like, oh yeah, not below 15 or 16, wherever they want to draw the line. They would draw the line at a reasonable place instead of just saying plus 10. Just
that, but we don't
10
know their
years.
intent.
Holy fuck! I can't believe 10 years, man.
Lunas.
Holy
I'm not raising.
moly.
There's a reason I'm not gonna raise my kids in California.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
Holy moly.
There's a reason.
Jesus.
There's a reason my
Cage,
kids
you
are
don't
gonna
know what
speak
they're gonna do. You
Japanese.
don't know what
Okay.
they're gonna do with this power. We can't assume their intent.
I mean,
No, I think once you've molested the child, we know what their intent was.
Ghost, no, can't do it.
I think once they.
legally we can't, but we know what's going on.
No, I think once they've molested the child, we
can't
can
read
definitely
their
assume
mind.
their
Nope.
intent.
Ghost, we can't read their mind.
Alright, okay, let's, we already said no Selton wound. Let's not reopen
Yeah.
this
Alright,
one.
I have good news though.
I'm just arguing in good faith.
No, enough.
Did you guys
That's-
see?
that's
Hey! It's my
No,
show.
no, I'm
Guys,
joking around, I'm sorry, I love you.
guys. We've got an article that is kind of uplifting.
Hey!
Suspect in fatal Portland shooting is killed by officers during arrest. Oh, press S to spit on the fucker's grave.
Is that the guy with the fist tattoo?
Yep.
Yeah, he got fucking owned. That's
Yep.
great.
What a fucking scumbag. Good riddance and good night. I'm not even giving an uppercase S. That's a lowercase S he gets.
Oh, I'm getting the happy anime girl on that one. I'm excited. This is
Rest
nice.
in pieces, you scumbag, for murdering
Press
another person.
D to dance. Like, that's excellent
Press
news.
D to dab. Press F to floss on his grave.
Fuck yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, what I'm looking at.
That guy didn't that guy just like kill a random dude
Yep,
and then brag about its
executed-
advice?
Right, he executed no, he said, I felt my friend of color was threatened by him, and I knew
Oh,
that
yeah,
if I
from the
didn't shoot
fire.
him, he would have killed the both
That's
of us.
idea.
Sorry?
Yeah, first off, white savior complex.
Yeah.
Yes. Second off, he's obviously lying. He just wanted to fucking kill like,
Right.
another
And
guy.
here's
I mean,
the thing.
it's Antifa, right? Like that's what they do.
Well, no. Here's the article, and before it was Michael Forrest Reinhold. God, what a yeah! He's got one hole in his head now. That's for sure. And it says an Antifa supporter died when law enforcement went to arrest him. The article now reads: law enforcement agents killed Michael Forrest Reinhold while trying to arrest him. Happened to take that part out.
All I know is
Cops
Vice
defeat armed suspect in gunfight. There we go. That's what it should say.
Thank you.
So,
Hello,
there's-
base department.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they didn't say murder, then I think they might even have to see that there was some justification there, because they keep using murder really fucking flippantly recently, where they're like, "Oh, he murdered those people," which is not necessarily the same thing as killing somebody.
Well,
You're absolutely right. There's no. I'm pretty sure like murder is a legal term. Killed is not.
is. Correct.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If they would use the most uncharitable fucking thing possible if they could, and they didn't do it. So I think they're completely BTFO'd on this one.
Yeah, like they can say killed. I mean, he was technically, he was killed by the cops. They killed him.
Now listen, guys.
They're justified.
What I think is that he didn't kill the guy. He simply extrajudicially removed him from this existence, and because he was a Patriot Prayer guy, he's going to the afterlife now. And if he was Norse, he'd be going to Valhalla for dying in combat. So he really did him a favor. I'm just fucking.
Oh, I mean,
that's fucking
Likeness
retarded.
Of his body.
Huh?
Did you hear about? Oh, sorry.
Oh, I said he removed him from his likeness of his
Right.
body.
He evacuated him from his mortally coil.
Yes.
That's what
No
they.
more flesh prison. They freed him from flesh prison.
I do love that
You
it's
remove
like
the right
alleged
from his
killer
flesh
and it's like
prison?
on camera.
No,
Yeah, they
guys,
freed
guys,
him from flesh
No,
prison.
404. I want to hear 404.
Yeah.
They liberated him from his white skin.
Oh, there you go.
They were we'll be accepted as liberators there.
Everyone's black in heaven.
Oh gosh. Did you guys see this article where Sarah Huckabee Sanders Trump joked with her that like, hey, take one for the team? Because Kim.
Oh yeah, and even she said it was a joke. Like she was pretty cavalier about it all.
Yeah.
The media tried to get offended for her.
Yeah, I just love like the idea that we have a president that's going, hey, sweetheart, take one for the team. Get us some peace on the peninsula.
That's Dennis Rogers' job, okay?
Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
What do you guys think of the Biden
I got
bear?
something. I got something.
Oh.
Some random dude apparently found out that a lot of the Antifa, the violent instigators in these riots, are housing themselves in homeless camps around Portland. They found the trumpet guy in one of them.
How can they tell
And,
the entirety of Portland looks like a homeless camp?
It really does.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're very specifically like sections of the city for like homeless camps. They're like fenced off. They have tarps up and tents inside, and they're obviously paid or maintained by the government. But they're finding these Antifa frequent flyers in them now.
Frequent
They're the guy who filmed
flyers.
it. Yeah, frequent. We'll call them frequent flyers.
Facts and logic. Thank you for the ice cream, sir.
Yeah, they found the trumpet guy in one of them.
Wait, you mean like the trumpet guy from like?
He's got long blonde hair. He's an Antifa trumpet guy. They fucking found him in one of these camps. They've been finding a lot
Jessica,
of
thank
these
you for the ice
Antifa
cream,
guys.
Jessica, and thank you for coming on over after Clap Crew. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Yeah, they've been finding a lot of these guys.
I'm sipping
that,
over here. What's wrong with you?
They're good. They're frequently busting shit in.
Actually, I'm reverse
to, like they're the ones that are always responsible, kind of thing. You know what I mean? They're the ones that are they're
They
the
need to
instigators. Or they
frequently
start
fly
the
off a
fires.
roof.
We're finding them in the homeless camps.
Well, it's like, we got a bunch
I mean,
of-
that's how they're there every night.
Yeah.
That's why, that's 100% how they're there every
Well,
night.
you know, it's
we've got-
funny
we've got a bunch
because
of Antifa fuckwits in Australia, and they're all like, "Oh, but Antifa doesn't exist." And it's
Maybe
like, well,
Q
you have
Chris,
nothing
thank
to
you for
worry
the
about if
follow.
they come up with them.
actually, yeah, 404. If you could let me interject. What's this? Fuck around, find out. I love it.
That is beautiful.
It is beautiful. But let me elaborate because I live in SoCal near LA and we have a large homeless population every fucking day. And like I think we had plague breakout amongst our homeless.
Nice.
As well as, like,
V plague, like the bubonic
No, like
plague?
actual plague, like plague.
Okay,
we have
well,
Bubonic plague is the actual specific one, I believe.
yeah, I think
It
but
is.
it's like specifically plague. Infestation. Oh, I know you're right. It's called an
No,
infestation.
it's specifically the bubonic plague.
Oh, I love the Kyle Pepe.
Or did they get typhoid fever?
No, but they also had
Run it back, boys.
I think they had tuberculosis and all these other
The
things.
Black Plague.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, just quickly, it was a fucking Australian doctor that went around like all authoritarian and fucked off fucking tuberculosis, and then you fucking cunts bring it back. Good work,
You're welcome.
you motherfuckers.
And it's not. Hey,
He's
hey,
gonna claim
404,
Australia
404.
did.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of California's politicians not dealing with the homeless and telling our cops that they can't just move them.
I've got to admit, my favorite little guilty pleasure is looking up the Californian poop map.
It is pretty funny.
where they find all like
Wonderful.
human poo, and it's just fucking like you get to LA and it's just fucking poo everywhere. It's great.
Yeah. No, the funny part is, it's like you go to like one of the nicer like cities that are kind of around LA, and like what the cops do there is they just pick up the homeless people and dump them off in like LA and shittier cities. Like that's why like they don't look like a shithole.
So they fully
That's
like bring
amazing.
home, like,
Oh,
lanterns
it's the
and-
best. But like LA, they can't do it.
Have they addressed them as like something better yet? Have they, instead of being like?
Oh
the-
no.
the
Let me
California
explain.
homeless
Okay,
population?
let me explain this because my family actually used to own an industrial building that my grandpa had bought, and we fortunately sold it right before all the Modelo stuff that went on. But this they were trying to build a fucking homeless shelter right in there because the city we're in was absolutely required to build a homeless shelter. Well, not the city, maybe the county. I don't remember. It was one of those. They were required to build a homeless shelter if they were allowed to build like any more housing developments. And so, you know, like I think my mom had to go, I had to go, we had to go like, no, but don't put this fucking homeless shelter right next to our place of business, okay? You're going to drop our fucking property values
that
and
would
ruin our
suck.
investment.
That would suck so much.
Oh, also it was about a block away from a school.
The
that's
classic.
real bad.
Yeah, it was
That's
like
really
it was about
fucking
as
bad.
close to a school as you could fucking get, and it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? These are drug addicts. These are junkies, alcoholics. And you're just gonna have them
Yeah.
fucking wandering around here loitering? No, fuck off. Oh,
Yeah,
look
I
who
mean,
has
it's
just rolled
it's
in.
just immersion
Facts
education.
and logic. Welcome to Coast to Ghost. How are you doing, Facts?
I'm doing fine.
High facts.
It is
Wait,
facts.
Can I make my joke real quick then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why isn't California like renamed the homeless population yet to like free range society or something like that? Like, you know, the thing where they're like the free.
Well, no, we have renamed them. They're called the mentally ill.
Ah,
Well-
okay, perfect.
Bring back asylums.
Honestly, at this point, like,
Honestly.
honestly, at this point, it's like, kind of right.
Someone
Like,
was
bring back
I
asking.
know there
Sounds
were
like
terrible places that did horrible things, but
Instead
you know
of
what?
like
Well,
instead of like the chosen undead, it's like the chosen homeless.
So,
aren't they
Free
Antifa?
range undiagnosed humans.
oh
That's,
god.
Well-
non-pasteurized humans.
All right.
A
Well,
lot of them are actually mentally ill, like with brain trauma.
Yeah.
And they closed the asylums in the '60s because bad
well, they
stuff
like claim
happens
like
sometimes.
abuse or some nonsense.
Well,
I
let's be real, there was
I
a
mean,
lot of
guys,
abuse.
I've got to get your opinion on something.
Shoot,
What are your thoughts on the Biden bear?
the Biden bear.
You haven't seen it? It's Pedo Bear, but blue with a Joe Biden like
No.
sticker. Oh yeah,
Uh,
no, it's Pedo Bear.
I mean,
Look, looking to
it's like
suggest
old.
stories.
It's funny and true, but old meme. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they put Joe Biden like signposts in Animal Crossing, which is just like, honestly, like, what the fuck are you morons doing, Nintendo? Why would you put this in your fucking children's game?
I mean, maybe they want kids to be afraid of Joe Biden.
I mean, you know what? They're doing a public service. Can you bear the Biden wave? Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, I love that
That's
there's
what
an
he-
article. Meet the cute new mascot of Joe Biden's campaign. Biden bear is winning over future voters of all ages.
You know what?
Oh.
Do you know what Biden's always whispering in those little girls' ears when he goes in for a sniff?
What's he
God,
whispering?
I've got
Yeah,
10
Tom
I've got
Hanks
10
version
cakes
of
in
it.
Animal Crossing.
Just
Damn.
bear with it.
The new mascot of the Democratic Party, the mighty bear. It shall strike fear into the hearts of our enemy. Hashtag bear with Biden. Oh, no.
Just bear with it.
What an awful slogan. Bear with Biden.
Oh,
It's
oh
just
my
like,
God!
oh.
No, hold on. Here's their slogan: Drumpf and his Russian cronies don't stand a chance this November. Hashtag bear with Biden. Prudence, equality, decency, order.
Bear means to put up with. So do you want to put up with
Yeah,
Biden?
right. Exactly.
The
like, that's
acronym.
a horrible
Facts. The
slogan.
acronym.
Horrible slogan.
The acronym. Prudence, equality, decency, and order.
Prudence.
Prudence.
Pedo.
Oh no, they've got him in front of the trans flag. Oh. Oh, how far from God
Biden
has he
loves
fallen?
trans kids. He protects trans kids.
I love that one making fun of the fat Geralt meme, you know. Oh my god. So is it true that Vice interviewed the Portland shooter?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah.
I guess after he murdered that dude.
Can you imagine being like so enthralled in your own fucking narrative that you're like, okay, you murdered an enemy supporter. How do you feel? Medicare getting cancer, was 2020 officially crossing the line? Yeah.
You're not gonna see like Vice kicked off of every social media platform.
Right.
are you?
For platforming and, you know,
A
supporting
murderer.
a murder. And then someone who resisted the cops and, you know, fucked around and found out.
Cops did something right for once. 411.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Nice.
Cops killed the right person. For
Oh
once.
no! How did they do that?
They probably caught him blowing a black dude in the middle of the street. So
Nice.
Yeah, Japan, Shinzo Abe stepping down. Anyone have any thoughts about this? I think we talked about this. Well, we didn't.
Didn't Shinzo Abe want to remilitarize Japan?
He should.
He did build their first aircraft carrier in like since the Second World War.
That's nice. Oh, so he took a big step. I think Japan should remilitarize.
You know,
I
funny
think
enough. Oh
they should-
shit!
they should reclaim
Jessica has
independence.
just subscribed for 1 month. Jessica, my girl, welcome to the Ghost Gang, the Spectre Squad, the Phantom Phalanx, the Apparition Alliance, the Corporeal Corporation. You are now part of the ectoplasmic experience that is the Ghost Gang. And remember, the only way in and out of this club is in a body bag. Thank you for your support, Jessica, and welcome to the gang. All right. Funny, when I was last in Japan, it was when Trump was there on like a state trip, and he visited the aircraft carrier, and I was so fucking pissed because if I had like bought sumo tickets like 2 days earlier, I would have gotten to go to the same freaking arena as the president. But of course, it was sold out as
Trump
fuck.
christened the aircraft carrier, is what you're telling us?
Basically.
Nice.
Of course, Koenig. Of course, I cut that. I cut everything to announce my new members of the Ghost Gang. Always. Nyla Moon. I like the Taiga clapping.
You know what he also cuts to do?
Uh-oh. No.
Read lemons.
Fax, no! Fax, thank you for the lemon. Oh, Fax. Fuck, Fed Zeppelin. Fed, you know, don't do this Jesse back at me. Thank you for the lemon. Alright, Shinzo. Oh, shit. Cage with the lemon. Fax with the lemon. Yeah, Jessica with 2 lemons. Fed with. Oh shit, Fed with a lemon, Jessica with more lemons, Cage with a lemon, Koenig 40 with a lemon, Jessica with more lemons, oh fuck, Fed with lemons, Nyla, why are you not in the Ghost Gang? Alright, thank you for the lemons though, Nyla, oh shit, Jessica, thank you for the lemon, Fed 7, thank you for the lemon, Cage, thank you for the lemon, Jessica, thank you for the lemon, Koenig 40, thank you for the lemon, Jessica, thank you for the lemon, Fax, thank you for the lemon, Jessica, thank you for the lemon, hold on,
Oh, you
Fed,
missed Jessica's ice cream.
fuck!
You gay? How do you feel about that?
Jessica, no, wait a minute. I haven't missed the ice cream yet. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Hold
you're
on.
in lemon party.
Fax, thank you for the lemon. Jessica, thank you for the lemon. Fed, thank you for the lemon.
Ice
Cage, thank you
cream.
for the lemon. Koenig, thank you for the lemon. Fed, thank you for the lemons. Jessica,
Ghost
thank you
is
for the
slipping.
lemon. Jessica, thank you for the ice cream. Koenig, thank you for the lemon. Fed, thank you for the lemon. Shuffled, thank you for the lemon. Jessica, thank you for 2 lemons. Dank PP, thank you for the lemon. Koenig 40, thank you for the lemon. Fed 7, thank you for the 2 lemons. Jessica, thank you for another ice cream. Jessica, thank you for the lemon. Fax, thank you for the ice cream. Jessica, thank you for the lemon. Fed, thank you for the 2 lemons. Jessica, thank you for the ice cream. Cage, thank you for the lemon. Jessica, thank you for the lemon.
argument
Dank PP, thank you for the lemon. Fed, thank you for the 2 lemons. Nyla Moon, thank you for the lemon. Jessica, thank you for the 3 lemons. Dank PP, thank you for the lemon. Fed, Zeppelin, thank you for the 4 lemons. Oh shit. Fax and Logic, thank you for the lemon. Critical, thank you for the lemon. Fed, thank you for the 2 lemons. Critical, thank you for the ice cream. And Dank PP, thank you for the lemon. What? What do you want, Fax?
Fun. Good job, boys. And girls.
I was
did
just
it.
saying that's how you win any argument against Ghost.
Oh shit, you're right. Shekel mongering. You found my weakness.
Rubs ghostly hands together.
Nyla Moon has just received a 1-month subscription from Jessica. Thank you, Jessica, for all your support. And Nyla Moon, welcome back to the Ghost Gang, the Spectre Squad, the Phantom Phalanx, the Apparition Alliance, the Corporeal Corporation. Welcome to this gang. And remember, the only way in and out of this gang is in a body bag. Thank you so much, Jessica, for the sub donation, and thank you, Nyla Moon, for being welcome back into the club. Thank you so much.
Question about that, Ghost.
What's up?
How, if you're a ghost, and the insinuation is that you come in and out of a body bag, you didn't die in the body bag. You got put into the body bag.
No, the implication is that getting body bagged means you died or something. That's the
You
implication.
didn't die in the body bag. Does your ghost stay where you died, or does it
No,
just, like,
you
pop out of
actually
you?
you haunt somewhere, and thank you so much, Jessica. You haunt somewhere kind of like that has like strong like emotional or spiritual connection. I mean, it's all fake and gay anyway, but there are
Yeah,
ghosts.
but
But
why would the body bag be that like locus?
well, the idea is that you have to be put into a body bag to get into the ghost gang, and that we will. You have to understand that once you're in ghost, you can get super killed as a ghost. You're not like immortal, okay? If you get killed as a ghost, you die for real, and you're like you just disappear from this mortal plane. So like if you get body bagged as a ghost, you're absolutely screwed. You're no longer in.
Look, what
ahead,
he's
take your
actually
time.
saying is if you die on the stream, you die in real life.
Yep,
Fuck,
that's
well,
true.
Nah, that's not true. I fucking passed out on this stream too many fucking times to count at this point. Fuck
You haven't
that.
died yet, but I haven't sent Freddy after you.
This is true. Is it like a Ghostbuster scenario where the second body bag is like the Hoover vac of the Ghostbusters?
Yes.
Where they like
Yes.
Okay.
Is anyone
Yeah,
gonna?
while Luigi actually comes and sucks you up, and he's not as merciful as regular Luigi.
Hey, I'm just glad we've set up like a rule set. I can now exist in this realm much better. Thank you.
Rules are very important to me, okay?
Has
Yeah, no,
anyone-
I agree. This is fantastic.
Has
Much
anyone
more
told
comfortable.
Fed yet? Has anyone told Fed yet?
No, of course not.
Told them about all the subliminal programming we've done when he's been asleep.
Oh no, I'm glad that whatever his name, Sissy Hypno, isn't here in my chat.
Oh, God.
I know. I fucking hate it.
Let's just say when I say a certain phrase, Fed's gonna go kill somebody.
Oh, and also, chat, if you would like to support the family of Kyle Rittenhouse, go to Give, Send, Go, and give to his fundraising campaign to help him raise legal fees. Because they're going to try and railroad this kid, and don't fucking let them.
Liars and or charlatans. Is it John Lennon? What is my what is the phrase?
Brick attack. Oh, jeez. Your coronavirus this is a New York Times article. Your Modelo test is positive.
Say it, Ghost!
No, maybe it shouldn't be. It's too sensitive and too slow to contain the spread of the virus. Officials at the Wadsworth Center, New York State Lab, identified 794 positive tests. Under the changing threshold, about half of those tested would no longer qualify as paused. About 70% would no longer be judged paused if the cycles were limited further. I'm really shocked it could be that high. The proportion of people with high CT value results, said Dr. Ashish Jha, director of the Harvard Global Health Institute. Boy, does it really change the way that we need to be thinking about testing. Tests with thresholds so high may detect not just live virus, but also genetic fragments left over from infections that pose no natural risk, akin to finding a hair in a room long after that person has left, Dr. Mina said. The FDA notes that people may have a low viral load when they are newly paused. A test with less sensitivity would miss these infections.
Pause
Pause,
load.
champ.
Yes.
What the fuck?
What the fuck did Tango post below that? Oh, it's about seahorses, I hope.
What's with these people and wanting AIDS?
I don't know. Oh, wait. Trump defended Kyle Rittenhouse? He just said he shouldn't be there, right? Nice.
That's reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That's reasonable. Nice. Yeah, good job. It's not a giant fallacious statement.
Maybe
I'll
maybe
take
he
it.
does care about us, guys.
If I had a son, he'd
Yeah,
look like Kyle
That's a
Rittenhouse.
stretch, Ghost. Don't fucking go that far.
I
mean,
want to believe.
a big
No,
reason
no.
a big reason why civilization exists is to stop people from pillaging, and therefore, I think Kyle was actually being incredibly civilized by going there and trying to stop people from pillaging.
Well,
Don't
the
you-
law
if
wouldn't
you
do
wanna
their
make that
job,
comparison,
so.
Isn't it
You know,
kinda hilarious?
I heard that the Portland shooter was stopped by the notorious Sam Hyde.
Wow, Sam Hyde looks like he's turning a new leaf then.
He can't keep getting away with it. Carl is a good boy, Jessica.
If you make that argument that he's there to like help civilization out and
No, I meant he was doing something civilized
Yeah,
because
yeah.
because
And then-
civilization is partially founded to stop pillaging.
yeah, and then if you look at what is remarkably uncivilized, we look at monkeys and them flinging shit, and then we look at Antifa members rejecting monkey.
Perhaps. Did you know that monkeys wage war? Like chimpanzees actually wage organized warfare against other chimp tribes? That's fucking amazing. Did you know that the ones that
Oh my
ones
God,
that
we have
own a
to
lot
play
of
Crusader
territory
King.
also live longer on average?
Cage. We have to make a monkey tribe in Crusader Kings, and we have to return the 800s to
Oh
monkey.
man. Are we starting in Africa?
Just
Yes, we're
evolve.
coming straight out of Africa.
Nice.
We're gonna work our way north. We're gonna fight off the
Straight
Khanate.
outta Compton.
What? How much?
True.
How much of the world map does CK3 cover?
Oh, you want to see it?
No, just tell me.
It goes all the way east of Asia.
Okay. Okay.
It goes the Khanate, the Khotan Khanate, and like China is there, and it goes. I don't think it goes all the way to the Horn of Africa,
Okay.
but it goes like it does go decently well into Africa.
So it at least does all of the Roman world and then also the Chinese world. I'm
Correct.
guessing then. Okay.
Correct. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds like a good map.
I was playing earlier today, and I got into like a losing battle, so my heir lost a leg and got scarred permanently. He got like his whole face mutilated, and I was like, "Son of a bitch!" And then of course I died of old age after that.
The classic.
I was like a fucking warrior badass king. I was like rolling around at like 65 and curb stomping enemy knights, and then it's like I died just from like old age. And then my idiot son gets in charge, and he's got like a retarded slow son. And I was like, oh god, no.
That's that's part of.
nepotism, right?
I mean,
That's the problem. with having, like, a-
Legacy.
Yeah,
It
and
is.
he wouldn't go make any kids recently, so I couldn't just disinherit his son and find a better one.
But that's the
65,
fun.
He would have made more retarded children.
No,
That's the fun
no.
of
It was his
Crusader
wife's
Kings.
condition. I could have impregnated and made a bastard with a smarter chick.
That's
See,
that's
you
the
gotta-
fun of Crusader King. It's trying to like kill your own children because you know they're gonna be shitty rulers. I love it.
I do like that you know, because it's like, oh no, Timmy,
Wait, what were they
Timmy.
called? Oh, the phrase. It's phrase simulator. Where you're just like these goddamn
Yeah.
kids.
Crusader Kings is supposed to be like a medieval politics simulator, but it ends up being like a eugenics simulator. You're just constantly trying to make sure your dynasty has the healthiest, most intelligent, most powerful children. And when you get a
liege,
shitty one, you try to get them killed with a baby.
My liege, why did you take that massive cow? Because my babies are gonna be giant fucking warriors, you moron. I've done the science. She's a giant
Yeah.
genius.
That's exactly. So that was the weird thing that like I kind of got out of Game of Thrones in the books when I kept reading it. I was like reading like the phrase and like how pissed off he was about all of his kids, and he was like trying to groom the right ones, and I was like, man, this is a weird case for eugenics from like a feminist author. It was super weird, but like it was the same thing like bore out in that.
I mean, to be fair,
fuck all of
Fed,
these
Walder
kids.
Frey is not like is not meant to be a sympathetic character in that
No,
story.
it's not, but I definitely
Like I don't think anyone's gonna come here and make the argument that Walder Frey is like anything but like a monster in those
I
books.
was like, God damn, fuck all these kids, fuck this like retarded fucking like guy that has to be drunk all the time on a goddamn horse, can't even fucking deliver a goddamn message. Fuck this guy. He doesn't deserve shit. This other guy got caught. Fuck him. Get rid of him. Who cares? They're all
Walter Frey.
incompetent.
Walter Frey has long since stopped asking if are you winning, son.
He's got like 100 of them.
Are you?
I got
son.
I got a Crusader Kings 2 story for you, Butters. You might like this now that you've got your toe in the pool.
No, I've played Crusader Kings too.
Okay.
I played like a lot of the
Uh,
Game of Thrones mod. I'd roll
Alright.
around on dragons and fuck people's shit up.
I had a nice kingdom, and I started as East Anglia, and I formed England. Things are going pretty good, and there's some Jewish merchants, whatever. They brought me a eunuch. Cool. The eunuch was Jewish, whatever. Somehow,
Oh, no.
somehow, like I can't remember. I think I gave one of my kids to him to educate, right? Whatever. He's
Oh,
a eunuch.
no.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
whatever. He's a eunuch. Whatever. He had an extremely high stewardship skill, and that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted at the moment. I wanted someone to have a good stewardship skill because my current heir was. Yeah, he was pretty beefy, good warrior, whatever. He joins the Varangian Guard and comes back gay.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
this is a fucking problem. And then he died. So we're okay.
All right, well, that problem solved.
We're good. But then the one child being raised by the Jewish eunuch comes back, and he's Jewish. My child is now Jewish, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm trying to get him to convert. He's not converting back to Catholicism, and I'm freaking out. Right, so my king decides to kick the bucket, and now England is ruled by a Jewish man.
Wait,
And-
just have him marry like an Anglo woman.
They were pissed. Like everyone was pissed because he's Jewish, though. He's the king. He is the king, and he's Jewish, and he rules over a Catholic kingdom. And I'm like, fuck, what do I do? And
Justice plan.
I know, there people are trying to excommunicate me. Like I know everyone hates me, and I just say fuck it. Like I say England is now Jewish, and that started Jewishing England. I dealt with all the revolts, and I had the money to do it because my stewardship was high. I bought so many mercenaries to put down Catholicism.
We're making greater
man.
Israel, and we're doing it in England.
Yeah. I started the Greater Israeli Britannia. It was pretty badass.
You
Really
reversed
fucking
Adrian's
funny.
it.
It was really funny. I've made Islamic France intentionally though.
Watershed moment though, where you're just like, fuck it, we're Jews.
Because too many people were trying to excommunicate him, Like I had no heirs. Everyone wanted to kill me. Like everyone was trying to excommunicate me. Like I knew the intrigue was there, and I was like,
Screw your optics,
either
I'm
get-
going in.
I was either like, I either get assassinated or I start a civil war. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to that weird pivot point in the
That is
chess game
amazing.
where
I'm
you're
gonna
like,
grab myself some ice because this is.
You're like, all right, I'm like on the offense. I'm on the offense. You're like, fuck, I need to defend. And you're like, all right, like, and you like formulated some kind of basic way to like not get absolutely raped. And you're like, all right, we're gonna go with this. And it's like, okay, we're Jews now.
Yeah.
Like, it's perfect. Like,
Yeah.
oh man. I can't
That-
tell if you did more hand wringing or hand waving to make yourself a Jew, but it's fucking fantastic.
Skedaddle skedoodle. No more foreskin. But I guess the moral to the story is if they give you a Jewish eunuch, don't give your kids to the Jewish eunuch in CK2 or 3. Like,
But look at his stewardship skill. Oy vey, it's so high.
his stewardship skill is like 25. It was so high.
Yeah, and he stewarded your fucking kingdom right into Jewish hands.
All right,
I
let's-
gave my kids to the Juden.
Took his balls, he took your kingdom.
Oh man.
Yeah. The Abraham.
Teach you to take eunuchs.
Yeah, that was my fault.
You re-gift that shit.
I guess, like, in all fairness, like, my original heir, he was okay. He was really good. He went to the Varangian Guard. I'm like, sweet, he's gonna get the Varangian perk, and he came back gay, and then he died.
Every time we send him off to band camp, they just keep coming back gay as fuck. What happened?
Yeah, what the heck, man? I
What
thought he'd be
happened?
cool. I've sent so many people to the Varangian Guard, and they were totally okay. But my good heir, I think he had like 19 martial skill. He had like 15 stewardship. Like, he was a good, well-rounded guy.
You're kind of like,
high
listen,
martial skill.
son, you're really good at all this shit, but you're not the king material.
Yeah,
Right.
he was gay.
Yeah, well,
Sword swallower. It fucking sucks, man.
listen.
Yeah.
No,
I expected
listen.
a swordsman, not a sword swallower.
Listen, son. I'm sorry, but I cannot, in good consciousness, have you do this. You gotta. Here's the deal. You're gonna be a warrior for the rest of your life. You're gonna hang out with dudes for the rest of your life. Your brother's gonna be king. All right, move on.
Yeah.
You can do all your degenerate shit you want, just not where I can see it. All right.
Well, I mean, the gay heir died. I mean, I would have just
I know.
I would have just like had him with like a lustful woman, like married him off to one, no matter what her stats were, and would have just rolled the die.
Hopefully, it's yours,
Yeah.
son.
I mean, either way, as long as it says they're in my dynasty, I don't care. You know what I mean? As long as they have good stats and it says they're in my dynasty, it doesn't really matter where they come
fucking
from.
matters, man.
Yeah, as long as it has a little blood drop beside their panel, their nameplate, that's all that matters.
Ching.
In that game, anyway.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. Crusader Kings is a lot of fun. I can't wait to play like a big game though. You know,
There you go, Ghost.
Yeah.
There's Abe for you.
Oh no. Have sex. See his face cowboy. Didn't he say that? Like, he did. He told like young people like have sex.
There's a lot of like I like it's Crusader Kings. Like you just play that game and you'll have so many like funny fucking stories like that eventually. Like the game is just so fun and immersive in its own little way. I think, especially if you're like
Fall Guys
one of those
made.
people that
Whoa,
plays those
guys.
kind of things.
Fall Guys made 1.8 billion more profit than The Last of Us 2, becoming the most successful PS4 title of 2020.
Nice.
Imagine
Good
spending
job, Fall
11
Guys.
years working on a propaganda movie game and get beaten and fucked in the ass by an indie party game that was made by 5 people in 8 months. Ha 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 ha.
I mean, like that also is kind of a scary thing for the gaming world when you think about it. It's kind of like the rise of mobile games, right? Like people have found that they're so fucking profitable that
like they have
so
no
many
reason not to do
resources
it.
are being put into them now versus like normal video games.
Well, dude,
I mean, maybe
hold on,
maybe
hold
the
on,
market
hold on,
will
hold on,
diversify, but
Cage.
yeah.
It's not all bad. Think of all. Have you seen Azure Lane?
I have not.
Okay, so it's like a waifu gacha game where you play as like girls that are boats. And
Oh, so this is like that one thing that was really popular not too long ago. The other boat game.
No,
Like the something or rather.
no, that's Azure Lane.
Collection. Kantai Collection.
Yeah, Contact Collection.
Oh
was
right,
first.
Content Collection was popular, but yeah, this one's like with like World War II era boats.
It wasn't Kantai Collection also World War II era boats?
Probably,
Yeah.
but I never played it. But
I was
needless to
excited for
say, Enterprise is best
Catamaran
girl, and I
Sama.
will fight you.
I know a lot of my friends really like that the one with the girl guns. What's that called?
Girls Frontline.
Girls Frontline. Yeah, a lot of my friends are really.
They
into
all just
that.
love Negev-chan. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves.
She's the one that can stay.
I mean, they just like anime girls and guns.
Yep.
And they're
See,
always trying
Fax
to
is
get me
posting
into it.
Negev. That's Negev-chan in the chat. The sticker.
Ben knows what's up.
Mm. Yeah, that is a good sticker. I like that.
I'm
Is it like-
surprised
oh,
it
I've
still
had that for a long
exists.
time. So is that like Battleship with like anime waifus, or is it
Yes,
like
they're no,
oh.
they're anime wife. They're battleships that are they're battleships that are also anime waifus.
It's like
The
they
waifu
represent-
is a ship.
Yes, they are ships, and they have like the main one has like a bow that is made from like the fuck's it called?
No, but you can't. Do you already realize the? Okay, continue.
See, Cage just put me in horny jail.
Do I
but
get
you
one? I
also-
want a sex doll one of these.
You committed
Yeah,
the
can we
cardinal
do that,
sin
or
already.
is that can the ship consent?
I don't care.
Is it a specific
Oh,
instance
no!
of a person? But,
I'm going to rape a ship.
Oh
Oh,
no!
no.
Let me find a good piece of art of best girl.
But Ghost,
no.
do you realize the pun that you made?
Uh-oh.
Which one?
You were talking like before you even like could like materialize the words for it. You're like, yeah, it's this one ship with a bow on it.
Oh,
I
I
see.
I see. I see what you're getting at there.
Ah, that's a shitty piece of art. Come on, give us a good piece of art. God damn it.
Belfast?
I can't not miss the puns. I hit them every time.
Is there an airplane girl one? They got like
Yes.
ships and they
Yeah,
got
no,
small
no, they're
ones.
aircraft carriers.
Yes,
They-
there is.
Wait, there's
Oh,
an airplane?
girls?
I
They're
thought
like
it was...
fighter jet girls.
Yeah,
Alright.
they made
B-52
one.
have some huge tits.
This is an example. Go to the general chat. Although Enterprise doesn't have the biggest tits, but Belfast
Is
does.
F-22 the most Stacy of the jet girls?
I don't think they have an F-22.
She's just stacked and athletic. Like
A10 to Chan is stacked. It's got
she's
huge
gonna be
cannons.
big. She's gonna be a big girl.
Let me
Hey,
find...
Ghost,
What's up?
do you see the joke there?
No.
The bow.
Oh, the bow.
Yes, yes, fine.
Oh.
Yeah, so these are the two best girls, of course. Enterprise and Belfast. And they have weird
is
sexual
awesome.
tension.
Yeah.
When Fryer came to Belfast to see the battles won, the soldiers they done told him, "We got 'em on the run, but corporals and privates, when out on patrol at night, said remember narrow water and the bloody Armalite."
Fuck? That was pretty beautiful.
Nah, that's from My Little Armalite's an IRA marching song.
Ah.
Of ammunition for me, little Armalite.
Are we gonna end
Love that
are we gonna end the talking portion of the show by singing what's the IRA fight song?
We'll come out
there's
cheap
a
black
lot
and
of them.
tan.
Yes, we're gonna sing "Come Out Ye Black and Tans" to close out the talking shock show portion of the show.
I was hoping we could end it with Adam Worski, like the axe-wielding maniac.
No,
but
no, no,
it's
no.
a-
Oh, I love that song.
I do
love
like that
It's
song,
a good
but
one.
like
Man.
Yeah, Ash Scorp is based,
I feel like at
even
this
though he's a
point,
furry.
are we all
and
Irish in
possibly a
here
Chiller.
or
No, I'm not.
oh, you fucking filthy
Not
white?
like a majority, but like I'm all in
I'm-
Europe, and I've like
Oh,
it's
they're
like
great too.
13%
Facts,
Irish.
yes. The Empire girls.
I'm half British, so
Oh well, you're
Fuck
we're all
out,
British.
you Anglo son of. Never mind.
it's all good.
Well, I think we're
It's okay.
all I think we're all part of the old British Empire, right? If we're
Yeah, we're all Britannic somehow.
in some way.
So what
Are
if
we
you-
gonna
I got
return
one
to?
for you.
shoes. How the fuck do you stand up wearing those?
Well,
They're like
They're
the
going on
keels of the
water.
boats.
They're traveling
They-
on water most of the time.
They kind of
I-
like
I can't even conceptualize her as a boat, so I didn't think about that. But yeah, that okay.
She's part of the elite like SAS maid. She's like part of the elite SAS maid squad.
Why
Belfast.
doesn't she
Check
have
out-
a runway for a face then, or like what's going on there?
What's wrong with her face?
she's got big cannons, man.
Really big
Yeah.
cannons.
Just
Nice.
rolling up her back.
British shirt. Whoa, black and tan. I think the chat has consensus. We should sing "Come Out Ye Black and Tans" as our. Also, 404. Would you play some Fall Guys with me and Mochi later?
Yeah, man, sounds good.
And Fax, what about you?
Sure.
All right, so let me go find "Come Out Ye Black and Tans." I'll find like a karaoke version or something.
Fucking extra credits.
Oh wow.
Oh, you're a Nazi now.
Well, now I'm a British imperialist. All right.
The last one, the last picture is that extra credits dude. That video about being a Nazi or whatever. And
Alright,
the
so-
guy gets the German boat girl, and he's like, "Boom, Nazi!"
Oh my gosh, the German boat girl is pretty great in that.
Yeah.
She actually is. And she gets like no part in it, which makes me sad. Like in the show. All right, so guys, I'm gonna put it up on stream. The lyrics. Can you all see it?
The stream? You'd have to.
No,
put it
in
on
Discord. In Discord. In Discord.
Okay, okay.
We're not gonna put it up on the stream. We'll just put it in Discord.
No, Ghost, not that tab.
Not that tab.
Look at all those tabs. No, I always... Yeah, that's why I always break out.
Wait a minute, Ghost.
All right, guys, we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Oh fuck! I don't even know the tune of this one.
Yeah, no.
Well, the lyrics are in the stream. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, here we go, boys.
Alright.
All right, let's do this.
Here we
Ready,
go.
set, go.
Are you with
Born on a Dublin street where the loyal drums did beat, and those loving English feet they walked all over us. And every single night when Needle would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbors out with his chorus. You black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kazeeas. Let's hear you tell how you slandered great Parnell when you thought him well and truly persecuted. Where are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed? Mount ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kazeeas. Because how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had spears and bows and arrows. How bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened them damn natives to their marrow. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lanes of Kazeeas. He's coming fast, and I think them days are here when each English yeoman he will run before us. And if there be a need, then our kids will say Godspeed with a verse or two of singing just fine. Ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kazeeas.
Titty sprinkles.
Titty sprinkles. Should have done Armalite. Little Armalite's a good one.
Which one?
Me little Armalite.
My Little Armalite.
Fuck
that's a more
fuck
upbeat
England
one.
forever. Fuck you, Critical.
It's like My Little Pony, except My Little Armalite.
That was
It's a good
Someone's about to
song.
get
Little
muted,
Armalite's
Critical.
a good one. It's a beautiful one.
that was beautiful. That was.
That was.
Or anything. That was just sending out fucking lyrics into the space. It's like, alright.
We were all sending lyrics out into space.
Did you guys not
That's
see
fair.
it through the chat, through the Discord?
No, we did. It's just
We
it's
could-
it's a
we
matter
could
of.
see we could see the lyrics, but we couldn't. There was no like tune or anything.
Oh,
we
you
did- we
couldn't
did-
hear the
yeah,
tune.
we don't know.
Shit.
We don't know. We don't know how it goes.
Oh
so.
shit. Fassies, thank you for the diamond. What's up, Fassies? Thank you for the diamond. Okay, well next time we'll make sure the tune is heard by all. Okay, so that we.
I love, like, the audio keeps blowing out whenever we all sing together. So
Oh
funny.
no, I'm sorry, chat. We did our best. Okay, the Romans should have purged Hibernia.
Well, I can't sing loudly right now. It's like 5 a.m.
Roma Invicta.
I
That's-
totally just realized on your stream, Ghost, I've taken over the host role.
I know. I understand that. All right, well, folks, that is the end of Coast to Ghost. We're going to play some Fall Guys. Thank you all for joining us. 404, Gamer Not Found, Duff Guy, Facts and Logic, Cage, Fed Zeppelin, my great co-host. You all get what you fucking deserve. Good night. All right, so let's play some Fall Guys. Well, no, the game, it's not over. We're just moving on to Fall Guys. We are returning to Fall Guys.
Fall guy.
All right.
Full boy.
We need to return to Monkey. Did you change your overlay, Ghost?
A little bit. There's that little piece there for the event this weekend.
Is
Oh,
like
thank
the
you,
little
Nyla.
ghost-
Cage, stay for the ice cream, and thank you, Nyla. I think that was a beautiful example. You know, like Chaggett gives all that gay shit, like you men need to stand with each other. I think that was a nice thing for men of the West to all sing. You know, a nice touching song about fucking the British over.
Yeah.
Sing Erica next time.
We can.
Yeah, why not?
Get real spicy, Ghost. We'll sing Rhodesians Never Die.
Well, I'll have to review the content first.
Honestly, a lot of the Rhodesian songs are pretty family friendly.
Facts, I don't see you online.
Oh yeah, hold on.
God damn it, Fox.
I had to reboot my machine again.
Thank you, Cage, for the ice cream. We'll figure out how to
light
properly do
outside
that
for anyone
karaoke
else?
because you're all invited to Halloween karaoke.
I'm down.
We're gonna sing spooky, scary songs, and Pay might actually be live in studio for that.
I'm going to sing.
If that goes down, I'm doing the Andy Worski song. I'm claiming it now.
What?
That's fine.
Live in
Yeah.
studio? At your house?
Yeah, she's coming to LA around that time.
Ghost.
No, facts. You know.
Wow.
Facts. You know my heart is only won by Asian women.
Wow.
Oh, you're getting an Asian woman coming to your house?
No, I'm not that fortunate.
He's just gonna
Why don't you
tape
invite her
his
to your
eyes up
house?
To the side of
An
her
Asian
head.
woman?
Yeah, be like, hey, Asian woman, coming to my house. And she'll be like, okay. And just be like, I've got a rice ball. And she'll be like, well, fuck yeah, I want a fucking rice ball.
whoa, Facts, will you please BTFO this guy? Oh wait, you're Filipino.
Get a fucking rice ball, bud.
Oh, laddie, listen here.
Smoking
The
dog.
Canadian-
Listen here, you
Canadian
fucker.
Asian.
You fucking laddie. Ghost is a lady
Eat
killer.
some fucking pasta, right?
Listen here, you
Bud, that's a
fucking
good
patty.
fucking rice ball and fish stick, eh?
Oh,
Bud.
fuck.
If he ain't
Yeah, all you gotta
interested,
do
if
is-
it don't smell like sushi, I ain't interested. Yeah.
And that sushi? Yeah. Sorry.
She shows it.
You just gotta tape your eyes up, right? She's Asian, right?
Who? Who?
It's like that old TV show Drawn Together, the fucking animated.
You chin
Uh,
You talking about Ling Ling?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
well,
get,
Chin
they
Chin.
get an Asian hat. And it's
Yes,
like
I know
Asian
what
hat
Chin
that
Chin
pulls
means,
your eyes
okay?
out- Pulls your eyeside.
Aboreo chin chin.
It's just like the most obnoxious.
What, Foxy Love wasn't your favorite character?
Fried chicken in her vagina. Of course she's my favorite.
I almost like spat Coke everywhere. Coca-Cola.
Coke everywhere.
So it's Peggy Ham's where it's at. I didn't realize you ordered a pizza with sausage.
The Betsy Boop character
Oh my
was
god.
so ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Oh, when she shoves that bloody umbrella up herself and then it opens, she's like,
She is such. She
Gentlemen,
is such the caricature.
gentlemen,
Like,
gentlemen,
holy
this
shit.
is not an X-Tag stream. Just to be clear.
Anyway,
Like I was saying, I listened to that Andy Worski song again today, and like I was singing it in the fucking car on the way home.
Adam Worski, axe-wielding maniac. Yes.
Worski.
That, one of the lyrics was Andy Worski. Super
White bigoo
Hitler.
women.
on steroids.
Yeah, I
Look,
realized
I don't hate
yeah,
white
I've
women. I
fucking
just
heard
don't
Hitler
want to
on
date white
steroids.
women. It's
I
that simple.
died. Sorry?
No, someone said like white the bigoo women. I'm like, I don't hate white women. I just don't want to date them.
People go home.
You know, I don't want to date or marry them. That's all.
Screaming, "White the people go home."
That guy's pretty based. I'm not gonna lie.
White the pig.
I want to find that dude and like, I need you to teach my Hapa children your ways.
White the people go home.
I must have you, the CEO of Japanese racism, teach them the way.
Japanese Racism Incorporated.
Okay.
Oh, yes,
also,
the
hold
KRI.
on. Let's Fed, can we just talk about the disaster that Foilcast was today? Not a single picture of Arturia Pendragon. The entire fucking show.
What?
An entire show on the Arthurian legend, and not Arturia did not even make an appearance. Yeah,
into it
right?
while I was in the car, and I couldn't look at it, but I noticed by the way that you were talking about it that that Mountain Walk was unprepared.
Yeah, he was
And,
completely
I'm
unprepared.
Bad showing, Mountain Walk. Oh my god, I got teleport.
Teleports behind you.
Unzip it.
もう落ちている。何？
I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm out. I'm super out.
Oh, I'm out. Fuck.
Red Eyes intensifying sound.
I guess you have to practice at this game or something.
No. Well, I saw someone that started today with like 8 wins. They're just like, fuck you guys, come on.
Don't you guys got jobs? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know. That's.
It's light out. I don't know how much.
Well, that's right. I get Monday off. Fuck yeah.
Ed, why aren't
Yeah.
you asleep?
Well, it's. 'cause
I think I woke
well,
Vet up by screaming at him for about an hour
Well, no, so like.
about fucking inanimate objects.
Wait, what?
All right, come on, let's
go
not
back
go
to
back
this
here.
again.
We're not. No, we're banning this. This is the panel union vetoes this course of action, right? 404.
Yep.
What I'm saying is that like
we're vetoing it, man. We're
eventually,
vetoing it.
as technology increases, like it's
No,
gonna be like
we're vetoing it.
I don't
It's
accept
gonna be
your
like
panel's authority.
Veto. It's veto.
I am
We're
the captain
vetoing
of the
this.
ship, and I'm going to crash it with no
it's gonna be
survivors.
like it's gonna be like a gotcha game. You end up with a few, just because you know that's how the gotcha goes.
All right. See, that's okay because I was about gotcha.
What you don't know about gotcha, gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha,
bitch.
gotcha, bitch.
I mean, I don't care. Yeah, no, I slept for like 20 minutes before the stream because I worked all day.
Wow, I don't know
I
what
just
that's
got
like.
home from work.
I think 404. I think Fax wins by not being 404.
How long ago did you sleep? Facts.
Yes.
Yesterday.
Only in the car ride home, okay? He gets one of those
Yesterday?
Tesla self-driving cars.
I slept for 20 minutes.
Oh,
and
you
if not for
fucker!
that, I would be up for 26 hours right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but you have that fucking like, you have that fucking federal agent training. So I don't feel bad. It feels bad for you, bro. Like you should be used to this.
Okay, hop out.
Trust me, as someone who is. Oh,
Sorry, go Cage.
I was just gonna say, as someone who is federally trained, you never get used to sleep depth.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, that's fair.
You just learn to sleep around it.
I have drank not as much as I normally would because I thought we were gonna do the whole Andy thing. And then I
Why
was,
do
like,
white
trying to
women
stick with
fuck
it.
dogs? Hold on, guys. We have a serious question. Why do white women fuck dogs? What are we doing wrong? No
It's a
fucku
meme.
inanimate
They like it
object
rough.
conversation.
Because they like it rough.
Oh, woof! Oh, big woof!
They have to unleash their primal nature.
They are
Let's just
returning.
say they're fellow whites.
They're all about the K9.
You know, they told us to worry about MK Ultra. I'm worried about MK9.
Really?
Some could
I
say
feel
they've
like
become-
dying.
Yeah, I mean, they've just become feral in our current climate.
That face when a golden retriever steals your girlfriend.
Oh my god. Fucking hell, man.
You don't want to. If you think that meme is real, you don't want to see what happens in South America, bro.
Oh boy.
Wait,
It's not just the.
Is that a hacker?
Not just the girls in South America.
guys, that's a hacker, right?
I can't see him.
Yeah, he's a hacker.
Here.
Everyone bail.
He fucking whipped in front of you. Yeah, no, you've just been pushed into the harder sciences. I mean, they're returning to all these different environments, like labs.
Wait, we got one from the audience from Lunas. K 9 inches. We're ready.
Well, here with two gay pirates.
Hey, only one gay pirate, and that's that's just 404.
Tying the knot.
Seamus.
Oh, come on, man.
Seamus, get the fertilizer. Actually, Seamus, get the fertilizer.
That's the wrong accent. It's Northern Ireland, not Ireland.
Oh.
Ireland.
Northern.
Seamus, get the
Seamus, get a
fertilizer.
fertilizer. That's
Seamus.
Northern Ireland.
They all sound the same.
No.
Hey, ready up. I like that we have pirate
You
hooks.
seen the Ryan Long skit about who fucked the peanut butter?
No.
No.
It was one of the funniest, like, you know when you watch like a movie and you're like, who got over who, and like it's one of those weird things where like there's three guys that live in
Also,
an apartment, one of them fucked the peanut butter.
Is Duff Guy even here?
I don't know.
I'm gonna AFK him, I guess.
I haven't heard him in a while.
Yeah. Also, if you can, please, keep a window open on Twitch so I get the extra viewer, because it fucking takes forever to get, sub rights on Twitch.
Shredded accident. Their lewdness. It's
You're both missing the same hand, like you were in a similar hand accident, maybe a
Yeah.
skiing accident.
Oh, I'm so far behind.
No, it's a Dutch rudder. It was a.
You ever wiped your ass with the wrong hand?
Oh God! Doctor, I can explain.
You can get hooked on it.
We need you to ready up though. 4-4.
Wait, what?
We're gonna ready up.
Cage, are you playing right now?
There's a hacker.
No, I don't have it.
Oh, I see you
okay.
left. Okay.
Yeah, we left because there was a hacker. Like,
Wait,
who
I
revealed himself.
gotta show you this video.
Sorry, I
swear
somehow
it's
missed that.
funny as fuck.
Alright.
Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. That song is great.
Sir, why how you won medals
Down in
Flanders.
Flanders. That song is so great.
Aren't the Black and Tans like the old Irish police or something?
Like probably the.
No, the black and tans were the English soldiers because they wore black and tan uniforms.
Hmm.
Yeah. And black and tan is Guinness and all that shit.
Yeah, well, Wikipedia says that the Black and Tans were constables recruited by the Royal Irish Constabulary.
And then we all agreed to kill Cage. We all made sure that we each put an equal number of bullets in him, so no one.
Actually,
Surely.
Wait, do you know if Akahaksho does Rise and Vibe on the weekend?
oh, you want me to give you a countdown on when I start this? Oh God, here we go. I started it.
They were ex-soldiers, Cage.
Oh my bad. All right. 3, 2, 1, starting.
What the fuck is going on?
Who fucked the peanut butter?
We can't hear it.
It was me.
Thanks for spoiling it.
It was
eat
Dio.
I didn't say I ate it.
What a treat Ryan Long has been.
The hole in the peanut butter.
I think he fucked it in a jiffy.
Long as a Nazi. Yeah, I'm bred to.
Cage, have you got any manga recommendations? He really liked Nagatoro Loli's Me, and he needs a new recommendation.
Who needs a new recommendation?
Lunas.
Fuck, I haven't read anything new lately. Didn't I recommend you like a bunch? I can't even remember what I
You
recommended
should
you. I
read
don't
Rental Girlfriend. Yeah, it's good.
You can read Oyaji if you
Uh,
want to cry. If you want to cry, read Oyaji.
Have you read through Kaiji, like the whole Kaiji series?
No, it's too fucking long.
The Kaiji series is good, man. That's one of my favorites.
The Cage series?
Cage, no, Kaiji.
I
Now,
know.
is it about Baizhou?
What's
About
that?
absolute loser.
Oh.
Yeah, Kaiji series is about a gambling addict who does gambling addict things and gets
Is it
into
better or
misadventures as a
worse? Is it better or
result.
worse than Welcome to the NHK?
It's honestly like probably the best gambling manga out there because it's one where they
cannot
actually
be better
gamble.
than Magical Rio, because they have like a fucking super sexy bunny girl in that one.
Okay, nothing is sexy in Kaiji at all.
Oh.
But that's part of the whole like story about, or I guess the atmosphere of the story.
I mean, Junji Ito's just gay, isn't it?
Everything in that
No,
story is
he's
like
else.
every character is like a caricature.
Isn't that
If Junji
Junji by the
Ito-
same guy
Huh?
who made that like shogi manga for like 50 years or whatever? And one
think
game
so.
lasted like 20 years.
I think so, actually.
Like literally.
I'm pretty
the story
sure.
went
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, Kaiji's actually really good though. As for Junji Ito, like it's just a bunch of short stories. I wouldn't really like look at it as a manga.
Junji Ito's stick is scary shit.
Oh no, he found peanut butter in the shower. No, no, no!
The dick size in the peanut butter jar was huge.
Wait, what?
It's the thing about fucking the peanut butter, and then like, oh, let's see if we can find an input that's the roughly the same size as your dick. So they told them to wear a condom and like put their dick into a peanut butter jar. Like no peanut butter left in the jar. Like it was just like a giant hole where their dick should have been.
Peanut butter in the shower. Oh my gods. Hey, we're second on the front page. Kick ass. And we're never.
Dude, he ate.
You know what's the best part? We really didn't even get
Just like a huge dump.
we didn't even fucking get like a host or anything. So kick ass. I mean, we did get a host from Adol, I think, but it wasn't a very big one.
That's what she said.
Hey, host is a host.
It is a host, and I appreciate that. Adol, you're great. You run a great fucking show. Adol Wolf does Foilcast every Friday, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, with Mountain Walk, his co-host. This week was the Arthurian Legend. Next week, who knows what next week will be, but it might just save your life. Alright. See, in a non-paused world, I'd be like a television personality. Instead, I just deal with a bunch of anti-Irish people on on game streaming sites.
Wow.
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 I love all of you, though.
Wow.
You better love us or else.
Wow.
Why isn't Adolwolf part of subculture? He broke off into his own thing.
This is actually really good, Fed. I like this.
Wait, Adol's not with subculture no more?
Nope.
He's not.
He chose to be his own thing.
Yeah, don't. I mean, just yeah. There's the thing. Don't. Here's what it is.
Oh, dude, is that it?
They're planning on crushing up the butter and putting it in the peanut butter, so if the other guy tries to fuck the peanut butter, he'll cut his dick up.
Wait,
Not
what?
peanut butter.
What in? I. I am one with the Force is one with me. I What if they put chili powder in it?
Red sauce.
Oh, I'm dead. Alright, let's rate up.
Just waiting for it. This is great.
Oh, what the? What? What?
What?
Put broken glass in your peanut butter? I'm kind of curious. How many wins does Domo have? Jeez. This person has 15 fucking crowns. That's ridiculous.
So I set a trap. I put peanut
Chili, paprika, Tabasco, and jeez.
one of you
CB Cervix! What's going on, CB Cervix? You missed the entire show. I mean, so did Andy, so you're not really alone in that.
What? Why not? Got a bunch of crushed up glass in it. Okay, you're basically eating poison. Crushed up glass? I'm not eating crushed up glass.
Pretty safe way of preserving condiments.
You're eating crushed up glass.
Oh, it's only 5:45. Oh, speaking of which, what are we doing this Saturday? Are we just gonna play a bunch of Fall Guys, or I don't know? We'll see how the morning takes us.
How did you think I wasn't gonna notice that?
3.
Then it got me to thinking, maybe if you thought it was fine, you wouldn't notice eating it yourself. And amazingly, you have.
CB Cervix, what's up, man?
That was good. I like that.
I like Ryan Long. Talented.
Yeah,
dude.
Fed, thank you for showing me that.
Such a funny.
I like that. That's good.
Oh, what's up?
If you've never seen any of Ryan Long's bits, that guy's fucking hilarious. He does like a lot of shorter ones that are really fucking good. But goddamn, that was so funny. Oh,
Well, bud.
but talk about a roller coaster, right?
We all agree on everything.
Oh fuck.
It should be shaved heads and dreadlocks for everyone.
No cultural appropriation.
Join Antifa.
Alright, you made
No.
it through, didn't you, Cage?
Oh wait, I did what?
Did you make it through?
Make it through what?
The first level, did you make it through?
In what?
In Fall Guys.
I'm not playing Fall Guys right now.
Wait.
Rip.
Shit, facts.
I'm just chilling in here.
I made it through.
You made it through? Cool.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
All good, homie.
It's been almost 9 hours.
This guy's
I
hacking.
saw how long your
see
stream's
that?
been going for today.
Yeah,
Look at
Wait, is there a
that.
hacker really?
Yeah,
He just jumped to the finish line.
over.
Oh, fuck that. Alright, I'm back.
CP Cervix, what a name. I actually did the same thing with
Wait, what?
places at my old school. I stopped using the
Soap?
hand soap they supplied, and I would just use hand sanitizer.
Well, Neil,
And I would
Nyla,
never
if
shit
you,
at school.
Nyla, if you go to bed, thanks for hanging out, and I hope you enjoyed our horribly unsynchronized rendition of "Come Out Ye Black and Tans."
You know, I don't think I've ever shit at school. I've always avoided the school
my
washrooms
God.
because everyone is disgusting.
Oh my gosh. Public school. Ugh.
Man, at work every once in a while, it's like I've been there for too long. And it's just it has to be done.
So
Did you
I
ever-
just go into the old toilets and unload. You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
Nice.
Did you ever see like you'd have like a kid that's like mentally like retarded and he like pees from like 10 feet away?
With their pants all around their ankles.
Right?
Yo. Okay, one
I
time in
remember
high
I saw that and I just like I'm gonna use another bathroom.
one time,
I walked all the way
in,
around the campus, so I was like, nope, not.
one
What's
I'll
wrong with
furious
that? Go for
Omega,
freeing.
Huh?
It's the most natural way, alright? Leave me alone.
One time in high school, I walked into a washroom. One of the sped kids was doing that. You know, pants completely down around his ankles. He was just pissing at the urinal. You know what? Fuck it. I just went to the urinal beside him. I was like, "What's up, buddy? How's it going?"
Hey, you do.
And he just kind of looked at me and he like pulled up his pants and like he was wearing sweatpants, so you could see like a piss trickle like kind of like going down his pants. Just pulls them up and he like walked away.
But you know what, Cage?
I'm
Cage,
pretty
Cage,
sure I scared the hell out of him.
Cage. He respected me after that.
It'd be a better Shaman twist if the guy rolled up in a wheelchair and then he pulled up his pants and walked away after rolling up in the wheelchair.
Oh,
Just like a
fuck.
twist.
Well, thank you, Nyla. I enjoyed singing. That was fun. Even if we were horribly off
Doing a
sick.
handstand the whole time.
Thank
Oh,
you,
fuck.
Al. Have a great night.
Imagine being like partially paralyzed, but like it's not like a physical condition, it's like a neurological condition. Like
Oh
you
my-
can stand if you gotta piss, but after that, like you just lose the ability.
Yeah. Ghost, what do you think would be a bigger mindfuck if a special ed kid rolled up in a wheelchair, like you're taking a leak, and a special ed kid rolled up in a wheelchair and like started trying to piss out a wheelchair next to you, but then like got up out of the wheelchair and like walked away.
The best thing to do is to go in the urinal next to a dude already using it. Go next to him, and then hold his hand.
What the fuck?
I mean, that's what we did in the army all the time.
Oh my god.
Just
I
reach
can't.
over and just hold hands.
This
I did
figure.
it all the time. Yeah, and, you know, like when I was like, you know, in platoon, like fuck yeah, you see one of your boys at the fucking urinal, you go right next to him, and you offer to hold
Is
his
Canada
hand.
just
Like,
the
all
world's most
time.
gay
That's
military?
normal.
They
It's
call
not
that
gay, it's in the army.
It's called the buddy system for a reason, bro.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta hold your buddy's hand. I didn't say hold his dick, although I mean, you know, what if they can't fucking like aim? You know, you gotta help them.
Stay the fuck back! Aim!
That dick move where you barely kick somebody and they kind of like they like lose their balance and they like barely tap the urinal with their dick. And
No! No,
You're evil.
I would unironically be pissed. No pun intended.
Yeah, no, it was a giant dick move. I know.
Wow, thanks, Satan.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. But also, second.
Can't believe you done
hypothetical
this.
situation, what would be funnier if
Did you
they
die
did,
back
like,
there?
The wheelchair bit, or if like they did the thing you were talking about with the pants around their ankles, but they were doing a
Watermelon,
handstand at
apple,
the time.
banana, cherry.
And they're like,
Damn,
actually,
that would be hardcore. I have so much respect.
Yeah, like all the way, they like spread out their legs so it was like taut. It's like you know, like, doing a handstand.
Taut.
They actually pissed down fucking thing.
I would honestly just give him props. I'd be like, "Yep, nice, good job, man."
And he,
I'm
you know what
genuinely
happened
impressed.
after that? He respected me.
He respected me.
Fucking show off.
What if his arms
Just
were
like,
injured in
why
combat? You're
else
gonna
would
make
you
your
wash
buddy
your
piss
hands
on
unless you were
himself?
touching the floor while you're
I feel
pissing?
like he would have like some nubs or some cool prosthetic. Like he would have like an attachment for holding his dick, you know?
It's a possibility.
I mean, come on, these guys gotta be allowed to jerk off.
You know, I always go up next to people when I piss at urinals.
You're weird.
Canada have some sort of fucked up thing where like cripples can get hookers or some shit like that?
Wait, what?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Like the, like, you know those stories of like the disabled kids like getting nurses to beat them off and shit because they can't do it themselves. Like, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm thinking of like Australia or some shit.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty fucking
Where it's
degenerate.
legal, but
As
it's
far
like
as I know, that's not a thing.
nah, it's like oh my best friend is like got mega cancer and
My breast friend has negative.
Man, that's what I call my fuck buddy.
I think that's just called taking advantage of dumb fucking women.
Probably.
It's not really taking advantage if they don't know you're taking advantage of them, right?
Only you can be taken advantage of.
You ever play Metal Gear Solid 2? You know when Olga Gerlukovich just kind of goes mutual gain. That's kind of what I think there.
okay.
I'm so
Bobbity
fucking
boopy.
blind
Oh
with
my
mine,
gosh, you
I
got
hate it so much.
Mutual gain.
Bobbida boopy, boopity bobbity.
Thank God I don't have to play fucking butt plug tag.
How the fuck
Rest
can you take
in
them so
peace,
far
Dark
away?
B.
Fuck's sake.
Could you call it mutual shame?
Yeah, you probably could.
I feel like that would be.
There'd be grounds. There'd be grounds for that, I would argue.
There would be terms.
You're a term.
Which term though?
Oh.
Fuck.
Fall guys. Hey guys, I won a competitive grab ass today.
Life
I hate
is
Nice.
this
like
so
a-
much.
Neighbor.
Yeah, rip Dark B. This fucking Fall Guys music. Oh, Ferris, you missed the best part where we sung "Come Out, Ye Black and Tans." Very much in
Yeah,
sync. It
that's
was
true.
magical. The harmony was fucking magical.
Actually, you said
Headshot
Dark
boys.
V, and I agree with, but I actually listened to a thing where like V was on somebody's stream like 4 months ago, and they kicked him off. They did the meme.
Yeah,
They
well,
actually kicked V.
is that how I have to end my stream if I ever get V on?
Kick me.
Wait, is V is the one like Sargonite, right?
Yeah, he's like.
Oh, you know what I gotta do, guys? I gotta do
He's
like,
the guy
listen.
that sounds like Gru from Despicable Me.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh,
Guys, guys, what I have to do is I gotta put like a 10 ninjet goal and it'll be the kick V.
That would be a tangible goal. I just
Straight line, I
That is a tangible goal.
like,
You don't understand my viewership, okay? Some nights it's a night where it's like a guinea. Other nights it's like I don't understand.
I didn't even think Sargon was on the stream, but it was a stream where like Sargon's been on it before. Like, it was
Sargon
about
need
debate.
more dopamine. Serotonin.
Even Red
Sargon.
Loki?
Funny, 'cause, like,
Have
he
you
was like,
even
yeah.
read Loki? Oh, dude, that guy hit his head on right before. What a sucker.
Sargon of a kid.
I believe it was Sargon in a kid, but
And V's wife is hotter than Sargon's.
holy shit, you are right, dude. That guy swung way above his weight class.
V's
Wait,
winning this
who?
contest.
V, dude.
V?
He got
What
like
did
a
he do?
fucking he got like a fucking like gypsy cutie or something.
I mean, isn't
That hot.
Huh?
hold on? Isn't he like doesn't
He's
he
a
have like
doctor.
a degree in money or something? Yeah, he's a doctor. So I mean,
Yeah,
I
well,
mean, but it's in
Yeah, but
Romania.
you're
I
in
mean, that's
Estonia,
like
it's like being a garbage truck driver in Australia. Come on.
yeah. Then again, like I've noticed a lot of like not so good looking Romanians hooking up with like really good looking girls from Romania. Like they must have a shallow gene pool or something.
it's a fucking.
it's like listen, sweetie. I know what you're thinking. All right, he's got an obnoxious voice and he's kind of a tool. However,
That you bitch? Huh? You like it?
he's a doctor.
Imagine V talking dirty to you for a moment.
Oh yes.
But she's like a literal mate, and he still calls her mate like Sargon. She's like,
Colin.
I'm gonna fuck you right now. Okay?
Come on, guys. We all know that he's got a Sargon suit for her to dress up in.
Oh no! Look, guys, I think maybe we should just give V the win for this week. Cause let's be honest, he fucking won the game of life. All right.
Well, I mean, like how do I put this? I don't understand V in a way. Like he's a doctor, right?
What is he doing? Arguing like on the internet with Spurgs?
Like why is he like what's Sargon's background? I mean, he's just sort of
a
like
college dropout.
Quadroon.
he's just like a. He's
That's
like
not a
pre-
class. That's a race.
I mean, Sargon's just like a pretend intellectual, you know?
Yeah, but he's got a
He
British
was
accent.
kind
so
of
it
making
works.
games back in the early days, but I don't know what's going on now.
He made games.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, he used to do. I used to watch Sargon like back in
Yeah,
2014
he used
and
to work
shit.
on the
but he
RPG.
never did it.
He made
But
game
he
of
would do
Necromancer,
streams where
I
he was like developing it, but they never went anywhere.
Huh.
It's called like Necromancer or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
that's because all the infighting amongst like the skeptic TM crowd fucking started happening.
Yeah.
Skeptic TM.
Yeah. Good old 2016 YouTube.
You could have seen them turn in coat and turn in tail and run into the other side a mile away.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Sargon is like that one U.S. politician that pretends she's native, except Sargon pretends he's black.
There's just one thing Joe Biden has to say to you, Mr. Sargon. And what's that? You ain't black.
No.
Also, my dad was a black.
Just the flag. But man, what's the weirdest thing that Sargon could or that V could have that would equate to Sargon
Woo!
in the bedroom? That
Win number one, boys.
would be like, it's like an Applebee's waiter outfit, but it's like a loose suit.
Oh no. Where did the Applebee's meme come from with Sargon anyway?
He always wore a
Well,
black
Jim made
shirt.
fun of his suit. Let's just put it at that.
Well, no, it was because he wore a black shirt in like a lot of debates and stuff like that. He had like a favorite black shirt, like, and it made him look like he was like a manager or like a waiter at an Applebee's because it was just a generic black shirt, and like I think it was Jim that noticed like every time he would like go to one of these debates, he would just wear like the same like button-down black shirt, and they're like,
Jim is a
"Dude,
master
fucking-"
noticer, one might say. All right, back. I'm taking a
he's
piss.
Like, what are you, fucking waiter at Applebee's? And like it stuck super hard. Like he got tagged, and it never left. And then there was like the whole like suitless Snake Jim meme.
Oh no.
Wasn't there also pictures of him doing his politics shit, wearing like an ugly, ill-fitting suit?
Yeah, that was a thing. And so like, Jim made fun of Sargon like relentlessly for having such a shitty fitting suit, like going in front of Congress.
Facts.
Because
I think you need to ready up.
I thought you were taking a piss.
I did.
Oh, I forgot you pissed in 2 seconds.
I mean, why didn't Sargon just go to get it fitted? I don't
it doesn't
understand.
make sense. Yeah, because Danko had like a nice fitting suit and he made Sargon look like a schmuck.
I know,
And,
don't they
like-
live in fucking England where it's like, well, pop on down to the
Paso,
suit tailor
yeah.
and have me old
Piss-
suit
Bit of
maker
chip
from the
chop, slippity slop.
1600s and shit.
Yeah.
Come on down to the
Biscuit,
chippity chop,
they should've
slippity
been
slop.
able to handle that.
Into the shippity shop.
Scrumply biscuit.
Scrum diddly dumptious.
Doesn't it
Cup of
sound like
tea.
something
Cup
that's
of tea.
in
Biscuit.
those?
Biscuit.
Biscuit.
Cheerio.
Smart
Skiddle-dee-dee.
dick.
Tweedledee-dee, Tweedledee-dum.
Cheerio.
Diddly
Blueberry.
diddly.
Cheerio. Blueberry. Rice Krispies. Frosted Flakes.
Jesus Christ.
You gotta add more Y's on there, Ghost. It's
Raisin
gotta be
Bran. Raisin Bran.
It's gotta be like, Whiskey Bumble, and it's just like, oh, okay.
Tons of
That's like
dudes buy
something.
prefab suits. Oh, you know what I really want to make? I want to get one of those like made. What are they called? They're not made to order, but they're like, fuck. It's like cheaper. Basically, they like take your measurements and they send it to like a fucking sweatshop in like Indonesia.
Nice.
What's that
Based.
called?
Bespoke.
Mm,
Bespoke
That just
is
means
made-
handmade.
No,
Bespoke
bespoke
means
means it's made
tailored.
to exact specifications for you.
Yes.
no. But it's bespoke, but like it's not made to order. They have a different term for it because they just send it to a sweatshop.
Puppies. No, titty sprinkles.
Ah, your
Should have known.
Your powers are waning, 404.
That's where
Fuck
the
you,
Super
bitch, I'm
Snake,
first in this so far.
meme came from. It was because Jim made fun
Oh,
of
and how many
Sargon
crowns
so
do you
much
have,
this
404? How many
Mind the
crowns?
gap.
I can't believe I missed that because I was watching through it that whole era, but I guess I'm like not as engaged as I thought I was.
Wing squad.
I loved, like, that was,
Damn
like, I was going through school and, like, I mean, I was just, like, I would watch that while I was working on, like, a whole bunch of, like...
Honestly, though, I would like to go to like a nice like tailoring company in like the UK or in Tokyo, you know, and just like, here's 10 grand, get me a fucking overpriced suit.
Nice, for sure.
You
You
know.
could just go to like a dry cleaner and see if they do fitting.
Oh, that's not as cool, dude. You walk out in like a brand new suit, man.
Yeah, so there's a difference between hemming a suit and tailoring, or, like, making a bespoke suit.
Funny enough, that's what Mila was always on about. Go to this fucking place where it's like $10,000 a suit and it lasts forever. You know.
I mean, like, he's got a point.
Yeah,
he's
he
right.
was
Right,
right.
he's got a point.
Right,
Like,
right,
you
right.
want to do it like what? It's like flying first class. You either want to do it all the time or do it at least once.
That's why your granddad's old suit's still around and shit. Like, you know.
Yeah.
I literally, like, my main suit is my grandfather's suit, and it's still flawless. Like, it's fucking awesome.
Mine have to be my grandfather's suit because my dad hasn't worn pants in 30 years.
Well, see, the problem with getting my granddad's suit was digging up the corpse in the first place, though.
South back,
Nice,
so preserved in
well
all that
played.
sand.
Clean a little bit of the juice out of the pockets.
No, it was
You know,
mummified.
like, there's a couple of, like, crawlers in the pocket, you know, but I just use them, like, you know, as a flourish.
Oh,
Or when I'm
geez.
angry at people, flick him at them.
A bit of flair.
Yeah.
If all
I
else you
want
could
to
say, "Here's
die."
my magic trick. Nothing up my sleeves.
You can get
Ah,
like
stuck it ghost! I saw that.
ah, get off this foot.
Oh, Oh, no way.
404, no! Oh, you know what we have to do for the Fall Guys competition? We should all be in pirate costumes.
Hell yeah.
We could be the Ghost Pirate Gang.
What is
Could be
this?
the Flying Dutchman.
Oh!
The Flying Dutchman.
See, it's a shame Ghost doesn't smoke weed because I'm going to be the Flying Dutchman.
I do not smoke weed, okay? I am a good, wholesome boy.
Increase your
Neither do I.
degeneracy, sir.
I don't smoke weed either.
If you rip a
Kid.
vape into the microphone,
Ghost did do blow off a Japanese hooker's tits one time, but that was only one time.
you know that's not
Ghost.
the case. You understand how hard it is to get
Ghost.
drugs in Japan?
So it's you, Chad, bro. Jeez.
That's why they kicked out, like, Elton John for 30 fucking years. I love that concept that Japan basically, like, banned all the Beatles forever because they brought, like, weed in.
Cunts, stay the fuck out of our country.
I mean, they finished the job too when they shot John Lennon.
Now, wait, who shot John Lennon?
Yoko Ono. I'm just kidding.
Wait, what?
I'm being one of those like conspiracy, not really be a boys.
Victory will
Well,
not
she didn't
be...
shoot him, but she definitely killed the
Our
man.
victory will not be completed until
What was his
we
name?
have destroyed
Oh,
you.
no.
I have not given you permission to die yet.
It's the dude that, like, the reason the catcher...
Meet my autistic daughter.
Yeah.
She will ruin your entire career. I wish there were more L's in those statements. Alright, rape, banana, cherry, apple, cherry, rape, banana, apple, cherry, rape, banana, apple, cherry, rape, banana, apple, cherry, rape, banana, apple, cherry,
I
rape,
believe
banana.
Why are you saying apple cherry rape
That's what
banana?
I said, apple,
Because he's
cherry,
raping
rape,
bananas.
banana.
Why rape?
That's what I said, grape.
Ghost, Ghost, you just said Vet's trigger phrase.
Oh, I almost got knocked off.
Oh no.
Someone's gonna die now.
Grape, apple, orange, watermelon. Watermelon! Grape, apple.
Vet, don't fall
orange,
asleep, whatever you do.
watermelon, Orange.
Chapman, that's his name.
Wasn't he like some huge, like edgy, like fig?
Believed in clockwork elves, if I remember correctly. Like, he was, he had some crazy thoughts, and I think he worked at, like, a hotel in, like, Hawaii for a bit, and, like, got kicked out from that, and then he, like, he was one of those, like, spurts that, like, latched onto something super hard, and he latched onto Catcher in the Rye,
Yep. Yeah.
and then it
Cool.
was,
Everyone
What was the
voted
point of
for
that book?
phonies suck ass.
Yeah, phonies suck. That's the basic fucking cliff notes of the
You're a
entire book.
phony! A phony!
You're a phony!
Oh, I have good news, by the way.
Isn't that like Gen X Teenage Angst, the book or something?
Good
It's more
news,
like
everybody.
Fed, I have good news. Our art piece is gonna be done, but they're gonna be standing over the dead watcher.
Perfect.
More like 50s angst.
50s teen angst?
Yeah, it was like that, except
They couldn't hang out with their best gal.
But their right hand is right there. What's you're talking about?
Ah, I see.
Oh my
I
god, our
gotcha.
team.
Just
fucked.
remember. 2D is for practice, 3D is for marriage.
You right.
You mean?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Yeah, let's stand in front of the ball. That's solid plans, guys. Good work.
the anime with the redheaded waifu, like mech chick.
Oh, Evangelion.
Yeah, who's the protagonist of that one?
Shinji.
I forget.
Shinji.
Well, actually, Gendo Ikari, right?
The,
Yeah, that's the
Shingy.
real fucking main character in my opinion as well. Gendo
yeah.
rules.
So the
Nice, dude. I was able to grab the dude so he couldn't stop the ball.
the protagonist of the Catcher in the Rye is very similar to Shinji.
Oh.
He's just
Oh,
a
it's
crying
Nemo.
bitch.
Yeah, but did he
thought
get
he was a
to?
badass.
Did
Wait,
he get in the robot?
Lunas,
though?
how did you turn yourself gay? No one touched you. How did you turn yourself gay?
Haha, Lunas is
What the fuck?
gay.
You're a loser. Oh.
Big gay Lunas. Uh-oh, Lunas is a Shota.
Oh gosh, we have to
Lunas,
kill him now.
Hold on. Lunas, you're about to get deleted over here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all over. Nani? Nani?
You are already banned.
お前はもうbannedでいる。
Nani?
You are already muted for 5 minutes.
Bye, guys.
Oh, fuck.
Don't follow me.
Stop
Are
following
you
me.
approaching me?
You motherfucker.
Are you?
Oh.
You're the same team.
All over again, Ghost.
Same team.
Oh, you approach me?
Oh shit, 3 floors. That's 4 floors. Fuck.
What 404 did not know
Fuck,
was I was
bro.
an
You're
emu
fucked.
collaborator.
Oh no.
Listen, the war of Australian aggression will end as a tragic defeat for the Australian forces.
Australian.
Emu meat.
Australian. Yeah, I agree with these Foster's drinking bastards.
Bosses.
So you're agreeing with the English. That's not very American of you.
I'm just saying.
We're the better English.
I'm fostering some hatred for you dumbass over here.
It was then that 404 began.
Fucking A, bud.
Fuck!
Fucking me lately, or?
God damn it.
Fucking A.
Fucking A right, bud.
I just got
You
hooked,
were
dude.
smoking the dirt and drinking something like pasta.
Oh boy, I could use a fucking dart and then a nap. Alright, I think
down
I'm
and-
gonna call her a night.
Yeah,
But-
I'm actually gonna jump off as well.
Hold on, hold on.
Yeah!
Okay, you go down to Timmy,
All
just
right.
curling.
Yeah,
Oh, shit,
I'm gonna do some Timmy's and buy some curling.
Fuck! That was the last one.
the
Now.
fuck goes.
My girl, right?
That was embarrassing.
Oh man.
I missed like.
God, I
one
hate
jump.
Tim Hortons. Don't ever go there. It's so dumb.
Who would ever go to an ethnically Canadian establishment?
You know, it's so rough for me here. Like, someone will like talk to me about hockey as if I actually know anything about hockey. I'm like, that's the one with the puck and the cup, right? Like, I actually don't know
No,
anything
no, no, that's
about
flamenco.
hockey.
That's flamenco.
It's
Yeah.
actually there's a string and a puck and a cup, and you try and flip.
Yeah.
Watch Letterkenny.
Yeah. Oh man, Letterkenny turned an entire generation of white trash suburban pothead girls into like fake country girls.
Say, I don't know if you've ever seen the thing where they're playing like it's not baseball, but they're like playing catch, and the one guy is like, "Have you ever had a woman touch your butt's hole?" And they just start playing catch with like doing like a triangle of catch, and then they like just start throwing it back and forth between two people. It's the funniest. Oh, fuck. Alright, I get it.
It is. Like, I've seen a little bit of it. Like, it's kind of funny, but like, I don't understand why it became so big. Like, it's not that funny. You know what I mean?
I hadn't seen Canadian hicks before.
Alright, guys, I'm
Yeah,
out.
Canadian. All right, take it easy,
Wait,
404.
hold on. 404 gamer not found. Thank you so much for spending time with us on the stream. But you get what you fucking deserve. Good night.
God.
Aw,
I say this
we lost
out of
some
hate love.
lads.
It's got some clever writing to it, though.
Forget.
I will
Oh
say.
no, yeah, it likely it does. I'd say
What does?
I like. It's a show called Letterkenny.
Letterkenny.
Lederhosen?
I like when the two like hockey players are like, "Nice onesie, does it come in men?" The guy's like, "I think you come in men enough for all of us."
What the fuck?
That's some good lines.
Yeah, that show. You know what? You know what else came from Canada? But it's a lot more cancerous. Gosh, I can't even. Scott Pilgrim.
You
That
know,
was you guys' fault.
Honestly, the only mistake about that movie was not choosing Knives as his girl. Okay.
Oh no, look, you don't understand. Like it's different for you guys there, because it's just a movie with a bunch of weird girls. It's just a comic with a bunch of weird girls. No. Those girls are all like caricatures of Toronto stereotypes, like subculture stereotypes. Like
You're
it's
saying Annie
different
has
here.
probably banged all of them.
Maybe.
Part of Letterkenny is the two dudes working the fucking produce stand, and that this like disgusting like Antifa looking dude comes up and he's like, I'm from Toronto. They're like, shocker.
Yeah.
Doesn't Toronto have a
Yeah.
lot of like Chinese cuties?
It's a lot of Korean cuties.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a
We
big
must
city.
return. We must return
Toronto-
to maple syrup gay.
Toronto's like really big on Koreans. There's a Japanese town, but it's really small. There's a Chinatown, but a lot of it's like Koreans and stuff. Koreatown is pretty Korean.
Yeah, pretty big
Little
Koreatown.
Italy is full of Chinese restaurants. What else can I say? Greektown has a bunch of like LGBTQ things. That's pretty funny.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what is that?
fuck's
Lisboa,
sake.
Belgium, Greece, and Spain.
Well,
Hey.
they did invent homosexuality.
Canadian bacon, like the peanut bacon, isn't ham.
Why do we call sautéed ham slices Canadian bacon? Because
They're not
syrup
ham.
ends are retarded.
What's
Ah.
the deal with
Ham.
fucking poutine?
Poutine isn't too
Okay,
bad.
Han. If you want to get good poutine, you actually have to go to Quebec, like straight up. Like it's like they don't treat it as they don't actually treat it as just like fries and gravy. You know what I mean? Like it's like an art form for them.
We don't have to speak French in Quebec.
They mostly speak English in Quebec. Like it's not completely en français. You know.
S'il vous plaît, en français.
You
Well,
just gotta
dude's
go there and
massive.
you just go like une poutine s'il vous plaît, and they'll be like okay, and they'll like look at you and be like
How
okay,
do I
I'll
call
get
them
you
an
one.
F slur in French?
Oh fuck, that's a tough one. Fist de put. Be like clack fist de put. Like fist de put is like you bitch, like son of a bitch.
Bah,
Fist de put.
bah, bah.
Fist de put. Yeah. Fist de
Wait a
put.
minute. 4-4 is going to play Conan Exiles? Absolute betrayal.
My girlfriend plays that way too much.
But this is your white girlfriend, right?
Is your girlfriend like a hot half native chick like in Letterkenny?
No, she's half I think Arab. I have to double. No, half Persian. Sorry, she'll kill me if she was awake and heard that. She's half Persian.
Oh, hello. Adahab, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing this morning?
Do one more, 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh. Is it a long one? Because I do want to go.
No, it's under.
Dépaté, mon ami.
Oh, I've seen this.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
I like that one.
When was the
I've
last
seen
time?
I've seen a lot of Letterkenny things.
No, Persians are not Arabic.
No, Persians are Iranians.
Right, but they're not Arabic.
No, they're not Arabic. That's why I said she'd kill me. If
Yeah,
she
she'd
heard
kill
me
you.
say it.
No, I know. I have some Persian friends, and they're like, no, dude.
She wouldn't like that one bit. She'd be pissed.
How are you now, Cage?
Huh?
How are you now?
I'm good.
Are you winning, son?
Never.
Are you sure you don't want to invade her Levant?
Seems just out for a bit.
So for yeah, speaking of out for rip, I am gonna go and hack that dart. So
You are bad.
yeah, I'm gonna go hack a dart, boys.
Fucking A, bud.
Yeah, fucking
night.
A, bud. Yes, bye. All right, take it easy, fellas.
Have a good night, man. Thanks for coming by the stream.
Hey, I
You
love
know
it.
what,
It's good.
Cage?
It was
You
fun.
get what you fucking deserve. Good night. That's all.
Oh man. Oh fuck, that was great.
What's great?
That's how you go out. Is you just scream like a monkey.
Cage go dumb.
Yamete!
Yamete! So you're watching Rental Girlfriend now, are you? Facts?
I started Uzaki-chan. I just haven't started Rental Girlfriend yet. I've seen Hannah Bunny's cosplay though. Holy shit!
Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
Woo!
It's like absolutely perfect.
It's original on pizza. What the fuck? What do you mean?
Yeah, that like it's funny. Like she looks just like the character with just bigger titties. That's why you said Rika, and I'm like, holy shit, she did fucking Gridman?
Because the fucking phone
I know, but you said, and I was like, but there's only one K in Rika. Like, I was like, Hannah did just do the cosplay of Ruka, but like maybe he meant she did a Rika Takara. Well, honestly, she'd be better as a Shinjo.
She doesn't got the hips for that.
Yeah, she's got the hips to be Shinjo.
Oof.
Yeah, wow, yeah, it's. You gotta get me more of those, okay? Because I kind of only have like 5, as well as like the TikTok Japan channel.
That channel though sometimes. Ooh.
But yeah, no, her Uzaki's pretty great too. I love that that's just a thing for like short girls with big tits. It's like, all right, we'll put the shirt on.
They just end up with that shirt somehow.
I want that to be like a rite of passage. That just like horny pervs on the internet all give them that shirt. You know.
You ever notice that the hot dog costume doesn't turn blue?
It's always a hot dog.
It looks weird now, like that.
It's pretty gross.
Yeah.
Oh, no one's here to stop us. We got this.
That's the penis part. That's the penis. That's the hot dog penis.
It's funny. I was watching a YouTube video of this guy, and he's making like new breeds of dogs, and they look fucking badass. Yeah, does he call it like the Lycanus like shepherd? And they look like those like fucking like not like a wolf dog, but like it's like just like a black attack dog. They look really cool. He has another batch of puppies. This just sounds so cool in the modern age. Like, what do? I'm making a new breed of dogs. It's like, what?
Doing eugenics?
Yeah, he's just crossbreeding, like, good traits in him.
Good
I
traits
thought
like,
that was like the really cool base part about Jurassic Park was have y'all ever read the books for Jurassic Park?
Yes. Well, the first and the second one. I think there are only 2, right? Lost World and Jurassic Park.
I believe so. Yeah, you're right. Did you think it was kind of cool how what was his name? Dr.
Aquaman?
Yes.
Look, man, he's got an intelligence score of 10 billion. You're talking about the... What's his name?
The original one from the first book. Or in the first movie. Essentially the salesman for the whole Jurassic Park meme about how he like instead of genetically sequencing like making a small elephant, he just like bred one and it had like a whole bunch of like terrible defects, but he had like a tiny elephant.
He did have the tiny elephant, you're fucking right.
I fucking loved that. I loved like almost every part of that.
He made like a toy elephant or something, right? That's what he called it?
Yeah, and like that was his justification for the entirety of like the whole Jurassic Park like.
Oh, you're talking about the Asian guy, right? The Asian doctor?
Oh no, I think he helped with it, but he didn't. He did mostly gene sequencing whenever they had whatever supercomputers. He was the guy who got fucking mutilated by a fucking raptor because he thought he outsmarted it to like help blonde waifu, and then he got jumped.
Look, we're not gonna
Which
put
was,
waifu.
Dr.
We're not gonna
Graham?
put waifu
Dr.
on
Graham.
her. Okay, she's a cutie, but we're not putting waifu on her.
Well, no, she was hot as fuck. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
especially
we're not applying the
eight-year-old
waifu.
me
We are not
loved the fuck
demeaning
out
the
of that
waifu
woman.
title
I
with
don't
that.
care. Eight-year-old me was like, I could marry this woman and give her a mood ring. And
Why the pig will go
Home.
home?
I would take her to my white pigoo home. Yes. But,
Why the pig will come into my home?
Yes. But I think Dr. Graham was the Asian scientist who got unceremoniously murdered, and he didn't have that happen to him in the movies, because he wasn't in the original series, but they added him in the second series, and I think he's gonna
Holy
get fucking murdered
shit.
in the third. Sorry?
Sorry.
Every time I see that Asian doctor dude, I'm like, you're the guy from Law and Order.
Well, he's
Oh my
got like
gosh.
a really decent place in the first one, and he's there to be like the haphazard manner of like, oh, I'm just trying to like complete my puzzle instead of like looking at the terrible effects that the puzzle has on the world. Like,
Everybody, shut up!
pretty yeah, no, he's that guy, but then he
Facts, I
he
sent you
survived
something.
in the movies. And he got murdered in the first book, so I don't think he's gonna make it that far.
Fed, I sent you something.
Tahoe.
Wait, say what?
I sent you something, Fed.
Oh no.
Return to horny, Fed.
You're locked up in horny jail with me.
I'm not in here. I'm not in horny jail with you. You're in horny jail with me.
Tissues.
Bean juice.
Say welcome to Gryffindor. Hey.
That wasn't a lead. Holy shit.
I need to find the full photo set for that outfit.
What the fuck?
I swear she's trying to evoke Gryffindor out of that.
She's
Based
trying
on
to seduce me,
coloration.
so she do it.
Alright, Fed, smash or pass or Hulk smash.
I mean, yeah, Hulk smash.
Alright, correct answer.
I'd hit that like One Punch Man.
No, listen. I would hit that like a nuclear bomb. It'd be so nice, I'd have to hit it twice.
Mario.
She's the jab lady, right?
She used to be in Jab, like 3 years ago. But she quit. Anri Okita did as well. But now she has a kid, so that kind of makes sense. But that makes me sad.
Bad kid.
Although her kid might be a white quadroon. If she married a Japanese man.
I do not know.
Sorry, British quadroon.
You Google her and it comes up. Uzaki-chan comes up.
Yes. Well, I think she did like an article about it, you know? Where she was like, hey, fucking leave us short stacked girls alone. We
Why
exist.
those-
It's like, we exist, you fucking... you fucking fuckers. Hey, go, white to go home. Orange, grape, banana. Apple, orange, grape, banana. Apple, orange, banana.
Banana.
Apple, orange, grape, banana. Apple, orange, grape, banana. Apple, orange, grape, banana. Apple, orange, grape, banana. Oh, they killed me. They still in?
I died a long time ago.
I got pushed. Ghost Fed, have you seen our Uptalk meme has rustled some jimmies? Wait, what?
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
Uptalk? What is it, Fed? What do the numbers mean, Mason?
Is anyone like their OAs talking like this? Like.
You're right, there are some kind of Gryffindor vibes there, but like, those glasses, man. Those glasses
Big
and
on nickel.
those childbearing hips.
Ghost likes him some big nickel.
Wow, I sent this to 404 and he didn't even say titty sprinkles back.
Titty sprinkles.
Meme.
Vaccine here by October.
Let me.
It's people who end sentences like this, right?
You mean like I shouldn't?
They have an
Like-
upward inflection.
Like, fuck my wife?
It's like it's
No,
a
Destiny, I don't
question,
want your
but
hole.
It's not necessarily all the time. It has to be a question.
This is funny. Brand new news. Zimbabwe says foreign white farmers can apply to get seized land back.
I thought they were like already paying them to like come back.
They're trying.
Just anything to do with emotional intelligence. Like, I don't even take stock into that. Like,
I think I would just come
incredible,
back and
like-
immediately sell it and be like, done.
Sorry, one more time, Ghost.
Huh?
What did you say?
I think I would just come back, sell the land immediately, and leave.
Fair.
Not worth much. It's fucking occupied Rhodesia, dude. Oh, I mean.
Am I doing a 12-hour stream, Alfarius?
24-hour stream, baby.
Not with the amount of lemons I got today. It wasn't that impressive. Although Big Mech Geek gave me $20, which is nice.
Big Mech is such a baller.
He is really nice.
He's a big guy.
Fun stream though.
For you. Huh?
Okay, Ghost, what do you think about emotional intelligence?
Yeah.
It's a bunch of F-slurritry. What are you talking about? Emotional intelligence?
Like, what is if I told you like, what do you think about emotional intelligence just in a vacuum? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
It's like if autism was a career score, emotional intelligence would be like inverse of it.
Get the fuck out of the way.
It's complete horseshit. They're basically saying they are nicer people.
Yeah, but like, I may not be smart, but I can tell when people are angry. Like I
I'm
can
such a
always
nice
tell that when they're angry,
person. People
when they're
all
punching
like
me in the face. Like, and I usually like that, but not always.
CP, correct in our assumption that the up-talking people talk like this? They have the upward inflection at the end of their sentences? It's as if they're asking a question, but they're not.
Philosophers, simple answers that are
feel
false,
as if-
complex questions without answers. It's fucking hilarious.
I feel as if everything should be about me and stuff.
The Virgin Eido versus the Chad.
So you're saying I shouldn't have other men come my way?
Yes, Tiny.
Destiny's one milligram of testosterone came out about that fucking Kenosha shit.
Big Mac was drunk and generous as fuck last night. He only gave me $20. I guess I'm spoiled. I'm kind of spoiled, you know, like when Dell rolls up here and goes, "Yep, have an inject." Like, fuck, dude.
Dell's like, I'll fucking do it again.
No, you won't.
I'll fucking do it again. Yeah? Murder.
At a ghost.
Sorry?
I said, he's just over here fucking 9/11ing the fuck out of ghost. Just keeps sending all these planes into his building.
Oh.
I just want to put it in your hanger, just a tip.
I will not have you disparage. Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker. What the fuck?
That's Kenny. That's the Canadian fucking redneck show.
They all hate the mothers. We gotta
So
forgive
you
you,
just-
father.
Do you think emotional intelligence is just bullshit on the, like, do you think there's any redeemable part of it?
I mean, it doesn't seem like it's anything.
I just think it's like social ability. It's not intelligence. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I think, like, that framing is weird. Like, I think you have, like, I mean, if you want to atomize it, like, I guess you could, because there's, like, spatial awareness, there's, like, logic, there's, like, a couple of different, like, schools you can break things down into, but I don't really think emotional intelligence needs
Apple,
to be broken down into
grape,
its own category.
banana. Apple,
was
grape,
weirded me
banana.
out.
Cherry, apple, grape, banana. Orange, cherry, apple, grape, banana. Orange, cherry, apple, grape, banana. Orange, cherry, apple, grape, banana.
fucking way for like women to be like, actually, we're way better than you. Like,
The thought was then begone, quite expeditiously.
have you heard of? Have you heard of?
Here. People hate this common habit, but it's actually a sign of high emotional intelligence. Do you do this? Do you understand why people do it?
No.
I'm gonna get past this like presuppositional argument. It's always fucked. It's
My
always
argument was correct, yours was wrong.
Wait. What?
I'm making this a physical argument. Defend yourself.
How many bullets do I have? Can I at least get 7? I gotta make sure he's dead.
7 is the Lord's own number.
And on the 7th day, he was the kill was confirmed.
7 is the number of rounds, and 45 is the Lord's own count.
1 is the loneliest number.
For lo, he did give this design unto his disciple, John Moses Browning.
And to his son Smith and his cousin Wesson, he gifted
Why?
the knowledge of
Stop!
it. Did you make it?
Oh, the fucking physics broke.
Nice!
yeah.
Last in?
Yep.
Facts, why haven't you watched Rental Girlfriend or Decadence yet?
What's Decadence? I haven't heard of it.
Oh, who is still on? Oh, it's really good. It's I'll explain it. So CB Cervix, I'm here and I'm playing with Facts and Logic. And Fed Zeppelin is in the background, watching us while he jerks off in the corner.
I'm Fed Zeppelin and I'm gay.
You heard it here first.
Saying that facts and logic.
My name is Ghost and I love traps.
That's what I'm saying.
That is
The
not
the
true,
trap,
and-
don't even get at me.
That's vicious plander.
He started it.
I love that I figured out how to do the dive grab.
I thought you were safe, didn't you, bitch? No! My butt plug tail. Oh!
Oh my tail. You dropped your tails, dog. Oh.
Fucking pseudoscience, the bullshit out of it. What the fuck is this gobbledygook?
Ghost is exposed. But I'm the ghost with the most. The host with the
This is
ghost.
for scientific journalism.
Ugh. Anything worse than journalists.
What? You were nowhere near me. Why'd you take my tail? right out of my butt.
Got him.
Ah, I died.
Provides no science, just whining.
Drop your dogs.
You dogged your drops.
Look, break these sentences out. They don't even make sense.
Fed, have you ever heard of sexist icebergs?
Yeah, the ones that killed what's his name? DiCaprio. He died because wooden doors didn't hold his Jewish body up in the water.
Wooden doors can't float steel beams.
Yep, they weren't watertight, and thus they weren't airtight, and that's why Kubrick denied the Holocaust.
See, Fed, this is what you missed out because you didn't follow any skeptics before Gamergate.
As long as we get Trump to tweet out about it now.
I used to watch like 7-hour-long streams of these people talking about academic papers. One of which was called A Study on Black Anality.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
It was like...
I watched 2 documentaries recently, and I think they're both really good, and I think they're gonna not only
Was it called Some Like It Hot?
help me be radicalized by Tim Pool, but they also help me like progress in my life and my way in the alt-right. And it's All Dogs Go to Heaven and All George Floyd's Are Stuck on the Pavement. It's pretty good.
Oh my gosh. What was it called? Wash Your Penis? Buckaroo?
Playing the
Wash your
George Floyd.
penis and don't fake a buckaroo.
Maybe you'd be more successful if you found the feminine archetype in your life.
But what if you can't slay the dragon and become the archetypical hero that...
If you slay the dragon and become your father, then you will be able to overcome most of life's problems and subvert lesbian transsexual language and use of proper bathroom.
But what if they make me use the women's restroom?
Slay that dragon too, and harvest the foreskin, claim it as your own, fuck your mother, and then become your father.
They fuck around and find out, as Peter said.
Exactly.
Fuck around and find out, buckaroo.
Jordan, do you think that Kyle Rittenhouse washes his penis?
Based on the fact that he wears proper medical gloves.
Rittenhouse has never had an unwashed penis.
It's true.
All of it.
Professor Pearson, my bed is unmade. How do I fix this?
Methadone is the shit.
Tell me what's a hell of a drug, Dr. Peterson? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. It's crazy! Woo!
Oh! Yeah!
Oh.
Number 2.
Black tar heroin.
See guys, it's easy.
This example sentence is such horseshit. Listen to this, like, they did, I will attempt to do this in the best punctuation possible. Looking at all the variables and the uncertainty in the world right now, I think we should reach out to existing customers so we know where we stand. At the same time, we can figure out which future opportunities to double down on, and which to delay pursuing. Here's the upspeak version. Looking at the variables and uncertainty in the world right now, I think we should start reaching out to existing customers so we know where we stand. At the same time, we can figure out which future opportunities to double down on and which to delay pursuing. That's really the punctuated with question
We have 2
marks.
hackers, I think, Fax.
Oh, rip.
Why would you hack at this game? What glory is it in it?
Well, it's a glory
just like,
hole is what it is.
I think this is the antithetical point to putting the shopping cart back, is hacking at Fall Guys. It's just pure anarchy.
Alright, let's back.
It's just fucking around to find out.
No, it's finding out without fucking around.
I guess so.
We must return to Fall Guys.
Either way, it's like super fruitless. But yeah, just like that, like, man, I hate upward inflections, and I don't know how it equates to emotional IQ, but I don't think you can really break out IQ past, like, there's probably like 4 quadrants you can break it into, but I don't think emotional fits in there. I think emotional, like, it's
That's a sexual
like,
one, not an emotional one.
Sorry?
That's a sexual relationship, not an emotional one.
Actually, I think you're just being a sexist because emotionally, I feel I'm very intelligent.
One of my favorite things is that Mochi says hella. And I'm still trying to process how she got that
that's what I was
speech
trying to
impediment, right, Fax?
She said she had cousins from there who just kind of like, she was around a lot. You know?
I know, but I'm still trying to process how that happened. You still have to go to school.
I'm around people that said hella, and I always made fun of them. I did the based on what, bro meme all the time. It would say like, oh, we're going to a helipad, what are we, like...
It's a social thing. I notice my vocabulary changes sometimes. It becomes more ebonic because of my coworkers.
Nothing wrong with anarchy, no gods, no masters. Honestly, when I see what...
Fallout.
No, there's everything wrong with anarchy. It's too idealistic.
I don't think so. I'd say democracy is too idealistic.
Look, how do you think anarchy works?
I have a gun, don't fuck with me. Fuck around, find out.
No, that's not how anarchy...
Yeah, it is. Fuck around, find out, kid.
No, that's not how anarchy works.
Yeah, it does.
No, that's how libertarianism works.
No, that's how anarchy works. Let's fuck around, find out,
Anarchy
punk.
doesn't work like that. Anarchy works on like a presupposed like system where like
No.
there are no...
Hey,
rules
Victor
and-
86! Thank you for the follow, Victor 86. What's going on, man? How you doing this morning? An immortal dictator? So you're saying we need to worship a robot dictator?
No, he's talking about Leto. But yeah, from what I've heard, I could be wrong, I guess. But anarchy was like, it's because I don't see anarchy this way, but like the actual political system of like anarchy is like basically saying
Anarchy's not a political system. Anarchy is the absence of a political system.
Absence of a state.
No,
Yeah.
it's not the absence of the political system. It's the absence.
It's absence of the political system known as the state.
Yeah, it's the absence of the authoritarian arm. It's essentially saying like, okay, we're all gonna live in a vacuum and we're all gonna end up helping each other without having the state there.
No, what are you saying that? Is there a state that tells people that they have to take care of their kids? Is there a state
Is
that
there a
tells you
state
you gotta
that
take
says
care of
that?
grandma and
Yes.
grandpa?
Wait, sorry, hold on. What was the first?
You take care of
premise?
your elders because the state tells you.
Yeah, there's the same thing for the kids. I'm assuming that's what the second question.
Well,
was.
I'm saying that you don't need a state to make you take care of other people.
Yeah, and that's the actual philosophical or the political, like, if you were to have like a purely anarchical state, then that's what they would propose.
No, a state is a government, man. Anarchy has no government.
If you were to have like okay, what do you want to call it? A territory? What would you call an anarchical?
Why would you have territory?
Why
Individuals
wouldn't-
could own
well,
territory,
how
but
do you define the presence of your anarchical regime?
well,
Like, how
I
do you-
draw a
how do you
property
say
line
that
and
it-
I have guns and a machine gun turret. I don't see the problem here.
But is that not more libertarian than the other thing?
I'm just saying, I own property. Don't fuck around.
I don't think you can own property in an anarchical state.
Why not?
The Fed.
I don't think that's a tenet of it.
Why not?
Because anarchical is like
Stop you
it's
promoting
like
that property.
it's the opposite of
Grape,
is not the
orange.
opposite of libertarianism.
Grape, orange, cherry, watermelon. Grape, orange, cherry, watermelon. Grape, orange, cherry, watermelon. Grape, orange, cherry, watermelon. Grape, orange, cherry.
Anarchy is a state of a society freely constituted without authoritarian
Apple,
or a
grape,
governing body.
orange. Sorry. Apple, grape, orange, watermelon, cherry. 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 And chaos, might makes right. You have guns and power. You do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah.
Well, that's not how
People-
Well, that's already what happens, Big Mac.
A lot
That's
of
no
people
different.
misunderstand. Like they think that like, Ancapistan is just gonna be like everyone having their own hut. You know, like
Max.
it's more like it's gonna be like everyone. People will form alliances based off of property rights and shit. You know.
Yep. You know, you'd probably be
It's
like,
gonna be
look-
like a neighborhood.
yeah,
for
you'd be
some
like, hey, look, if anyone fucks with us, we'll help you out, man. Because we know if they're coming for you, they're coming for us next.
Yeah, and people think that you can just do whatever you want. We kill people. We have slavery. Like
No, you'd be like, fuck you, you're enslaving the local pygmy tribe over there. Fuck off, I don't do business with you.
everyone will be like, yeah, we don't want that around us. So
You
that
know,
guy's gotta
or
go.
they would say like, oh, you're the guy who made made a doll of my 6-year-old. All right, we're not gonna do business with you.
Be here. 'Cause we're gonna kill you.
Afghanistan is run by warlords. That is true, 100%. And this great board game, Big Mac, called what's it called? A Distant Plane. There's a whole faction of the warlords in it. I think they're not. What are they called? The Mujahideen, I think. What do they call them? Like colloquially.
I'm pretty sure that's what you're trying to get at, is the Mujahideen.
I feel by the Middle East Ghost.
But I'm just saying, facts. If we just invade the Middle East for the 15th time, it'll work this time.
That the U.S. has lots and lots of ordnance that's expiring and becoming really unstable and annoying to keep. So we should just lose it all over the Middle East. Oh, after Armageddon, of course.
And then soldier trip and drop like 3,000 like
Get up, get up! Fuck.
Oh darn! Oh darn! All our oldest nukes just got lost over that region, man.
Oh shit, you made it.
And they got armed accidentally. Aw, sorry guys.
Aw.
My bad.
Spontaneous order doesn't have. Yeah, but the obsession isn't with order.
Qualified. Yeah, dropping that Moab was pretty based. That's the point. Like,
Spontaneous order doesn't happen. Actually, I would disagree with that. What do you mean? Spontaneous order doesn't happen. I mean, order comes from anybody who's willing to take the reins. Have you ever had a school project where like everybody was kind of like work on it, and then like you get tired of it and you just say like, okay, here's how it's going. Like we're gonna spread them up. You work on this. You work on this. I'll work on this. You work on this, and then you say like, is that fair for everybody? If you don't agree, then let me know. Like it just takes
Yeah, I've never
one
bothered to
person
do that. I
take
say, look, either bring me something I can use, or I'm doing the whole project myself and abandoning you.
So it's not that you abandon the unit. Like I just think like I delegate myself the hardest task, and then I say like, okay, you guys work on that, and if I don't see them come together with the task that I've assigned them, then I'll take it on myself.
Oh my gosh, someone put Mulan on top of the Tiananmen Square tank and put the tank guy with an umbrella. That's fucking magical. It says boycott Mulan.
But yeah, just for everybody in the chat, like, and I'm pretty sure Ghost and everybody else that was on the stream, because we fucking randomly talked about a bunch of other shit.
They get you finally?
For, like, sorry?
They get you, FX?
Yeah, I'm out.
Alright, I'm out already.
Alright.
The point of like poking holes in arguments or like teasing out random things is to try and like make like a good sound argument, because I think that's what most of us are.
Good Law and
If we
Order has to be a
come up with an
tried and
argument, we're
tested
trying to
system.
find a
That's
good
funny.
argument for it. We're not trying to waste everybody's time and fuck around.
I wanted to join in on that conversation earlier, but I was too busy eating in my kitchen.
Oh shit! Hey! What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Oi2dobem 321. Follower number 675. 325 to go until we get to VP. Thank you so much. What's up, man? How you doing this morning?
Are you Brazilian, sir?
Yes.
Is he Brazilian? I don't think so. Could be. Welcome to the stream,
He
sir.
said, he didn't
Oi,
have
tudo
the
bem.
H on it, but he said hola. How do you test it? You implement it. That's correct, but you can also, like, I mean,
Oh,
that's
it's a
not how
kitten.
we do most things. We like, we shit test things. We put them up against scrutiny. If it doesn't
That's
pass
adorable.
It, then it doesn't pass the sniff test.
So you're saying we want Ralph to make our laws?
No, wait a minute, Ralph! No!
I feel like someone's
Those
gotta
are
make a
drug
video of like
bag.
Ralph's thumb saying that.
Yeah, Ralph is our like Ralph is our little beagle who.
There's a
runs the
Brazilian on your
airport.
live now, and there's a Brazilian on your live now. That's oh, thanks, man. Well, I don't know what time. Well, I guess it'd be bom dia. I don't speak any other Portuguese instead of that, but bom dia. Oi, tu do bem. 321.
It's
Say
Right.
bunda.
Huh?
Say bunda.
I'm gonna.
Bunda mole.
I should have learned more Brazilian swear words from my BR friends.
Audio. Max Payne 3, you learn some. One guy already qualified? Damn.
Oh no, literally bom dia is all I speak. Sorry, man. But thanks for coming by my channel.
Good day, right?
It means like good morning, I think. And boa noito is like good night, if I recall.
That means
Buenos
ass.
noches is good night.
That's Spanish.
Oh, are you doing?
Portuguese.
Portuguese.
There's
Portuguese.
some
Get
overlap. I
out.
think they would
Get
understand.
Ah.
They got you.
Yeah, I got eliminated because of the fucking balls. Took some balls to the face.
Ah, I see you're talking in Google Translator. Yeah, what's it? I don't even know what Portuguese is in Japanese. No, I do not speak any Portuguese besides bom dia or boa noite. But, thanks for going on my stream, man. I know, look, man, I'm from SoCal, dude. We, maybe a little bit of Spanish, even that I don't know well. There's not many, Brazilian streamers here. Oh, I do love the Chica sticker, though. So, Fax, are you gonna get Crusader Kings so we can all marry off our inbred sons to each other?
I've never played it before.
It's pretty based.
I heard they got woke though because they
No, they
Deus
took it out and
Volt
then put it
shit.
back in.
They did?
Yeah, they put Deus Volt back in.
Ah, okay, fuck it then. Maybe I will.
Yeah, they learned their lesson.
Yeah, it's called your audience.
Huh? Apple, cherry. Grape,
No,
orange,
sir.
cherry, apple. Grape, orange, cherry, apple. Grape, orange, cherry.
Go say for the say.
Hey, CP, are you saying that people get confidence from using uptalk, or they just use it because they have a lack
Watermelon,
of confidence?
grape. Cherry, watermelon, grape. Cherry,
'Cause
watermelon,
uptalk
grape,
seems
orange,
like
banana.
a
Cherry, watermelon, orange. Shit. Cherry, watermelon, grape, orange, banana. Cherry, watermelon, orange, grape, banana. S'il vous plaît. Nani?
Uptalk just sounds like a passive-aggressive way to try and ask questions without asking questions because you don't have the balls.
You know I
to
don't understand
actually-
anything what you say. Well, yeah, I don't speak Portuguese. Of course I you don't understand what I say because I don't speak Portuguese. Like, what am I supposed to do? Oh, hey, Tony23, thank you for the follow. What's up, man? How you doing this morning?
Audio.
I definitely agree. Uptalk is like
Wait, guys, I think I know some Spanish. Mahalo.
There you go. Mahalo, mi amiga.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll go another 3 hours. We'll get to 700 followers.
Bro.
Does not read the message.
It's called you a cock.
I definitely think that uptalk is like, and I think that's why it pisses off a lot of people. Is the inflection is a questioning one. Where you hear this from somebody and you get annoyed because it sounds like they're questioning it, and their full intent is to question it or make somebody like doubt it, but they're not actually asking you a question because they're putting a period there, but they're hitting the inflection like they're questioning your authority to make a statement. And I think that's ultimately what's really fucking insulting about it, and why everyone hates that accent.
he said blow him, didn't he? I know my Latin root words, right, Fax? We must return to Latin K. How fair.
Hey, be nice. I was expecting more jazz and like happy light merriment.
I am Ja. The gang is all up now. Oh shit, wait, what do you mean the gang's all up? Oh, Akahak shows up! Oh, I see, they're all playing FF14. Ah.
Back in town.
No maldice a las mujeres en Brazil. There be a lot of long words, and I be but a humble fuzzy foreigner.
Pronunciation for a while, but I stopped talking to my designer for a bit.
Oh, you got the gold ring. Cell phone, don't wake me up yet. You promised, cell phone, you'd be gentle.
I don't know why I stayed up. I should have went to sleep when I got home.
Well, I care about you, bro.
You got to go to a cemetery today.
Are you going there to jerk off, or what?
Nah, that's a grave.
Find some other Holocaust memorial. Mean.
No.
Fucking mean.
Based.
Don't. You know, it's funny if I like, if I place well in this competition, they're gonna watch the whole fucking VOD. I didn't really think about this when I just kept streaming.
So, Fed, I know your stance is on those dolls, right?
Uh-oh.
What about an Anne Frank one?
But it's a child, Fed!
Assuming the likeness of the Anne Frank person, then, like, Miss Graham, you should never touch that girl. She figured out all 6 million from the attic. She saw him with binoculars, and, she firsthand reported, and that's how we know that 8 million Jews were,
I think it's indelible in the hippocampus that 10 million died.
Exactly. It was only a slip of the tongue that made sure that the 12 million Jews were remembered for what they had happened to them.
I love that one time machine meme where it's like, she's up here.
That's pretty fucked up.
What do you mean, Goy? We were losing out on our 14 million Jewish ancestors because of that time machine. I'm upset.
Your art is terrible.
What? It's time to enact the finals.
It's time to return to Jump K. Hey, Ominous, you're back. What's up, man? How's it going?
Don't you mean Jump J?
Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro. I know those places. Those are cities. Oh my god, look at all these pigeons. Oh, I bet they're a team. I don't like this the purple pigeon gang.
These pigeons are up to something.
Aren't they always?
Fucking pigeons.
What's in the pigeon?
The box.
What's
That's
the
one of
box?
my favorite scenes is just fucking what's his name? Is his name
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon? Is it Matt Damon?
Oh, I fucked up.
You died?
Yep. I should have switched platforms.
You died.
I can't remember the actor's name, but
Brad Pitt?
it's Brad Pitt. He's the guy that does that. What's in the fucking box?
What's in the box?
Yeah.
He's all like,
How much did you miss? Nothing. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Andy didn't show up. Me and Fed had the gayest blood sports ever.
couple blood sports ever.
If you can, like, I don't know, if you ever want to, like, come up with, like, a good topic, like, I'm down to debate it, but, like, I don't know, like, I get how that was, like, a really autistic one, but it's, like, I don't know, I think we both saw a distinction there, because we both kept trying to, like, point out, like,
I think I won the debate.
how can you,
Hey,
how would you be able to say that?
Just
if you
remember,
were able-
even if you won, Fed, if you kill your enemies, they win.
if you kill your enemies, they win.
Oh, free.
The real test is how do I make chewing sounds with upspeak?
I just want to inflect about this, and then...
Kill your enemies? Just saying that, like, well, you should just fuck everybody, like, I don't know.
And then I was like,
dope.
what?
I don't think it was everybody versus me. I could be wrong.
No, I think
But
people were kind of agreeing
again-
with you, but losing you in principle.
Yeah, I definitely think it was more of like it was a devil's advocate principle, because
I don't think
almost
mine was
positive-
devil's advocate. Mine was a very principled position.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is mine was devil's advocate because I think we're all.
Mine was about reduction of harm to what freedoms we have left.
Yeah, and mine was about the practicality of.
And yours was about reduction of harm to inanimate objects.
No, it's about the practicality of actually living in the real world.
Okay, and how did you live in the real world?
In a society where we don't want to.
We live in a society!
Okay.
The
Well,
world's most ridiculous argument. I have a quote to summarize Fed. Has anyone ever really been far, even as decided to use, even go, want to do more like? So, I'll repeat that again. To quote and summarize Fed. Has anyone really been far, even as decided to use, even go, want to do, look more like?
I mean, nice meeting,
Very,
bro.
very succinct.
Very funny. Definitely quoted exactly by me. Well done. You forgot to put 2020 after it. Thank you.
And chat, if you can't support me with lemons, can you please go give me a follow over on Twitch? I know Twitch is lame and gay, but I want to kind of grow on Twitch as well. Or Trovo, whichever. I appreciate either.
I'm reporting you to MLA citation, and they're gonna take your home, your family, and all of your incomes. Because
Hey,
you didn't cite that
Chuffle! Thank you
properly.
for the lemon. You're gonna report me to MLP?
I'm gonna tell a dear leader
no,
on, yeah.
Just shuffled because he didn't cite that properly. It's a bastardized quote.
Debate you on sub sandwiches. Well, I prefer Dom sandwiches.
What is he talking about? Subterranean sandwiches.
Ooh.
Inner Earth sandwich.
Return to sandwich day.
There you go.
Return to the kitchen. I do love those back to the kitchen memes. I keep getting one follower and then going back to 675. It's obnoxious. You know how many followers you probably lost me for our ridiculous debate, Fed? Probably just Cartman.
Highly doubt.
Although Mochi said she liked what we were discussing.
I was gonna say the most people that talked about it, like, again, like, I don't know. I think if you atomize it and you really look at like what we were talking about, it was like, I mean, if you want to be like chair and go to both positions, like, it was definitely about like trying to really nail down that one point because, I mean, again, like I was trying to say before that.
No, we're not. We're done with this discussion for now, okay?
Well,
You haven't established
okay.
harm.
no,
You haven't established harm. And there are already laws on the books, potentially, that could establish and punish this behavior.
I didn't finish my sentence that I was gonna say. It wasn't about like, okay, yeah,
It's about something that makes you feel something.
Okay. I think you're really bad at doing this whole thing where you actually like, you gloat over like a thing where I'm trying to tell you, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm nailing down a point where.
Well, thank
I
you,
completely
Lunas.
agree
I like
with
to
you.
think we are too.
I think
But
devil's
for now,
advocate.
she's just a friend, alright?
Huh?
Sorry, I'm talking to chat. She's coming from my. Oh no! She's not Tuesday, okay?
Well,
Debate like while eating tacos in my kitchen in the chat during that.
perfect.
We should
Yeah,
debate the
I
man.
don't-
Oh,
I
whoa,
don't
dude,
think
this
you
guy's
should,
got a
like,
shell. Look at this
describe
guy's shell
footballs.
costume. Hold on. Fed. Look at this. They've got a shell costume from Portal.
Let's stop right now.
Oh yeah, I saw that the other day. Wasn't
Well, you see, CP Cervix, we weren't going to debate it originally, and then Andy ghosted me.
Yeah, I think CP CP cervix, or not CP, Detox was wearing that.
Oh no, they broke the one rule about the chest. I was gonna open it soon too.
Oh, rip.
Rip.
It's Saturday.
It's Saturday night. Oh wait, no, it's not.
Friday night.
But you know what's funny? I believe in truth over facts and logic.
Hey, hey, hey.
So that wasn't the lolly debate, because I think we agree on the lolly debate.
It wasn't the lolly debate. It was the sex robot. It was the sex doll debate, really.
It's the sex doll. It was specifically like.
No, no, Fed. Let's not rehash this at 7 in the morning.
It was a specific instance.
About this debate.
Yeah, I'm fine with sex robots.
Sex robots are the future of humanity.
Yeah, that's
Hoes
not wrong.
BTFOs.
Sex robots are right now. Like, that's a thing.
Not yet. We need like the AI
Competing
ones.
with silicone sex dolls. What are they gonna do with the sex bots? About to get replaced.
Andy was incredibly cucked in that debate. Honestly, he really had a poor showing.
When he went to do the ad hom thing, I was so pissed at him. I honestly,
When he
like,
attacked
I had to,
Dick
like,
for like, oh well, you got. I was just like, I'm surprised Dick
dude,
didn't
I
just
was-
fucking leave. Like,
oh,
I would not have. I would have been.
Oh man. Yeah, no, I think you're completely correct. I was.
I didn't really
man,
buy his defense in that. You know, I was just like, dude, that was like a really shady debate tactic. I'm out, by the way, Fax.
Yeah, I definitely I wanted to see what Andy was gonna come into the debate with, like, because I don't know. Okay, Ghost and Fax, what do you think about, like, you can't go into a debate, or you don't like look at any of these debates without like an open mind? Like, you don't go into like be swayed whatsoever. You just go in and you're like already firm nailed to the ground, and you're only gonna like see your side do well.
A lot of people who want to debate are not there to have their minds changed. They're there to
Okay, I posted something in the general Fed.
change
Tell
the
me,
minds of the
Fed,
audience. You know what I'm saying?
Fed, tell me which girl is best waifu in that image in the general chat.
I swear to God, if this is the lollies, I'm gonna cry.
Well, no. No.
Are they all 900?
No. They're all boats.
Fed likes
Is it?
destroyers.
Oh no! Max, no!
Fed is a destroyer man.
Oh no. I always thought he was more of a unicorn man.
I'm over here with Atago.
I'm over here with Belfast and Enterprise, definitely.
Atago has those legs.
I don't know, man. I think Belfast Enterprise are the best couple in that show.
My God.
I am
she
a fan
goddamn-
of Asher Lane Rochler, although I haven't seen enough of the German girls to make a judgment on them.
The Russian ones are pretty high. Pretty high tier. I gotta watch more. Have you tried playing the game on mobile?
I have not.
It's actually like a pretty like.
Is it like a
Okay.
tactics game?
No, it's like a bullet hell game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. And there's like,
It's like
it's like a visual novel too, right?
Yeah. They have scenes like that.
Ooh.
But it's actually one of the gacha games that has more of an action gameplay.
Really?
Yeah.
Do I at least start with Enterprise?
No.
Fuck.
You bet you're paying some money for that boy for them roles.
So I'm gonna get stuck with only unicorns, aren't I?
We get stuck with the free girls.
Was that like the main characters in like the anime?
I don't know. I didn't watch the anime. There's some clips because wow, Belfast.
Spicy,
Yeah,
what's up,
Belfast.
Spicy?
You motherfucker.
That ultimately was like Andy's like mortal sin in that debate. Like, there was like a good like honest thing.
I don't know. I think Andy kind of came unprepared and tried to argue emotion, and tried to argue, you know, what we've been arguing against in the video game industry for years.
So I guess.
Ooh, really? The drop
What was
rates are
any
good?
point?
Maybe I will download Azure Lane. I've got enough. I don't have an excuse. I mean, I already play one gacha game pretty regularly, but what's wrong with having Battleship Waifu?
There you go. Also, from what I know of Andy and what he was talking about this week, I do think he actually talked to Kyler as far as like what to do on like a debate tactic sense. I think he gave it up real quick though. I think he gave up the goose when he didn't think things were going.
I know what the debate was on.
Sorry.
I was busy at work, but I didn't even know what the debate was on.
It's about like Ollie.
Like a hentai or like in general?
Specifically hentai.
What are you gonna do about it?
The differences. Then.
People are gonna draw what they're gonna draw. Like you go around breaking hands. Like what the fuck's going on?
Well, I mean, Dick gave what you would expect is like it's freedom of speech. It's like as soon as you start cracking down on any of this, you're cracking down on all of it. And like you really have to like the bar that you have to raise to like actually like
Andy is
slam
against
down on
hentai.
it is so high, it's ridiculous. And Andy's position was, in one will go first. He was
Well, I think
like,
Andy's
okay.
position was like, well, pedos are gonna use this.
So
You know, and Andy was
predators
making,
also eat food. Like
right. Andy was also making the argument that A leads to B. You know, you're just a normal functioning near pedo, but if you see this, it'll turn you into one. You know, really disingenuous argument. That,
Andy should know what porn escalation is. He's
Yeah.
Andy.
of all the
Didn't
people.
make the argument, which was strange because like I definitely like I've checked out a few of his streams and like that was one of the things that they talked about, but so they like talked about like James Dean and like who was it? Ron Jeremy, that like
I mean, Ron Jeremy's like going to jail now, right?
yeah exactly, but
I
it's
don't even
because-
believe the shit.
well,
If
it's
I have
just
robot
for-
waifus, would you support laws? Well, it depends. Well, you have to. God damn it.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying
No,
to.
no,
drag
no,
you
I
into
mean,
this,
like-
I'm trying to just go over.
Like, if we establish that they are a sentient being that can learn and develop, and, like, honestly, this season of Sword Art Online was really good because, like, what they did was, is they this whole world where they, oh, thank you for the follow, Barra 2009, they had, like, this entire world they built where they basically, like, copied human brains, and they made, like, they were able to, like, make full copies of, like, their brain. And they took like 10 of them, and they like built a society around them, like a whole virtual world, and then they like accelerated it like 2,000 years. And like I'd say like some scenario like that where you've got like a fully formed kind of human brain, like an AI like that would be abuse to abuse those. But if it's just a robot that has like a sucking function, no.
But I still don't even
Like-
see an AI like I don't unless we can develop like a complete AI that can really do anything. Like I still see it as like if anything, it's more of an abuse towards humans to like. It's the what was that movie where oh fuck, what was the one? It's like the whole like the Turing test, but it went wrong. Deus Ex Machina. I think we're more likely to be fooled by the testing of a robot that is like even close to sentience. I think because of our flawed nature, we're gonna fall in love with it before we can even.
We had a good
test that
battle
as
at
human.
Gallipoli. You fools never trust AI, only praise the Omnissiah. Listen here, you techno heretic.
Ghost,
The whole-
Ghost, what do you think
the
about
whole-
that? What do you think about like if we were to get even close to actually testing something on a Turing test level that we would either be infatuated with the AI that we're trying to test on the Turing test level, or we would think that like we would be tricked even before it got close enough to actually pass.
Look, what I'm saying is like, if you created like a sentient AI that had like its own personality, mind, and like state of being, then yes, well, it could probably very easily be considered abuse, and I would be okay with calling that abuse. You know, if we're gonna give robots rights, which is a whole nother question.
No, so I don't know.
Because are we giving them rights, or are we considering them like cattle?
No.
This is what I'm trying to understand, because that's like an important distinction, you know?
Well, I didn't reach that part yet. I'm asking.
Well, I'm saying I'm willing to extend the franchise to robot waifus.
Well, so my question is, do you think we can even discern that? Do you think I think we would be tricked by like anything that could even approximate like closely? Like I think the Turing test is bullshit. I think humans are willing to see like in the same way that we're willing to see like, okay, well this was divine intervention, I prayed to God for this thing. The way that we see like happening in nothing, I think we would end up seeing like see humanity in nothing. And I think ultimately we wouldn't be able to like even if we had the Turing test, I think we would still like we would give the benefit of the doubt to the robot, and we would just it would be fruitless. Right? Hey, what did you get?
Oh shit, what's going on? What the hell?
You're in a follow swarm, dude.
Holy crap, what the hell is happening? Holy shit! RX7, Big Dry, thank you for the follow. RX7, thank you for the follow. Lord, Emmy's thank you for the Orc, thank you for the follow. Nihal, thank you for the follow. Kadra, thank you for the RX7 Kek. Oh, Sam, thank you for the follow. RX7 Bill, thank you for the follow. RX7 Demovel, thank you for the follow. Bob Haru Sugu, thank you for the follow. Fat Everybody, thank you for the follow. Era So 7, thank you for the follow. Okan Kankai, thank you for the follow. Keck EDP, thank you for the follow. Hey, RX7 Ismail, thank you for the follow. What's up, man? Holy shit, thank you for the diamond. Hello, brothers. Hello to you, RX7. I'm just calling you RX7. Kami Power, thank you for the follow. RX7, thank you for the follow. Piolinda, thank you for the follow. Hamter, thank you for the follow. KY3, and thank you for the follow. Jeez, what is going on? Hey, what are you? What's going on? Thank you all for the follows. What's up, guys?
This is bad.
Oh my god. What are you doing, Alfarius? Are you crashing this plane with no survivors? Hey, ready up, Fax. Alfarius, what are you doing? Alfarius, what are you doing? Stop it, Alfarius. What are you fucking doing, Alfarius? Alfarius, where's your chill? Did I get a host that I missed?
No, I don't believe so.
Guy.
I'm really confused. Thank you, RX7, for the diamond. Thank you for all the followers you brought over here. But shit, man, I'm so confused. Thank you, man. How are you doing? How was your stream? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, it's Okan. Alfarius, what are you doing? Why did you do that, Alfarius? Oh, they're spamming. Wait, hold on. I mean. No, it's fine. I don't know what's going on. Thank you, man. It kicked you, Fax. Yeah, see, they can spam Velvets. Bende, Ben Gideon, look, guys. What's up, guys? How you doing? Oh! Hey, Fazu, thank you for the follow. What's up, man? I don't think they're bots, Alfarius.
That's an old-ass meme.
They're not bots. It's just the RX7 family, I guess. Yeah, I don't think they're bots, man. Although we've lost 4 followers thanks to your overzealous. Oh, come on, ominous. I don't know what they're saying, but thank you all for the follow. They're bots.
There's a guy over here. It's
I mean, they're not breaking toss. I mean, as long as they're not breaking toss, I'm fine.
Yeah, no, it's RX7 ISMAILOZTURK.
Yeah, they're not bots, guys. Let them.
Yeah, no.
But El Fazu is a bot. Okay. Whatever. What's up, guys? How you doing? That was fucking weird.
Yeah. Oh no, he's being nice, man.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, man.
Stopping the Robo Waifu stuff in Discord.
Listen. Oh, hello.
You know what's fucked up?
What?
One of the most touching like robo waifu things I ever saw was a hentai dojin.
Which one? Jobin's?
No, no, a real hentai dojin with fucking.
That's. Well, send me that later. I want to cry. I want to cry. I want to be sad and horny.
Oh, you will cry.
Well, I want to be both. Thanks. No, dude. Okay, look, man. I'm cool with whoever.
And then Big Ghost will cry.
RX7 family.
We all in there now.
As long as they're not the RTX family, I'm mad at them. This chat sums up this
Deal.
Alright, we made it past Chris though. Big Turkey Donga. How big its channel is that one, Fed? Fed, you there?
See, am I dead? Hello? You here?
Oh yeah, you're a bit quiet, that's all.
Oh shit, is that
Wow,
anything?
they are a big channel.
Yeah, I mean...
Holy crap, they're a big channel. Well, thank you, man. Thank you, RX7. Thank you for all the new followers. I appreciate that. It's a pain in the ass to grind followers. Does anyone hold the ghost over there? Sometimes. AMD gang, right? No. No, I still use NVIDIA. I'm just fucking mad about the RTX. The new RTX series. Oh, is that a hacker?
Yeah,
Alright,
he's zooming
back
around
out.
the field.
Fucking
What's he doing? What the fuck?
We love Turkey, Istanbul forever.
Olive branch.
We love our... You know, guys, I know how to dispel this quickly. We love Armenians. Hey, what's up, Nihat5555? What's up, man? How you doing?
Fucking Dojin, Jesus Christ.
You can stay. Are you trying to find the right Dojin?
It's getting me all fucking sad again, like shit.
Oh no. Just send it to my personal Discord. I'll get a sad boner tonight. A sad boner's on the rise.
It's like the most beautiful shit in the world. That's why it's so sad. Like,
oh no.
Do you want to know about it? Or do you
Yeah,
want to
send it
actually
to
see it? Huh?
I will tell tales of my sad boner.
I don't remember the name of it though. I'd have to look it up.
Oh, facts.
It's just like I don't remember the name. I remember how fucking sad it made
You
me.
don't even remember the number? Think facts. Think about the number. The numbers, Mason.
Tears.
What do the numbers mean, Mason?
Oh, sadness.
Sad boner.
RX7, 7.
Necessary.
Too much in the chat, but man, if you really want to get your 8 back-to-backs in, get all your 8 back-to-backs in, but there might be the 5-minute that comes after that. Slight timeout. But you definitely would have checked out the RX7 Familia, and I have at least followed our friend over there. So
Spammy, get the hammy. That was hilarious when Del freaking Tree dropped by for like a second. And I was like, oh.
Yes, the best.
He has the best flexes. I just like that, like, my first assumption was, are you like a cartoon villain, you know?
Yeah, he's got the makings of it.
Kind of pissed that Azure Lane requires 1.5 gigabytes of data.
I don't even remember what the fuck we were talking. Oh, we were talking about. Ghost,
Oh.
do you think do you think it's more likely that a robot or a human would be tricked by the Turing test?
Yes.
Facts?
Test is. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know like what's in it.
If you were to, so the basic, like, if you know what it is, then who do you think would be more likely to be tricked by it? Like, do you think that there would be a robot with a near approximation to a human, like, intelligence would be tricked by the robot, or do you think that the robot would
I've always heard about the Turing test, but I don't know what the test involves. Like, what are you saying? Like, are you human? Like, are you?
It's the ability of the robot to convince a human that it's a machine.
Yeah. Do you think it's more likely that the human would be more susceptible of failing the test, like failing the test to an imperfect robot, like a not worthy robot of passing the Turing test? Or do you think it would be the opposite, where the human would obviously be able to tell?
How do we make robot waifu? Have you ever seen Weird Science? I believe that's what that film is about.
There you go. Actually, same with Deus Ex Machina, because they had a fucking weird robot waifu in there.
Gosh! No! I was over the
We're
finish line.
right there. I see you floating.
Oh my god!
I see you floating in
You're
midair.
fucking kidding me, right?
That happens to me all the time.
Are you in or out?
I'm out.
Facts? I didn't know you were gay.
Out and I'm okay. Speaking of gay, Jay Longbone has dropped the second part of that fucking video series. Where,
Ava 001? No. Not even best robot waifu. Best robot waifu is what's the one from G Gundam?
Noble Gundam.
Yes. Why can't I exit this?
Piloted by a hot tomboy. So yeah.
Well, I can't even interact with you.
Me?
No, I can't interact with the game. I'm trying to get out. Wait, what's that? Alright, well I guess I just got Alt F4. Fucking ridiculous. Of writing a book on the perfect potato.
Robots for JF.
I am here to mash the potato. Do you not see the beauty of the potato?
Exposure. I super like talking about like robots, sex, all shit like that.
Based and Thanksgiving pill.
I've been like watching this situation develop closely. Like I've been monitoring it.
Monitoring intensifies.
Monitoring. Yes. I've watched like so many documentaries about those dudes with the dolls. You know.
What the fuck?
Yeah. They're freaks, they're weirdos, they're creepers, but like the common thread, the common theme among them is like they take care of those dolls better than they take care of themselves.
They do.
Yeah, it's like that's why I'm not bothered by people with
No,
dolls
ominous. You can't write a manifesto for me. I would have to write it myself.
or like
Do you guys see if you just like worked out 2 times a week and took care of yourselves?
you could slay the dragon.
Be the archetypical hero.
This might be one of the last games though, because I'm getting tired.
I'm getting sleepy, Sargon.
Getting sleepy.
You
I need
know,
more
with all these
dopamine.
Turks here, I should play some Crusader Kings 3.
Is it out already?
Yeah, I have it. I can go retake Constantinople.
Crusader Kings, it's not like an action game. It's more like a
It's like a
strategy kind of
yeah, real-time strategy game.
Yeah. Seth Zintosh shit, huh?
Some sad what still?
Seth Zintosh, the reviewer on YouTube.
I do not know. It's Istanbul. No.
Hey people, Seth here. You don't know Seth? Come on.
I don't.
Ah, Butters. D Butters. Black
That was-
Butters Esquire.
That was pretty wholesome when regular Butters came on.
Yes, push me on the swing.
You shouldn't swing. That's not wholesome. Internet historian.
I'm gonna link you some videos of Seth to watch because he's fucking funny.
You
He's
have
the only Irishman who can stay.
you have to give me 5 cosplay thoughts first.
I don't follow that many on Instagram.
Why
Just
even
some good
live?
ones. Just some good ones. It's mostly firearms content.
In fact, we're all the Filipino ones.
Don't talk to Filipinos. Don't look at Filipinos. Would you stop knocking me into the wall, Dick? Thank you.
It was then that facts and logic began to hate.
Fucking hate guys. Fucking hate these guys. These fall guys.
I was the
I'm out.
fall guy.
Is that who I am? That's what I do. Did Fed fall asleep?
Ben?
Yes. Fed is now asleep.
We finally did it. We got him.
Time to reinforce his programming. No, I feel super guilty. I think that actually works.
What the fuck? What do
Because
you
back
mean?
in this,
Did you just
back
read what
in the
Lunas?
old-
Lunas is trying to get in on your people there. Facts.
back in the old Skype days, I actually did that.
No. Read what Lunas just said. He wants facts. He wants facts as a motto.
I don't have it, sister. Thank the fucking god.
Do you have an Onace on?
No.
You're saying your father only provided male heirs?
All right, boys. Now that Fed's asleep, it's time to talk about our favorite sex robots.
Oh, no.
Lunas, you're my boy. You aren't first yet, Ghost?
Look, dude. I was in the back. Ice cream.
That's just mad because he can't get a Senko-san robot.
He's just jealous he can't get a big titty 1,000-year-old robot waifu GF.
He's a Fed, of course he's trying to stop us from getting those. You're getting asked a question over here by ominous pick.
Butters, do you not want a robot with? Yes, with 100%.
Speaking of those dudes with the dolls, like whenever they're interviewed, they always say like, at first it's just like all about that, but like after about like a month,
They get emotionally attached.
yeah, it's like more about companionship, which
kinda
is why
terrifying.
I don't think we see too many like, oh, here, watch me throw my doll in the wood chipper, like, my, you know. You probably get 1 or 2 of those, just freaks, and people would be like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Stop that. Those people sound like fucking influencers. I swear to God, all this shit started when with these people on YouTube were like, "Oh, I bought the latest PS4. Watch me shoot it, or watch me blow it up. I bought the newest iPhone. Watch me throw it off a roof."
Herpader. What? I bought the newest sex doll. Wood chipper.
Yeah. Shut up, dude.
That's right. This thing that would cost you several. Oh, hey, Finn 10,000. What's up, Finn 10,000? How you doing, sir?
Fucking cancerous motherfuckers.
Some natural growth as opposed to. If you abuse your robot waifu, you're getting put in the gulag. Yep, I think so. You know, like, how dare you abuse, what's her name from Time of Eve? You marry your piano-playing Robothought. You're gonna pick up boulders? Did you ever watch Flintstones back in the day, Fax? Remember when Fred Flintstone was a stunt double? He goes like, these are fake rocks, right? And the director goes, fake rocks? You know how expensive that would be? Here we go. Robo-wives are proving to be completely loyal. It's not likely you'll divorce. I agree with that. Robo-waifu nationalism now. Well, no. You see, what you're missing, Lunas, is that you can, like, swap out parts. So if you're like, oh, you know, I like my D cups, but I'm gonna swap them to an F cup, you can do that. If you want to, like, change up the face, you just, you know, get a new face model. What do you think about that, Fax?
What? About what? Like getting a new robot face?
Yeah.
If you want. Oh, I think I found it.
Oh, oh shit. This is fucking ridiculous. No! It's fucking stupid. How? If half their team was over fucking here, did you guys not be able to move, stop their ball?
Wall. Yeah, this is the one. Found it.
You're a saint.
It's an imager link, so it's easy and nice.
Well,
Sending you. Fuck. There.
wait, why the fuck is it an immigrant link?
That's just where I found it.
Alright,
This is Reddit.
I'm not gonna read it on stream. No one gave me a ninja tonight.
God, the last few panels of this fucking thing make me so fucking sad. But it's like good sad. Bittersweet.
You had your attention now, you have your erection.
I stopped reading it for the sex. I was like, More interested in the story. It's really old, actually. It's read it a long time ago.
Are you going facts or going?
Oh, sorry, I was researching. I'm up for like 1 or 2 more games.
Alright. Meanwhile, let's take a look.
Apparently, they just replaced that when it gets too beat up.
I see.
I
Oh, that part?
oh shit. Are we going in?
Yeah, we're going.
Okay.
I'm not actually using the Dojin right now.
No.
That comes later.
I don't think
No.
I could anymore to that Dojin. Like, I don't read it for
You
that
can no
purpose.
longer
It's
coon
like,
do it?
holy shit.
I don't know, man. I saw the first page. It looks like it starts spicy.
Yeah, it starts in medias res, but like,
Oh, God.
yeah.
It starts immediately.
But at the end, you're like, oh my god.
Is it The Last of Us 2 of Dojins where it makes you feel bad
It's
about
a
your
good
boner?
story.
Huh?
No, it's a good story.
No, but like it spends the entire story making you feel bad about your initial boner.
Bad. That's the good part. Like, you're like, it's the most wholesome hentai ever.
I doubt that.
No, it is. It pretty much is. Like,
Ghost on stream tomorrow. I don't want to live on this gay earth anymore.
if you cut out the sex parts, it would be like an amazing like few chapter manga.
Really?
Yeah.
Fax, do you have a sex dungeon? Ominous asks.
A sex dungeon? No, I can't afford one. Not yet.
Not the prices he was quoted.
Not yet.
Ominous doesn't understand that he's already in it.
Me.
You're thinking about Near Automata, CB Cervix.
That's just like sad. This is like wholesome and beautiful sad.
No, he's asking what game Adol was playing. No spoilers. I own Near Automata and I will play that fine ass. Okay.
The biggest part of the sadness of this Dojin is being insanely jealous of this dude.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you become jealous.
Preheated butt tubes, ew. That part is for exit only, sir.
I love all those memes about wholesomeness. Like, men only want one thing, and it's disgusting. It's like a family.
Did you see the one that got posted in the general of like the pregnant woman and the child? And it's like,
Yeah.
man, I only want one thing, and it's fucking beautiful.
It's fucking disgusting. What happened to our morality where that's disgusting?
I can barely imagine the degeneracy faction logic. I was born in it, molded by it. Didn't see the light of degeneracy until I was a grown man.
Qualified.
And then, only blinding. Alright, Insomnia gang, how you doing?
No, the public bathroom is not sanitary, no.
What about wives don't have buttholes unless you pay extra? Fucking
You
well,
don't see buttholes.
That's a good question, Fax. Like, I feel like you'd want it just so it's like more humanoid, but like, you know, like the decision making, right?
Spoiled for choice.
Huh?
I'm spoiled for choice over here.
I mean, like, yeah, what's up, Spencer? What's up, man? I mean, like, what if I could choose for, like, the smell to actually be, like, a pleasant smell, you know?
Oh.
What?
Like, imagine, like, I know, like, you know, there could be, like, dispensers on that stuff that's dispensed, like, I don't know, ice cream or some shit.
Well, I would want those on like the titties, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, no, like actual milkers.
Yeah, actual milkers.
Chocolate milkers. Yes. Oh my gosh. I want chocolate milkers. No part of the human body wasted. Oh my. No.
You guys.
Disgusting, Lunas.
Get off
I'm
me.
doing good, Spencer. How are you, Spencer? I don't know about them farting lemons.
Ah, we're getting wrecked.
Yeah, we're getting pretty wrecked.
I can never do these fucking ball things right. This physics does not work.
Chalky
Like,
milker gang gang. Anal vape is not based. It's disgusting.
Nah, I wouldn't have any of this weird shit. I'd have like defense protocols.
I would
Shotgun arm.
definitely have like chocolate milkers.
If we ever get to the point where it's like super humanoid, like unrecognizable, I'm gonna have like a bodyguard. Bodyguard waifu.
I'm just tired. I don't want to be horny.
That's the thing. If you watch these documentaries, that happens. Like it stops.
But they're just not horny?
Like they're more interested in like fucking like chilling on the couch with their doll, or like going out. For a
So you're saying
drive,
they're
or, like-
exactly like real women now?
Yeah. They're losing to dolls, bro. That's they're so mad about it.
Hoes BTFOs.
What are they gonna do when we do have like actual like?
Oh, women are gonna be very nice for a couple months, and then get very angry. That's what's gonna happen, Fax.
First, then they'll be nice.
It's kind of, they're gonna go through like the 5 stages of grief very quickly, but they're never gonna get to acceptance.
They never do. Not until the food runs out. Then they get real nice.
They will return though, and in larger numbers.
And it not.
I just want chocolate milker dispensers.
I'm gonna die because these fucking idiots.
Are you approaching me?
Nah, it's just the physics breaks. That dude falls over for no reason. Like, derp. Yeah, Chuckle Fuck, you're right. Buy a doll.
Well, guys, it's violating a doll.
Doll sex robots teach men to abuse women?
Yeah, you know, that argument was as compelling when Anita Sarkeesian made it.
Have you seen, like, they've written actual articles about that.
Oh yeah, no, because they're getting ready for the Thoughtacost.
And there's even, like, organizations in England trying to ban them because of that.
Yep. That's why this fucker who made, like, the like, one after the person's child, it's like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. You ruined it for everyone. Whoa, Iron Blood
always
Bismarck?
edgy fuckers.
Dude, Bismarck looks like an amazing fucking battleship. What the fuck? Yes. Well, no, here's the thing, Rochler, that I see it. Like, I see it as, we're gonna have, like, robot waifus that, like, are going to replace women as caretakers. Right? And, like, you know, they're gonna have, like, a programming function when they're taking care of your children, and they're gonna have a sex function in the bedroom. Yeah.
The movie I, Robot with Will Smith. If you ever saw it.
I did see that one, actually.
You know how they had, like, caretaker robots for, like, the elderly and shit, and, like...
No, I
to
feel
do
like you could
housework?
integrate it into one. They'll be able to, like, flip the
Yeah.
switch between, like, sex vixen and waifu, you know?
They'll be those, but they'll look like anime waifus.
Exactly.
One of those, but it looks like Hannah Bunny. You know.
Yes. I'll take 3.
Once we have access to that, this whole gender, this whole gender war thing, that's it.
Like, all right. It's like, well, why don't you take me out to dinner?
Woman, we'll never have sex with you again. Okay. Okay.
Woman, what do I need you for?
Why are you still here?
Are you still talking?
You're gonna have those dudes who are like, oh, I'm a free guy now. I like real women.
Oh my god, that guy almost fucking murdered me. What the hell? I love real women now.
Imagine a robot that looks like Hannah Bunny and takes care of you.
Yes! Woo! Watch I fuck this dude up, dude. A robot that looks like Hannah Bunny. I think my dick would die and go to Valhalla.
It looks like Hannah Bunny, but takes care of you like Senko-san.
Oh no.
You would never leave the house.
No. I would just be like, return to anime waifu.
I would be fucking doing 100 on the road. Get back home.
I'd be like, listen, I got my parents at home and they're susceptible to Modelo. I just can't leave the house. I'll be in meetings, like, what's going on? Nothing? Hold on. A little bit longer. Alright, what were you saying? Arguing with women is what some boomers think is fun. But I mean, like, you could have, like, a fully formed, like, AI, you know? And just, like, produce all your children through, you know, like in vitro or, like, eggs you buy, you know?
Watch the Armitage series, man.
The Armitage?
Yeah, didn't I tell you about that one time?
I believe so.
It's about, in the far future, we've colonized Mars, and war breaks out.
No,
Because-
Lunas, we don't take the sex bots to heaven. We become robots after we leave our mortal coil. And we live with our sex robots forever.
Forever.
Why is... It shouldn't be filtered, Chugglefuck. I don't filter any words.
Oh, that's filtered because of the dude that was fucking around with Ralph.
But I don't filter it.
It's D-Live filters it.
Really?
Yeah, it's like
But
14,
D-Live doesn't even
da-da-da-da.
filter N or F. I'm confused.
Sorry?
D-Live doesn't even filter N and F.
I don't know. They filter like 6. They filtered the number 6 for a while because of, you know.
I always
they
just assume
filtered
that's what Ralph's
14
channel
because,
did.
you know.
Well, will they eventually have to filter 8?
Probably.
That Ruka cosplay is pretty amazing, though, wouldn't you admit?
Yeah.
It's like very like wholesome. Especially the one where she's like has her titties out. Always remember the 6 Krillin. Bismarck looks pretty badass.
That's why the women who can't compete are so mad.
Haters can't compete. Oh, Rochler, what server are you on?
I'm getting fucking killed over here. Oh, why do you keep tripping?
love how they fucking run on water. Lexington? Oh, cool. I'm on Lexington. Oh, wow. That is cool. Shit. That is really cool how it controls.
Oh my gosh, holy shit.
Oh, woo! Fuck, it's rollout.
I think that's enough Fall Guys should be.
Alright, I'm gonna release the chest while you're still here.
Let me get out of the game.
Everyone get your lemons! This is your only chance! Lemons are live! The citrus is live! Get your lemons! Fight your scurvy! Here it comes! Get your lemons! Lemon time! It is a veritable lemon party! Get yo lemons! And then tell us, are you winning, son? Yes, more lemons. Consume lemons.
Whoa.
I will tell who
Hey,
won.
Lunas.
No shit, we got a new follow. Thank you for the follow, man. Hold up. I know, I'm almost to 700 follows. I was a lot closer when the raid started, but then... Oh yeah. Alright, the winners are... Lunas, the big winner, with 26.3 lemons. Ominous Big with 15.5 lemons. CP Service with 11.5 lemons. Ralph Farias Omega with 9.3 lemons. And Rochler Adler with 7.9 lemons. Oh shit. Thank you, M Marco 7 for the follow. Alfarius Omega, thank you for the 7 lemons. CB Cervix, thank you for the lemon. Rochler Adler, thank you for the 8 lemons. Lunas, thank you for the ice cream. Ominous Big, thank you for the lemon. Alfarius Omega, thank you for the lemon. Oh shit, more lemons. Thank you, Ominous, for more lemons. Thank you so much. $5G made you dumb, man. Ominous, thank you for the lemon. Your cousin builds robots for a living. Fucking base, Spencer. I'm sorry we all want to fuck them. Right? Oh wait, Fax is coming. Wait, you're still here, Fax, right?
Yeah, I'm just in the call, not the game.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Spencer says his cousin builds robots for a living, and I told him I'm sorry, we all want to fuck them.
You never saw Can Cole?
Actually, I think I did.
So you never saw this absolute unit of a girl? Of a boat? Missouri?
I hear Missouri likes company. Booyah! CB Cervix, thank you for the lemon. I think I've got this old 2080 Ti Fax. What do you think I should use it for when I get my 3090?
Paperweight?
Hmm?
Paperweight?
Shit.
I'm gonna take off for a while and pass out.
Thanks, Fact. Will you be available tomorrow evening? Or I guess tonight?
Should be sometime around the evening. Thumbs up.
Sweet. Oh shit, I got knocked down.
We gotta play some video games.
Maybe. We might just do Fall Guys. because of the tournament or whatever.
Tournament
It's the
going
Fall
on?
Guy. It's a tournament going on this weekend on DLive.
What you win?
$500 for first prize.
What I play? That shit
Huh?
ain't happening. That shit ain't happening the way I play, but sorry.
I saw someone at 8 wins, another person at 15. Okay, it might be this way. Nope, not that way. Nope.
Later, Ghost.
Have a good night, Fax. Thanks for coming by the stream.
Good night, sleeping bed.
Oh, fuck, it wasn't that. I blew it. Shit. Yep, it's that way. Oh, I blew it. Fuck! Dang, Bismarck. Yes. Oh, well, Spencer, it's just kind of a fun, mindless game, really. And it's fun to watch. Fuck. Well, CP, if you do set up a new account, can you use my affiliate link? Per chance, CP? Thank you, CP. Yep, I think I will, Spencer. Probably a DM or something. I'll ask him. I was really sad that Andy didn't show up, but what are you gonna do about weed and alcohol? But thank you, Spencer. Holy fuck. Oh shoot, you're right. Crap, I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I know. You're killing me. Spice. Fuck. No, thank you, Spicy One. I'll change it after this. Yeah, I saw someone with 15 crowns, Spicy, but yeah. There we go. Shit. Fuck. Yes. Fuck, Fall Mountain. Shit. I know. Oh, fuck. Oh, what? You fuck. Oh. It's gonna be like the new Spanish Inquisition. Hopefully not. Man, I lost all the Turks. Oh, hell. Here we go. I know, Spencer. It's great. Shit, yes. It's not a bad idea, Chugglefug. I might do that. I might be down. I'd rather have like a bunch of us all take different kingdoms in Christendom, and then we retake Constantinople. Oh, well thanks CP Cervix for coming by at all, man. Oh my gosh, what the hell? I can't believe that just happened. Fuck. Oh my crap. Have a good night, CP. Or morning, jeez. Oh shit. Nice. Well, I appreciate you hanging around. Oh shit, hexagon. Spicy, no. Oh, shit. Oh, he's going back in the well, 404. Oh. That's what he gets, yep. No, it's not spicy. Not falling for that one. You don't know that 404. You just woke up again. Let's do this. Oh no. Oh, get up, get up! Fuck. Oh, thank you, Spencer. I'm sorry you passed out. Stream went on for a long time and we yelled about a lot of shit. Fed's dead, 404. Fed is most certainly dead. Oh no. 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 404. I love that. I love the Pepe's jumping on the bed. 4-4, are you gonna do Crusader Kings with us? As we retake the Holy Land? No. Come on, I can do it! I think I can do it! I think I got it! Oh, last in! You didn't Poor Panda. Dude, there's plenty of action in Crusader Kings 4. What are you talking about? Because I want to get a big game of Crusader Kings in, and you know, I think Earthworm Jim's playing it right now. Another streamer, Abby, seemed down for Crusader Kings. Who else? Richard probably could be convinced to play Crusader Kings. I don't know about Orgadamir. We'll talk. We'll talk about Orgadamir. I mean, he'd rather play Stellaris, but I'd be down. I'll get you, man. Oh, you fucks. Oh man, I gotta be. What? Yes! Freaking hate tail tag. Oh, okay. Jump showdown. Not untrue, Lunas. Shit. You fuck! Fucking bounced me. Shit. Whoever gets the most crowns, 404. God, I was muted that whole time. Jeez. Whoever gets the most crowns, 404. God damn it. Whoever gets the most crowns wins like $500. That's all. And I'm up to 3 crowns. Oh, kill me that I muted myself. How long was I muted for, guys? Oh. Oh, gosh. Fucking hell. I was wondering why I was talking to the fucking ether. Fuck. Spencer, thank you for all your help. I'm sorry I was muted for a fucking long ass time. Everyone makes mistakes, exactly. Yes! Oh. Also, Games for Life Gamer, what's up, man? Good to have you here. We're just trying to finish out the night on a win, is all we're doing. Fuck. The heck? Fuck. Shit, 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 shit. Yep. Yes. All that dead air. Ah, Fall Mountain. Shit. Alright, let's do this, folks. Let's go! Oh no. Holy crap, that ball RNG. Ah! No! Oh, fuck. God damn it. I panicked. I hit the freaking thing. Ah. Oh, it's frustrating. I know, I fucked up, Spicy. Ugh. Rip indeed. Maybe. No, I mean, I'm not gonna win the competition. Have a good night, 404. Thanks for coming by. And remember, 404, you get what you fucking deserve. Good night. Shit. All right, let's go.
Ghosty.
Hello?
Uh-oh, Steve.
Who is this?
It's Fed.
Oh, what's up, Fed? You're awake.
I've been awake this whole time. My sister's having a crisis.
Oh.
Yeah, you know.
Well, what's the crisis? She's a woman?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, she was a woman who talked to another woman who, they had a cataclysmic meeting of the minds where they said, oh, well, fuck, you're a woman, I'm a woman. Neither of us want to talk to each other, we just want to talk past each other. And it was like, oh, God, this is terrible, fuck.
This is pretty terrible.
And, I tried to help her reconcile that, but yeah, she's in a bad way. Huh?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why are you responsible for reconciling them?
Because they're women.
Cherry. Watermelon. Apple.
She's a woman. What do you mean?
Cherry, watermelon, apple, grape. Cherry, watermelon, apple, grape. Cherry,
Yeah,
watermelon,
I
apple,
mean,
grape.
they're unreasonable. They're like,
I mean, that's true.
yeah. So why would? I just don't understand. Like logically, they don't get everything. If they fuck it up. If
Cherry,
two women talk
apple,
to each other,
banana.
it's gonna be terrible.
Grape, cherry, apple, banana.
Somebody
Grape,
has to like,
cherry,
walk
apple,
over and
banana.
tell them objective truth.
Orange. Grape.
And that's just how it works, right?
Yep. That is how it works.
At least that's my experience. I don't know. Like, I don't know if have you talked to your mom in a hysterical state?
Time to time. My mother's
Yeah,
a relatively
well,
level-headed
have
woman.
if you talk to your mom in the state where she would be subordinate to you to the point where she is just not correct in any sense, you could just objectively tell her like, this is not reality. Like, shut up, stop.
This is not
like,
reality.
just
Not
calm down.
reality. Not reality. This is reality.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just tell them, like, hey, this is, I mean, like, when we talk about a subject, like, you might say, like, okay, we were objectively wrong, but that's not true.
Nice.
There's,
I
like-
made like $1 an hour tonight. You know
Hey,
that it adds up
nice.
to like $1 an hour.
Wait, what?
I made about $1 an hour, which means I made about $1 an hour for this stream.
Hey, man, that's cool. You would normally be sleeping that time, right?
Pretty much. But if I fall asleep on
Struggle
stream,
fuck.
I die in real life.
True. Women tend to have brains akin to children, and need a man to set them straight. Yeah, no, I actually agree with that.
Yep.
To the point where, like,
Hey, Chugafug, thank you for the lemons.
yeah, no, he's got, like, or that's at least my sentiment on a lot of this stuff is, they need some form of validation, whether it's like to just talk to you like a brick wall or to like actually hear like a
Because
Jordan
women
B.
need to
Peterson
return.
truth, but
Women need to
it's
return
crazy.
to monkey.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be very easy for us to return to monkey, but it's a dereliction of duty.
Oh, Chugafug, thank you for the lemon again. 5 lemons. Thank you, Chugafug.
My mom is pretty wise, as long as it's not about money. Fair. Mothers tend to feel responsible when it's men pulling out work. Also fair. Base.
You just cleaned out the cup holder. Hey, Koroska's Musa, thank you for the follow, sir.
Nice. But
What's
yeah,
going on? The follower number 685. We're gonna get to 700 in no time. That's the plan.
So I guess my state is that my mother can be irrational, but my sister is neurotic and incredibly irrational.